KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
How do we get to 1-2? I think he's only thrown. Oh, he dialed it up and he picked up his first big league strikeout.
82.
Saved the baseball.
Throw that ball out.
They did.
That's outstanding.
Save the ball, bat boy. Yes, they flip it to Josh Miller, who puts it in his back pocket. Little did Josh know at the beginning of the year he'd be saving a baseball from a strikeout pitcher like Chaz McCormick.
Authenticated. What's going on the mantle?
That was, what did he throw that last pitch at?
That was a heater at 82.2.
Come on.
Yeah, rushed it past him.
There you go. That's the big reason to watch the Astros now. That's why I'm watching, to stay up and see if by the end of the game we get a Chaz McCormick appearance. And last night we got a Chaz McCormick strikeout, Seth. And when Todd Callis, credit Todd Callis and Jeff Blum, Space City Home Network for that audio. Welcome in, everybody, on a Tuesday here on Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. Nick Caserio joins us at 7:30 on the show today. Not only when Callis says, I bet when you talked to Josh Miller at the beginning of the year, he didn't think he'd be grabbing a ball from Chaz McCormick on a strikeout. I bet he didn't think that he would be coaching Chaz McCormick as the pitching coach for the third time in a week either. This is the third time in 1 week.
This is what I mean. Honestly, I'm not begrudging Callis and Blum for trying to have some fun in the moment. I'm not begrudging the fans the other night for cheering when the Astros finally scored a run. What was that, the 12-1 loss?
14-1. Yeah, 14-1.
14-1.
Yeah, they lost 12-0. It was 14-1. Yeah,
shut out in that moment. Yeah. This is the first time since 2005 that the Astros have been shut out 3 times in 4 games.
Yeah.
And now it's not. I did not go back and look to see exactly what the score was in those games. But it's one thing to be shut out, and it's a whole different feeling to be shut out while the other team scores double-digit runs or what have you, as we've seen here quite regularly. That it's turned it into, I mean, look, when Blum and Callis are kind of joking about it there and having fun with it, yes, you got to do something to try to stay alive. And yet it's the thing that bad teams do.
Yeah.
It's like Oakland A's type activity where you're like, hey, at least we got loud drums. Hey, maybe we'll have a fireworks show. This is so bad. It's awful.
No, they're a horrible baseball team right now. They're not a horrible baseball team overall throughout the season. Right now, it's almost like when you have a friend, Seth, who says something really stupid, and you don't call them stupid. You just tell them you just said something really stupid. You know, you're not a stupid person, but you're doing stupid things right now. The Astros are not a bad baseball team, but they are doing bad baseball team things. It's a long season, so they are a bad baseball team right now.
That's a local versus assessment. That's in psychology. That you always want to be sure you're making local critiques and not global. This was not a bright thing you did last night, Astros. No. You're not a moron in general. No. You're not an idiot.
No.
I'm not calling you that.
Yeah.
I'm saying you're acting like an idiot.
You're doing stupid things. Yeah, you're doing stupid things. And it goes to show you too in these games that as good as the bullpen's been all year, there is some regression going on with a lot of these no-name guys. And Taylor Scott coming back up. I had not heard about that. But Taylor Scott, it goes to show you that how one bad reliever can just unravel the whole thing. Not that Eric Getty was good last night.
I mean, that's been the perfect storm of all of this. It's not. It's the. I mean, Framber, none of these guys have been good. You've had a bad starting performance followed by bad relief performance after bad relief performance.
Yeah, the bullpen's been garbage.
Yeah, I'd love to. I mean, it's been horrendous. Yeah. I don't know what to say about it.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do.
No.
I'm at a loss for answers.
Yeah.
I know a lot of you thought you were going to tune in and figured by 6:05 a.m. Seth would have explained how everything's going to be all right.
I'm figured out. Yeah.
Listen. I'm not going to feed you candy and tell you lies, kids.
No. Nope.
It's rough right now.
Nope, it's rough. So they lose 10-0 last night. It was bad. The highlight was a Chaz McCormick strikeout in the 9th inning. I don't know what to tell you. And we'll talk more later on in the show. Nick Caserio joins us at 7:30. He was busy earlier this week trading John Mechy away. We had a chance yesterday to hear what D'Amico Ryans had to say about the John Mechy trade. John Mechy came here in 2022. We know his story. It's a great one. Just human interest side of it is amazing. Recovering from cancer, enough to get back on the football field and make a few contributions to the team. Change of scenery probably will do Mechy some good. And also, this is a crowded receiver room. He might not have made the team. Here was D'Amico Ryans yesterday on moving on from John Mechy.
Yeah, trading Mechy is not easy to do. I really have a lot of love and affinity for Mechy, everything that he's been through in his professional career, the things that he had to battle through and push through and overcome. It's just very fond of the guy, and he's an inspiration to myself, inspiration to a lot of people to see what he was able to go through, overcome, get back to playing football. Worked back his first 2 years in this camp. I thought Mechy has looked the best he's looked this camp. He's done a really nice job of preparing himself, putting himself in a really good spot, and he's done everything we asked, did everything the right way. It hurts to lose him, but I know he's going on to a really good opportunity there in Philly, and he'll continue to flourish, and he'll thrive in Philly because Mechy has the right mindset.
I think the big thing here is that if you look at trade grades on it, for the most part, every trade grade I looked at gave the Eagles and the Texans either a B or a B+. And I think that makes sense. It's a pretty even trade where both teams are just saying, hey, here's a guy who's kind of a bubble guy on the roster anyway, but you guys could use a bubble guy. The Texans could use a bubble guy at the tight end position, and the Eagles could use another bubble guy to add to the competition in the mix with the wide receivers. I succumbed to just looking at Philly fan sentiment after this game, and a lot of Eagles fans were saying, we got plenty of receivers. This is weird. And then you realize, no, they got 3 good receivers, and then they've got a competition brewing behind those 3 good receivers. So the only issue I have is that there are at least 2 grades I saw where the Texans got a B and the Eagles got a B+. And I feel like just because of the trade compensation and that the Texans get a 5th rounder back in the deal and the Eagles get a 6th rounder, I feel like the Texans should have gotten the B+ versus the B. Yeah, I'd love to get all worked up and irate about that, but it's about right.
It's an even trade is what it is. I think the grades bear that out. CBS Sports gave both a B, and that's kind of how I feel about it. If I were to try to psychoanalyze why the Eagles would get a better grade, Mechy's a bigger name. He played on some championship teams at Alabama. Guys remember him from that.
I think that, and there's still a little bit of perhaps unknown upside just in that because Mechy. Listen, this feels like a silly thing to say, and yet. Coming back from cancer can be a big deal.
It can be a multi-year thing, yeah.
Yeah, and it's Mechy himself talked about it, to where he didn't quite realize how he wasn't himself until a year out or over a year out, and I think there's probably even more on top of that. So I think the upside of Mechy is still a little bit to be determined, where I think Harrison Bryant is what he is. He's the equivalent of a utility guy at tight end. He's not a great pass catcher, but he can do it. Not an incredible run blocker, but he can do it. Yeah. He's a big, tall target, and he can take up some space. So he might fill a role on this team, but it's certainly not a slam dunk.
No, he might be an ideal tight end 3, and that's what this is. And Mechy might be an ideal wide receiver 5 for the Eagles. Yeah. The version of Mechy that they're getting, the training camp version of Mechy this year has been probably the best version of Mechy's had a really good camp, so the Eagles are getting that. So that was D'Amico on that. So the Mechy trade, we'll talk about that with Nick Caserio at 7:30 today on the show. The young offensive lineman, also a topic with D'Amico Ryans yesterday. This was D'Amico Ryans on Ariante Ursery. We'll also ask Nick certainly about Ariante Ursery and Blake Fisher. Here's D'Amico on Ursery, who looks to have – he's getting pretty close to locking up a starting job, it would appear.
I think Ursery in the game did a really good job where he was at left, and that's kind of the focus is wherever you line up, do this with where you are. Really don't worry about guys having to move around or just when you're called upon, can you go out and execute what's been asked of you, and can you do it at a consistently high level with high energy, high passion, and he's shown that over these first 2 preseason games.
I'm kind of in the spot, Seth. Like, let's just go with Ariante Ursery at left tackle. This is what his future is with the team, and he's played well enough in the preseason practices that you and I have seen, as well as these preseason games, where Cam Robinson's not a big enough entity to me to disrupt what is, I think, Ariante Ursery's career path here at left tackle.
And it's been interesting to watch Ursery go against competition other than Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter, just because in practice there's times when you're not allowed to touch the quarterback. There's times where I think Ursery, he had some pretty good reps, but you just can't quite tell at the end of the pass rush, at the top of the pass rush, after Ursery has kind of run one of those guys around. You almost give credit to Danielle Hunter or Will Anderson and say, well, I think he could have turned the corner and gotten to the quarterback there. Mm-hmm. But you just, because you're not actually playing real football there. I think most people had a tendency to give it to the defensive ends there. In my mind, I thought it's been pretty competitive these last couple weeks. In the games, it definitely looks that way. That Ursery versus these bros is a lot different than Ursery versus Danielle Hunter or Will Anderson.
Oh, for sure.
He's going to face other really good pass rushers this year. Yep. It's not like those two guys are the only two good pass rushers in the league. But he's also only 3.5 weeks into his NFL career, really, of playing with shoulder pads on.
Yeah. Does the opponent in week one factor into your feeling at all on Ursery playing left tackle? He'll probably be going up against Jared Verse, I would imagine.
No, Jared Verse won't. I don't think that Ursery is going to struggle as much with the type of pass rusher that Jared Verse is compared to a lot of the guys that are – because Jared Verse is he's a power guy. His bull rush is the best thing he has going, and he's probably refined it some, and kind of like Will Anderson did from his first year to his second year. Mm-hmm. And I think he'll be all right with that. It's more – really getting a handle and a beat on some of the faster guys that are like Danielle Hunter that might give him more trouble early on.
One more quick one here. Here's DeMeco Ryans on Blake Fisher, who played much better on Saturday than he's been playing throughout camp.
Blake did a really nice job this past game of, when you see him, just for me, sticking on blocks, hat on a hat, working his feet, like finishing blocks. That's how it should look, right? So he has it in him. Blake just has to be consistent with what we're doing, consistently train, consistently finish every single rep, because physically he has all the tools that it takes to be able to do that. So this game here is representative of what he can do when he's dialed in and he's focused on the task and he goes after the job with the right mindset.
Yeah, there was one Nick Chubb run where I think it was you could see the difference between trying to watch a run play in training camp versus watching it in an actual game. And it was that Blake Fisher didn't have a perfect block. He was head up on the defensive end, but it was enough that the defensive end had to try to make an arm tackle. And then you could see out of Nick Chubb, with shoulder pads on and being able to hit the hole as hard as you can. A play that might have looked like only a 1 or 2 yard gain in a no tackle practice was actually a 7-yard gain, because Nick Chubb is still really strong. Yes. I don't know where he is in terms of his explosiveness or his top end speed when he used to be, but he's still got strength and he still knows how to hit the hole with the right timing, and that was a really positive thing. So with Blake Fisher, if I hadn't watched any of the first 3 weeks of training camp and I went out and I watched that game and you told me, hey, this guy was a 2nd-round pick last year, I'd think, okay, you know what? That kid's got potential. He's got promise. Yep. I think it's not like, oh wow, he's blowing me away or anything, but that's certainly not somebody you abandon after 1.5 years, not even 1 full year, 1 year plus 1 training camp of experience.
If you had him on the bubble of making the team, you watch something like that on Saturday, like he's making the team as a second-year guy, because early in camp there's a lot of talk about, does Blake Fisher make the team? So we'll see. We'll talk to Nick Caserio about everything going on with the Texans at 7:30. He joins us. The GM joins us on the show today. Up next, let's stick with the Texans. Week 1, the matchup, we just mentioned it. They play the Rams in Week 1. Some doings yesterday that affect that matchup in Week 1, and we'll circle back to the Astros as well. The reinforcements need to get here ASAP. We'll do that coming up next.
Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Matt Stafford was back at practice yesterday for the Rams.
Oh, yeah.
Why does that matter? The Texans play the Rams in just a few weeks. Sunday, September 7th, they open the season in L.A. against the Rams. Here was Rams head coach Sean McVay after practice on the return to practice of Matthew Stafford.
Wondering, it was good to be able to have Matthew out there. He did a good job today. I thought he looked good, but, update. I think there was a lot of intended information, but there's no updates. We're going to keep it a day and really a week at a time, but it's great to be able to see him out there today, and, we'll see how this afternoon goes and tomorrow.
This afternoon, and by saying we'll see, I'm assuming, by saying we'll see how this afternoon and tomorrow goes, how does the back feel after getting out and throwing the ball around with his teammates yesterday?
This is interesting, and I saw a lot of people yesterday say, well, hey, look, what were you idiots? You thought really he wasn't going to play. They were just being careful with him like they have in the past. I don't think it's quite as clear as that. And then you have to add into this the fact that the Rams are notoriously slow starters. They are the Alex Bregmans of the NFL, except for this year, jerk. And so they get off to slow starts. They don't play their starters hardly at all in the preseason, and they play the Texans the very first game. So I'm great. Him getting out there a couple weeks before the regular season begins and starting to throw the ball around, that wouldn't breathe a whole lot of hope and confidence in me if I were the Rams or if I were gambling on the Rams in week one.
Yeah, I haven't looked to see that's interesting you bring that up. I haven't looked to see if the line's moved much at all. It's hovered around a field goal. The Rams a field goal favorite. These two teams are usually viewed as similar. The Rams are getting a bump because of home field advantage in that week one matchup. I just wonder, and I'm not a doctor, but I just wonder if we've started to veer close enough to the season where there's really no great solution for the Rams. You're either going to get a rusty, possibly injured Matthew Stafford, or you're going to get Jimmy Garoppolo, which would be a dream come true, getting Jimmy Garoppolo in week one against this defense.
Garoppolo's got a little bit of that dynamic of an Anthony Richardson, though, too, where it's on any given Sunday.
Yeah.
He might kill you. He can make the great throws, but he just also makes the really stupid throws.
I'll take my chances.
I'll take my chances on the stupid throws. Yeah. So right now the Texans are a 2.5-point underdog to the Rams.
Okay.
So that had been 3. I wonder if as I hadn't been paying attention to the line as time went by, this wasn't a full 100% endorsement of health by the Rams and having him back out there. McVay is he's soft pedaling this a lot.
He literally said, "We'll see how later on today and tomorrow goes."
Right.
This feels, and I have no reports on what exactly he did, and maybe you saw, Seth. I haven't seen what exactly he did and didn't do. I saw a couple videos of him throwing a football, and he looked fine. Throw football. He's obviously not taking any punishment in these practices. This feels like it's very much touch and go still. Like everything I'm seeing, if I were a Rams fan sitting in Houston getting the information that I'm getting right now, I wouldn't feel great about how week one is going to go. You
go and you look back, and all of a sudden it's been 4 years since he had that 41 touchdown performance in 2021.
Yeah,
and which is really an outlier for him. He'd never had an output quite like that. Mm-hmm. And then the last couple years, he's been 24 touchdowns in 2023, 20 touchdowns in 2024, and it's what older quarterbacks tend to do. You start to fizzle out of it, but it's kind of like going broke, Sean. Mm-hmm. People go broke very slowly and then all at once.
Yeah.
And quarterbacks are sometimes the same. They age very slowly and all of a sudden they plummet off a cliff.
Yep.
I'd point to Aaron Rodgers.
Yes. Yeah, I was thinking I was listening to a national show on the way in. I think it was on our airwaves. I can't remember. But they were bringing up they were talking about Monday Night Football last night because it was the Bengals and the Commanders, and the Bengals defense looks just as bad as it did last season. And obviously Trey Hendrickson is a thing right now. There's rumors now that they're shopping him and that there's teams that are calling the Bengals about trading Trey Hendrickson off of an already horrific defense they would be their best defensive player. And whoever the host was brought up the fact that, like, man, if the Cincinnati Bengals start, kind of blowing Joe Burrow's prime years here, like the Dolphins did with Dan. They made the comp to Dan Marino back in the day. Like, Dan Marino was the best quarterback in football. In 1986, he threw 44 touchdown passes. The Dolphins went 8-8 because their defense was terrible. They were making that comparison, and they said, if they don't win a division, or at least make it into the playoffs in a division with two 40-year-old quarterbacks, and I'm going, holy crap, because the Browns named Joe Flacco their Week 1 starter yesterday. Joe Flacco and Aaron Rodgers are in the same division. They're both over 40 years old. I don't know that that's ever happened before. Two quarterbacks over 40 years old starting Week 1 in the same division?
There's probably a real obvious one that we're forgetting. I do think Tom Brady screwed up people's thinking a lot on quarterbacks.
Yeah.
And because I've succumbed to it too, because I look at Matt Stafford and I think, oh, he is only 37. Only 37. The cutoff age for quarterbacks used to be right around 35 or 36. And there have been a few guys that have made a push into their 40s now, but it's still that's old for a quarterback.
Yeah.
Not every quarterback ages gracefully on into his 40s and wins a Super Bowl like Tom Brady.
All right, I'm adding that to the list of things to get if we have time to get to Caserio with you today, asking about, did Tom Brady delude the rest of the NFL into thinking they can just throw 40-year-old quarterbacks out there?
Yeah, that you know what? Yeah, look, let's give Kirk Cousins a whole bunch of money.
Yeah.
Let's give Aaron Rodgers a shot and make him the guy.
Cousins is still only like 34, but he feels like he's 40.
Is he only 34?
He's in his mid-30s. He got drafted in 2012. So let's say he was 22 coming out. He's probably 35. I would guess Kirk Cousins is 36 years old.
He's 37.
37, okay. Yeah. It's not 40.
That's a lot different than 34.
Well, he's 37. He's 36, yeah. But it's also different. Same difference as 40, yeah.
I'm saying 37 is old, though.
Yeah.
And for most quarterbacks, 37 is old.
Yeah.
But they just keep trying to push it down the road. Well, they don't get hit as much as they used to.
Well, and 37 with an Achilles tear on your resume may as well be 40. Yeah.
I had, for an Achilles, I had 2 years at least to your age, to your chronological.
Is that what it is? That's the conversion chart?
That's what I do, yeah.
Okay. So the Texans, I don't know
it's a quarterback equivalent of having had a stroke. Yeah. Like, all right, he's just not the same as he used. I know he's
53, but yeah.
Right. Yeah, it's just he's not quite the same as he used to be.
Yeah. Seth, shifting gears here, do we need to start keeping as close an eye on the Cleveland Guardians as we do the Seattle Mariners? The Cleveland Guardians are the first team out in the wild card round right now, or in the wild card standings, I should say. There's a pretty big gap in the American League. There's the 3 division leaders. The 3 wild card teams are all tied. The Yankees, Mariners, and Red Sox are all tied. And then the Guardians are 3 games back, which in late August is a somewhat substantial lead. And you make up 3 games in a week, but 3 games against good teams, tough to make up. Should we be watching the wild card standings as close as we're watching the division standings right now?
I guess, yeah, we have to.
I mean,
that's
just,
100%.
Right?
We can't sit here. They've been shut out 3 times in 4 games.
You cannot go on the rant that you did in the open about the Astros and answer no to the question, should we be watching the wild card standings?
They're not just getting shut out, they're getting destroyed.
They're getting killed. Yeah.
Well, they're getting shut out. And even when they manage to score 1 run, they're still getting destroyed.
Okay.
It's unbelievable. Yes, there's no end to my worst case scenarios in my brain right now.
Fangraphs, which calculates the percentage chance of teams winning the division, making the playoffs, winning the World Series, etc. Fangraphs has the Astros' chances of winning the division at 52% right now, versus the Mariners at 47%. But they've got the Mariners at nearly 9% to win the World Series, and the Astros at 5.5% to win the World Series. Without looking, that has to be a function of schedule. The Astros have an easy. If I had to guess, the Astros have an easier schedule, which allows them a better chance to win the division. But the Mariners, top to bottom, are a better team right now than the Astros, just in terms of the overall talent and the balance between the pitching and the offense.
How many times in one postseason can Hunter Brown go on 3 days rest? That would be my question.
How many times can he go on 1 day rest?
1 day rest. Yeah.
Can Hunter Brown pitch all 7 games?
I can't even, right now, the way the pitching has been going, I can't even go to that part of my brain where I can say, well, when the Astros get to the postseason, they can get creative with their pitching. We can have piggyback starts, and we can have middle relievers, and starters turned closers. And it's like, no, none of them. I don't trust any of them right now.
Dude, I wanted to say so badly after I forget which game. I forget which blowout loss it was. I think it was Sunday when they lost 12 to nothing, as opposed to last night when they lost 10-0, or Friday when they lost 7-0 and almost got perfect gamed. But Sean Dubin came in and just was. He's been terrible since he's come back from the injured list. And it was awful, and I wanted to tweet so bad. Well, Sean Dubin's unusable, and then they bring in this Weems guy, and I'm like, well, he's unusable, but you have to use him because they're calling up Taylor Scott. They got this Weems character who sounded like somebody made up on MLB 2K, like that my kids made up on a video game. He comes in and gives up 4 runs or whatever it is. It's bad, man. It is bad right now. And yet, 52.1% chance to win the division, according to the computers right now for the Astros.
I mean, it's not going to remain this bad forever. I mean, it can't possibly. The only thing that would be the most drastic thing that could happen is that Arrighetti or Javier or Luis Garcia have some more setbacks somehow.
Yes.
I mean, we've still got Lance.
Lance is with them. Okay, no, we should point this out. Lance, I'm not delivering this news to upset you. Lance is in Detroit with the Astros. That would seem to be an indication that he's coming back soon. Right, and he's not been good either. I'm just delivering the news. Brandon Walter had a setback. That's not good. He's got elbow inflammation again.
The list, when they tweeted that out yesterday, I think Chandler Rome tweeted it out that he'd had a setback, and he put the whole list.
It doesn't
of
fit
everybody
in a
that's
tweet.
injured right now. Right, yeah, you have to expand the tweet to try to look at the entire injured list.
You scroll on the Astros injury list. Yeah, it's crazy. And Luis Garcia, you mentioned his name, so I'll mention he according to the team, is going to have at least one more rehab start. And he's been good in his last couple rehab starts.
The only thing I feel good about right now with the Astros is that they are single-handedly demonstrating how stupid batting average is as a stat, and how ridiculous it was that we followed that so closely for a full century, because they're the second best team in the league in terms of batting average.
There's no way. Are they really?
They're really high up there, yeah.
Oh my God.
They just got no pop.
They got no slug, as the kids like to say.
They might have fallen to but they're certainly in the top 5.
Yeah, in batting average. Yeah, I had seen that too. Yeah, good batting average. No slug. All right.
They're fourth. They're fourth.
Yeah, well, your point remains. This does not look like a team who should be fourth in anything offensively right now. Anything.
Remember when Altuve was the batting champ, and the entire season Carlos Correa wouldn't stop talking about how stupid batting average is?
No, that was when Yuli won the batting title.
Oh, that's right. That was when Yuli won the batting title. Yep. That's right. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, and Correa wouldn't just stop popping off about OPS. And I'm like, I agree with you, Carlos, but your teammate, he's about to get a silver bat because of this.
Yeah. He's an older guy. He hasn't had accolades like these. Let him enjoy it.
Just let him have it, okay? Yeah, he's an older guy back when batting average used to matter.
He's got to be such a jerk. Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We're off and running on a Tuesday. Nick Caserio joins us in about an hour. 7:30, the Texans Executive Vice President and GM joins us on the show. Up next, we'll do some headlines. Texans did make a small signing yesterday. We'll get you up to speed on that. What did Joe Espada have to say about the Astros' very subpar performance again last night? A signing inside the division in the AFC South. So we'll get to all that in headlines coming up next.
and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's get to headlines. Quick Texans headline. They did make a signing yesterday. They signed a wide receiver, Juwan Winfrey, formerly of the Colts. 9 catches, 75 yards over 3 seasons.
Sounds too much like Weems. I don't.
He's the equivalent of Weems on the Astros, yes. So just some roster filler, I'm assuming, for the Texans there. They're back at practice today. They had a walkthrough yesterday.
Notable thing from the walkthrough was that Cam Robinson was with the 2s and Ariante Ursi was with the 1s. I thought that was the most notable thing. I'm the first to say, hey, don't read too much into what the depth chart looks like at any given time. The day that Cam Robinson got injured, he was going with the second offense that day.
Yeah.
So it was, I know because the timeline gets a little bit murky, I think some people thought that, Cam Robinson got hurt and that gave Ariante Ursi a chance to go with the 1s. It did shuffle things up a little bit positionally, but they were giving Ariante Ursi a chance to go with the 1s at right tackle that day already, I think.
Yeah, it was a weird coincidence.
No, it was going to be at left tackle.
Left tackle, yeah.
Yeah, it's with or without the Cam Robinson injury, I think they've just been really impressed with Ariante Ursi.
It was a strange coincidence. That was the first day in West Virginia when that all went down. So, yep.
Maybe that was Cam Robinson's version of a hold-in. Maybe he went out there with. Maybe he got.
I'm with the 2s. I guess the other thing too. I was at the walkthrough yesterday. Miles Bryant was with the safeties in the position breakouts. He's normally been a slot corner. He was, and the corners were all at one. They were all of a group, and the safeties were a separate group. He was with the safeties yesterday.
That's interesting because I think I wouldn't be surprised if Jalen Petrie gets some time at true actual safety, depending on how all these injuries shake out and whatever C.J. Gardner-Johnson's injury situation, and then Jimmy Ward with both his legal and his injury situation.
Yep. Nick Caserio joins us at 7:30 on the show today. To the Astros we go. They lose 10-0 yesterday. They get shut out. Spencer Arrighetti was not great. The bullpen was not great. Well, I say the bullpen. I don't want to paint everybody in the bullpen with the Taylor Scott brush. Taylor Scott made his comeback to the Astros yesterday and was horrible.
One of our texters said, hey, not trading for a pitcher at the deadline is unacceptable when you look at what these results are. I agree with you, and yet also they've been shut out 3 times in the last 4 games.
Oh, yeah.
First time. Everybody listening, anybody over the age of 20 right now, just think about everything that's happened with the Astros since 2005. Changing leagues, the dark days of the reset, all of those things, the being better than everybody else scandal. This is the first time since 2005 that the Astros have been shut out 3 times in 4 games.
Yeah.
And it's, hey, if they had traded for 3 pitchers at the deadline, they still could have lost those games with the offense being as meager as it's been.
Yep, here was Joe Espada after the game on Spencer Arrighetti and not getting the offense going as well.
Yeah, and we also have to execute better on both sides of the ball. Offensively, on the mound, I thought Spencer came out first couple of innings, stuff looks really good, and then just fell behind some hitters and the walks, and then from there, things kind of speeds up. We just got to execute better, get quicker outs, and then give our offense an opportunity. And offensively, we just haven't been able to get anything going, which I know will turn around. Just hasn't been the case the last couple of games.
Yeah. Regarding the offense, I would say all eyes on Sugarland tonight. Yordan Alvarez makes his first start in an actual baseball game. Oh, he's in Corpus? Okay, did I say Sugarland? I would say put some eyes on Sugarland, too. It's a beautiful suburb of the Houston area. Thank you. Colin Neal in for Ben today, our producer, getting in my ear. So Yordan Alvarez is in Corpus getting ready for a rehab start today. He'll have the day off tomorrow, and then he'll play Thursday and Friday this week. They need Yordan Alvarez back in the worst possible way right now.
They do. And when you look at the runners left on base, it's easy to imagine Yordan Alvarez just sweeping them all home.
Yeah,
and,
but I choose to imagine.
That's all you have to do Jordan. As you know where I am with Jordan right now. I'm dead inside. I allow myself to feel no hope. I'm focused on what's 6 inches in front of me, Sean.
Yeah.
And until Jordan shows up and looks like the Jordan of old, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend that that's the panacea for everything that's wrong with the Astros right this moment.
That's healthy, I think. I think that's healthy. Lance McCullers is in Detroit with the team. No time frame on his return. The injury news on this team is a mile long. We would need a podcast to do it. But the big ones are pitching injuries. Luis Garcia, one more rehab start. It sounds like he needs. The bad news, Brandon Walter, who I feel terrible for. His whole career, after being a big-time prospect in the Red Sox organization, has been fits and starts. And he had been very good for the Astros in the role that he was being asked to fill, which is a back end of the rotation starter. And, of course, had some elbow inflammation and was trying to come back from that, and he had more elbow inflammation. Now they're shutting him down. Just bad news for Brandon Walter all the way around. NFL news, the Colts are signing Xavier Howard to a 1-year contract for up to $5 million. The defensive back, who I believe is a Houston guy, he went to Baylor, I know that. He had been sitting out for a while. He was a name that was out there last year, too. The Colts have all kinds of injuries going on in their secondary now. So they signed Xavier Howard to a 1-year deal.
The Colts have all kinds of issues in general. Anthony Richardson, he had that one really nice pass. It's so funny to watch people consume Anthony Richardson news. He had a beautiful pass that was negated by penalty in the preseason game. As he was in there working with the second group, mind you. So in the preseason, going against the twos, had a beautiful pass. It was negated, and yet Colts fans have deluded themselves once again into calling that a promising performance in which Anthony Richardson completed 55% of his passes. He just blew a couple of easy passes, got a penalty on an RPO because he held onto the ball too long. Remember, this is your dual threat quarterback who's going to really need to execute RPOs well.
Yep.
On an RPO, you can't hold on to the ball too long because the offensive linemen, after a certain amount of time, they just go downfield.
Yeah.
Anthony Richardson makes a rookie error, playing like a guy who's played barely any football in his whole career.
Made a rookie error.
It's everything that's bad about him. Yes, but he can make the highlight throw. How long are people going to continue to point to his highlight throws and act like they mean anything at all?
I'll answer that forever. It's the internet. That's what they're going to do.
Every time they've lost to the Texans, Anthony Richardson has made some brilliant throws in those games, but he's made twice as many stupid throws. So I hope they give this 3, 4, 5 more years to play out.
Let it marinate.
Let's see if he matures at some point.
Yeah. So what you're saying is, whereas the internet will grab 1 or 2 highlights and run with that, you actually sat down and watched every snap of Anthony Richardson.
I watched every snap of Anthony Richardson, and I excuse America at large for being deluded by a few highlights here and there.
That's nice of you.
Colts fans just show how stupid they are. They continue to delude themselves.
Yeah.
He went out and did exactly what Anthony Richardson does, which is 50% completion with 1 or 2 impressive throws balanced out by twice as many stupid throws.
The Texans have it's an interesting schedule for the Texans, Seth, this year because they play the Titans both times and the Jags both times before they play the Colts one time. They're done with the Jags and the Titans by week 11. They don't play the Colts till week 13. So all this talk about Daniel Jones and Anthony Richardson, it's relevant to the Texans because they're in the same division and you hope the Colts, lose all their games, blah, blah, blah. But as far as it winding up on our front porch, this topic, it's not going to happen until like Thanksgiving.
I just enjoy watching it.
I do too. Yeah. I do too. It's just as you're talking about it, I'm like, I'm chomping at the bit to face Anthony Richardson if that's who they choose to sign. They opened the season with him last year. They've opened the season with the Colts a couple of times the last 2 or 3 years.
By the time the Texans face Anthony Richardson, he will have at least one episode where now he gets it. You know what? We realized that Anthony Richardson wasn't really quite approaching it the right way, but now he gets it. And now this is going to be the best version of Anthony Richardson.
Week 13, they ain't seeing Anthony Richardson. He'll have either played his way out of the job or gotten hurt by week 13.
Daniel Jones is a more predictably atrocious quarterback, which I feel like you can work with that.
I think so too.
At least you can manage exactly how he's going to disappoint you as opposed to Anthony Richardson, where it's you can't predict like him taking himself out of the game. Who would have predicted that?
Yep. Yeah, exactly. All right, Payne and Pendergast, Nick Caserio going to sit down with us at the bottom of the hour. We'll talk to the Texans Executive Vice President and GM about the team heading into the season, training camp so far, all the big topics going on with the Texans we'll do with Nick Caserio in about 35 minutes or so. Up next, first-time Pro Bowlers. Who will be the first-time Pro Bowler for the Texans this year if they have one? I think there's one that's way out in front right now, and we heard from him yesterday, and you'll hear from him in a moment. Stay there. But first,
Smoking male.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we're getting some funny texts. Someone said, y'all probably talked about it already. WTF is wrong with the Astros. Yeah, we've talked about it every segment so far.
The best.
3 times. It's 7:03.
Read the one about the pitcher.
Chaz McCullers was awesome last night. Go Stros! Go Stros makes me laugh harder than the McCullers.
I like Chaz McCullers. That is a great one. For those of you who missed it, Chaz put in yet another promising performance as a relief pitcher for the Astros.
Yeah.
They've been
struck a guy out.
Yeah, he got his first strikeout. Yeah, send that ball to Canton.
I think he struck out Rogers, who I think is one of the guys that came over to the Tigers in the Verlander trade back in the day.
Does it ever? I got to do some reading on this. I'm always kind of surprised when any position player comes in and pitches and has any success at all.
Yeah.
I feel like it's a little bit of, I don't know. It kind of takes the luster off the actual pitchers in my eyes.
I don't care.
Bit.
Good.
I sit here. We talk about, look at how nasty their stuff is.
You know what?
The spin rate, et cetera, et cetera. And then meanwhile, any schmuck can go up there and lob it across the plate
on this
and strike
staff,
out major league pitchers.
Nobody on this staff deserves any shine right now. If Chaz is coming in and showing them up, good. That's what I say.
I'm talking about major league pitchers in general.
Screw them all.
It's got to be just the rhythm change and that you're seeing as a batter, you're so dialed into a certain time. This happens. This will happen sometimes to really good NFL pass rushers when they go against bad offensive linemen.
Yeah.
It's almost because the offensive lineman isn't reacting the way a good offensive lineman would. Yeah. You'll see a guy kind of like hit what he would think against it would be a great opportunity to hit a spin move. But the problem is because the bad offensive lineman didn't bite at all on your initial move, that you end up spinning right back into a fence post.
Yep.
So you gotta, there's got to be something about facing a position player where it's just so different than what you normally face
it's just unsettling.
That it throws you off.
Yeah, it's just unsettling, I would guess.
It's like putting regular gas into a high-performance vehicle or something, like 87 octane in a high-performance vehicle.
Dude, how pranked is Rogers getting over these next 24 hours over being the guy who struck out to an outfielder? You know what I mean? Having just reminders of it in his locker. I don't know what it would be, but I just know you're deserving of it if you're the guy who struck out against Chaz McCormick. All right. No, we don't need baseball music. We're good. We're switching over to football, Colin. So first-time Pro Bowlers for each AFC team. I think it was NFL Network that did this last week. And the one they have, I started thinking about this. The Texans they don't have a lot of guys who I think enter the chat in this conversation because most of their good players have made a Pro Bowl already, and they don't have a ton of guys who I think are on the cusp of making one that haven't made one yet. They chose Kamari Lassiter, and in going through the roster, I think, I don't know that there's Kalen Bullock might be close. You know, Kalen Bullock got a lot of love this offseason. I think it's those two guys. And maybe Kaimi Fairbairn if we're including kickers in the conversation.
I think there's a really good chance that has Titus Howard made one?
No.
He's no. I think Titus Howard in this offense, which honestly right now, Sean, I kind of started off jokingly calling it caveman football, but the more and more that they play, it's caveman football. They want to be, they've changed, at least so far in the preseason, a lot of their play selection in the run game. They're running between the tackles a lot more than they were last year.
Yeah.
They're running a lot
successfully.
And they run a lot of duo, which is just double teaming the defensive lineman up to the linebackers and just trying to turn it into a sumo wrestling match in a lot of ways. And I like it. And I think Titus Howard is going to be suited to it if the offensive line is playing more like they should. But then what also happens is they've been working the quick passing game a lot.
Yeah.
That tends to, when you look at the PFF pass protection grades and everything, it lowers the level of difficulty for the offensive lineman.
Mm-hmm.
So I think there's a real good chance that a lot of these guys, just by virtue of the type of offense they've been running so far, you don't put your offensive line in tough predicaments where they have to where they have to pass protect on 7-step drops all the time.
Yeah.
If they can keep just mashing the ball forward and not getting lost, then all of a sudden you're in a lot of 3rd and 3 and 3rd and 4 situations.
Yep.
It's an easier job pass protecting there. So I think Titus Howard, through hopefully some improved play, but also because the scheme will fit him better, he might end up. Which, these days, you know how I feel about the PFF grades, and yet so many people go by it that I think he might have a chance to put it forth his best effort.
Yeah, I agree with that. We're talking about making the Pro Bowl, so I think if Titus Howard, it's a really interesting case. If the offense improves drastically, especially doing tough guy things like protecting CJ and pounding the rock on the ground.
Yeah.
Like if he's part of an offensive line that paves the way for a 1,200-yard rusher, and they're a 1 or a 2 seed in the AFC, like they're one of the best 3 or 4 teams in football. That's how you make it as a lineman who's never made it before. That's one of those things. We brought up Dwayne Brown's name last week in one of the conversations. It was when we were talking about how long it took him to kind of get his legs under him. He was 4 years in before he was an All-Pro. It's kind of like that with the Pro Bowl. You've got to on the offensive line, you probably got to be good for Pro Bowl level for a year before you actually make the Pro Bowl, just because of its kind of a popularity contest. You got to be on a good team. I can see that, though. Hey, look, we know this. If Titus plays tackle, there's one fewer Pro Bowl caliber tackle in the AFC. He plays for the Commanders now. So there's a spot that's opened up. So that's an interesting one. They had Lassiter as theirs in this article.
I think Christian Kirk might be a dark horse guy for that as well, just because, again, we're talking about the quick passing game being used so much. And just by sheer volume, maybe and because things are loosened up because of the presence of Nico Collins, that you can just have this steady diet of shorter stuff, and he'll break a few. His best season was his first year in Jacksonville when he had 1,100 yards.
Yep.
So if he were able to kind of have his best year and stay healthy the entire year, just by virtue of the offense they're running, and because Nico Collins can create some opportunities for him, I would put him in that possibly category.
Text message, I love the caveman reference. That is what they've been, though, right? These first couple games. Yeah.
And a lot of you, what's his name? Ben Solak from ESPN now, used to be with The Ringer. He was at training camp one day, and he's written some really nice things about what he learned on his visit to the Texans training camp. And he had said in his article that hey, they're going to use a fullback a lot, and which they did 2 years ago. And then last year, because of injury, they just didn't use a fullback all that much. But using a fullback and leaning back into what was good for them 2 years ago, that looks like they're going to do that. And he said, hey, they'll probably be running a lot of powers and counters. It hasn't even been that elegant. It's just been a whole lot of
mauling.
Duo and mauling at guys at the line of scrimmage.
Yep.
I'm guessing that they'll add that element into it at some point. But again, that's old school caveman football.
All right, after practice yesterday, I had a chance to chat with Texans defensive tackle Tim Settle, getting his thoughts on the Texans defense, the Texans offensive line, and what would his WWE finisher be. He's a big wrestling fan. We talked to Tim Settle yesterday. You'll hear that conversation coming up next.
How's this for a bold Texans take after their preseason win over the Panthers?
If this
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln at Katy Freeway, 1 mile west of the Beltway, exit Kirkwood, under the giant American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne, Nick Caserio joins us at the bottom of the hour. Texans Executive Vice President and General Manager is ready to go for 7:30 today. After practice yesterday, I had a chance to chat with Texans defensive tackle Tim Settle. Here is that conversation. Hey, it's Sean Pendergast with Sports Radio 610. Just after the walkthrough here, I'm here with Texans defensive tackle Tim Settle. Tim, let's start with Saturday, really the last 2 Saturdays. How do you feel about how things have been going so far in training camp, and specifically those 2 games?
I like what we put on tape. I feel like we're playing a lot of good team football, complimentary football, and that's, when you get into the season, it's going to be about that. How many plays you make on each team? So like special teams, offense, defense, and just playing together. Being able to pick up off of turnovers and mistakes, and being able to be able to get the other offensive or defensive side back on track. Yeah. Now, you individually, do you feel like you had your best season individually last year that you've had in your career? Yes, for sure. I feel like I had it's more of the support, behind me, and the accountability these coaches put on the players. So, I feel like, if they trust you and you do what you're supposed to, the success level is really high. What did you come into this training camp looking to work on the most? Just being a step faster than last year, and just being able to make the plays that I didn't make last year, and just be stout and be a dog for my team. Yeah. How is it playing for Coach Wright? I love it, man. You got a guy that played in the league, obviously All-American, big-time player coming out of school, has tremendous experience in this league. The way he's able to coach us, and the way he's able to keep us level-headed, and our minds level, and just being able to keep us focused, and being able to let us know who we are on a daily basis, and our standard, and our execution, and how much what we do affects what the defense does and what the team does. He's really good with letting us know, our presence. You're playing on the interior in there, and sometimes, the average fan, they see the splashy plays out there, they watch where the ball's going. You're down there in the trenches doing a lot of the dirty work. What's one maybe underrated thing that fans don't notice that's really key, though, that you guys do there in the interior? Like you said, the dirty work, being stout on double teams, being able to win our one-on-ones when we get them, being able to collapse the pocket when we got to collapse the pocket, and just being able to swarm. Everybody running to the rock, everybody getting to the ball, and we know if you go hard enough, we're gonna get somebody else in there. Yeah, absolutely. How fun is it playing with 55 on one side and 51 on the other side? Everything's sped up. You got guys, that obviously feared in this league, but are really great at what they do. They're elite rushers, and they're really great football players, and it's just easy when everybody's doing their job right. Everything comes to you. So them playing at a high level causes us to play at a high level. Now, Sheldon Rankins was here in 2023. He was the vet they brought in. I feel like you're the vet they brought in last year. So this is the first year where the two of you have been there together. How's it been building chemistry with Sheldon? Good. Around this time, camp and training camp and OTA is all about getting rhythm down and being able to play with one another. So I feel like, we're getting down time in and getting down, I don't worry about that side. I know that he got it, or he's doing what he's supposed to, I'm doing what I'm supposed to, everybody's doing what they're supposed to. Just the level, and then we're always talking, we're always communicating, we're always talking to each other, what we could do better, what things we could fix, just little things that vets do. Did you try to get his number back from you? He was 98 the year before. Did he make you an offer or anything? We talked about it. I'm just in a stage where I'm just, I just wanted my number. I'm tired of switching. I'm tired of change. Yeah. There's nothing more of it, but I just wanted. I don't want to switch it. Yeah. A couple more things. The offensive line has obviously been a big topic throughout the offseason here. All those changes there, new system getting installed, new coach, Cole Popovich getting that promotion, Nick Haley installing the offense. Give us your perspective. You've been going against this offense every day. How's this offensive line look to you? It's iron sharper iron every day. We go at it every single day. And it's a war every day. I feel like they give us our best bump. We know they're running the same plays and schemes that they're doing against other teams against us. So. They're trying to discover a physical identity, and, they're doing a really good job at it, but one thing I love about this team is we just compete. Yeah. All right, last thing. I watched the video the team did where y'all were coming over the bridge, and you had to pick Cody Rhodes or John Cena in SummerSlam.
you were the one guy who just decided to scream Stone Cold Steve Austin, which that's my era. So I like that. So are you a big wrestling fan?
I'm a big wrestling fan. Grew up watching wrestling. And, even I remember having a couple scuffles with my cousins growing up and bringing out a WWE wrestling finisher.
Yeah, what was your finisher?
One time I did an Alabama slam on my cousin one time. It ended everything. Whatever we had, a dispute, whatever, it just ended it. It was real violent. It was a strong finish. And I felt like it was real.
You won the man. You got the Duke. You got the 1, 2, 3. Okay, so who's your guy?
My favorite wrestler is Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Okay.
I love his mentality. I love his I don't careness. I love how he talks his trash and he backs it up.
He says it to his bosses.
Yeah.
You gonna walk into Coach Wright or Coach Ryan's and smash the
I'm
beers
professional.
together? All right.
But, this is his mentality and this like his image and who he is. It's his character. I just love it. Just like what you gonna do with me?
He's the Texas Rattlesnake, man. What would your walkout music be if you were a WWE superstar? What would your theme song be?
Shoot, I like Stone Cold.
You do? Just the glass breaking.
Man, I feel like that's gonna wake somebody up. I feel like your first initial is to look around, like what happened.
All right, so does Stone Cold get the clean sweep then? With the last question, I know you gave an Alabama slam to your cousin, but would that be your finishing move, or would it be the Stone Cold Stunner?
I'll get the Stone Cold Stunner.
Yeah,
I feel like you gotta really be on point. If you can get the kick down and get the chin and drop all the way down, I feel like I was in a situation where I was able to. I just bought out a finish move.
Would you be the best WWE superstar of anybody on the team here right now?
Nah.
I feel like you got the gift of gab to go with it. You need to be able to talk people into the building.
I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do the jumping over the ropes and all that. I might get caught up.
Okay.
But all the little on the ring stuff, I'm not doing no jumping off the top turnbuckles. I'm not doing none of that. But if it was a finishing move that I had to do, the Rob Van Dam 5-star frog splash.
You doing the 5-star frog splash?
Was my hands down favorite wrestling.
That is beautiful. That is beautiful. Texans defensive tackle Tim Settle. Tim, man, I appreciate it.
Thank you all.
Flash those H's up for the camera right there. There we go. All right. Hey, man, thank you. Enjoyed it. Yep.
I like Tim. I like Tim Settle.
The Alabama slam too. A guy his size doing it to a normal sized human being. I'm
His
just
cousin.
I'm just amazed that the guy survived it.
His cousin. He said that pretty much ended things.
Ironically enough, in the state of Alabama itself, the Alabama slam of a cousin means an entirely different thing altogether.
All right.
Yeah. So, but in the wrestling world, that's you got the guy up, and then you over on your shoulders, and then you just slam him down on his back.
That's it, man. That's it.
Concussion.
Boom.
Yeah.
What'd you think of Tim Settle? What'd you think of what he had to say?
Look, Tim Settle, remember last year, Nick had said that he just had to get his weight under control because he had a really nice play, a really nice pass rush the other day where he ended up getting the sack. Somebody else got the defensive end ended up getting sack. I can't remember who. But he's had a few shots this preseason where he's just completely owned offensive linemen. And I think he probably looks like he's got his weight under control, and hopefully that means he stays healthy the whole year. But he's another one of those guys that's shown flashes throughout his entire career, but might unlock a different something this year, especially having those edge rushers on the team that they have. 5
sacks and 10 TFLs last year. I mean, statistically, it was by far his best season in the NFL.
He kept showing up in the backfield a lot, and I think this year he might be physiologically better adapted to a lot of things as well.
No question.
I made that a way more complicated way of saying he might not be quite so fat this year. Yeah.
Okay, there you go. All right, that was Tim Settle, Texans defensive tackle. Joining us next, live, Texans executive vice president and general manager Nick Caserio. We'll get his thoughts on training camp, where the Texans are at, heading into week 1. We've got specific player stuff we're going to ask him about. We got Nick Caserio here for a nice long segment coming up next. Kirk Holmes, family-owned custom home builder that will build you the
Are you ready?
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne, Pendergast, and Caserio. That's what this music means. 7:30 on any given day. If we're bumping in with the DX music, you know what that means. And we are deep into training camp now. One more preseason game to go on Saturday against the Detroit Lions. You can hear that game right here on Sports Radio 610. Seth and I get it going on Texans Countdown at 9 a.m. Texans have one more joint practice left. That'll be this Thursday in Detroit. Joining us to talk about that and a whole lot more, we are pleased to be joined by Texans Executive Vice President and General Manager Nick Caserio. Nick, it's always great to talk to you. What does the visual of Tim Settle doing a 5-star frog splash do for you at 7:30 in the morning?
Good morning, fellas. Other than ruin my morning, that's about it. First off, congratulations on the station recognition for what you guys have done. So it's probably nothing to do with this show, thankfully. But that's every day at 6:10. So congratulations.
It's a group effort. Yeah, for sure. We sent all of our Caserio interviews to the Marconi people, and they came back with the.
And they threw those out and said, "Why are we nominating these folks?"
That's right. Yeah. They deleted them all, and then we sent more stuff, and now we got. Thank you, Nick. We appreciate it.
No, seriously, you guys do a great job. So congratulations to you and everybody at 610.
Really cool. Thanks, man. Thanks, man. We really appreciate that. How you doing? How you feeling? How's camp going for you?
Great. Yeah. No, moving along here, making progress. No, D'Amico has talked about that a little bit here as well. Excited about this week. Another opportunity. We'll have a couple practices here this week. Practice today. Tomorrow will be, a little bit lighter, and then Thursday will probably be a really good, similar to what we did last week with Carolina. A lot of respect for Brad and Dan, the program that they've established. We're very similar in a lot of respects. How we practice, how we play, the things that we prioritize. So it'll be good to work against another team. But, we've made progress from the start of training camp to where we are now. Hopefully we can have another good week, get through the game on Saturday, put the team together, next week, and then kind of have the mini bye to recalibrate and then get ready to go for the Rams, who, we talked about this. I mentioned this earlier, kind of the first day of training camp, one of the best teams in the league. So a lot of work ahead, a lot of work that we've put in to get to this point. Excited about where we are and just want to continue to make progress as a team, but like to.
Can you pull Seth's mic up, Colin? Thanks.
Oh.
There you
when
go.
you do a combined practice like that, how much planning goes into it beforehand in terms of setting the schedule, what situations you're going to work on? Is that just Dan Campbell and D'Amico having a few phone calls a couple weeks ahead of it?
Yeah, no, Seth, there's a lot of dialogue between the coordinators, what you're going to do, what are going to be some of the emphasis points. It's going to be a call-up period. It's going to be a scripted period. Or we're going to do some situational stuff. So there's a lot of communication that takes place from Dan to D'Amico. And then the coordinators, the offensive and defensive coordinators, will talk to their respective coach on the other side. Because you want to make sure that you're getting accomplished what you want to get accomplished. Maybe the respective side, maybe you don't see something from your team. You might tell them, hey, look, can you give us a little bit of this or give us some of these looks and try to maybe put us in a position where it's something we haven't seen that we can teach and coach off of it. So I would say all in all, it's a very collaborative effort. And I think what we found, and you find the right people to work with, everybody wants to accomplish the same thing. You want to really have a good day's work. You want to go out there and have a bunch of fights and waste a bunch of time. Because the reality is if you do that in a game, it's a penalty and an ejection. So you want to simulate as realistic a situation as possible, but if you find the right people to work with, then usually get a lot of work done. We have, like I said, we have a lot of respect for Dan and Brad and their program. So if you find the right people to work with, it usually works out for both parties.
Do you get, so from an offensive perspective, sometimes when you're in offense going in preseason games, you're obviously seeing a whole lot of vanilla defenses. So in the joint practices, do you maybe get a chance to see some of the more complex stuff, or is everybody still holding it close to the vest?
Yeah, you might sprinkle some things in there, Seth. Look, the reality is everybody is going to probably talk about it. Well, we did this practice, we did that. So you're going to run your defense, you're going to run your offense. Maybe you're going to work on something maybe that you haven't worked on to this point. Or like I said, give the opposition a different look. So honestly, you want to try to make it as taxing or difficult as possible because it's kind of like the game. You might go into a game, haven't seen that before, something comes up during the course of the game. How are we going to handle it? How are we going to adjust to it? What's the communication? You can spend some time on the sideline in between series. So there's a number of different ways that, you can tackle this, but you might be some things in practice that you're not going to do in the game that you're going to just do in practice, and maybe it's something that you're going to use in a regular season. Understanding it's a long year, you're probably going to end up using everything at some point along the way.
Nick Caserio joins on Sports Radio 610. Nick, we'll get to some individual players here in a second. I am curious. You mentioned, cutdowns are next week. I think Tuesday afternoon is the deadline to get down to 53. D'Amico had an interesting answer to the question of the 53 starting to come together last week. Somebody asked him, and he said, I'm not really looking at that. I'm just looking for day-to-day improvement. I'm not even thinking about who's making the team and who's not making the team. Do you, as a general manager, look at it through the same prism, or are you kind of tracking this stuff? Like, what would it look like if we had to do this tomorrow, that kind of thing?
No, I agree wholeheartedly with what D'Amico said. I mean, the reality is we're day-to-day in everything that we do. So you're looking at your team. You're looking at individual progress. You're looking at collective progress. The roster's the roster. We know we're going to have to get to 53, and then we're going to form the practice squad. We probably spend as much time talking about, call it the off-the-roster players. So who are the 70 or so players that, we want to keep in a building? Quite frankly, there's probably more than 70 players that we'd like the ability to keep around, but we understand what the rules are. So when we get to the roster cut down next Tuesday, we'll probably have a pretty good idea of, where we're going to be or we're going to need to be. But I think as you go through, it starts to come together a little bit. But really, you're just looking at the big picture team. Where are we? What are some of the things that we've done? We have, and D'Amico's mentioned, we feel like we have really good competition on our roster, and that's the way it should be, and hopefully we're making each other better. So, I mean, honestly, we'll worry about the actual 53 probably once we get through the Detroit game and talk about those things Sunday and Monday. But at this point, it's really focused on the day-to-day, and we've talked about this on the show. What we're looking for is consistency from one day to the next. Anybody can go out there and have a good practice and flash some things, good or bad. So do you get the issues fixed or corrected? Do you see improvement from the player from practice to practice? Do you see the same player from the start of training camp July 22nd until now? So I'd say we have a number of players in various categories like that. And our job is to kind of go out there, evaluate practice, come back in, make the corrections, and then when it's time to talk about the roster, we'll talk about the roster. We'll do that with the coaching staff, get everybody's input, how they see a player. The scouting staff will go through it on their end, and it'll be a pretty collaborative discussion. And there's probably a handful of decisions that'll come down to the wire where we're going to have to make a decision on something. And ultimately, we'll try to do what we feel is in the best interest of the team and the player as well.
Nick Caserio joining us on Sports Radio 610. All right, Nick, so just digging in here, it feels like wide receiver is one of the deeper rooms that you guys have, and John Mechy traded earlier this week. What made John Mechy the logical person to move this week in that deal?
Yeah, there's never one particular factor that, forces you to make a decision. I would say to your point, Sean, that position is probably as deep as any position on the team. You're going to end up keeping however many receivers you're going to keep. And my job is to really just kind of take all the information in, try to look at what the opportunities are. Everybody's talking to other teams throughout the league at this time of year. And if there's an interest in a player, we've always been of the mindset, we'll listen to anything, and we'll figure out what makes the most sense for us. As it pertains to Mech, I mean, D'Amico was asked about it yesterday. I mean, I feel the same way that D'Amico does. I mean, love everything about John. Everybody knows his story, what he's been through to get to this point. He's a good football player. He's meant a lot to this program. He's done a lot for this program. And I think in that particular situation, it's a good opportunity for him in Philadelphia where he probably has a chance to maybe have a bigger role than he potentially could have had here, just given our depth currently on the roster. Now, could that change in the blink of an eye? For sure. So there's a calculus that goes into it. Has some familiarity with some folks there in the program, Devontae and Jalen and those folks. And I'd say that was a situation where Howie and I had some questions, and we were able to come to a resolution. And I think we've done, 7 or 8 trades with Philadelphia. I think Howie and I respect the way Howie goes about his business, and I think there's a mutual respect and understanding there. So in the end, we're all trying to do what we feel is best for our football team. It's never easy, but in this particular situation, honestly, giving him a chance to go to a situation where he has a pretty good opportunity, we felt like it was the right thing by John as well. And just given, our situation, I mean, could he have helped us? Yeah, absolutely. He has helped us over the course of his career. But, I mean, these are decisions that we have to make. And, we make the decision that we feel is best for the team, and we kind of keep moving forward.
What's the hardest decision you've ever had to make on a player where maybe you felt like, this kid's going to be good, but we don't have the room on the roster because of some other situation, and you really didn't want to give the guy up?
Yeah, I mean, look, Seth, it happens probably almost every year, because when you get to the final cut, I mean, there's 1,000 or so players that are essentially going to be exposed to the rest of the league, and you understand you can't keep everybody as much as you want to. So there's a short-term, where is the player now versus where potentially could it be a year from now. And, we feel pretty confident with where our program is that a year from now a player is probably going to be a better football player than he is now. But how does that factor in on day? I'd say those are some of the things that probably D'Amico and I spend the most time on. It's not necessarily for the coaches to worry about, but from a big picture perspective. So, I mean, every year there's going to be players like, you'd love to be able to keep them. Honestly, I mean, not that because he's here in Houston with us, but we went through this situation with Berrios when we had him, when I was in New England. He was really close. We released him with the idea of we were going to try to get him on a practice squad, and he ends up getting claimed, and we don't see him until 6 or 7 years later now. I mean, Braxton's with us here now in Houston, but, I mean, that's the situation. I mean, look, there's multiple examples that are like that. It happens every year. We're not the only team that goes through it, and, it's just you can't keep everybody, and you just try to do at that particular time. And honestly, it's a small snapshot because it's Tuesday, but it's really not Tuesday, because then Wednesday you put the practice squad together, then there's going to be players going on and off, whether they're injured or whether other players are getting released. So it's a very fluid situation. I would say that snapshot is not the final snapshot of what it's going to look like. So we have to be nimble. We have to be able to adjust and adapt. And if there's an opportunity to add a player that we feel can help us, whether it's now or in the future, then we have to weigh the calculus of what does that look like relative to exposing another player or moving on from another player that is, quote-unquote, made the initial roster.
So, Nick, is the monitoring of the other 31 training camps, is that something – I mean, you have a big staff. Is that something that is an organized effort where you assign different camps to staffers on your team, or am I overthinking this a little bit?
No, very much so, Sean. So we have our pro scouting staff. They do a great job. So DJ Debick and his staff, say Chris Blanco and Lip are involved in that as well, where essentially we canvass the entire league. You're tracking other teams. You're tracking a certain cohort of players in terms of what their potential availability may be. They're probably in a similar situation to some of our players. So what we have to do is say, okay, here are our option here on campus. If we lose that player, what's an equivalent option, or do we have the ability to upgrade? Understanding we don't know who's going to be available or not, but we're following these teams. We're watching the preseason games. We're reading about these teams on a day-to-day basis. There's a lot of information that flows back and forth. There's a lot of information that's out there. So we're doing that in conjunction with starting to get ready for the Rams and Tampa Bay in terms of an advanced scouting report. So you're not oversimplified. That's exactly what takes place, and that we probably meet fairly regularly, whether it's once or twice a week. Hey, what's going on? What teams have we talked to? At some point, we'll have probably talked to every team in the league about what are their needs, where do they have a plus? All right, is there a match? All right, how's it going? Where they have a gap? Where could we fill a gap? Maybe we have a player that could fill that gap for them. So to your point, it's very fluid. It's very constant. And that's what this time of year is. And I would say we're pretty proactive. Like, we're not going to sit on our ass and wait around. If there's an opportunity that makes sense, we'll pursue it. But a lot of it is educating ourselves so that we're prepared when a player becomes available, which I would say, like, going back to last year, a guy like Slovis he played, I mean, honestly, he didn't have that much play time in a preseason. I think he had like 13 or 14 attempts. But in a small snapshot, there was, all right, this looks like a guy we might want to work with, and we were probably going to be in a market for a third quarterback in some capacity. We had CJ, we had Davis. So when Keaton was released, once he went through the waiver wire, then when he had an opportunity, we presented an opportunity for him on our practice squad, and then Keaton was with us all last year, and I'd say there's a guy that's actually made a lot of progress from the time that he arrived on campus to where he is now. So that's what this time of the year entails, and there's going to be probably some examples very similar to what Keaton went through, what we went through with Keaton last year.
When you're installing a new offense, obviously there's going to be hiccups along the way. And I knew going into this camp that it was going to be tough for the offense to learn an offense while they're also playing against that defense, which practices really hard. They're not just a good defense, they practice really hard. Was that, what's the mindset for Nick Caley, C.J. Stroud, all those guys in those first couple of weeks when they were really taking their lumps, and trying to feel like you're making progress even though the results aren't always there?
No, you just have to go through the process. One day at a time, there's an installation that goes along with it each day. Really, the first 7 days, you're sort of installing or reinstalling what you went through during the course of the spring. So you're not necessarily doing things schematically. It's more of let's get the foundation in place, let's get the call in place, let's get the communication in place. And honestly, there's going to be some plays that probably don't match up with the look on the other side of the ball. And that's just part of football. But the big thing that you're looking for is operation, execution, communication, assignment football. Are you doing the right thing, and are you doing it with the proper fundamentals? Because in the end, regardless of what happens with scheme, it's going to come down to your basic fundamentals that you've established in training camp. Running, blocking, tackling, hand placement, body position. All those things are going to carry us through the season, and D'Amico talks about them religiously to the team on a day-to-day basis. So that's what the focus is. Scheme is scheme. You can't get caught up in this scheme and what you're doing. Put the system in place. Make sure everybody understands the system. If a player has an issue with something, what can we do to help that player? Training camp is about teaching, and it's about coaching, and it's about putting your fundamental foundation in place. That's where the focus is. Then you have an opportunity to go out there and execute those plays in preseason games, and then you come back and you go through the process. Hey, we did this well. We struggled with a little bit of this. Okay, what are we going to do this week? How do we improve it? So that's what training camp is about. Once you get to the regular season, and I've talked about this on this show, the reality is you'll probably have a pretty good idea of what your team is or what it looks like and what you do well by probably, like in our particular case, by the bye week. So we'll have 5 games at that point. We'll have an idea, hey, you know what, these things are going well, these things aren't going as well, what can we do to improve it? Hey, maybe we got to implement something, whether it's schematically, maybe it's something personnel-wise, we got to make a change. So you really have to look at this from, call it August through September, 2 months. All right, by that point, you probably have an idea of what your team's going to look like, what are some of the things that you do well, and what you're going to be able to hang your hat on, hopefully, over the course of the season.
Along those lines, Nick, where have you seen the biggest improvement with C.J. Stroud so far throughout this training camp?
Yeah, I would say overall understanding of the offense, and I'd say the overall decision-making in terms of, okay, if the first option's not there, getting to the second or third read, or, okay, if it's a split safety coverage and the defense presents this, knowing where your outlet is. I'd say those are some of the things, and you saw that even in the game the other day. We had a 3-step drop called there in the red area or in the fringe. They went to a split safety shell coverage, and we didn't have the quick throw, and he got the ball to the back to Nick over the middle for a completion, which looks like a nothing play, but it made it 2nd and 4 or 2nd and 6. So we didn't have a negative play in the game, which means the ball was moving forward. So I think those are the types of things that you see. It's a small play. Like the average fan's going to look at that and go, wait a minute, I don't even remember that play. But that actually is what you want to see, in terms of grasping the offense, understanding where to go with the football, making quick decisions, getting rid of the football, those types of things. And I'd say overall offensively, the biggest area that we can improve that's going to help us during the course of the year is taking care of the football. Like we obviously have a defense where the ball is of the utmost importance. We have a number of guys that can take the ball away. We've thrown it to the defense offensively a number of different times. So if we can mitigate that and eliminate that, D'Amico put a stat up there to the team last week. If you don't, and I've talked about this, if you don't do anything other than take care of the ball and have 0 turnovers, it correlates to 80% wins. So I think as an offense, the more we can comprehend and understand that, the better off we're going to be. So just relative to your question, relative to CJ's development, I would say grasping and ownership and understanding of the offense, and then just understanding, just make the right play on a consistent basis. That's what good offensive football is all about.
No, Sean and I have actually talked talked about that because when I first said it during training camp when we were out there one day, people thought I was joking, but I was 100% serious when there was a run on first down and it ended up being 2nd and 8, and I said, it's not 2nd and 12. That's progress. Like to not have any negative runs is a big deal. If you can just, if you look at the Chiefs last year, where statistically their numbers didn't look like a classic Chiefs offense, they got to 3rd and 3 a lot. They got to 3rd and 4 a lot. You can convert those. Whereas last year, it's 2nd and 12. It's really hard to come back from 2nd and 12 consistently.
Long yardage situations are always hard to overcome, and I don't know what the percentages are, but we've looked at this too. Like if you have a negative play on first down, or just how it impacts the drive, it certainly makes a difference. So, offensive football, not only for us, it's just about positive plays, moving the ball forward, and it's in situational execution. So if we can be good in those areas, we probably have a shot to be decent, not only offensively, but as a team overall.
What's the biggest thing, Nick, right now that has Ariante Ursery where he is on the depth chart?
Look, work ethic and his mindset, and he's taken advantage of his opportunities. He's worked on the right side. He's worked on the left side. He's a young player. He's got a really good attitude. He has the right mentality and the right mindset. He has a physical nature, and he has a physical mindset. You saw that at his play at Minnesota. That was one of the things that we liked about him was his physicality and his toughness and his willingness to finish plays. So he's a really good kid. He works really hard, doesn't say much. He's got a good group around him. I think we're pretty fortunate. We've talked about this. We probably have like 5 legitimate tackles, counting Titus in that group, even though Titus has position flexibility inside out. But, between Cam, between Tay, Blake Fisher is definitely, there's a player to talk about who's improved from the start of training camp until now. Trent Brown hasn't even practiced yet, so we've talked about this. You can't have enough tackles, so the more we can kind of keep in the building. But Tay's been out there every day. He's taken the coaching. He's worked hard. He's had the opportunity to work against a number of players on the other side of the ball, and hopefully we're making each other better. But he's making progress one day at a time, and that's all you can ask. And there's going to be some growing pains that he's going to withstand and have to go through. That's any young player, that's any player. But can you auto-correct? Can you make the adjustments? And can you not make the mistake twice? So, glad Tay's here. And, whatever opportunities are presented to him, we'll see where it all ends up.
Where are we at with Joe Mixon? Is there any clarity on that?
Yeah, no change. Joe's kind of, working through it. He's still on the NFI list or PUP, whatever list that he's on. So kind of take it one day at a time. And, once we get a little bit closer, probably have a little better idea where he's going to be. But Joe's working hard, trying to get himself back ready to go. So whenever that is, we'll take it as it comes.
That running back room is interesting, Nick. And I'm curious, Damian is a guy you guys obviously have a lot of history with, Damian Pierce. But he hasn't done much in camp because of the injury. And I know you guys it feels like you're bringing him back slowly. How do you assess someone like Damian Pierce in a competitive room like this where you don't have that many data points, at least outwardly that we've seen as the media, to evaluate from?
Yeah, sure. You're really trying to look at everything comprehensively. So, a player's history, that's a part of it. Also, you're focused on the present time, like what have they done, currently in the present year. So I'd say DP he practiced last week. Certainly made some progress, probably going to practice this week. Whether or not we play him in the game or not, we'll see how that goes and then try to make a decision. Sometimes those are the players in situations where you have to figure out, all right, you have to put the whole picture together, not maybe make a decision based something isolated. So, it'll be part of the discourse and dialogue here as we go. But Damian has shown that he's a good football player. He's helped us win football games. So what does that look like when it comes to the end? That's part of the puzzle as we piece this all together.
Nick Caserio, Texans Executive Vice President and General Manager, joining us here on the show. Nick, just to circle back, you mentioned that your staff is obviously looking at the 31 other training camps, and your advanced scouting is beginning on your first couple of opponents. I'm curious from a Rams standpoint, with Matthew Stafford, it's no secret he's been dealing with a back injury. He practiced yesterday. In a situation like that, is that something where you guys are already sort of preparing for the possibility of Jimmy Garoppolo, and especially with the knowledge you have of Garoppolo going back to the Patriot days? Like how do you handle a situation like that, advanced scouting, looking at a team like the Rams?
Yeah, sure. So I think the reality is we prepare for everybody. I mean, that's why we do advanced scouting reports. So once we get to the actual regular season, our advanced scout, the pro scout, whoever has that team, like we're going to submit scouting reports and write-ups on every player on the roster, understanding that they're all available. So who actually ends up playing, I think then you have to look at, are they going to materially change what the particular team is doing offensively or defensively if it's a different player? Or maybe there's some things they might skew towards if that particular player plays. So they did a pretty extensive body of work in this league. I mean, Jimmy's been in the league 12 years now, or whatever it is. It's hard to believe. So he's played a lot of football. So if Jimmy ends up playing, he ends up playing. If Matthew ends up playing, then Matthew ends up playing. So I think offensively what they're going to do schematically is probably not going to change that much. I mean, we'll talk, we'll get into this a little bit later, but, I mean, the Rams are one of the best teams in the league. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, really good offense, great quarterback, borderline Hall of Fame quarterback, 2 really good running backs, 3 good running backs. They drafted Hunter, and they got Corum in there. Kyron Williams, who they just extended, is probably one of the more underrated backs in the league. Puka Nacua is one of the best receivers in the league. They signed Devontae Adams in the offseason. So, their offense is their offense. I mean, they drafted Ferguson in the second round. They got 3 or 4 good tight ends. So, the offense is going to be the offense. I mean, they got one of the best play callers in the league. So, we're going to have to prepare for the offense, and whoever's under center, is going to go out there and execute their offense. That's our expectation. Mm-hmm. That's kind of how we prepare.
Do you have, when you have a guy like Nick Haley who spent a couple years with Sean McVay, is there a little bit of, hey, D'Amico and Matt Burke asking Nick, or what do you think Sean McVay would attack on this defense, or exactly how would he go about it?
That's an interesting question, Seth. I mean, I think some of that probably gets a little bit overrated. I mean, because the reality is there's a lot of coaches that have worked together throughout the course of their careers. So is there an insight, something that materially can help you? Maybe on the margins, but the reality is it's once the players are on the field on Sunday, then you're going to have a sense and a feel for what's going on after the first quarter. So I think some of that probably it's a little bit overrated. But, if there's information that we feel we can utilize, you got to be careful of having too much information and then you're trying to anticipate, well, it could be this, could be that. What are we going to do in this situation? Well, they've done that. Then by that point, your brain is in a pretzel and you got too many things up there. So simpler to better, understanding philosophically what the team tries to do, what the coach believes in, and then who are the players. It's a very personnel-driven league in the end. So what the players do well, that's what the focus is ultimately going to be on.
Well, that's what the interesting part about game planning versus, I hate to call them in-game adjustments because it's usually not some big dramatic thing that you figure out. But this is a sense I always got playing against Peyton Manning. And I feel like watching, I didn't play against Tom Brady, but just watching him, it felt very Peyton Manning-like in that it felt like the first 3 quarters of the game, sometimes they're just probing you. Like I'd been abducted by aliens or something, and it's very uncomfortable to where it feels like by the 4th quarter, oh, okay. So whatever they did in terms of pregame study, yes, they know you very, very well, but they also go into a game with a really open mind of, all right, we don't know exactly how they're going to attack us, and we don't know exactly what's going to work. So you're scouting the opponent within the game as well as before the game. Does that sound right?
No, you're getting a sense for how's the game actually going, and does this verify what I actually saw? I would say those 2 players are on the extreme. They basically knew everything about what the team was doing. They probably had watched every clip of that team's defense. They probably went back and looked at the history of the coordinator. What have they done? So there was a cat and mouse game that took place. I would say the classic cat and mouse, and I think the Ravens have talked about this, but some of the Ravens, Colts, Manning matchups, Brady, Ravens with Ed Reed. Ed's on the line of scrimmage, and then on a snap of the ball, he's in the middle of the field. It's just there was a lot of mental gymnastics that took place. Ray Lewis showing one look and then doing something different. So you're talking about those 4 players. They're arguably 4 of the smartest players probably in the history of our league who were really immersed in the process and really had a good understanding. Now, once the game starts to get played, can I trust my eyes? Are they doing what I really think they're doing? Or are they showing a little bit something different? And that's where in-game there's a little bit of adjustment that's going to take place. And in the end, you got to go out there and react to what you see. You can't you can only anticipate what you think is going to happen. It's just you have to react, not, well, I want this to happen, but if it doesn't happen, you got to be ready to go. What's your recourse on that? So when you put that all together, like have an understanding, what's the philosophy, what do they do in these particular situations, then, all right, does that actually happen in a game? Maybe they have a tweak that they've implemented for that particular week. And then in the end, like it's going to come down to your situational execution, end of half, end of game, third down, red area. So you could throw everything else out the book, but what do you do in those situations is probably going to determine whether or not you win or lose a game.
So basically, in a nutshell, sorry, I'm just trying to craft a philosophy for life here. It's no big deal. It's just basically know your opponent really, really well, but be careful about predicting what they're going to do.
Couldn't have said it better myself. There you go. That's why you guys are up for whatever award you're up for.
It was a Marconi.
Cutting-edge analysis there.
Marconi, a fine Italian fellow named Marconi. Yes. By the way, you're listening to KILT and KILT HD2 Houston, an Odyssey sports station. We're talking to Texans Executive Vice President and General Manager Nick Caserio. Hey, you bring up Brady's name, Nick. Along those lines, Seth and I were talking about this earlier. Did Tom Brady delude the rest of the NFL into thinking 45 is an appropriate shelf life for quarterbacks?
He's a unicorn, so whatever age or number there is, there's nobody like him, so there's a reason he's going to go in the Hall of Fame here in a few years.
Yeah, no question about that. Nick Caserio joining us on the show.
Yeah, hey. No, but there's another life lesson there, though, too. It is. You got to be really careful when you look at Tom Brady and see what he did and think, hey, any schmuck can do it.
Yeah, he's elite.
Yeah, from now on, everybody's going to be playing well into their mid-40s. Okay,
one of one. One of one. One of one.
No doubt. Nick Caserio joining us on the show.
I'm going to have AI write a book at the end of this.
Hey, Nick, I'll ask you the same question about Will Anderson that I asked you about CJ. Where have you seen improvement in Will heading into year 3? I mean, Nick, Will at training camp, just watching him walk out to those tackling dummies is a show. Watching, you know what I mean? I posted videos of him just walking out to do his individual work out there with Stone Cold Steve Austin's music under it, and it got the most views of anything I put up. People are enamored with Will Anderson. Where have you seen Will heading into year 3 here?
Yeah, I would say his intent and purpose each and every day with what he's trying to accomplish and be the best football player that he can be, he puts everything into it, and he's made some probably tweaks to his process, whether it's preparation, some things in the weight room, different routines. Like, what are some of the things that he can do to make himself better? But, like, I know you're kind of joking about and you see him out there by the dummies, but he's simulating a lot of the things that that translate over into team periods and things that he's worked on with Coach Wright and Coach Oakham to make himself a better football player. He's about winning. His attitude, his effort, his relentless playing style, his physicality, like those are real. And he just wants to get better every single day. And he sets the tone not only for the defense, but for the rest of the team. So I would say Will was a good player when we drafted him, which is why we drafted him where he did. But from the time that we drafted him to now, he's improved. And that's all you're looking for in player is improvement on a day-to-day, year-to-year basis, because that's how you make yourself a good player for a long period of time. So he's got a great attitude. He's about winning, doesn't really care much about anything else. And when he's on the football field, his focus and mindset are, what do I need to do on each and every play to help this team and to help this team be, help the defense play better. So he's fun to be around. I think people respect the hell out of him for the way he goes about his business, and it's a credit to him and his mentality. But I would say his purpose and intent on a day-to-day basis are as good as anybody that we have on this team, and I would argue as good as anybody in the league.
This is a true story yesterday, Nick. This actually happened. So we were all out there. You guys had a walkthrough in the stadium yesterday. So they had the media waiting at the top of the ramp that leads out onto the field right there near the locker room. And the players are filing, because we had to let the players go out there first. And so the players are filing out of the locker room, and they're turning that corner to start walking down the ramp. and Will Anderson dipped his shoulder like he was doing a kind of an under move to the wall, turning the corner right there. Like, to your point, like, the guy never stops thinking about football.
Well, that's John Randall, man. John Randall used to walk through the mall hitting pass rush moves on customers. That's what the
greats do. It's what the great do.
No, look, the great ones are maniacal about trying to be great.
Yeah.
So it's a little thing, but really it's muscle memory. I know we're joking about it, but you're training techniques. Like, that's what going back to, like we talked about, training camp is about, is when you do those individual periods, you're working on your individual fundamentals techniques, and then you're going to take those individual, drills, hopefully they translate over into teams. So when you're working on those pass rush moves on the dummy over there in the far end zone, you see the same thing show up on the film in a team period. Like, that's what you want to see. So, but it all starts with the work, as simple as one simple movement like that, and doing it repetitively over the course of time. And you're training your body, you're training your muscle memory, and to put yourself in those positions where, and especially defensive football, is reactionary anyway. So you're not going to be thinking about, I got to dip and rip, I got to do this. It's just going to be instinctive because you've repped it and worked on it so many times.
No, Nick, I tell kids that all the time because football is such a weird sport. It's kind of like boxing. You can't really practice at full speed, and your body wears down. You get injured, so you got to find everything you can do that doesn't tax your body, but that's going to pay dividends. And with defensive linemen, it's the hand, offensive linemen as well. You can drill your hands all day long, like 24 hours a day, just getting mental reps on that stuff. And it is those guys like Daniil and Will. You're starting to see it. Where his rookie year, he was just kind of a bull in a china shop. And it's kind of the point now where it just seems like he's hitting everything a lot more automatically because you can tell he's done the drill work with his hands.
No, you're training everything. And I think the point you made, there's a lot of tools available nowadays that you simulate without physically taxing yourself. There's a number of different devices and different tools that you can, in the end, you got to figure out what works for you individually and incorporate those into your process.
Nick Caserio, Texans general manager, joining us. Question on the text page. You got to ask Nick if he thinks he could kick out of an Alabama slam from Tim Settle.
I'd probably have a hard time.
Well,
I mean, the Uso splash last night at the end of Raw.
Through the table.
I probably would have a hard time with that one as well.
Through the table. All right, so along those lines, Nick, In the Loop, the show right after us, has a question of the day that they do. So they wanted us to ask you this question of the day. Let me make sure I've got it phrased properly here. This is in the spirit of Chaz McCormick. And I know you follow all the sports. So Chaz has been closing games lately for the Astros.
I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad
not ideal.
Or a tribute to how good of a player Chaz is.
There you go. That's how we're looking at it. Versatility. Position versatility, Nick. So in the spirit of Chaz McCormick, not a major league pitcher yet, what is a job completely out of your area of expertise that you're pretty sure you could do?
Well, maybe we can keep this WWE related. So I think I might be able to figure out a way to contribute to the programming in the Gorilla Pit behind the scenes there.
Okay, yeah.
So
for those who don't know.
Maybe I could work with Michael P.S. Hayes on them. Maybe. I'm not a wrestling expert. I might be able to figure out, or I can be like J&J Security and, be part of that, group that goes out there and gets their ass beat.
One of those guys that gets.
What's the Gorilla Pit?
So the Gorilla Pit is that's the table, Seth, right inside the curtain where everything is orchestrated from.
Okay.
Those are the people that are in the ears of the referee.
Which I did, just for the record, I did watch the Netflix doc on, and it was. I thought it was phenomenal.
Unreal is what it's called.
Do you think probably
it was unreal?
Yeah.
So because of your experience, maybe with game day operations and managing guys on the mic and everything, and all the headset communications, that you'd be able to step in there and provide.
Might be able to work through that. Yeah. Might be able to put my small brain to work in that capacity.
I think you'd be good at that because you're passionate about it too. You like the genre. You're a fan of it.
Very fair. I guess that's I got to get my post-football career. So I'll have to talk to my good friend Triple H
your
to see
close
if that's even a possibility.
Personal friend, your CPF, your close personal friend Triple H. Yeah. Now I had said these are the ones that on the group text about this, Nick. I had said air traffic controller for you because you need to be calm. I think you're a calm guy. I think you're organized, and it's kind of like the GM of the airport. You know what I mean? Like you're orchestrating things.
Yeah, people have had a lot of problems flying these days, from what I hear. So you probably have to feel the wrath of a lot of different people. So I'm not sure.
We're talking about stepping in with no training whatsoever, Sean.
It's just a bunch of planes. That's true.
You don't have any respect or regard for
No,
human life,
I'm just joking. I'm just joking. On the group text, Nick, okay, Lopez says software programmer. You kind of need training for that, too, I would say. Could you program up some software, Nick?
I haven't learned how to code, so I'd have to train myself on that.
Okay, this is a good one.
Thanks, John, for giving me credit for trying to develop some software.
I think John also
smart enough to do that.
John also said, now you would need to get on social media to do this one, Nick, but John said health and fitness influencer.
Don't get me started. Influence. What the hell do you influence? You don't influence squat. So that's how I view
influence
that.
people to buy stuff.
They don't want it. They don't want my advice. That's for sure.
They might. You're in very good shape.
Don't even listen to me. So
you're in excellent shape.
No, but the problem with Nick on that, Sean, is that the old rule in the fitness industry is that simple works but complex sells. So
I don't think anybody wants to see me like working out in my garage, like when I'm home, over the summer.
I think you underrate appetite for what the internet wants these days, Nick.
That's up to you. That's not up to you. That's up to your social media director.
That's right.
You don't ever actually have to interact with anybody.
I will never have a social media director. Like Omar doesn't count, so he has got to handle that for the team.
That would be awesome.
Yeah, a lot of accountants in the 70s said they'd never have computers. There we go.
Omar,
just give it time.
I love this. Omar out there tweeting hot takes from Nick Caserio on his behalf. I need that. Hey, Nick, the other thing, as long as we're having a little fun at the end here, in practice, one of the practices where I was in the end zone, because Odyssey had that VIP tent down at the end, the north end zone there, I was watching, it was a drill. I wasn't watching who was throwing the football, but there were a couple dimes in the back corner, one to Woody Marks and one to J.J. Taylor, and I looked over, and there was Nick Caserio throwing. How's the arm feeling, man?
Not bad. It wasn't as sore as I thought it was going to be, so just trying to make myself useful in some capacity, so trying not to make an ass out of myself too much, so... I'm glad I was able to put the ball in somewhat in a catchable vicinity.
Do you feel like Frank Ross is infringing upon your gimmick when he gets out there and throws the ball? He's a wide receiver at John Carroll,
He's got a lot more juice and energy than him. Frank's much younger than I am, so, I mean, it's hard to keep up with him.
Frank?
Do you ever... Go ahead,
Frank, I talked about Will Anderson walking with a purpose. Nobody walks with more of a purpose out of practice than special teams coordinator Frank Ross.
Tremendous energy. Yeah. I mean, nobody matches the energy to Frank tries to give him a run for his money.
Yep.
As a quarterback, do you ever think about everything you've learned about football and being able to watch from the end zone view and knowing all this stuff? Do you ever think about, man, oh boy, if I had this knowledge in college, like what it could have done for you?
That probably wouldn't have helped me in the end. So there weren't too many, 5'10", 180-pound quarterbacks other than Flutie, who's a unicorn. I'd put Flutie in kind of a 101 category too. Not too many people that were like him.
5'10". Brock Purdy the other day was doing an interview, and he said that, and he's not a short quarterback, but he's shorter.
He's
and
sturdy.
He said that,
yeah.
He said he was he throws blind, like not being able to see the receiver about 60% of the time. Does that sound right, or was he exaggerating, do you think?
I think sometimes as a quarterback, you're thrown to a spot. So depending on the play and depending on the timing, so you might be thrown to a spot in anticipation of like what the coverage is going to be. So whether or not you can actually see it or have a clear lane, sometimes it happens. Like even taller quarterbacks, same thing. They might say sometimes I couldn't see him. He couldn't find the lane. Defensive lineman, a guy's 6'5", then he puts his hands in the air, so you might not be able to kind of see the location. So it probably is more commonplace than you think. So as a quarterback, you got to be able to sometimes find a throwing lane and find where you can, where the access point is.
Texans Executive Vice President and General Manager Nick Caserio joining us on the show. Hey, Nick, before we get you out of here, my only other question, in the trade that you did with Howie the other day, the John Mechy trade, when you guys sent those picks back to each other, did you realize that those were the picks that you had traded in the Kenyon Green, C.J. Gardner-Johnson trade, or was that something you didn't realize? Are you so focused on the trade, did you realize those were the exact same picks that got sent back and forth?
No, honestly, we probably weren't focused on it until the end. I think in their situation, I think they had like 4 fifth-round picks. They had 4 or 5 fifth-round picks. They didn't have a 6 or 7, so we were just trying to figure out, like, all right, how do we match this up? So the fact that it came out that way, it's probably more of a coincidence than anything else.
That's wild. That is focus right there. Nick Caserio joining us on the show. Hey, Nick, we always appreciate the time. Safe travels to Detroit, and we are all chomping at the bit for week 1 to get here, and I know you guys are as well.
I appreciate you, fellas. Great visiting with you.
Always. Thanks, Nick. Appreciate that. Texans Executive Vice President and General Manager Nick Caserio joining us on the show.
Formerly short quarterback. Yes.
Yeah. How tall do you think Nick is? Do you think he's taller?
He said 5'10".
Oh, he said. I didn't hear him say that. Okay. Wow. He's fine. Okay.
Are you calling him a liar, Sean?
No. I didn't hear. I was focused on. Sorry, I was focused on something else, like our not working internet.
Sounds
right
like
now.
you think he could be a lawyer real quick.
Sorry that I'm just on not working internet in our studio right now. All right.
I noticed that.
Yeah. Listen, that internet went down. Yeah. So that was Texans Executive Vice President and GM Nick Caserio. Man, I would pay money to go to a Lions and Texans practice on Thursday. That's going to be Thunderdome.
It's going to be if C.J. Gardner-Johnson were around, it'd be. I get. You know what? I totally get why coaches and GMs get so PO'd when they have to cancel a practice because guys are getting into brawls. But even after hearing Nick talk about it and just how, it's the value of those joint practices can be so much greater than the preseason game because of everything he talked about. And we know you can set up the situations, but I had never really thought about the fact that you might also see it's not just that you get to work on red zone or you get to work on goal line or anything, but that you're going to potentially see some defenses that you want to work against, that you can dictate and work with the opposing team, the Lions, and say, hey, we want to see this coverage or we want to see that. And you just don't get that in the preseason games. It's just hit or miss and it's just dumb luck. So as much as we, the fans, love hearing about training camp fights, I do hope they just have a nice, clean practice.
Well, I'd never thought about this before, and it's a very basic thing that just completely flew over my head because we talk about these fights that happen in the practice, like, oh yeah, the fights. We're trying to simulate a normal NFL game environment in some ways here, and when you fight, you get kicked out of the game.
Right.
You can't just go fighting because you get kicked out of the game. We got to kick a guy out of practice now if we want to simulate it to a T. So I'm like, oh, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So
get out.
Yeah, get out. Yeah, so that's those are going to be lively practices, though, man, up in Detroit. So practice on Thursday, game on Saturday. And then Tuesday at 3 p.m. local time is the deadline to get the roster down to 53.
This is a thing that normally I would say I don't want to see my starting quarterback out there in the third preseason game. There's a couple things that make it different this year. One is just that it's clear that not everything's been ironed out in terms of these guys feeling really comfortable in this offense. But two was CJ saying after the game that it's kind of an adjustment playing in the game as opposed to practice because the field feels bigger and all of that. Like, okay, I feel like I want CJ to be in a game-like environment at least one more time. If that's an actual thing and that's an issue, I would like them to get out there and play on a field that feels a little bit bigger to them.
Yeah, that would be right. Yeah, get used to the dimensions of this NFL field that you're playing on.
We need Gene Hackman to come out and do a Hoosiers talk to him. I'm like, CJ, it's 53 and a half yards wide.
He measured the rim.
120 yards long, just like the other football field.
That is wild. That is wild. All right. If you want to text in any thoughts on our conversation with Nick Caserio, 713-572-4610. Let's circle back to something we talked about with Nick, the John Mechy trade. What did D'Amico Ryans think of it? D'Amico Ryans' thoughts on two of the more pivotal offensive linemen, and Nick volunteered the name of one of them. We asked about one. He volunteered the name of another one who's been at the center of a lot of chatter from Texan fans. We'll get to all of that coming up next. We thank Nick Caserio for joining us. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast.
Zadok Jewelers is your one-stop shop for all things watches. Not only can you
is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Yeah, no change. I mean, Joe's kind of, working through it. He's still on the NFI list or PUP, whatever list that he's on. So kind of take it one day at a time. And, once we get a little bit closer, probably have a little better idea where he's going to be. But Joe's working hard, trying to get himself back ready to go. So whenever that is, we'll take it as it comes.
All right, Joe is Joe Mixon, and Seth asked Nick Caserio, Texans Executive Vice President and GM, who just joined us for about 40-plus minutes on the show. You can hear the entire conversation using the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app or on our podcast. It'll be up a little later on this morning, the entire conversation. Good chat. Not much revealing on Joe Mixon there. I'm not surprised. I know that there's rumors that Joe Mixon's injury may be more severe than will allow him to play in week one.
Yeah,
I guess we'll just have to wait and see how things play out. It's still 2.5 weeks till the opener.
The closest we've come to an actual report is Aaron Wilson saying that it's possible that he'll be on the PUP.
Yeah.
I can't. Did Aaron say likely or possible?
I'm not sure. I don't have it in front
whatever
of me.
it might be. But there have been random internet physical therapists that claim they have sources and everything. But so. I'm preparing myself for that possibility that it's going to be Nick Chubb and Dameon Pierce and whomever else in game one, and obviously Woody Marks is going to make the team. The biggest thing about that is it really then it puts that much more pressure on the offensive line, and in a good way. I think that Nick Chubb, as long as the blocking is good in front of him, can churn out positive yardage for you. I don't know what his ceiling is right now. I think as long as he can stay healthy with the rest of his body, he's going to continue to get better and probably add some explosiveness along the way as he gets 2 years removed from the really, really bad injury.
Yeah.
But in the short term, just if the blocking is good in front of them, then they'll be just fine. But I don't think Dameon or Chubb right now, you can't expect them to do what Joe Mixon did last year.
No.
Turn what could be a 3-yard loss into a 20-yard game.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. It was a fun conversation. If you're interested in how an NFL front office works this year, heading up to the roster cutdown time and how they operate and looking at the rest of the league, I thought there was some really good insight in that conversation, if that's something that interests you. The one thing that Nick said about the offense, Seth, that I thought was very accurate, it was a really good point, but I think he may have underestimated just how in tune we as the media, maybe some fans are, as to the importance of it, was that little dump-off pass that C.J. Stroud had to Nick Chubb to take an adverse situation and turn it into it. It was a 2nd and 6. It was a catch for 4 yards. And he was saying, man, that's probably something not a lot of people noticed, or was a play that just kind of came and went. The only reason it probably just came and went is because it was a preseason game and people just aren't hyper-focused. If that were a regular season game, you articulated it perfectly, man. Like 2nd and 8, 2nd and 6 for this team feels way different than all those 2nd and 12s last year.
One of the most promising developments so far from the first 2 preseason games has been that there haven't been any, when the starters are out there, when the first group in game 1 and then most of the starters in game 2 were out there, they didn't have any negative run plays. Because it just sets you so far behind schedule when it's 2nd and 12 or 2nd and 13, and you're just digging it. Because then an incomplete pass basically on 2nd down can doom you at that point.
Yep.
So it sounds like a baby step, but it's a really, really big deal in terms of being able to have a productive, consistent offense. But CJ, and this is something that almost every young quarterback goes through, is learning to embrace the check down in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
Guys come out of college, they've had success, and especially when you go to Ohio State and you've got all those receivers out there, it's so tempting to just wait.
5 first-rounders on the team. Yeah.
You wait and see what develops downfield, because why not?
Yeah.
You're right. 5 first-rounders and a good offensive line in front of you. You wait to see. So it's really getting it ingrained in your muscle memory, grooved into your muscle memory, that on that play, didn't see the coverage he thought he was going to see. Don't overthink it.
Yeah.
Hit the check down.
Yep.
That's good.
Yeah.
Especially on first and second down. Third down's a whole other story.
Right.
But first and second down, take that positive yardage. And it's not a matter of intelligence or anything like that. It's muscle memory, and it's a maturation in your attitude as a quarterback, that those cliches about, don't go broke taking a profit, take what the defense gives you, they're cliches for a reason. It's because they're true, and you got to learn when to apply them.
I said that we would have D'Amico on the John Mechy trade. Well, we got Nick Caserio. We got the cuts right here. A shout-out to Tyler Milner getting those Caserio cuts to us quick. We just finished up with him about 15 minutes ago. Here's Cacerio. I asked him what made John Mechy the logical person to kind of clear up this logjam that they've got in the wide receiver room.
Yeah, there's never one particular factor that, forces you to make a decision. I would say that position is probably as deep as any position on the team. You're going to end up keeping however many receivers you're going to keep. And as it pertains to Mech, D'Amico was asked about it yesterday. I feel the same way that D'Amico does. Love everything about John. Everybody knows his story, what he's been through to get to this point. He's a good football player. He's meant a lot to this program. He's done a lot for this program. And I think in that particular situation, it's a good opportunity for him in Philadelphia, where he probably has a chance to maybe have a bigger role than he potentially could have had here, just given our depth currently on the roster. Now, could that change in the blink of an eye? For sure. So there's a calculus that goes into it. I'd say that was a situation where Howie and I had some discussions, and then we were able to come to a resolution. And I think we've done, 7 or 8 trades with Philadelphia. I think Howie and I respect the way Howie goes about his business, and I think there's a mutual respect and understanding there. Honestly, giving him a chance to go to a situation where he has a pretty good opportunity, we felt like it was the right thing by John as well. And just given, our situation, could he have helped us? Yeah, absolutely. He has helped us over the course of his career. But these are decisions that we all have to make. We make the decision that we feel is best for the team, and we kind of keep moving forward.
It's interesting, Seth, because Mechy may have ultimately, if there were no trade opportunities, he might have been the one that got cut, even with this good camp that he's had. But he's also, in terms of if you're trying to move him in a trade, he's got the most value out of Braxton Berrios, Justin Watson, and John Mechy because of the upside with him. He's the youngest of those 3 guys. And he's a former second-round pick, so the physical tools are there. And I think, and the Texans have a need at tight end.
Yeah. You think he has a better trade value than those guys?
Yes.
Than Braxton Berrios?
Yes,
Really?
I do, yes. Yeah, because he's a younger player with upside. Braxton Berrios is a vet. You know what he is.
Right, but I guess if you're a team that knows that you want a guy that can be a returner and knows what he's doing as a receiver, I think there might be a lot of teams out there that say, no, we'd rather –
maybe, yeah. No, I'm not saying it's unanimous, but I'm guessing if you put those 3 players out there for the 32 teams, I would guess most of them would want Mechy ahead of those other guys because of the upside. Yeah. And it sounds like you disagree with me, and that's okay.
I'm just saying, I guess, because I'm like, you kept the guys on the team, whatever, yeah. It's like Braxton Berrios, clearly the Texans think the Texans would rather have Braxton Berrios on their team than John.
Yeah.
If they're in a situation where they didn't have John Mechy or Braxton Berrios, it seems like they would trade more for Braxton Berrios than John Mechy.
Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like he fills a need more maybe for the Texans because to your point, his returnability. I think as an asset. Yeah. Anyways, we're probably going too deep on this, but yeah, that's so. That was Nick Caserio on John Mechy right there.
So I don't know if John Mechy might not make the team in Philadelphia.
He might
And that's where the Texans get a tight end that might not make the team, but there's at least competition now there at the tight end spot.
Yeah. Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Is Mechy going to be this year's Noah Brown? About halfway through the year, we might miss him. I'll point out Noah Brown got hurt again last year in Washington. He caught that Hail Mary. And I don't think that's Noah Brown was starting for Washington last year. I don't think Mechy cracks the starting lineup with Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown there.
Barring injuries or what have you.
Yeah.
And in fairness to Noah Brown, too, I think Noah Brown had many more big moments in 1 year with the Texans than John Mechy has had his entire career with the Texans.
Yes, no question. Noah Brown had back-to-back 150-yard games in the middle of the season in 2023. Yeah. So I'm not concerned about that with John Mechy. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you as we roll on here on a Tuesday. Let's hear more from Nick Caserio. We just finished up with him. The offensive perspective for the Texans. How's he feeling about the offense right now, and getting down to 53? What's the process to get there? We'll hear from the Texans GM, who just finished up with us about 20 minutes ago, coming up next. But first,
West Point Lincoln.
Yeah, West Point Lincoln. Got to talk about. But first, football talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch.
Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Here was Nick Caserio. He was on with us a little bit earlier this morning. You can get the entire interview on the Odyssey app, Rewind, or on the Payne and Pendergast podcast. The interview will be up a little later on this morning. Good conversation. They had joint practice coming up on Thursday with the Detroit Lions, and Nick Caserio talked about how you plan for that joint practice with the Detroit Lions.
Yeah, you might sprinkle some things in there, Seth. Look, the reality is everybody is going to probably talk about it. Well, we did this practice, we did that. So you're going to run your defense, you're going to run your offense. Maybe you're going to work on something maybe that you haven't worked on to this point. Or like I said, give the opposition a different look. So honestly, you want to try to make it as taxing or difficult as possible because it's kind of like the game. You might go into a game, haven't seen that before, something comes up during the course of the game. How are we going to handle it? How are we going to adjust to it? What's the communication? You can spend some time on the sideline in between series. So there's a number of different ways that, you can tackle this, but you might be some things in practice that you're not going to do in the game that you're going to just do in practice, and maybe it's something that you're going to use in a regular season. Understanding it's a long year, you're probably going to end up using everything at some point along the way.
But I think the big part there is, especially if you think about CJ learning this offense and getting comfortable with it, and with the offensive line, being able to tell the Lions, hey, we'd like to see you guys maybe rotate your coverages, or we'd like to see this blitz because we've had some trouble with that. It's stuff that isn't going to happen in a preseason. You try to orchestrate it in a preseason game. There's just too many variables, and there's too much randomness to just dial that up. So that part of it, the value of actually getting really good work versus the Lions starters, and maybe some looks that are tougher for CJ or that he's had some trouble with, that's just invaluable. And I love the joint practices. It seems like around the league this year there are fewer examples of practices being shut down or turning into circuses because of fights.
Yeah, that's a really good point. There have been a couple. The only scuffle I've heard about the last few days was apparently Jeffrey Simmons and Cam Ward got into it at a Titans practice
on their own team.
Yeah, like one of them hit the other. I forget who hit who.
And then apparently the Tennessee media. I just saw a couple different people talking about how Jeffrey Simmons he's too sensitive, or I don't know.
In general, or has he become sensitive over time?
In general, and just I think he's had some testy relations with the media. I don't know. But I'm not. It's weird because we look at Jeffrey Simmons and T'Vondre Sweat as crap. Those guys those guys destroyed the Texans last year.
Yep.
I wonder if Tennessee doesn't appreciate Jeffrey Simmons.
Maybe
Jeffrey Simmons needs to agitate for a trade. I don't know.
Well, he's been a Titan for his whole career, and that team feels like it's going nowhere right now. I would imagine when you're that level of player, especially when you're a player that. I got to go look at his resume, but Jeffrey Simmons feels like a player who, if he has a couple more good years, is in a Hall of Fame conversation. And if you're toiling on a team that's winning 3 or 4 games a year, it probably damages your chances of getting into the Hall of Fame just because you're not on the radar. You're just off the grid in Tennessee, and that can get frustrating.
Yeah, I don't think he's all pro twice. I didn't realize he was all pro twice.
Yeah, so if he has a couple more all pro years, he's right there. You're a 4-time all pro. That means you're among the 3 or 4 best guys at your position for 3 or 4 years. That's pretty good. And T'Vondre Sweat was the choice. That article I cited earlier, Seth, about first-time Pro Bowlers from each NFL team, where Kamari Lassiter was the choice for the Texans, T'Vondre Sweat was the choice for the Tennessee Titans. That would be bad if you're a Texans fan, if T'Vondre Sweat turns into a Pro Bowl level terror for them on the interior. It's already bad that he is what he is until further notice. At least last season it was.
That's now I'm getting. Don't let me get sidetracked on a Jeffrey Simmons Hall of Fame conversation. He was second team All Pro twice. The thing that's tough with him is that he's not a sack artist. So defensive linemen typically aren't, but the guys that make the Hall of Fame tend to be guys that have freakishly great sack productions, regardless of them being interior offensive linemen.
Yeah,
so,
and if you're not a sack artist, you need to be on what? A good football team.
A really good defense.
Yeah,
you got to the Steelers. Some of the guys that have made it on Steelers defenses that weren't, you wouldn't think of them as being all pro, except that they were part of an awesome defense in a Super Bowl or two championship.
Yep. Now, when you sign a long-term contract with the Tennessee Titans, you deserve whatever it is you get, though. Nobody was forcing him to put pen to paper. He could have hit free agency.
That's what I say to Hendrickson up there in Cincinnati. What'd you expect, man? What are you doing?
Yeah, you signed with the Bengals. Oh, they're being cheap now? No kidding. Yeah.
Oh, the Bengals aren't fulfilling the promises they made to you? You were an adult when you signed that contract, man.
Yeah.
No sympathy for me.
Technically, he's not fulfilling his promise to them right now. Because he's under contract, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I've become such a grumpy old man about that. I'm a complete turncoat from the player's side. I do think, look, in baseball, you know what happens in baseball? It's very, very rare that a player tries to agitate his way for a new sometimes they'll try to get force a trade.
Yep.
But even that is relatively rare.
Yes.
And I think that's partly why they're able to have the guaranteed contracts that they do. It's always going to be different football because the injury situation.
Yep.
But football these last few years, I've gotten really annoyed at how quickly guys just start agitating their way into either new contracts or just off of teams.
Oh, yeah.
And it's making me a grumpy old man.
It's accepted as part of the process now.
It wasn't that wasn't the way it was when I played. So
right.
It's hard for me to act like this is like, I'm going to stand by the players and every single time that they want to whine and cry their way out of a situation.
This is like Charles Barkley being on the set on TNT going, why are these NBA teams trading these guys to the teams that they want to go to?
Right. Yeah.
We'll work with you and trade you to the team you want to go to. Nick Caserio, we asked him, where's the area you've seen the most improvement from C.J. Stroud?
Yeah, I would say overall understanding of the offense, and I'd say the overall decision-making in terms of, okay, if the first option's not there, getting to the second or third read, or, okay, if it's a split safety coverage and the defense presents this, knowing where your outlet is. I'd say those are some of the things, and you saw that even in the game the other day. We had a 3-step drop called there in the red area or in the fringe, and they went to a split safety shell coverage, and we didn't have the quick throw, and he got the ball to the back to Nick over the middle for a completion, which looks like a nothing play, but it made it 2nd and 4 or 2nd and 6. So we didn't have a negative play in the game, which means the ball was moving forward. So I think those are the types of things that you see a small play, like the average fan's going to look at that and go, wait a minute, I don't even remember that play. But that actually is what you want to see, in terms of grasping the offense, understanding where to go with the football, making quick decisions, getting rid of the football, those types of things.
I got excited about that because I felt like, I'm not an average fan at least.
I vividly remember that play.
I spent 3 minutes talking about that on my live stream a couple days ago, that specific play. The other part about that play, too, is Nick said the throw wasn't there. And I got to go back and look and see what because I was watching on the TV copy at the time. But Jaden Higgins also didn't have his eyes on CJ when CJ was turned towards Jaden Higgins. I don't know what the deeper read was on that, but so I don't know if that's on Jaden Higgins or if maybe that was just because of the coverage too, that's the way it worked out. But CJ didn't waste any time. Mm-hmm. He had to slide to his right to get to the lane to throw to Chubb, and he did a great job of doing that as well. And that was on a play where if CJ decided to hold on or wait, then A, Nick Chubb might have gotten covered up by a linebacker, and B, Blake Fisher had lost control of his guy, so the defensive end would have had a good shot on CJ. Yeah. So it was the seamlessness of it and just the lack of hesitation by CJ that was growth and maturation on his part.
I think two of the most encouraging plays. Well, let's play this other Caserio here, and then I'll say they were. One of the areas the team can improve is on preventing turnovers.
And I'd say overall offensively, the biggest area that we can improve that's going to help us during the course of the year is taking care of the football. Like, we obviously have a defense where the ball is of the utmost importance. We have a number of guys that can take the ball away. We've thrown it to the defense offensively a number of different times. So if we can mitigate that and eliminate that, Tamika put a stat up there to the team last week. If you don't, and I've talked about this, if you don't do anything other than take care of the ball and have 0 turnovers, it correlates to 80% wins. So I think as an offense, the more we can comprehend and understand that, the better off we're going to be. So just relative to your question, relative to CJ's development, I would say grasping and ownership and understanding of the offense, and then just understanding, just make the right play on a consistent basis. That's what good offensive football is all about.
Now, the interesting thing here is CJ has thrown some picks in camp this year. It feels feels like he's thrown more than his share.
I think this is where it's tough, too. And the first 2 weeks in camp especially, it was an exercise in not wanting to make excuses, but also realistically looking at the reality of the situation of installing a new offense, going against that defense, which is very takeaway happy. And that, CJ has alluded to this, and I think it does make sense. There have been times where he's made throws that he wouldn't make in a game just to try to execute the play, as it's called, and to maybe test things a little bit. Mm-hmm. But that can be dicey. I'm cool with that, but then, okay, wait, are you creating bad habits? Like, you want to practice the way you play in games, all of that. I'm not worried about it at this point. Now, obviously, if it ends up being an issue in the first couple of weeks of the season, we'll have to worry about it. But things have started to congeal ever since that, really the second practice in West Virginia.
Yeah.
They've looked a lot more like a competent, functioning offense, and they've been doing it while going against that Texans defense, which, unlike a lot of other defenses in the league, the Texans' veterans and their best players practice like it's the Super Bowl.
Yep.
Like, they really have a philosophy of the best guys and the oldest guys. Daniil Hunter is going out there and working really, really hard. So, like, CJ's getting their best shot every single rep in practice.
That's correct. The two plays to me on that drive that were very encouraging was the one Nick noted in that previous cut we played, the little dump off to Nick Chubb that made it 2nd and 6. And then the 2nd and goal play where CJ was kind of scrambling around in the pocket and then just decided to eventually bury himself in the fetal position for a 1-yard loss instead of trying to force something to somebody covered in the end zone. He's looking at it going, I got 2 more downs to get this thing into the end zone up to fight another day. And that's what mature quarterbacks do,
And there's a little bit of that, too, where, okay, in a regular season game, CJ might have just made a break for the goal line. The one point when he started to scramble, there was somebody in his face, and then I think he thought, okay, I'll try to just scramble and run laterally and see if the receiver is going to uncover, and that very well might have worked out, but he was cut off at the pass again, and that's when it started looking like he was a squirrel running in the highway.
Yep.
But he also knew, okay, it is the preseason. I'm just going to go ahead and bury myself here instead of trying to take a hit getting into the end zone.
All right, we normally do the Pettycast on Tuesday at 8 a.m., but we were chatting with Nick Caserio Tuesday at 8 a.m. Today at 8 a.m. we were. So we're doing a 9 o'clock Pettycast. Are you ready to be petty, Seth Payne?
I'm ready to amp up the pettiness over my current status quo level of pettiness, which is already pretty high.
Sounds good. All right, so we'll do the Pettycast.
Yeah, it's like asking a Blanco if you're ready to sweat.
Yeah.
Like, I've been sweating since 5:30 a.m.
Ready to sweat more.
But I can sweat more,
You're ready to be more petty than you already are. All right, so let's do this. Pettycast. We got some good stuff in here, man, and we'll do it. Including Kyle Tucker. Oh, boy. We'll do it. The Pettycast coming up next.
How's this for a bold Texans take after their preseason? Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
I don't know if that's something you can fix in there. Okay.
Yeah, it just does it whenever it wants to.
It does?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. All right. And we're good now?
Thanks.
Okay. We're good now.
Alphabet Corporation.
Let's get to the petty cast. Let's get petty about our YouTube muting. Abdul Carter, third overall pick in the draft, plays for the New York Giants. I'm guessing the Giants and Jets hate each other. They're in New York. Here was something that happened to Abdul Carter in the preseason game between the Jets and the Giants on over the weekend, whatever day it was.
Let's see.
I saw a body flying out of there.
Yep. They got chipped by the tight end. Stone Smart stoned him.
He got chipped. He got chipped like crazy, and then tried to get up, and then the offensive tackle
knocked him down. Yeah,
smushed him back down.
Right.
It was a rough. It was unawareness that tends to happen to rookie defensive ends, and it's weird. I guess because everything is so wide open and spread in college that defensive ends just don't have to deal with chip blocks as much. Yeah. But the guy's right there in front of you, and yet rookie defensive ends. This happens. It didn't happen as egregiously to Will Anderson rookie year, but Will Anderson, he had to learn how to handle these chips by the tight ends. And but this is a bad. I'm going to stick up for Abdul Carter, and I'm going to be petty towards all the people acting like Abdul Carter is a bust because he got chipped.
Okay, well here's the petty part of it. Abdul Carter saw it go viral.
Yeah.
And then tweeted the video out, retweeted the video, and said, might be the only highlight of the Jets all season. And we put BTA, which I'm assuming is boots to ass, BTA.
Must be.
Weak-ass Chip ate that MF like barbecue. So he's saying, that was basically saying, that was the one play he got me. I got him every other time. He was barbecue. So Abdul Carter, petty about the viralness of the chip block that he sustained.
Yeah, but I don't give it. It wasn't a weak chip. It was a really good chip because you didn't anticipate it.
Yeah.
So me getting my ass kicked was more because I let you,
No.
more than you actually kicking my ass. All right, now I feel petty towards Abdul Carter for not admitting that he got his ass kicked. Everybody gets their ass kicked in the NFL, Abdul. Every single guy, every Hall of Fame defensive player has had his butt kicked at least once in the NFL. Don't act like it didn't happen.
Not only does it take not have to be good to be petty, most petty takes are bad takes.
That's true.
You know?
That's a good point.
Yeah. Now, this one I think is a good take, but this is Mike Vrabel being petty towards some of you out there, and you know who you are. He was sitting down with Diana on her podcast for The Athletic, and she asked him, what type of people do you hate?
Is there something outside football that drives Mike Vrabel nuts?
Yes. People, when they leave their carts in the middle of the parking lot and they don't take them back to the cart return.
That's a good one.
And then the people at Starbucks that park in the handicap spot and go in there and try to get their order from the mobile order.
Who aren't handicapped?
By no means handicapped. No, I look in the dash, I look, and then I wait, and then I approach them.
Wait,
and I say things like, why did you park here? And one person would be like, oh, I'm with DoorDash. I'm like, I don't care. That's unacceptable. And then there's the mom that's going to yoga, and she's rushing because she's late. And I'm like, this is ridiculous.
If there was a way you could actually punish them, what would you do?
I wish I had a boot. That's a great idea. I would boot their car, just like a mobile boot, and said, I parked in a handicap spot, and I'm not handicapped.
This is petty.
I would guess, especially with like shame them.
Yeah.
Not just the boot and the inconvenience of it, but shaming them as well. A vigilante traffic cop.
Yes.
That sounds like That sounds like an Adam Sandler movie or something. Vigilante traffic cop.
He's Dwight.
Or meter maid. Vigilante meter maid.
He's Dwight Schrute, basically.
Yeah. No, that's different. Dwight Schrute got upset about stupid stuff. This is a legitimate one.
Yeah, that's true.
The people working handicap, there are at least people on social media I've seen who act like they don't understand why it would be such a big deal. They'll say things like, those spots are always empty.
Yeah.
Right. Because they're reserved for the people who genuinely need them. The times they're not empty should be when somebody who actually can make use of them. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you another one. Someday I'm going to get together with Mike Vrabel and we're going to be grumpy old men about this. I'll tell you what, man. It's gotten the pre-borders. The pre-borders. Oh, man. I feel awful. You can't do it because a lot of people have ailments that aren't obviously that aren't obvious to the eye. Yes. So I never want to look at one individual dude. Yeah. But when there's like 20 people in the pre-board line,
there's no way all these people have an affliction.
Yeah, you're like, somebody here is cheating the system.
Yep.
And I get very agitated by it.
Yes.
If you're in the
the people, as long as we're talking about flights, the people that when the flight lands, they get up and walk down the aisle to get off first.
Immediately.
That don't have a connection.
It's one thing if they're saying, I'm sorry, I've got a connection, I'm sorry, but they completely violate all of the rules of good civil air travel.
Awful people.
I gave a hard elbow a couple weeks ago to some kid.
Good.
He was like a teenage kid. He started, and I stood up and I triple extended into.
Yes.
Yeah.
I stand up and I put up that wall in the aisle. I stand there. I'm like, no, you're not getting. Do you have a connecting flight? No. Okay. Well, then get back in your seat. By the way, BTA means belt to ass, not boots. Someone said BTA is belt to ass, not boots. LOL. What's LOL? Because I didn't know it was belt, not boots.
And as if it couldn't be boot to butt. Yeah, BTA on you, good sir.
Yeah.
That's what I say.
It's belt to ass Pendergast is what somebody... You're dropping my last name on me over there? I thought it was Boot.
How dare you? You don't know. You're not caught up with the lingo,
On
man.
the acronyms, yeah. All right, Kyle Tucker. Oh, boy, are they feeling petty towards Kyle Tucker in Chicago right now. Earlier this week, he grounded out to first base and didn't move from the batter's box.
Didn't even move. It was going to be an easy out, but he didn't even move.
Didn't even step towards first base.
Like, before he even could be sure there wasn't going to be an error or something. You know, sometimes these things happen.
And
could you at least make a start towards first base?
And the boos rained down on Kyle Tucker. Now, keep in mind, Kyle Tucker, now the boos probably have more to do with the one home run that he has since June 29th.
Yeah.
Think about that. June 29th is the date that Amy and I left to go to Jamaica. That feels like it was 2 years ago. He's hit one home run since then. He's got a 410 OPS in August and 0 extra base hits. Here's his manager counsel after a game, I believe after the game yesterday, where he went extra base hitless again.
You know, Kyle's frustrated as well. And I think that's the fans are frustrated and Kyle's frustrated. And it's unfortunate because, you know, Kyle's... when you make outs, it doesn't look great, but he's trying. He's just not. It's not clicking. I think we're gonna have to take a little step back here for sure, and you know, just give him some days off to reset him. Hopefully, you know, because he's frustrated and he's. Not, you know, we're not coming up with solutions for him, and he's not coming up with solutions. So, you know, sometimes you have to take some steps back to go forward again.
This is where I wish the Astros were hitting right now, because I could be like, oh, well, there's solutions back here in Houston.
Yeah.
You know, there's solutions, but there's not. There's not. They almost got perfect gamed a few days ago. They've been shut out their last 2 games.
The Cubs are 9 games back of the Brewers in the NL Central. They're the leader in the wild card standings, but they've only got they're 4 games from being out of the wild card standings.
The Brewers are running away and hiding right now. Brewers they just had a 14-game winning streak. They're incredible.
But the Cubs are by no means in a super comfortable position when it comes to the wild card race. So they're in have missed the playoffs completely.
Is Kyle Tucker costing himself tens of millions of dollars right now?
I don't know if it's tens of millions or not. I think that because by and large in baseball they seem to just go by the total career.
They play the long
more
game.
So than like one bad season or anything. It might hurt him a little bit, but I think he's still going to get a huge contract.
Oh, he'll get a huge contract for sure.
Yeah.
But people were putting him in the conversation with Vladimir Guerrero Jr., who got $500 million.
You know what? Is he costing himself tens of millions of dollars? If he had kept up the pace he was on in the first 2.5 months of the season, then that would have been tens of millions more than he's going to get right now.
Yeah.
But I think he'll end up getting something commensurate with his career.
I actually think he'll pull out of this eventually. Like, I don't think Kyle Tucker all of a sudden forgot how to play baseball. Guys go through slumps, and this is just a ridiculously long one for Kyle Tucker. I mean,
I think to judge by what Cubs fans say in the scuttlebutt and whatnot, they're very much noticing that he doesn't necessarily have the same whatever the undefinable traits are about guys from the Astros golden era of the past. Kyle Tucker just was not. He was a square peg in a round hole in a lot of regards, where he just didn't seem to quite fit the same level of competitiveness, enthusiasm, hustle, all of those other things.
Super talented, no question. All right, this one I've not listened to yet. This actually is a contribution from Aaron Raybald, who is one of our engineers here, goes on the road with us sometimes when we are on remotes and things like that. He's the engineer for the Texans on game day. He said there's a CBS Sports Minute that I just heard, this is from last week, that would fit perfectly in the Pettycast because it's something that I, Sean Pendergast, am petty about.
This is Bart Winkler with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. It's been a tough few decades for Minnesota Twins fans ever since their name was floated about to be contracted. They'll have good seasons, but then the Yankees usually beat them. A division title 2 years ago brought hope, only to see a complete sell-off at this year's trade deadline. And after all that, the team's owners are deciding not to sell. Tough break for Twins fans, as they deserve a winner, instead of their team being treated like a Pollad family side hustle. I'm Bart Winkler.
So they had a fire sale to improve the value of the team in a sale, and then decided not to sell the team.
worked too well, maybe. Maybe the offers just came flooding in. They're like, wait a second, we've underestimated the potential of being a disappointing baseball team.
Yeah. Boy,
it's kind of it's a miniature version of the A's in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
I think where A's fans are they just want what could have happened if the owner had just sold 10 years ago? Where would they be now?
It's too bad. It's a beautiful stadium, man. Beautiful stadium. With just horrible, deplorable people that booed that cheered Jose Altuve getting beamed up near his face. All right?
Twins fans.
Yeah, Twins fans, that is. All right, last one here. I tweeted earlier this week, Seth, that Framber has senioritis, right? He is he's not backing up home plate on a play. He leads the league in pitch clock violations. He's saying some very, very bizarre things that seem very blamey towards his teammates. It's very uncharacteristic of what Framber has been. And so one of the replies to that tweet came from someone on Twitter, John Fields 07 on X, and his reply was this. It bent my head into a pretzel, and I couldn't determine whether or not to engage with him on this, because somehow this is a bad take that is at both ends of the contract spectrum. His reply was this: let Framber walk, pay Hunter Brown $59 million for 8 years, and everything will continue to be Astros dominance. And I said, okay, well, hang on a second here. $59 million for 8 years for Hunter Brown. That would be a bad deal for Hunter Brown. That's $59 million for 8 years. That's like not even that's like $7 million a year. That's $7 and change a year. That's right. A bad deal. Hunter Brown's one of the best pitchers in baseball. So then I said, okay, well, hang on. Maybe he means $59 million per year for 8 years. And I said to myself, that would be by far, by tens of millions of dollars, the biggest contract in the history of baseball for a pitcher.
That would be $17 million more per year than Zach Wheeler is making right now.
On a short-term deal, Zach Wheeler.
Right, yeah. So it's none of it makes sense. No way in hell you're getting Hunter for the $56 million spread out over 8 years.
Which bad take to engage with this guy. So that got me petty, man. It got me petty. People who don't get contracts and decide to talk contracts on Twitter is tough for me, because I feel like I'm pretty tuned into that part of the sport.
It's cool if you just don't like contract talk or what have you. Yeah. Then you know what annoys me is just randomly where somebody has to chime in with you're trying to have a contract about just I said something the other day on my live stream about how they gave EJ Speed, it's only a 1 year $4.5 million contract, and somebody hit me with most people don't make $4.5 million in a lifetime, and you're saying it's only $4.5 million. I'm like, dude, what? Well, welcome to professional sports. What the hell are you talking about? Yes, crap. Relative to other linebacker contracts, it's a relatively. Do I have to do a disclaimer before every single professional contract, athlete contract that I talk about?
Yeah.
We're acknowledging that, yes, this is a lot of money, but in the context of others, go die.
Did you engage with that guy or no? Did you?
I did. I took a deep breath and I said, yes, I understand that, it's all a ludicrous amount of money, but I was speaking in the context of, I was very polite.
I'm proud of you. Yeah. I wish you destroyed it.
It is new sports, and what am I going to do? Try to stiff arm them out of sports discussion?
It might be someone who's unemployed and down on their luck.
Right, it does. So he's had it at that moment. Crap, I don't want to do it. You're exactly right.
Can't listen to only $4.5 million talk. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. That's true.
It was a good moment of growth for me, but also the death of my sports media career. I chose the rational, measured response.
The day Seth Payne became uninteresting.
Yes.
All right.
Great! It's freaking Mr. Rogers giving me my sports takes. Awesome. Yeah, can't wait to hear what Mr. Rogers says this morning.
You need to wear a cardigan sweater on the YouTube tomorrow. Put on your little walking shoes.
My response to every single bad thing that can happen is let's put this in perspective in comparison to the people who are genuinely suffering in the world.
Exactly. All right, D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio's thoughts on what is rapidly becoming one of the most important players on the Houston Texans. This did not take long. We will have that for you coming up next. Prize Picks. Oh, yeah, it is Prize Picks time.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Maybe I'll go through this exercise today. Like, how far down the list do you go on most important Houston Texans before you get to Ariante Ursery, the rookie left tackle out of Minnesota, especially with Cam Robinson's injury and with his ability, at least early on here, to show that he can play left and right tackle? Mm-hmm. Even with all the tackles Nick Caserio pointed out, we'll hear from him on this in a bit. They've got 5 legit tackles in that room. Ariante Ursery's become a pretty important cog here early on for the Houston Texans.
Well, especially if you factor in that you let go of Laramie Tunsil, and that that Laramie Tunsil was a really, really good pass protector. And yet, man, when CJ's up there at the podium the other day talking about how the offensive line really has a mindset of toughness and grittiness, and I don't know if he said dirty or nasty or whatever, but just that kind of blue-collar mentality. Ariante Ursery is much more that guy than Laramie Tunsil was. When it comes to both sides of it, the run game and the pass game, Ariante Ursery actually cares about the run game, which is something that Laramie Tunsil did not, or at least that's the way he played. It didn't look like he cared about the run game. And 2, I think could end up being a really dominant run blocker if he continues to work at it. But also, he shows a lot of promise as a pass protector. And being able to work against Neil Hunter and Will Anderson, as well as all those other veteran defensive ends,
huge.
And hopefully can, just accelerate his development there. If he can end up being a guy at left tackle or right tackle, but just a legitimately solid and plus NFL offensive tackle who actually cares about playing this style of football, that's an improvement over Laramie Tunsil.
Yeah.
And he's making a lot less money than Laramie Tunsil, too.
For 4 years.
Yeah, so he doesn't have to be as good a pass protector as Laramie Tunsil to be an improvement over Laramie Tunsil.
Correct.
Because if he gives you the total package of a guy that wants to play this style of football and is a really good pass protector, that's way better than what you're going to get out of Laramie in this offense.
Yeah. See, Laramie didn't play last night in the second preseason game for the Commanders.
Yeah.
He's getting some work in on the field before the game. He had the little jogging vest on and stuff, but he didn't play in the game last night. Just pointing that out. Here was Nick Caserio earlier on our show this morning when we asked him, what's the biggest thing that has Ariante Ursery where he is right now on the depth chart?
Look, his work ethic and his mindset, and he's taken advantage of his opportunities. He's worked on the right side. He's worked on the left side. He's a young player. He's got a really good attitude. He has the right mentality and the right mindset. He has a physical nature, and he has a physical mindset. You saw that at his play at Minnesota. That one of the things that we liked about him was his physicality and his toughness and his willingness to finish plays. So he's a really good kid. He works really hard, doesn't say much. He's got a good group around him. I think we're pretty fortunate. But Tay's been out there every day. He's taken the coaching. He's worked hard. He's had the opportunity to work against a number of players on the other side of the ball, and hopefully we're making each other better. But he's making progress one day at a time, and that's all you can ask. And there's going to be some growing pains that he's going to withstand and have to go through. That's any young player, that's any player. But can you autocorrect? Can you make the adjustments? And can you not make the same mistake twice? So, glad Tay's here. And whatever opportunities are presented to him, we'll see where it all ends up.
Nick, if you ask Nick about expectations, he never answers about expectations for guys, and so we didn't. But I have to imagine whatever they were for Ariante Ursery, he has leapt that hurdle.
The Ursery, one of the interesting things about him was that he was in a college in Minnesota where they ran a lot of outside zone. They were a lot more like what Bobby Slowick wanted to do. So when they drafted Ariante, I wondered if that meant something, if they weren't going to depart that much from the way that Bobby Slowick operated. And it turns out that wasn't the case at all. They've so far they look like a much different type of running offense in terms of their style and play select than what Bobby Slowick had. But one thing that happens when you're in an outside zone-based system, when it comes to some of the more physical drive blocking type of stuff, Ursery wasn't as good in college as you would expect him to be based on his height and size and strength and all of that. But that's what happens when you run that type of scheme sometimes. You don't get as many reps at the drive blocking. And that's really been the most encouraging things for me with Ursary is I've seen growth and progress in his drive blocking, in the more physical part of the run game, just by repetition, I think. And you can really see I think he's going to be one of these guys that never plays with ideal pad level because he's so tall. But it doesn't matter as long as you do the other stuff right. And he knows how to use his hips, and he knows how to lean into guys. And he's so big that he can absorb some contact without playing with perfect pad level. There's lots of really tall offensive linemen that do that. It's just glaring when they can't do it because they get taken for a ride. He's way ahead of schedule. He's way ahead. I was optimistic about him, but he's way ahead of where I thought he'd be now.
Yeah, he's entrenching himself as a legitimate starter in the NFL at either tackle, but that it's left tackle, especially you're right, Seth, bringing up Tunsil is a great point because I don't think this is how they planned it. They obviously signed Cam Robinson to a one-year deal. I think the plan was we're going to trade Laramie, we're going to get some draft capital. That's going to change the culture of that room. We're going to draft a tackle, but we need a veteran stopgap at least for a year to hold things down. Who's not as good as Laramie, but the net effect of getting rid of Laramie will be a positive one in that room.
Yeah, and I think as far as planning it, though, I don't think that – I think the plan was to have Cam Robinson as a potential bridge in case do we draft a tackle? Because it doesn't always work out the right way. Yeah. But B, if we do draft a tackle, we don't want to go into a season expecting a rookie to be starter caliber right away.
Right.
So it was a good insurance policy. Not every insurance policy that you buy ends up being used.
No.
It doesn't mean it was dumb to buy insurance. And you still do need veteran depth and a veteran presence there. Ariante Ursary, if he gets hurt. Maybe if Ariante Ursary takes a step back, whatever. So I think that whatever they planned for was Cam Robinson is an insurance policy, and I think it's still a good insurance policy to have.
I just remember back to the last time the Texans had a tackle that was Laramie Tunsil's caliber was Dwayne Brown. And when Dwayne Brown got traded in the middle of the 2017 season, that was obviously a lost season, but their plan the next year was, I think that was when they brought in Chantrell Henderson Buffalo and drafted Julian Davenport in the fourth round. Right, this is a better plan. This is a better plan. All right, speaking of tackles, Nick Caserio went on to go from talking about Ursary to expounding upon the entire tackle position on the team. Where are they with tackles right now?
I mean, we've talked about this. We probably have like 5 legitimate tackles, counting Titus in that group, even though Titus has position flexibility inside out. But, between Cam, between Tay, Blake Fisher is definitely, there's a player talk about who's improved from the start of training camp until now. Trent Brown hasn't even practiced yet. So we've talked about this. I mean, you can't ever have enough tackles. So the more we can kind of keep in the building.
All right. So
I think Trent Brown made the team. I interpret that as Trent Brown making the team, or maybe he's just trying to include him in the conversation.
Well, they could keep him on the PUP.
I think he starts off the season on the PUP. And then because, look, he had a patellar tendon surgery. He's in his 30s. He's a massive dude having a patellar tendon surgery. He's a little bit heavier than Kevin Durant, okay? He's like Kevin Durant height plus 150 pounds.
Yeah.
But for him to be ready week 1, I didn't ever expect that he would be ready. The moment they signed him, I thought, okay, Trent Brown, if he's on the team, will probably be on the PUP to start the season.
Yeah, my name that popped out there was Blake Fisher. I had written down to ask Nick about Blake Fisher, but he brought it up there. Clearly his thought on Blake Fisher is that he's getting better right now, and he did. He played better on Saturday against the Panthers than he had played throughout training camp. And my takeaway would be I still think there's probably a small group of people out there that think that Blake Fisher hasn't necessarily made the team yet. I hear that cut from Nick Caserio. Blake Fisher is going to be on this team.
And I think with Blake Fisher, you have to do the same thing you do with a quarterback in a new offense or anybody else. It was really odd to me that he was playing as badly as he was, to the point where I wonder if he had some kind of an injury in the offseason or a procedure or something that they didn't disclose, because it was really odd. It didn't look right that he would have regressed like that. But you do have to let all of training camp play out. Yeah. And as training camp plays out, he started to look again like if I dropped down in on practice and I hadn't watched anything at all, and all I did was watch that game this past week, and you said, hey, this guy's a second rounder from last year, I'd say, oh, all right, well, yeah, it looks like there's something there. That makes sense. Oh, it was a second rounder, and you considered him a developmental project? Okay, yeah, I can see where the developmental side is there and what the upside is.
Yep, for sure. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Texans made some moves this morning, and actually one of them kind of plays into a question that we asked Nick Caserio about the running back. Evaluating Dameon Pierce when he has really not done much of anything yet in the preseason, at least done much of anything that you would think towards that would play into a player making the roster. We'll hear from Nick Caserio on that coming up next. Oh, what am I doing right here?
Texas sinus and snoring.
Oh, Dr. Ben Salento. Okay.
Would you like to hear yourself what you used to sound like?
No, but go ahead. Yeah.
Okay.
What did I used to sound like? Oh, yeah, there we go. There we go. Dr. Ben Salento, Texas sinus and snoring. Man, those were rough days, snoring like that. They were really rough for my wife. She had to sleep next to that for all those many years. It's been about 7.5 years now since I went and met with Dr. Ben Salento for the first time. He fixed my sleep, and that's been a huge thing for me. There's no way I'm doing morning radio. There's a good chance I'm not even here.
from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We'll find out what the guys got going on In the Loop in just a little bit. They'll be in here. If you missed it, the question of the day is already out there. Name I want to read it. I want to make sure I get the exact reading of this correct from the fellas. The question, because we posed it to Cacerio when he was on with us earlier. What is a job completely out of your area of expertise you're pretty sure you could do? In honor of Chaz McCormick becoming all of a sudden the best reliever on the Astros over the last week. Not an exaggeration.
He's a strikeout artist is what he is.
Yeah, he's a fireballer.
And I feel increasingly disgusted that we even have to discuss it, and that I can't enjoy it. It's Bush League stuff, man. It's Bush League stuff.
By definition, he's coming in when you're miserable.
When you're miserable. This team's been shut out 3 of their last 4 games, and it's not like they scored a run in that one game that saved them from what was the final score of that game? Would have been a 14-0 shutout if they hadn't scored the run at the end.
14-1.
My God.
Yeah, brutal.
They're shutouts. They're blowout shutouts. Yeah. They're not just shut. Oh, you get shut out, but you lose 3-0. What are you going to do? What are you going to do?
These are games where if this were Little League, you'd be getting run ruled. They would end the games. They would call the game after. If you get up I don't know what the run rule is, but it's something like if you get up 10-0 after 4 innings, the game is over. There's no reason to make the parents have to hang out and watch this debacle. They're getting run ruled right now by teams. It's crazy. It's crazy. Hey, by the way, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610, presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus. All season long, visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. The transactions by the Texans this morning, it's 34 minutes ago. Nick Caserio just got off the phone with us at 8:15 and then just started going to work.
And pulled the trigger on some major moves. Major moves coming. Everybody, there's one notable one. J.J. Taylor being released.
J.J. Taylor, they signed Cornell Powell and Juwan Winfrey. I know Winfrey's a wide receiver. I'm not sure what position Powell plays.
Cornell Powell.
They waived.
It sounds like Andy Bernard told us that there were weapons of mass destruction or something.
Cornell Powell.
Cornell Powell.
I love that.
Yeah.
They waived/injured Xavier Johnson, wide receiver, number 89. If you've been out at any of the practices, he's I believe a former teammate of C.J. Stroud at Ohio State. And then, as Seth alluded to, they released running back J.J. Taylor, who always looks like he's got a little bit of pop, but he's undersized. People think he's like a rookie or a second-year guy. He's been around for a few years. He was at the Patriots for a cup of coffee, and he's been around a little bit, but he is getting let go by the Texans today. So J.J. Taylor no longer a Houston Texan. Nick Caserio was on with us a little bit earlier, and we asked him about the running back position. Actually, Dameon Pierce has not done much in this preseason. He was on the PUP list to start out. About halfway through training camp, got taken off the PUP list. Probably the most action he's had that resembles football would be being out there in shells, I guess. He hasn't participated in any practice, I feel like, that's involved contact. He was definitely not part of the joint practice nor the game on Saturday. We asked Nick Caserio, how do you evaluate a player like Dameon Pierce in such a competitive room like this running back room when you've got so few data points here in the 2025 preseason?
You're really trying to look at everything comprehensively. So, a player's history, that's a part of it. Also, you're focused on the present time, like what have they done, currently in the present year. So I'd say DP he practiced last week, certainly made some progress, probably going to practice this week. Whether or not we play him in the game or not, we'll see how that goes and then try to make a decision. Sometimes those are the players in situations where you have to figure out, all right, you have to put the whole picture together, not maybe make a decision based on something isolated. So, it'll be part of the discourse and dialogue here as we go. But Dameon has shown that he's a good football player. He's helped us win football games. So what does that look like when it comes to the end? That's part of the puzzle as we piece this all together.
I think the big thing with Dameon is that this style of offense, at least what they've shown so far in the preseason, is a lot more like what he had in his rookie year. And you can see a hole, hit a hole, and hopefully just break some tackles, grind out yardage, have a breakaway every now and then. We saw the better version of him a few times last year, mostly on long runs, and but we didn't see vintage Dameon Pierce. I think they're almost evaluating Dameon just based on what they think and know, or what they feel his upside is, more so than anything else, and they want to see him in this scheme.
Yeah. I think Dameon's near future as a Texan is very linked to what's going to happen with Joe Mixon here. And we asked Nick, can you pull the Mixon one just so we can play the answer, Colin? I think it's right there alongside. You got it?
Yeah, just give me 1 sec.
Okay, no problem.
Well,
get in my ear when you have it. Yeah.
Let's say you go in. So far, as long as the blocking is good in front of him, I think Nick Chubb looks like he can do a lot of the old stuff when it comes to he has strength. He broke tackles in that game, when he had good holes in front of him. I don't know what his overall burst and explosiveness is, but for having a guy that can come in and churn out yardage, I think they've got something there. But I also think that you don't know 100% how he's going to fare if you have to give him 20 carries a game.
Right.
And you also I like Woody Marks a lot too, but he's still a rookie running back, not a huge guy. And you've got to have kind of offset for Nick Chubb, and Dameon Pierce is the most likely guy that fits that role right now.
Yeah, I love your point on the scheme, because he was a fish out of water the last 2 years here with Bobby Slowick. By the end of the year, they didn't trust him.
Well,
Joe Mixon was the only one getting carries at the end of the year.
And it's tough when you go in, even when he comes in, they called runs that fit his skill set better. But when the defense knows that, Dameon Pierce is in the game, we only have to worry about specific types of runs, then it makes it a lot easier to game plan against. With him this year, I think it's they're going to be able to use him with some more versatility and work to his strengths, and his strengths being exactly what the Texans' offensive line is already doing.
Yep. We did ask Nick Caserio about the latest with Joe Mixon. Here's what he had to say.
Yeah, no change. I mean, Joe's kind of, working through it. He's still on the NFI list or PUP, whatever list that he's on. So kind of take it one day at a time. And, once we get a little bit closer, probably have a little better idea where he's going to be. But Joe's working hard, trying to get himself back ready to go. So whenever that is, we'll take it as it comes.
All right. So there you go. Not much more on Joe Mixon.
It doesn't sound, I don't know.
How are you feeling? Like, if you had to, gun to your head, if you had to pet, Joe Mixon, does he play week 1?
Right now, if I had to bet on it, I would bet no.
I would bet no also, yeah.
And a lot of that, Aaron Wilson had reported that there's I can't remember his exact phrasing, but he said there's a good chance that he's on the PUP to start the season.
Yep. And if he's on the PUP, if he's missing week 1, he's missing the first 4 weeks. So all of a sudden Nick Chubb becomes a really important guy in this whole shebang.
If it's officially on the PUP, then I'm going to get way more nervous. If he's on the roster but inactive, then I won't be as nervous. I'm not going to feel awesome about it. But when you willingly say, well, we can't expect to have him back in the next 4 weeks, that opens the door to him being not available for the next 6 or 7 weeks.
For sure. Yeah, no, dude, if he's on the 53 but he just doesn't play in week 1, I can attribute that to they just want him to shake off the rust before they put him out there. Now, he hardly practiced at all last year, and in week 1 he was the AFC Offensive Player of the Week against the Colts.
Right. Yeah, I mean, anything could happen at this point. I would just say if I had to bet on it right now, I'm not feeling super optimistic about it.
I'm with you.
But I'm 100% open to them they're just being super careful right now. It's his – I can't – but last year he was out at practice, though, was he not? I mean, he just hasn't even. Yeah, he hasn't. There have been so many times where he just hasn't been out there.
Yeah. Yep.
That's what's making me nervous.
Of course. So along those lines, the Texans bring in 2 more guys today. They cut a couple of them loose. We asked Nick, how's this process go, especially with Towns come next week? How organized is this process where you're looking at the other 31 teams? Are we overthinking it to say that you've got your guys all assigned to different teams here when teams start making cuts?
No, very much so, Sean. So we have our pro scouting staff. They do a great job. So DJ Debick and his staff, say Chris Blanco and Lip are involved in that as well, where essentially we canvass the entire league. You're tracking other teams. You're tracking a certain cohort of players in terms of what their potential availability may be. We're following these teams. We're watching the preseason games. We're reading about these teams on a day-to-day basis. There's a lot of information that flows back and forth. There's a lot of information that's out there. So we're doing that. that in conjunction with starting to get ready for the Rams and Tampa Bay in terms of an advanced scouting report. So you're not oversimplified. That's exactly what takes place, and that we probably meet fairly regularly, whether it's once or twice a week. Hey, what's going on? What teams have we talked to? At some point, we'll probably talk to every team in the league about what are their needs, where do they have a surplus? All right, is there a match? All right, how's it going? Where they have a gap? Where can we fill a gap? Maybe we have a player that could fill that gap for them. So it's very fluid. It's very constant, and that's what this time of year is.
Okay, you know what? And he gave you credit there for not oversimplifying it. Well, describing what sounded like an incredible complex process. That's okay. You didn't overly simplify the way you described an incredibly complex process where you have to keep track of 31 other teams and all the various personnel that may or may not be available.
Yeah. I asked him if I was overthinking it. I'm like, do you assign guys on your staff to each team, or am I overthinking this? And so, yeah.
It's a lot. And it does. It also. I always feel bad for these guys that make it through the first cut on day one.
Yeah.
And then on day two get cut because somebody else is out there on the waiver wire. Mm-hmm. That's a rough one, man. That's pulling the rug out right out from underneath you.
Yes.
You call your mom, I'm a pro, I made the team. And then, wow.
You're gone in one day, less than a day.
You got to call your mom again.
Okay, is this good news or bad news for the Texans, Seth? This just popped in the last 7 minutes. Tom Pelissero's who I'm looking at here. The Colts are naming Daniel Jones their starting quarterback for Week 1.
I think it's bad news for the Texans because I think it's the right decision by the Colts.
I do too.
I don't think there was ever a chance in hell that it was going to be Anthony Richardson, unless Daniel Jones somehow looked worse than the worst version of himself.
Mm-hmm.
I watched Anthony Richardson's performance the other day that some people were trying to call a promising performance, and all I saw was the same old Anthony Richardson that made a bunch of boneheaded plays but made one brilliant throw. Which we know he can do. We know he can. He's good for it. Once or twice a game, he's going to make a throw that nobody else can make. It's the other stuff. There's what people refuse to acknowledge, that there are 65 to 70 offensive plays in a football game.
Okay, this may be a topic that needs longer than we have because the guys on In the Loop are walking in, but I'm going to ask you anyways. Geno Smith, Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold. I could probably find several more names of guys that needed a chance, needed to fail in a couple of places before becoming what they became. Is Anthony Richardson a guy, given how he throws the football, not well, not accurate, is he a guy that can be one of those guys?
I don't think so, because I don't think he's going to stay healthy enough to do it. He gets injured all the time. Mm-hmm. I think he'll – so when is he going to get the consistent snaps and reps and everything and try to build on anything? I don't know. I think he's out of the league.
He's a bust.
He's out of the league within like 3 or 4 years.
Can we put the bust label on him right now, Anthony Richardson?
Yeah, sure. Like I could predict that he'll be a bust. Yeah.
Bust.
Yeah.
He's a bust. I wish we had a hotkey for it. But John Lopez agreeing with me. That's the hotkey right there. I don't know if you're agreeing or not.
Before the draft, I didn't like him.
Yeah.
You remember that?
Yeah. Well, I'm never that hepped up on guys who have major accuracy issues.
That was the reason why.
And I know people point to Josh Allen.
That's right.
No, but that's the problem. It's the same way Tom Brady ruined it for all these other teams think that they're going to turn a 40-year-old into the best version of himself. Yeah. And Tom Brady did it. Just like Josh Allen and Dak Prescott are really the only two good examples of the guys that markedly improved their accuracy when they got to the NFL. There's another few guys, but those guys are like the glaring examples of it, but it's the exception, not the rule.
Yep. Yes. What's up, fellas?
What's happening?
By the way, you don't ever have to feel like you have to stop a conversation because we're coming in. We'll just jump right in and have fun.
Yeah, you'll just hijack it.
That's right.
Oh, happy anniversary, Reggie.
Thanks,
happy
anniversary.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's Reggie's
1 year.
1 year anniversary.
Yes.
You know how I knew that, Seth? There were tacos in the other room.
I brought tacos.
That's how I knew, yeah.
I brought tacos.
Yeah.
I feel bad, though. Not really, but just, for the setup here. Because Lopez is honoring me in that way, spending a year here. And what I brought in today was smelling salts so that he could pay for his terrible, awful, no good prediction.
Are those real smelling salts?
That is right.
Yeah.
Because I don't know.
We were going to do this, Seth. You were going to.
Oh yeah.
Well, there's plenty if you like one.
Oh, I'm good.
Okay.
I'm wide awake.
But
I've had more ammonia packets in my life than one man should.
In this room combined, for sure.
Well, we're going to see if we can get Lopez to that number as well, because he on Friday guaranteed an Astros victory. And
tell
as
me
you guys
about
know,
it.
didn't quite go that way.
Do you know? Did he tell the story?
I didn't.
Yeah. So I text John. I'm on my walk on Friday, and I was listening to. There was something about you guys might have even been talking about soccer. I forget.
Yeah, we mentioned it.
Oh, you're
That
talking about
sounds about
Liverpool.
right.
You're talking about Liverpool, and I said, oh, so should I get in on this from a gambling standpoint? I text John, do you bet on soccer? And you said take Liverpool first half and hook it to the Astros.
Yeah. Parlay.
The first leg hit
They were
fine.
up 2-0 in the first half.
Yeah.
2-0. I was like, counting my money.
Counting your money, and then the Astros almost get perfect game.
I love it.
Friday night.
I love it because one, nothing makes me laugh harder because as a non-gambler really than seeing a parlay tanked by one leg.
The lock part of it.
And then secondly, I've just been laughing at it for the entirety of the weekend.
Yeah.
Lopez was a half step away from being the most wrong that he could be on that one particular take.
Yeah,
and it's so funny to me.
Yeah, the one leg thing on the parlay, when it's just a 2-leg parlay, that's I can deal with that. It's when you've got like the first 4 or 5 legs of a parlay and the last one comes up and kicks you in the junk. It's just brutal.
Yeah,
it's brutal.
It's good Schadenfreude from over here.
Yep. All right, so question of the day.
You know the question of the day.
I know, but the audience.
Yes, because Nick Caserio, you threw it his way. What is a job completely out of your area of expertise, like Chaz McCormick pitching 3 times in 5 days or whatever it was, that you're pretty sure you could do?
Okay.
Yeah.
And Nick Caserio said he could be the guy in gorilla position, which is like the guy that runs everything at a WWE show. Like you're on the headset with the referees. You're telling which matches are up next.
Yeah.
Mine would be, look, my life is probably going to end in a casino someday. I think there's like a 60% chance.
Yeah.
And either as a patron or employee, I think I would make an excellent pit boss at a casino.
Agreed.
Oh, what game?
I think I would be.
You know what?
Behind all the I'd be amongst the blackjack tables because that's where the most socializing goes on.
You could get it. That's one you could get into and kind of learn it on the fly and fake your way through it.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be exposed for not knowing what you're doing, until you made a few mistakes.
Yeah.
Whereas like being a dealer, that's a lot of math. Like you got to drill that math into your head you can't just step in there and be a competent dealer.
Also, I feel like we got to throw Sean into management. Like we can't.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think I could.
But he's done that. I was hoping you wouldn't say sales.
Oh God, no. Yeah, no. I'm aware I can do that, but no. But I could be a dealer too. But I think I'd like to be the pit boss, just sort of lurking in the background.
But I'm kind of thinking about like stepping in on day one.
Yeah.
And you couldn't step in, like you couldn't go to a casino this afternoon and be a dealer. Like you wouldn't have the math. Like they've got certain calculations in their head that they got to know. Boom, 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 boom.
Yeah, Seth,
right?
I'm curious on your Seth because I was thinking the same thing. Like day one, I could fake it, and I was thinking, both my sons are really good cooks and love to cook. I love to cook.
Yeah.
I think I could step into a food truck.
Oh yeah, I think so.
A food truck. Yeah.
I think you could.
Not stepping into like a 5-star restaurant or whatever, but a food truck. Yeah. That's a good one.
How about you?
I could be a flight attendant.
No, you couldn't. There's size requirements.
That's fair.
Yeah.
No, they did away with those.
They did?
Because they were trying to shame me into having a certain body type. So I could be a flight attendant. I think I'd be really good at it.
I don't know. I feel like you'd be good in a vacuum, but the problem is flight attendants have to frequently deal with the worst of us on planes.
Well,
but that's
and
when
then you're
go,
yelling at people to
That's
go.
where the
This is where I want Seth to be a flight attendant so I can watch the world's first ever flight attendant who is vigilant against people trying to run their way up the aisle as soon as the plane lands.
Oh yeah, just pushing people back into their seats.
Yeah.
That's one thing I'll do. Whenever they get on the intercom and they're like, just so you know, the fasten seatbelt sign is still on. So they're talking about one person that's up and doing something. I would call that person out.
Yes.
I would say, you, red shirt. Yeah. Get back in your seat. And people, the flight attendants would consider me their hero.
Hey, can I ask you something, Seth? What part of the math of the blackjack dealer thing do you think I'm incapable of right now?
No, it's not that you're incapable of it. I just know that I've talked to blackjack dealers about the training for it and everything, and that it sounds. I don't know. It's just stuff that has to be like super automatic.
Probably more the
Or do you
payouts
feel like-
than the adding up to 21 part of it, I would think.
Yeah, you can get that
Right,
pretty
yeah,
quick.
yeah. I don't know. I'll have to. I'll send you an article later. Yeah.
The odds on a craps table, I would never be able to.
Yeah, now see, that's,
I would know, like, oh, I got 2.5. Whoa,
Yes.
what is that?
Yeah. I think I'd be okay. I've played enough blackjack just like not in a casino with friends and stuff like that, so I think I'd be okay. I understand what you're saying, and I get it.
Maybe it was the craps part of it that I was thinking of.
Yeah.
I remember talking to a dealer who was also an Uber driver.
Yeah.
Which tells me maybe he wasn't the best dealer. So maybe it was more of an
improv.
It was for you. Yeah.
Thanks for painting me with random Uber driver paper. That's funny.
I love how much you're like almost defensive about like your ability. No, I could definitely do this because I know from my time being a cashier, I'd be the worst at any table in a casino.
I'm good with numbers on the fly. I think I'd be good.
I'm fine with the numbers. It's just more I don't care about the bosses. Like, here, take an extra chip.
Dude,
I
you
don't
better not
care.
do that in a casino.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's it.
I just know whenever you're looking at the other end of the other side of the transaction, there's way more that goes into it
That's
than
true.
so that's all.
Yeah.
Sorry, Sean.
That's
Sorry.
okay. That's okay.
I didn't mean to dash your dream.
On the YouTube page.
If you decide when you semi-retire and you want to be a dealer, we're gonna have to check in on you, like a week into the training and see if
I would be a fun dealer, man. I would have a good time at my table. Would be hopping.
I'm not saying you couldn't be a really good dealer.
No, I know you're not.
I'm just talking about day one.
No.
Yeah.
I'm just declaring the fact that I would be a good dealer. That's all. Yeah.
Now I'm just trying to think of the various different jobs in an airport or related to an airport that I want to see Seth do.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I'll tell you one thing.
Go ahead.
So I got into a rental car the other day, and I'm like, there was a long backed up line and everything, so I get into the rental car. And I turn the key, and nothing happens. And all it says is a sign that says, check the back seat. So I look at the back seat. I'm like, okay, no, there's no child left behind or anything. And it won't turn on. And so I started like, okay, maybe one of these sensors is screwed up. So I started like pounding the seats in the back seat, seeing if that was the issue. And I was about to back in to the rental car counter to tell them that they gave me a lemon. And I realized, I'm in a hybrid, and it's on.
It was on.
Oh, that's hilarious.
It's totally on.
That's funny. I would definitely do that.
It was on.
I would have been so embarrassed if I had to go back in, and they had to explain to me how hybrids work.
I like the YouTube real quick. It says, being on an airplane as a flight attendant is not the best place to say go die.
Yeah. They do take you seriously. Oh, man. Hey, by the way, Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. If Sean was a pit boss, I'd rock all the Notre Dame gear to get a few favorable deals my way. Oh, sir, you would be getting buffets out the wazoo.
That's right.
If you're rocking that Irish gear, oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Okay, last one before we get out of here. By the way, Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. I could be on the medical staff for the Houston Astros. All right. On that note, Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies, and good luck with your confidence in your math abilities in the future.
I can add to 21, all right? Yeah. All right, we're done. We're out of time. You're listening to KILT, AM, KLT, FM, HD2, Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, they're in the loop, and they start now.
Happy Tuesday to you. You are in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I'm sorry. The idea of I can add up to 21 just is reminiscent of
Don't ask me to add up to 22.
When kids come up to you like, hey, you want to see me count to 100? And you're like, damn it, I got to say yes, but no, I don't want to see that. All right, let's get going on this Tuesday. You see, it's John Lopez. I'm Reginald Attitude, the Figgy Fig with you.
They said it wouldn't last.
Oh, that's right. It is a year to the day.
They said it wouldn't last, Figgy.
That I jumped in with you, fine, Phil. I mean, it still might not. Who knows?
Everybody said they were switching the music.
Yeah, go ahead and listen and make sure that it does last, because who knows? Any given day.
Station going down the drain.
But let's get going here on a Tuesday.
I'm done with search 10.
Yeah, don't be done. In fact, do the entire opposite. Get involved even more so in the program. 713-572-4610 is the number to text. And then also appreciation to the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers live streams.
We keep it 100.
Both on YouTube, Sports Radio 610, and on Twitch, 610 Houston. And yeah, it's an anniversary, man. It's good to have put in a full year and excited for what year number 2 brings, especially as we head into some more Texans football, man, 2025 season.
Yeah, big time. And a little bit of news happening here as the boys referenced on Payne and Pendergast with Daniel Jones.
Oh, I thought you were talking about like Texans
news.
JJ Taylor.
Texans news is where I was going next, and that is Cam Robinson in pads today.
Hey!
But the same offensive line.
Hey!
Running with the ones.
All right, so
same offensive line running with the ones.
And I was listening to Payne and Pendergast, as you should every morning, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m., right here on Sports Radio 610. I mean, keep it locked, really and truly, from 6 all the way through to the evening with Area 45 at 11. But I see your text line. I appreciate y'all. But what was I going to? Oh, yeah, I was listening to Seth. Made a good point. Then, honestly, I had neglected, to be completely honest, which was in West Virginia. Before Cam Robinson went down with injury, that same day they had given the opportunity of Ariante Ursary to roll with the ones at left tackle. Like, this might just be something where they fully believe in his ability to be that, and they want to go ahead and start him in that space to, obviously be that left tackle of the future, as it seems like that was the indication, or the implication rather, when they drafted him.
Yeah, look, it's not nothing. I mean, there still might be some possibilities out there with the offensive line, but keep in mind, D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio, both of whom you will hear from shortly, both said they wanted to get to a point where the offensive line was set and they could just keep them together, they could work together, they could get to know each other even better, and just move forward into the regular season. Maybe that's the case.
It's possible.
Yeah.
It's still very interesting to me because, the Titus Howard moving out at right tackle thing has really diced this thing up and made it a little bit more uncomfortable for me, because it feels like they very much wanted to have Titus and his big body inside. But the thing that makes that a little dicey is Blake Fisher.
Yeah.
Like, if everything went as planned, I imagine that you can start Ursary at left tackle, and then you can have Blake Fisher at right tackle, which allows you to have, the offensive line that it seemed like they were working towards. The Blake Fisher thing has been the up and down portion of it, and hearing two of the principal parties over there with the Texans talk about him over the last couple of days has gotten us kind of thinking in a different way. So let's get to the videos and let's kind of parse it, because D'Amico Ryans talked yesterday after practice. It was about 4 p.m. And I believe he'll talk today as well, as obviously they're still training camp, they're still practicing, they're still working towards Thursday a joint practice and Saturday a football game. But D'Amico Ryans was asked about tackle Blake Fisher. This is what he had to say.
Blake did a really nice job this past game of, when you see him, just for me, sticking on blocks, hat on a hat, working his feet, like finishing blocks. That's how it should look. Right? So he has it in him. Blake just has to be consistent with what we're doing, consistently train, consistently finish every single rep, because physically he has all the tools that it takes to be able to do that. So this game here is representative of what he can do when he's dialed in and he's focused on the task, and he goes after the job with the right mindset.
Man, is that a compliment? That's kind of, to me, saying he's got a great personality in football terms.
Wow, I didn't hear it that way.
Okay, because here's the thing. D'Amico is going to protect his players, and he's trying to protect his players. He's not going to throw them under the bus too much.
Agreed.
But after he said, did a good job of this, hat on a hat, he says he has it in him. He said, when he's consistent, he needs to be consistent, etc. I think D'Amico didn't want to throw him under the bus, but that's not a whole full-throated endorsement of him at right tackle.
Oh, no.
Listen to the second part of that. He was basically saying, look, this is what we've been wanting. If he just, and I'm paraphrasing, but kind of said, if he just commits himself more to doing it the right way, it's in him. That was not like D'Amico would normally rave about a player who's, consistently doing the job and is playing at a high level. To me, I was like, whoa, that was wild.
Sure, I wouldn't expect him to lie, right?
Yeah.
I think our eyes would very much tell us that he has not been consistent. And maybe this is more just about, how everything is relative, and the standpoint that we've kind of had on the outside looking in is, this Blake Fisher thing has been so dicey to a point where maybe, just maybe, you could end up with him not on this football team. Now, of course, that might have been a little extreme, but this very much seems like more of a endorsement of his abilities, because yes, the high water mark meets our standard. We just need him to hit that high water mark more consistently, which again, we would have said And it sounded like the way that he was saying that is not just that he needs to be more consistent. We believe he can get to that consistency. And I think that is the big question. This is where we go back to D'Amico Ryan's, was that last week, saying, I'm not thinking about the 53-man roster. And we kind of laughed about that when we were doing our buy and sell, saying, sell, of course you're always thinking about it. I think there is a genuineness to what he said in that they are always looking at all these guys, try and make them better day by day, and then when we have to cut this down, we do the evaluation on how much better they've gotten. As of right now, they still have a week, exactly actually, because it's next Tuesday when 53-man cut down has to happen. I think they look at this as we have a week to find these guys and see, or to refine these guys rather, and see if they can meet the level of expectation that we want for them and for this team. And with Blake Fisher, the idea is the proof of concept is there. And we, in a week, see him be more consistent to be in a place where we can trust him to put out there. And that feels like a vote of confidence in a way to me.
I hear what you're saying, but when you listen to what he said about Ursery, a rookie who's moving to left tackle, and he was, in fact, Figgy, I don't know if you have it. I'm putting you on the spot here.
I got it.
D'Amico on Ursery. Listen to what he says about Ursery, and then you kind of bookend that with what he said about Blake Fisher, because what he's saying about Blake Fisher is it's in there, but by saying he needs to be more consistent, he's kind of saying he hasn't been consistent. So let's listen to what he says about Ursery.
I think Ursery in the game did a really good job where he was at left, and that's kind of the focus is wherever you line up, and you just do the best with where you are. Really don't worry about guys having to move around, or like just when you're called upon, like can you go out and execute what's been asked of you, and can you do it at a consistently high level with high energy, high passion, and he's shown that over these first 2 preseason games.
That's vastly different.
Certainly.
That's vastly different than what he said about, and maybe that's why I heard the Blake Fisher after this, and I'm like, whoa. I'm not saying Blake Fisher, he's still, potentially traded, potentially cut, whatever. All I'm saying is they weren't as giddy about his performance. I'm sure they were happy with it, on Saturday as the rest of us, because we were almost rubbing our hands together, problem solved, good job.
Ooh.
Well, I'm just.
Yeah, I wouldn't characterize what
I'm putting a little jelly on it.
Okay, cool.
We were happy.
It was kind of a celebration a little bit.
Yeah, it was a little bit.
Not just from us, but just in general.
Yeah, but it's all relative, because if you thought someone had and you saw the pinky move, you'd be like, oh, wow.
but see,
that's great.
But see, it was a bunch of, told y'all.
Oh, we got a lot of that. But
yeah. See, Blake I told y'all. It was a bunch of that.
We did. So you get what I'm saying. I'm not saying they're giving up on him. I'm not saying the proof of concept, as you say, and the optimism that he can find it is not there. All I'm saying is Ursery, the rookie playing left tackle, which we did not expect, he's like, that dude has done it the last 2 weeks.
Agreed.
In the games. Blake Fisher, he's saying, it's in there. It's a little different.
No, I will not deny that it is absolutely different for those two. I think that optimism still exists, and it's consistent with the way that they've talked about things. Sometimes there's criticism that can be levied against D'Amico and maybe Nick in that, they can kind of just be a little rote. They can be a little mechanical at times and getting back to the same answers. But there's a consistency with them even in that, hey, do what you're supposed to do your job to the best of your ability, and improve upon yourself as you go along. And I think that if you look at that as a baseline without comparing directly Ariante Ursery and Blake Fisher, which again, I understand is even still a step down from the expectation that we should have from a second-round pick in his second year. I do think that is, I don't want to dismiss that. But if you just go on the expectation of be the best version of yourself, continuing to improve, both of those guys fit that in what they have.
Sure.
But, of course, the continued improvement that is necessary for Blake Fisher at this point is still ahead of him. I think Ariante Ursery, the beauty of that is that the consistency word that is absolutely, I think, maybe secondary to competition in what they've talked about out here at these in training camp. I think absolutely hitting that, which is a godsend and really a take up for that second round pick. Blake hasn't yet hit that,
right?
And I think that is the question mark that remains for the previous year's second round pick.
And that speaks to kind of how we got into it here this morning. That is, you got Cam Robinson in pads, and Ursery is still your left tackle, at least today. And Titus is still your right tackle, and that might speak to Ed Ingram, and him doing a good job at guard and, getting the best 5 out there. Right now, the best 5 are those. Now, maybe Cam Robinson jumps in at some point, and Titus can go back to guard, and Ursery can go back to tackle, et cetera. But maybe not. As I mentioned, they might have found the nastiness, the group, the cohesiveness that they want, or at least maybe not real soon.
Yeah, and that's the thing is at this point we've seen a lot of this starting five on the offensive line playing together to where I just can't imagine you neglecting that in your considerations. But that takes me to a place where I know Cam Robinson, 1-year deal, and he's a veteran. Do you see him as a swing tackle of sorts? Maybe they are willing to go back to Blake Fisher as a level of swing tackle. And then how comfortable have you gotten with this five that has been out there?
And what does it mean to the 9, specifically Blake Fisher, which we've talked about? Where is Trent Brown, in terms of him coming back? So, yeah, there's still a lot to parse out. But, among the 9 offensive linemen that they're on the record as saying they want to keep, but I think the first 5 might be set at least for week 1.
Yeah, it does look like that, but I don't know why my mind is thinking in this way. Maybe it's because we talked about math so much in the crosstalk. But when you're talking about geometry, a singular data point is just a point. You can do a little bit relative. When you have multiple, then you have a line, right? You can actually figure some
First
things
of all,
out.
you're throwing too many big words.
All right.
What
are
you
doing,
man?
That was very simple.
You talking about, man, you about to run everybody out of here, man.
That is fair. But it is worth coming back to the idea of D'Amico's, hey, what are you doing to stack performances? And I think that's where Thursday, after seeing the ones, so to say, in the preseason game, and honestly, even with the Panthers practice, the Lions practice will give us even more of an idea, especially seeing as that's a defensive line that's got some things. And we saw that last year. Ali McNeil was giving the interior of the offensive line hell. I think
Thursday's really the last shot.
That'll be a huge, huge data point for this offensive line.
I don't expect any, very few, if any, starters to start on Saturday. So I think Thursday might be the last shot.
Yeah.
I just had a deja vu.
About?
That.
Oh.
You said.
Yeah.
That's wild, man.
It is wild. Crazy what a year will do,
That blows your mind.
I like how I'm making this a big deal about the year as if you have not done this.
Hey,
for like
we didn't get
30
nominated for a Marconi until you got here.
I don't think I would take credit for that by any means, but I appreciate
that's
to
facts.
be a part
That's
of it.
true. That's facts.
Technically correct, which as Futurama tells me is
We
the
had
best
a
kind of
whole
correct.
bunch of people, Rich, all type of legends rode through here. You rode through here, we get a Marconi.
Okay, all right. Like if y'all want to say that, y'all can say that. I'm not willing to take that on myself. It's a little bit of obviously practice going on again today. And we're still in training camp vibe, so we will still try and see if we can figure out some things from what we're learning. But as you mentioned, still having Tay out there with Cam Robinson out there in pads. And then apparently C.J. Gardner-Johnson getting some work off to the side of the field, which is a good sign as we're still a couple of weeks away from the first week of the NFL season. And that makes me feel good about the possibility of seeing the starting defensive backfield as you had intended for week 1 versus the Rams. So we'll keep an eye on all of that as we continue on a Tuesday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. But coming up next, I know that y'all were like, hey, can we skip the Astros today? No, because we had Chaz McCormick out there on the mound again. We had that type of performance again. The Astros have always been built for October. What is it looking like for this team is built for now? Also, I think I might be able to get some Lopez comeuppance today. Let's do all of that next.
All right, D&M Auto Leasing and
Biggie, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Clogging the toilet like at somebody's house. You can't find them.
Dumb and Dumber?
At all.
When you Dumb and Dumber it? Not awkward at all.
Yes, it is too.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, happy Tuesday to you. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. All right. I did say yesterday that there was some comeuppance that needed to come around.
This is according to
one
you.
John P. Lopez. That's right. You're damn Skippy is according to me.
That's like your opinion, man.
Big Lebowski, right?
That's your opinion, bro.
That's like your opinion, man.
Very
Big,
nice.
Big Lebowski.
That's not going to save you. References will not save you from these smelling salts that I went and procured yesterday. So if you were not listening last week or yesterday when we were talking about this, Lopez put up a pretty strong guarantee.
I stand by it.
About the Astros after the Mariners in a getaway game had to be at the ballpark for like 5 hours, and it was a long, drawn-out game, and they had to get on the plane, fly to Houston. You guaranteed a win for the Astros.
Damn right.
Not only did the Astros not win, they damn near got a no-hit.
Perfect game?
Damn near had a perfect game put up on them. And so, as comeuppance, I said that smelling salts was what you got to do. And
Figgy,
so,
is this right?
Here I have.
This is like his opinion.
Figgy, do you agree? Look, we have a quorum.
A quorum.
And you would be the deciding vote on whether or not these smelling salts get smelled by one John Lopez. So how do you find in this?
See, this is the thing. Like, if they would have just lost the game, maybe a war or something like that.
I know where this is going.
Then I wouldn't give you a hard time over it.
Yeah.
But they almost got perfect game on, whatever that term is.
That's right.
And
I don't even know what it is.
And they've been worse since.
Yes.
They've been getting blown out since.
They suck this week. I mean, let's just be honest.
Yeah, really and truly.
I think they've been so bad. I think you just got to partake in this.
Yeah, like, again, I don't really subscribe to the nature of jinxes, except they have been so. They put up another 10-0 game yesterday.
Could have been 15.
It really could have, because Spencer Arrogate. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to follow the instructions. Apparently, I got to put a little water in here and then shake it up and let it sit for 5 minutes. And while that happens, I would like to have a conversation with you here, John Lopez, about like what the Astros are indeed built for at this point, because we were riding high at the trade deadline, at the return of Carlos Correa. That narrative portion of this was fun, giving Joe Espada a left-handed bat and Jesus Sanchez, and then bringing in a nice defensive infield in Ramon Urias. But at that point, I can remember myself, I don't want to speak for anyone else, but I feel like there was also another sentiment of, hey, no pitchers in here.
Yeah.
And you look at the record since the trade deadline, what is it, 14-21 since then? You look at the way that they've played over the last 4 games in which they've had 3 blowout losses and a game that they should have won in 9 that went extras and they really could have lost on the day where Billy Wagner gets his number retired. Like, no, that's the affront to me. That is an absolute affront to me as a Houstonian. So, I mean, what are they built for in this case, and how do we look back at the trade deadline at this point? Because since then, like, you did that to try, or you went through the trade deadline and you were supposed to answer some questions, and right now it feels like some of those answers or some of those questions remain somewhat unanswered.
Yeah, serious and not serious answers. 713-572-4610. What are the Astros built for? Because and I'm going to start out very seriously here. This is a team that has been built for October, consistently built for October. We are bearing down on October, less than 6 weeks to the end of the season. And the Astros right now, you laid it out perfectly. Also, they're minus 38 in run differential their last 6 games.
Is that good?
Minus 38 in run differential the last 6 games. They haven't scored in 15 innings.
Is that good?
Like zeros. They haven't scored in 15 innings. So that's the background. But the question becomes, what are they built for? I think we got another sign just this morning. You know, they are not built to have an October run based on their bullpen. They called up, who was it yesterday? It was Taylor Scott.
It was Taylor Scott.
He got brutalized.
That's right.
This morning they called up again Logan Van Vey.
I like how you made him into like Dracula.
Logan Van Vey. Again, what they're doing is like, all right, who's down in the minor leagues that we can use for one day? 1 or 2 days. They don't have a closer. They probably will not have a closer, at least until October, and we'll see how that goes. They're taxing their bullpen over and over again. That's not built for October, man. If nothing, I haven't even touched on the hitting other than the 15 scoreless innings, but I'm saying they are not hitting. We talked about it yesterday. You asked me what's the bigger question. I said the hitting, because you do need to score runs to win ball games. But between the bullpen, the way it's performing, and they're just mixing and matching, AAA and sometimes major leaguers into the rotation, into the bullpen, it's bad. But they're not scoring. This is the one thing that really resonated with me last night watching this team. And it was actually my wife that brought it up as we're watching the game.
Shout out to Jan. It's the real sports radio host of the family.
That's right. It's 100% true. They looked lifeless. Like, yeah, whatever. We'll get through this game. That's awful, man.
Yeah, it's deeply frustrating, and it's not going to get any better considering that today you're facing off against arguably one of the best pitchers in all of baseball in Tarek Skubal. Mm-hmm. Now, of course, it is a Hunter Brown day, so, I mean, make of that what you will, but I mean, you've got to be damn near perfect on outings where you have Fromber and Hunter Brown on the mound, and even that, like, you've lost, what is it, the last 4?
Yes, Fromber at least 3 or 4, yes.
And, like, some of that, as you mentioned, is absolutely the offense, which, again, that was where all of your moves were made to try and help assist that. Mm-hmm. That's not come around, which is frustrating. Obviously, the thing that you hope for is Jordan, and that's why I'm with you on the hitting being a big issue, but the problem for me is the trade deadline was an opportunity to do something about the pitching. You lean to the idea that pitchers returning would help you out. And as of right now, that has been a big old bust.
How would you grade it today?
For the pitchers returning and helping?
No, just the trade deadline moves.
Oh, the trade deadline moves. The problem is you've dealt with a big slump. I probably was going to go to like a C.
Sanchez hadn't got a hit yet.
Yeah, Sanchez has been really problematic. He's been solid in the field, though. And Urias, I love the way he's done defensively. Correa has had his moments for you. Unfortunately, you're doing this thing that the Astros have seemingly done all season long where you have a number of guys hit a slump at the same time.
Yeah, that's awful.
But also, you ain't really addressed the pitching like that.
That's the issue.
And see, that's
that one I'd give like a D or whatever, because Arrighetti comes back and he has not been – I mean, he's not even really getting over in a way that you want to. And then Lance McCullers Jr. should be on his way back, but him up and down. Mm-hmm. I don't know how much confidence you have in him. Who else returned? Christian Javier returned, and it's been – fine at best.
So we'll see. Yeah.
Fine at best. And now you're also talking about an illness. What does that mean? Like, what you were hoping to get in return has not landed. Plus, your bullpen has clearly now wilted under the pressure that they have been holding up for such a long time.
And here we are, hey, man, with the next 2 days, maybe they can get right. Hunter Brown and Fromber. How many more starts do Hunter Brown and Fromber have in the season?
Especially when you
6.
Especially when you consider Hunter Brown has been historically he has not had these long stretches. He's not really fared as well under the length of season that he's having to put up at this point.
Mm-hmm.
And then Fromber, I do wonder, and we haven't talked much about this in a while, as he is heading towards free agency, frustration has seemed to pop up from time. How much is that factoring into him on the mound now?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Obviously, terrific, on paper, pitching matchup today, but you have to score runs. I think Tarek Skubal is 11-3, probably a Cy Young leader. Hunter Brown 10-5, and then tomorrow you got the junk guys. You got Fromber against old Charlie Morton.
I know him
on the hill. So, and they each have maybe 6 starts left. It's getting. They're not built for October right now, and that's the one thing that would worry me. Yes, their hitting could come back. Yes, they might find some pitching with Javier or Luis Garcia or even McCullers, but I don't know, man.
You counting on too much with those pitchers coming back this late in the season.
Right.
And they might take a couple starts to kind of get it going, and I feel like every start is valuable right now.
Yeah.
Now, today, Yordan Alvarez's rehab assignment begins with AA Corpus. I almost did it again. And so if we're talking about not being built for October right now, the things that could help them get there, obviously Yordan being back and giving you a big old bat in the middle of the lineup could be very helpful for the offensive side of this. Again, pushing guys into places where they could be. I know that you were talking about the Adam Spillane kind of thought of, does that help you if you start platooning some of these guys in different places, and then maybe you can give Cam Smith the rest, who, quiet as it's kept, he's had a rough go of it of late. And, maybe you can have that depth lean into helping give some of these guys the rest that's probably needed. But pitching-wise, again, are we just waiting on hopefully Luis Garcia and J.P. France come through and they have better performances coming out to help you, relieve some of the pressure on the mound?
Yeah, I mean, you're relying on question marks or hope. You didn't make a move at the trade deadline, and you're not hitting. So they're not built for it right now. Maybe it'll change quickly. Good segment, guys.
No. Here's the thing. Obviously, we don't have a lot in the ways
of the day coming up next.
What the Astros are going to be able to do to fix this. But I think, Lopez, we could try and maybe change the juju with you making good for that guarantee that you made.
Good. I didn't say anything.
Good, damn it. All right, let's see if we can change the vibes. Maybe you could smoke out.
Real quick before you do it. So if you do this right now and then the Astros go on the winning streak, do you got to keep doing it every day?
No. We just change the vibes. I'm not that sick of a human being. I'm pretty sure that, remember, the NFL was like, hey, we're not giving this to you no more. I don't feel like we should actively just decide, well, if it's good enough for the NFL.
So if you do it today and they win and then they go back on the losing streak,
then we might need to clear the vibes again. Yeah,
what
we might need to do that.
What in the hell is going on?
It's the effect of saging a room, right?
Yeah. And it's baseball, man. You know we got to do this type of stuff for baseball. Whenever you get going, whenever you get going, you got to keep doing the same thing.
Slump busting and all that stuff. Good Lord. So what do I do? Just take a nose hit?
Just take a good whiff of that.
It's not my first.
As you've detailed.
Salute to that Mexican restaurant.
Yeah. Rose. God almighty.
How would you like to describe the whiff of smelling salts that Salt just had?
It's been about 40 years since I took a whiff of smelling salts.
Cocaine is a hell of a drug.
God almighty.
He literally jarred his head back so quickly.
You jumped out your headphones,
His
man.
headphones left. So
baby.
Let's hope that we have done what we've done the thing that is actually going to clear the vibes and the Astros
you
can
cleared
go out.
Something.
And your sinuses, I'm sure, Astros can go back and at least get back to competing, damn it. And of course, that happens 5:40 today as they take on the Detroit Tigers. TBS is apparently broadcasting this one with Hunter Brown on the mound. So happy Hunter Brown Day to you. Yeah, it should be. I want you to cry feel the pain that we have felt having to watch the Astros the last few days. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our question of the day, inspired by Chaz McCormick out here deciding them deciding to make Chaz McCormick a pitcher over the last weekend 3 times. What is the job?
Blow my nose.
That brother's standing up now.
He is in pain right now. I am just milking this tease so that he doesn't have an opportunity to go and fix himself. All right, what is the job completely out of your area of expertise? Completely out of your area of expertise that you're pretty sure that you could do. 713-572-4610. Let's do it next.
How's this for a bold Texans take after their preseason win over the Panthers?
If this offensive line is just average,
several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, time for the question of the day here in the Loop. What is a job completely out of your area of expertise that you're pretty sure that you could do, a la Chaz McCormick, notoriously an outfielder for your Astros, having to get out there as a pitcher a number of times over this weekend, with the Astros having fared so poorly, both at the plate and on the mound, that they've been really well out of it. And in an effort to save what remains of the bullpen, he's been out there pitching. He's actually been handling himself decently well. I'm a little distracted by Lopez going back and legitimately watching himself take way too big of a hit of smelling salts.
If B. Scott or Tyler don't post that, it's something.
I'm about to post it now. I just got it.
Yeah. It was. I took way too big of a
Far
hit.
too big of a hit.
I went, oh boy. But
can we go back real quick though?
Yeah.
Which one of these NFL players was saying they did that for every drive?
A lot of them do, but I think it wasn't Kittle. Was it Kittle?
I think it was George Kittle.
George Kittle do that every drive? What an insane person.
It don't even surprise me because it's George Kittle too.
Yeah.
That don't even surprise me.
But a lot of them do it before every drive or often during the game. On Chaz McCormick and the question of the day. Question of the day, what is something that, completely out of your realm of expertise, your area of expertise, that you're pretty sure you could do that job? I will say this, and Seth brought it up, and I just want to reiterate it because he made a really good point. It's not cute anymore. It used to be kind of cute, kind of, hey, Chaz McCormick is pitching. It's embarrassing that he went out there again.
Yeah, this ain't like a blowout game in the NBA that you bring in the 12th man out, and then it's just, hey, look at him. Nah, this is embarrassing.
It's bad.
No, I mean, the reason why we're having fun with it, I imagine, is you look at the rest of what's happening with the baseball team, and what are we just going to do? Complain?
Yeah.
There has to be something that we enjoy a little bit. You find places to laugh to keep you from crying. But no, you're right. Like, this is not the kind of novelty that you want. This is not what you want to exist with. And I mean, you ask Joe Espada, I'm sure that he's not very happy about where it is right now.
Yeah.
You want to have your pitchers pitch.
Once every 2 months, and you get blown out or whatever. It's kind of cool. He's pitched 3 times in 5 days, man. That's humiliating.
Yeah, that's not what you want.
Yeah. All right. So, a job you can complete out of your expertise that you think you could do from day one, like you could step in like Chaz McCormick. The one that I mentioned earlier, and the thing about it is I know a lot of people in this industry who have food trucks and stuff. It's a lot of work.
Yeah.
It's very expensive to get going. It's long hours. I don't want to do it. But in a pinch, both my sons are really good cooks, like exceptional. And I'm not just bragging. I mean, they're really, really good. My wife is very good at organizing and stuff, like, that feeding frenzy that we're doing for the podcast. She's organizing a lot of that. And I love to cook. I think we could do a food truck. I think we could do a food truck and it would do well.
I love that you put your whole family into this.
No, because they love it. Yeah.
Which fair enough, but it's like, hey, what's the job you can do? He's like, I can get my family to do all this.
No, I'll be the pit master. They can do.
Wait, you're doing a barbecue food truck?
Damn right.
Are you going to be one of those folks
that has to be even tougher, though?
Oh yeah, it's expensive. Buying the proteins is expensive. Yeah. But it's my wheelhouse. My sons can cook all kinds of other stuff, and that's what would make it. It would make a craft barbecue. There we go. OG craft barbecue truck.
Okay.
There we go. Done.
I can see it. I can actually see it. I think that, and there's a number of people who've said that they'd actually be down with that. All right. What I was thinking about, all right, what are my skills? Complaining is one of them. And I was like, what's a great job for complaining? Put me in quality control or something. Just like where
That's hilarious.
I get to be in this place where I'm like, nope, you did it wrong. Nah, man, this is not good enough. We need to be better. How do we be better? Maybe? HR feels a little bit more dicey because now you're dealing with like what people, and you know how people are at work. We've seen the various things that could pop up that HR have to handle. No, I just want to like, hey, here's a trinket that you guys made, and nope, this is why it's wrong. I feel like you need to fix this and make it better. And I feel like that would work. And then the other thing that I thought of, strictly off of watching Mad Men alone, like I just would let me be an like an advertising.
Oh, I think I
creative.
could see you doing that. I could see you doing that.
Because also one of the better parts about this is I feel like anybody nowadays would say, like these ads aren't all that good anyways. Like I feel like they used to be back in the day. We'd have better ads. We were just talking about it yesterday. Like, what happened to jingles, man? Jingles used to be really dope.
I love me some jingles.
And so, at the very least,
You'd have to drink
I feel like
scotch every day at lunch.
Well, I don't know if I'd take it. I don't know if I'd take it that far. After like going
to be really inappropriate with the women in the office.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like then I'm going to interface with HR in a way that I don't really want to. No, I feel like I could come up with some like advertisements. I think
that's a good one for you.
I think
day one, Fig, you step in, you could fake it.
I think I could be a therapist. To be honest, one of the people that just listen to other people talk about their problems, because I'm really good when it comes to listening, and that's one of the things a lot of people like about me, especially if you're a talker, because I could just sit there and listen to you all day long, and I'm actually listening too, and I could jump in and respond at the right time. So I think I could make a good therapist.
Yeah, I don't know about the 832. What kind of career this is? He says, I talk sports with the guy. I play sports with the guys and sleep with the ladies. I don't know what that would entail, what kind of job that would be.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what job that is.
Sounds like a star quarterback to me.
Sounds very fun. I feel
Reggie, analytics department. That's a good one.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I don't think
I can see you working for PFF.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm that good at analytics. Maybe I jump in there, but
you can learn.
I think so.
I think you'll be a quick learner.
I think so. Fair enough. I mean, I feel like I could do like Chaz McCormick level work in there. Yeah, I think that could work.
I can see you being a teacher, just a regular school teacher.
Yeah, true. That is fair.
Like a high school teacher.
Somebody said OSHA. Hey, take this down. What are y'all doing? This is not safe. Somebody said a job that's out of my expertise is acting for a movie, TV show, etc. Fair enough.
Oh, you want to do that, Fig? You want to be
I still want to do it. Actually, so I went to I took a very small time, went to a community college, and I actually took an acting class.
All right.
So I had to memorize a play and all that stuff and actually act it out, which is kind of funny.
I do love this from the 832 because I get where it comes from. I'm not sure if it actually goes this way, but they said, I'm pretty sure I could do Stephen A. Smith's job. Wear a suit, argue. I do as much as I hear you on that, and I think we all have a level of, I don't know, irritation with Stephen A. Smith at various degrees. I do respect what he is capable of doing.
Oh, his research team or his own research or combination is outstanding.
And he's working probably like 18 hours a day.
Yeah, big time.
He's constantly doing so. It ain't like he's just doing first take and then just going to the crib.
Yeah.
He's doing all type of other stuff.
By the way, the 713, if you can really do this, there is a place for you in a lot of corporations. Like, you could make a lot of money doing this. He says, drop me into any meeting with 5 minutes of prep time, and I can cliche and corporate talk my way out of it.
That is a huge ability.
You know, saying all those, hey, let's circle backs and all those little stupid, all
the jargon,
blue
corporate
sky.
Jargon.
What's that one?
Blue sky thinking.
Let's have some blue sky thinking and all that. If you can do that and pull it off, you can make some money. Because some CEO will say, hey, I don't want to talk about this. Go talk for me. And you just BS your way through the whole thing. 832, I'd love to be a meteorologist because they always get it wrong.
Yeah, see, that's the way I was thinking. What are the jobs where like very little downside where I feel I can get in there and do the job decently okay? I do respect it from the 713. OG adding craft before barbecue tells me he's going to charge a 250% mark. That is really how it goes, ain't it?
Just one word. Just one word makes a big...
a two-meat plate going to be about $100.
That's right. That's right. A number of people saying sports talk radio host. Fair enough. I mean, they said I've been received daily training for years. Yeah, I think that there's something to that. Like, you get a feel for what works just by listening to it. Somebody said male dancer. Is there any job like within sports that you feel like you could jump in and do? Because I get
basketball.
Oh yeah,
I think I could.
You have some experience.
Yeah.
At what level? You
college. That's been my dream.
You don't think you could do it at the NBA level?
I don't want to. I think my area of expertise in basketball fits more the college game. Matching up, zone defenses. Sort of manipulating a bunch of guys on the. I think I could fake my way. I wouldn't be good, but I could fake my way through.
From the 404, they said sports reporting. Stop asking obvious questions that coaches and players are tired of answering. Make them laugh with chill questions. Build a rep with them so you can always call on me. All right.
See, that's a little tricky though, man, because sometimes, it's easy to say, but sometimes these guys be having articles to write deadlines to meet and all that stuff. So they got to ask those certain questions that they get tired of.
Yeah.
I don't think they up there just for fun.
I do think that, it's very easy to feel that way, and I think that very many of the folks who do it have that as a belief and as an expectation of themselves. A little bit higher bar than I think that we kind of give them credit for at times.
No, and a lot of times they have marching orders. Hey, go do a story on this.
Yeah.
So you're like, why are they asking about that? Because they were told they need to do a story on that.
Yeah. See, that's why I kind of respect what they do now. Now that I'm in the industry a little bit, and I'm like, oh, okay, that's how I go. Y'all can't just ask him what he had for breakfast and call it a day.
Exactly.
I do really appreciate the person who was like, I could work for the Astros medical staff. And I hear where you're coming from.
I could probably be the GM for the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, that's
an upgrade.
Yeah,
I could own the Dallas Cowboys.
I could tell you exactly who to pay, who to draft, who to trade away,
and
I could do that.
Another one says, based on the last few days, I could be the Astros manager.
Yeah, just put Chaz out there. There you go. Done. Yeah. Somebody said I could do what Jack Easterby did. I don't think that you want to do. I think you want to do better than what he did, because what he did is probably really putting the franchise in a bad place.
Honestly, I could probably do a better job of what he did.
Yes.
Fair enough.
That's not saying a lot.
I think a good amount of that's good as well. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us. And shout out to Chaz McCormick finding ways to make himself useful. Hopefully the Astros don't give us a performance like the last, dating back to the weekend, because we deserve a good one with a matchup like this on the mound. Hunter Brown versus Tarek Skubal, 5:40 p.m. I believe TBS, but it should still be on Space City Home Network, correct?
I don't know. I'll have to double check myself
on that one. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Worth noting that today we're giving away a pair of UH tickets. It's a pair, right?
Yep.
Pair of UH tickets to U of H versus Stephen F. Austin's on August 28th, so keep it locked. We'll do that.
It's actually 4 tickets.
Is it 4?
Yeah. 4.
Look at that. It just doubled on you real quick, just like that. All right, so keep it locked right here. But coming up next, let's go around the NFL where the will he, won't he on the Matt Stafford playing thing has gotten to a fever pitch. And also, we got a little bit of preseason football yesterday. What did we learn about the Bengals? We'll do that next.
CJ's. exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here, Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL here, and we begin with a little bit of news on the day. The Colts have named a starter for Week 1 of the NFL season, and his name is not Anthony Richardson. It is Daniel Jones that will start for Indianapolis. That's right. But is that
Plot
really
twist?
Is that really shocking? Like, I'm
kind of shocked at it.
Really? Why is that?
They kind of gave up on him. Not only did they say he's going to just start the season,
Yeah.
it seemed like he's going to start the whole season.
Yeah, no, they called it a competition, but they did bring in Daniel Jones for a reason. I got questions for you guys.
For us?
Yes.
I didn't make the decision.
And our lovely listeners. Is Anthony Richardson a bust?
I mean, I think he's well on his way
yes.
to being.
Right now, yes.
Was he 5th overall?
4th, I want to say. He went. No, 5th. I think it was 5th.
Either way.
No, you know what? It was 4th because remember CJ Will and him.
Yeah.
Right after him.
Yeah. So I agree with you. I think he's a bust. And the reason I say that is there's no real place for him to find improvement. You know, like you put him in, let's say he goes, let's say Caleb Williams falls off the face of the earth, all due respect. And you go over there and he goes to Chicago. Is there a quarterback guru that can help him? Keep in mind, he's been helped by some pretty good offensive minds.
Yeah, I think to your point, there's not going to be an opportunity for him to play the football that makes him better. Yeah. I think he might be in the same boat as Trey Lance was, where he needed to play more football, but there's not an opportunity in a place where he can play football in the ways that he needs to, especially when there's rudimentary things that you expect of an NFL quarterback that he clearly is not capable of handling.
Yeah.
A la that one unrushed passer that got him and really lit him up. Not being able to handle a very clear hot route, but then also needing to have the football, the football that you play in order to diagnose things, in order to find some level of accuracy, if something that can be fixed, which we were talking about with Seth earlier. I looked at Anthony Richardson, and when he was drafted, actually in that draft process before the draft happens, I goes, he's the dude that's going to get somebody fired.
Yeah.
Because he falls in line with what the Josh Allen school of thinking was, get the big guy, the big arm. We've seen it historically, but teams that's starting to wise it up. And then you get the Josh Allen, who was not accurate at Wyoming, all of a sudden finds accuracy, and people are now in the I can fix him camp. No, you can't. And this was the chief reminder of, no, you can't fix him. Yes, he has all of the raw materials, but if he hasn't put it together, likelihood is, more often than not, probably 95, 96% of the time, you're not going to be able to build that. And that's what Anthony Richardson
It seemed like it wasn't even just the accuracy part. It's just the common sense for football a little bit.
Yes.
Just that type of stuff is the stuff that get them benched.
Well, you just answered one of the other questions I had, and I have one more. The other one I had was, how big of a factor was Josh Allen and him going so high?
I think it was all of it.
Right?
Yeah.
And then the third one is, how big of a factor, and maybe I'm thinking too much here, how big of a factor just in general, his place in Indianapolis happened at NRG Stadium when he begged out of a game?
I don't think that's nothing, but I think there's plenty enough in his game that we don't have to look at the idea of tapping his helmet and getting out of the game as a quarterback.
Well, it affected his standing.
And see, that's where I'm talking about with the football smarts, just that type of stuff. And then I think, what was the last preseason game? He was kind of getting crushed over that that play that got him hurt.
Yeah.
So I think that type of stuff is
it all adds up.
Yeah, I think that makes it a lot worse than what it already is.
Yeah.
So I guess we look at him as some level of bust. I don't anticipate the place where he gets better. 15 career games, and he's already being beat out. Not by like a great veteran quarterback.
Right.
Daniel Jones, who we look at, is also kind of sorry, if we're going to be completely honest.
That's why I was kind of shocked, to be honest, because when they brought him in, I'm thinking like, man, they ain't giving them no real competition.
Yeah.
Because I thought he was going to at least beat out Daniel Jones. But it looked like it wasn't even close.
It really and truly wasn't, which Vaya con Dios, Colts. Good luck with that. We continue around the NFL. There's a little bit of football that was played today between the Bengals and the Commanders. 31-17 victory for the Bengals, of course. I don't actually care about the preseason result. We got a little bit of ones in this one, and on both sides for the Bengals, I'll start there. I was kind of concerned for them if I actually cared about the Bengals, which I don't really. The defense still looks as porous as can be, especially trying to stop the run as Trey Hendrickson continues to hold firm on his idea that he's not going to play. And maybe this took me all the way around to the other side where I look at the Bengals and go, I don't know that you should pay Trey Hendrickson because it's not like he's going to fix all this.
Well, on the defensive side for sure, but I think they kind of went old school playing as much as they did yesterday. I think they're done. They're set for the remainder of the preseason. The Bengals.
Hell, they almost got the quarterback killed a couple times.
That's the offensive side. The offensive line did not hold up at all. I know that you kind of have to be a team player. Joe Burrow said he feels comfortable and he felt comfortable out there. It didn't look like it. He was out there running for his life against the Commanders.
He was doing that Shadir Sanders run back. Brother was going backwards.
Back. Yeah.
I mean, he looked fine throwing the football as you expect for Joe Burrow. It just feels like the way that they've tried to build that roster is problematic to a T. So again, I'm in a place where I feel comfortable putting the Texans above the Bengals, and I know that to some people outside of Houston will sound like sacrilege, but look at what the Bengals are putting together.
Mm-hmm.
This does not look like a serious operation.
Yeah, especially on the defensive side.
No. Somebody said Hendrickson is building leverage. Maybe so, but again, I just don't know that even the pass rush they would bring and fix it for them. Now, I think that he's the caliber player that should be getting paid.
Mm-hmm.
That's just such a poorly built team.
And just real quick before we move on, the report yesterday was they're actually in the same ballpark or have reached a place in terms of the total number for his contract. But here we go again. Here we go again. It's still about the guarantee.
Yeah.
I just pay him a guarantee, man.
Sorry, man. They're broke boys. But shout out to Mitchell Tinsley, though. 5 receptions, 73 yards, 2 touchdowns in that game for the Bengals. He looked really good,
man.
He's going to make a roster off of that game alone. I do appreciate
some
those
really
moments.
good catches too.
Some great catches.
Yeah.
In line, jumping up, getting playing over guys. Like he looked.
Yeah.
That was one of those that you really appreciated. And then on the Commander side, how'd you feel about quarterback Jaden Daniels there, out there risking it for the biscuit in a preseason game, running and getting into some physicality in a way that, I don't know that very many people are happy about considering his general stature and size.
I felt about it the same way I'm sure his entire coaching staff felt about it. What the hell are you doing? Why would you do something like that? Not now, not here. Yeah.
Yeah, but he feels comfortable with it. It seemed like the head coach, Dan Quinn, just kind of understands who his guy is and wants him to make those plays, but that's one of those things that it feels great up until you have something go wayward, and then everybody goes, why the hell are you running the football
exactly.
in a preseason game? But, yeah, that was a preseason game, some Monday Night Football. Got some vibes going back, which was really cool. How do you feel about these vibes, mind you, as we bounce around the AFC South a little bit more? Apparently, Titans quarterback Cam Ward got into a little scuffle with one of their best defensive linemen, Jeffrey Simmons, yesterday.
What are we doing?
So Cam Ward threw a touchdown pass to Cam Ridley and then went to celebrate. And then he stopped as he was doing that to shove Simmons before doing his trademark celebration. And Simmons pushed him back. 2-hand push to the face mask.
Yes. There will be a conversation about this between Jeffrey Simmons and Cam Ward. This is, you kind of respect him in a way, right?
Do you?
Yeah, a little bit. That's Jeffrey Simmons, brother. That's a large, mad, mean human being. So you kind of respect him in a way, but I think there's going to be a conversation like, hey, man, I'm going to have your back, but don't be doing that stuff over at me, et cetera.
Yeah, I think that's the conversation. Maybe it's Jeffrey Simmons. Maybe it's the coach. It's like, hey, man, we appreciate that you have that swagger. We appreciate that you have that level of competitiveness in you. That guy's on your team.
Yes.
And
he's
also,
a bad dude.
Even if he wasn't on your team, no need to get him more angry.
That's right.
Because again, let's say that he's doing that in a preseason game or doing that in a game against another team.
Mm-hmm.
He pushes the other team's best defensive lineman. I also don't want that to happen. You don't need to give them any more reason to want to come and put you on the ground.
I do think, and I know it sounds kind of counterintuitive, you don't want to do it, what are you doing, et cetera, but I do think now that it's happened, there's going to be an increased level of respect in that locker room for Cam Ward.
You think so?
Yeah. Look what he did.
No,
what he did.
I think the respect has been the way that he's been able to command command that offense, and he's really starting to deliver on the way that he plays.
Yeah.
And then also, I think I do wonder how much, like, and you could fold this into like CJ Stroud conversation, how much being a good dude in that locker room. Not saying that he's not, but no need to get out here and antagonize your teammates. That feels like something that would be kind of working counter to whatever he's doing in the locker room and building relationships in there.
Yeah.
As kind of the middle management of a quarterback between, coaching staff and front office. Like, quarterback exists in that place. How about you don't, mush
you don't want to do that.
your other guys? Some other things around the NFL. The Buccaneers, week 2 opponent for the Texans, apparently are expected to miss Jalen McMillan into the regular season with a neck injury. According to Todd Bowles, that was announced earlier today at a press conference, he had a severe neck strain, and he won't be ready to play for week 1, and I imagine that means that week 2 is probably in jeopardy. As much as I bring this up, I also think that it's a non-starter, because if there is a team that could sustain wide receivers going down, it is the Bucs. Do you know who is in their wide receiver room?
Yeah, but Chris Godwin is still out, right?
Oh, I don't recall that, actually.
I think Chris Godwin is out, and him. So, I mean, yes,
true, he is.
It's a deep room.
Yeah, you got Mega Ibuka.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but
Mike Evans.
Even with that, you can Mike Evans and Mechy Ibuka, as you mentioned. Tez Johnson is there, who's been a really fun player that they got in the 7th round. I don't know if they would want to use him, but yeah, they've got some guys that I think you'd feel comfortable with. And even if you just go with the 2 that I mentioned, those are nothing to scoff at. But yeah, man, that is a room that 1 through 4. We often have a conversation. Who is the best tandem of wide receivers? That's a team that has like 4 of them that you feel really comfortable running out there at any given time. But yeah, that is that's a hit for them, and we'll see as we get closer. Obviously, we're like a month away, 3 or so weeks away from that, particularly hitting the Texans here at NRG Stadium on that Monday.
Yeah, but I mean, it is a hit, no matter how severe.
100%. A couple of kind of roster movements. We didn't mention this. The Colts signing Xavier Howard. How did you feel about this, especially as a team that's looking at, hey, depth at cornerback?
They need it.
A number of people have talked about, hey, Xavier Howard's still out there as a free agent. No longer. He's going to sign with the Colts.
I felt this is a classic roll of the dice. Hadn't played since 2023. When he played, he was pretty good. But what is he right now? What is left? What's there?
Yeah. Plus, he had the off the field drama. I ain't gonna say issue, but drama off the field. So.
They're rolling the dice on it.
They are.
Yeah.
And so we'll see how that ultimately comes about. And then the Texans made a couple of moves, adding Juwan Winfrey and Cornell Powell, both of them wide receivers, having played a few years in the league. The corresponding moves see Xavier Johnson waived due to injury. And then J.J. Taylor, happy trails to him. He was released, the running back. Was 5'6", 185. It just felt like he never really got too much of responsibility in that running back room. And to be fair, as much as I really liked him when he had to kind of step in for moments early on last year.
Which game was it? He played. He did okay, but
it was during that time where Joe Mixon was early on in the season. He played pretty well, but it didn't seem like he had that same pop this training camp, like, let's say, Jawar Jordan, who honestly
that's the one I think. Jawar Jordan is the one that kind of made him expendable. They like that depth there.
Yeah. So there you go. And then real quick before we go, the top 100 is something I got to get you voted on by NFL players. We're getting into the nitty gritty of some of the ones that actually matter. We mentioned number 30 yesterday was Xavier McKinney, 29 yesterday, A.J. Brown. Today, your newest additions to this, jumping up a magnificent 57 spots from those Tampa Bay Buccaneers, left tackle Tristan Wirfs.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
And rightfully so.
Yes.
He's been incredible. He's going to be something that's going to be interesting to watch when it comes to seeing. I guess he's playing on the left. Maybe you'll get some will. You'll probably get a decent amount of will against him.
Yeah.
But
is he back healthy?
Wirfs?
Who, Wirfs?
Yeah, was he back healthy? Because
we're still waiting on to see, but I'm willing to say that I think he'd play week 2, but we'll see. We'll see ultimately. But that's a good question.
I know he's dealing with some injuries. But
he is.
Yeah.
It would be great if we ain't had to face him.
Yeah, but absolutely, it would be great if you did not have to face him, because he is absolutely establishing himself as one of, if not the best when it comes to tackles in this league. And then 27, Detroit Lions running back Jahmyr Gibbs.
Oh, wow. We are getting into the nitty gritty. He's one of my favorite running backs out there.
Yeah. Someone said, would you repeat or would you respect C.J. Stroud if he pushed Danielle Hunter?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't want him to.
CJ got a little chippy his rookie year, too. He was talking a lot of mess out there.
That feels like a different level of chippy, though. All right, football talk on Sports Radio 10 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right, coming up next, let's get to this because one of these young players, one of these rookies was mentioned. What happens if Jalen Smith is this year's Kalen Bullock? 713-572-4610. Let's have that conversation next.
Ability Trees, Louis Flory. I've been talking to him a lot lately.
10. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
From the 8 through 2, what's y'all's thoughts on Houston legend John Wall officially announcing his retirement? I did not know that it hadn't happened yet. That were my thoughts are. With all due respect to the man who was very good as a Washington Wizard.
To me, John Wall is somebody you got to be really in the sticks to be like, man, that is a legend right there. He was so cool. You might not be able to see the highlights and all that stuff. You just got to go back to college days, high school.
He had a stretch. He had a stretch.
That's what I'm saying.
He was great at Washington.
Yeah. No, if you say the legend, people might roll their eyes a little bit, but he's one of those street legends where you like, man, that dude was so cold. He's probably the best ever.
Man, he really represents a time period in which the Rockets were just grasping at anything to try and get over.
Yes.
And my dumb self really thought that one was gonna. I was
kind of excited for that one when they traded for him.
Yeah. How many games did he play?
I might have
probably like 10.
Yeah, I might have played more Rockets games than he did.
They tried to make that man come off the bench.
And yeah, if you're just tuning in from the 8 through 2, rally salts for Lopez as well. I think that's a great rally salt. That's what we're going to call them. So if the Astros get back to the winning ways, cool. But if we need to clear it up, we might bring them rally salts back out.
If they go on the winning, if they win the game, you got to do it again, man.
Lopez, you better hope that they play some better baseball.
If you think I'm doing that again,
you might have a choice, man.
Yes, I will. Yes, I will. You always have a choice.
All right, well, if you say so. All right, let's talk a little bit about these Texans because you raise an interesting question. What if Jalen Smith, number 30 in your programs, the rookie out of USC, what if he's this year's Caleb Bullock? And I think that was interesting because there was a couple of rookies in the secondary that showed up last year. You could have said, what if he's this year's Kamari Lassiter, but I think that I understand why it is that you didn't ask that one in particular.
Yeah, because, just sort of not what you necessarily expected where he was drafted and what the expectation was. We've mentioned it a couple of times when Caleb Bullock arrived. We didn't even know where he was going to play, and just a monstrous surprise. And so Jalen Smith has been playing really well. I mean, he's been playing really well. He had that pick this past week.
He sure did.
Et cetera. And not horribly low, but a third-round pick. And isn't that where Bullock was taken to, third round? I think it was.
He might have been, third or fourth round.
Yeah, and so, the expectation was, well, let's see, cornerback depth. By the way, cornerback depth is something that this team has desperately needed. We were sort of wringing our hands all through training camp. What are they going to do? We know Lassiter. Obviously we know Derek Stingley. And then what? And so if Jalen Smith can all of a sudden, be the surprise and be that third cornerback, and Damon Arnett is in the mix as well. We heard D'Amico talking about him yesterday. Keep in mind, Damon Arnett was the number 19 overall pick when it came out.
He's back, and with some things that happened in between, sure.
Bad things that happened and kept him out of the league for 2 or 3 years.
Right.
But maybe there's something that they can find there. But I'm really focused on Jalen Smith, and the reason is they've already proved with Lassiter as well, but certainly with Caleb Bullock, that Matt Burke, as much as D'Amico Ryans is the guy that makes the calls and is heavily into the defense, Matt Burke is there all the time in every meeting. Obviously D'Amico is pulled in a bunch of different directions, and Dino Vasso, the defensive backs coach. Those guys have worked some magic, man.
They've been really good at developing players and bringing out the best of them, and it does feel like Jalen Smith has a nice foundation to start with. Speaking of, let's hear from Kamari Lassiter. He talked yesterday after practice specifically about how Jalen Smith has performed, especially against the Panthers on Saturday.
Oh, it was amazing. I mean, he made an amazing play on the ball, and he got upfield. And just knowing how that feels, you get your first pick in front of everybody and then you at home, it just means a lot. So, just seeing him make that play and just knowing the work that he put in on the practice field and before all this, and just to get drafted and, to be here and then for it all just to come to fruition, that's a good feeling.
I like that one for a number of reasons, but the big one was even players that have reached the NFL, that get drafted into the NFL, they always kind of wonder, What
do you mean by
that? They always wonder, I know I'm good, I'm confident, I was an all-conference or all-American or whatever. But once you get to the NFL, it's like anybody else. In any industry, you're like, okay, now I'm taking a step up. I know I can do this, but until you actually get that affirmation, that validation, you're kind of not reticent, but you're kind of wondering.
Was it you that I was talking about, like middle schoolers with yesterday?
Mm-hmm.
The idea of, and of course this is all in the idea of kids, when they're in middle school, you get to these 7th, 8th graders, man, they be breaking bad in that school because they feel like the big dogs on that campus.
Yeah.
As soon as they hit that new campus,
that's exactly the best.
That 9th grade, they get real timid again because now it's some big kids over
between
here.
their legs, yeah.
That's a great.
You see some grown people.
Great example. Like, they're good. He knew he's good.
Yeah.
He knows it. But until you get that validation and you're like, I remember talking to one offensive lineman, and I forget what it was, who came in drafted, and this was in the Oilers days. And I remember just like laughing because he was really good. And he's like, I didn't know if these guys were going to kick my ass. I didn't know if they were just going to bully me. And then the first couple of practices, he's bullying them, and he's like, oh, I can do this at this level. So that part of his quote of what Lassiter just said really resonated with me, because now Jalen Smith, he's probably after that game saying, oh, yeah, I can play at this level.
And to be fair, and with credit to him, without having talked to him or getting into his mindset, from what it looked like at training camp, he looked like he felt like I could play at this level. And I'm sure that he was helped a great deal by the number of, kind of pros that are out there on that defense. And specifically, it felt like C.J. Gardner-Johnson had a number of times walking over, giving him game in different ways. I think that the question is going to be very important on what happens if he is like Kalen Bullock of last year. I think that that's kind of needed because we start looking at the cornerback depth. And I think that you've got guys that have played before, but I don't know that you've got guys that have, and sorry for the term, have that dog in them. I know that has been overused around these parts particularly, but I think that it matters here, right? Guys that can play at that level and really hold their own in the way that Kalen Bullock did last year. And even though he had some rookie mistakes, it was fine because by and large, if you kind of did the pro-con list, it was very heavily pro. I think that that's necessary, especially we've seen Kamari miss time. We've seen Derek Stingley miss time. And having somebody on the outside, especially with the way that this defense operates, having dudes on the outside that you can trust matters. We saw the distinction in the level of defense when you had to put Jeff Okudah out there, when you had to put D'Angelo Ross, with due respect to those guys and what they bring in special teams and everything. Having a guy that you can put out there on that island on the outside matters, especially if you get into instances where you do more of what we started to see in the back half of the season, where you got Derek Stingley traveling. Well, that means everybody's in man and everybody else knows you're in man. And you got to be able to hold up. And Jalen Smith seems to have that level of confidence. And if he could play like Kalen Bullock did as a rookie, having that level of confidence and playing to that level, that's going to be really necessary, that you feel confident having a guy you could throw out there and not worry about him and not have to do, roll too much help to or what have you. Even though I think you would do that normally just to protect a guy, but not know that you don't need to do that for him to be successful. I think that'd be huge.
And you mentioned trust, and I think that's important. We know what D'Amico Ryans wants in every player on his defense, but in this case, in the secondary at the cornerback position. We know, we talked about Dino Vasso and Matt Burke, and how they're working with these guys and what they want to see defensive backs. Isn't it kind of curious that the Texans continue to make little moves here and there, bolstering different positions? Hell, they brought in 2 wide receivers today.
Yeah, and I mentioned it. I neglected to kind of ask you, what did you think of them bringing in the wide receivers? Because it feels very much like camp bodies. Right?
I think it's mostly for the next preseason game. I've mentioned this earlier. Thursday is it. Thursday is going to be ones versus ones, and then we aren't going to see anybody or very few of the starters on. It's going to be. We're going to give you a chance to maybe do something here, but really showcase yourself. So I think. But my bigger point is this: they've been tweaking positions, bringing in a linebacker, bringing in a tight end, 2 tight ends. I think they brought in. No, 1. They brought in 2 wide receivers. You know who they haven't brought in?
Corners? Additional corners is what
they haven't brought in any corners, man. Am I missing one? I don't think so.
No, because they brought in Arthur Millette.
That was early before camp.
Kind of, right immediately before camp.
Yeah.
But it's still the likes of D'Angelo Ross and MJ Stewart and Jalen Smith and Tremon Smith and Damon Arnett. Those are still the guys that have been.
That says something.
All through camp, without them trying to have some churn to see what they could find on the backside of it.
To me, that says something. That says something about Jalen Smith. I think it says something about Damon Arnett. And again, we've alluded to this guy's had a rough time, played in the UFL, maybe has changed, his ways a little bit, certainly matured, whatever you want to call it. But the fact that they've been kind of tweaking the back end of the depth chart just about everywhere, but not cornerback, I think they got some confidence in this guy.
Yeah, I think I agree, especially because if you looked at the depth guys that are there, who's the one that gives you the most confidence? I think without question, I say Jalen Smith, and I think you'd be hard-pressed to find somebody who covers this team that would say anybody different.
Yeah, I totally agree.
And so, there's a lot of trust in him. I guess probably there's a decent amount of trust in D'Angelo Ross, interestingly enough. But I think that, and probably Miles Bryant to some degree as well, who seems to play all over the place. In fact, with the walkthrough yesterday, I think he was playing back at with the safety group as opposed to with the corners, which was interesting in its own right. But I think that if you're talking about defensive back depth specifically, Jalen Smith stands out, which means a lot, especially for a guy that you drafted in the 3rd round. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including this former Astro having a rough time of it. Let's talk about what's happening with him and more next.
CJ's.
The best burgers in town and so much more at Beck's Prime. 10 Houston area locations, BecksPrime.com.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right. We're about to get into What's Poppin'. There's a lot of things happening at the same time. Obviously, Texans back practicing after getting their preseason game on and then having a little bit of a walkthrough yesterday. Back in the field, back on the field. Getting work in before they travel tomorrow after practice to Detroit for what is another big-time moment in training camp, another joint practice. So excited to see that. But there's a number of things happening. We mentioned John Wall retiring, former Houston Texan, Houston Rocket rather, 5-time All-Star, made the announcement on social media. What will you remember about his tenure as a Rocket?
Brief.
That's it?
Sitting on the bench.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, sitting on the bench.
Time away from the team.
Yes.
All that. So, yeah, shout out to John Wall. And I appreciate Ocho on the text line. If push comes to shove, the Texans can always bring in Chaz McCormick to play DB. And as funny as that sounds, I feel like it could happen.
You went height and weight on him.
6'2", so we're fitting in generally there. I know that playing on the outfield, I know that you can kind of track backwards if you need to. I mean, swinging that, I know you can your hips.
Safety or corner? Maybe a free safety?
Safety's probably, I mean.
He's an outfielder?
If we're comparing positions in sports.
Play center field.
Yeah, exactly. Like that free safety to center fielder does feel like it would work.
Yeah.
Because I don't know how much you want him as strong safety coming up and hitting, especially in this defense.
Yeah.
But look. I think
got some hops.
Decent amount of speed. I think you can put him out there as a DB if you need him to.
Come on down, man.
I like that as an idea. What I do also like as an idea more than anything, seeing some of the practice notes. We've got guys back out there who have not been out there. Notably for me, Damian Pierce has gotten work today. Christian Harris has gotten work today. Let me see. Who else did I see get some work today out there? Derek Barnett. Folu Fatukasi is probably the big one.
That's a big one.
Because I saw it might have been Ocho as well on the text line saying, how much better is this defense considering that we look at that interior of the defensive line and they didn't really add a true run stuffer. Obviously, Sheldon Rankins returns, but they haven't added a true run stuffer, and maybe that's going to be fun to watch with the Detroit Lions, seeing how a team that maybe has more strength on the offensive line and possibly can be able to move some guys, how they work against how this defense works against the run. But Foley was your best shot at it when he was healthy, and getting him back out there is probably going to matter a bunch in trying to solidify what you have defensive line wise.
That's a big one, particularly for what you just said, but also. This is one area on the defense where they just rotate depending on down and distance and situation. So I wouldn't say it's strength, but I don't think they consider it, oh my gosh, we got to make some changes.
Right. Just want to make sure that it's not a weakness as you continue. So that'll be a good place to watch. But shout out to seeing Folu Fatukasi back out there. We'll see what notes we get from today's practice. Some other things that are happening out there. CJ and all the offense seem to be going really well. And another shout out to Xavier Hutchinson. I think DJ Bieniemy said this explicitly. He anticipates that guy's going to play a lot, and that fits with what we've seen and what we've been talking about. Seeing him run with the ones. Apparently, he had another good rep against Derek Stingley. This might be the year that he just puts it all together.
It might be, and I don't think it's any sort of commentary on Jaden Higgins. I think this is the year. He's been around. He's a big dude too. I think he's going to be a starter. I do.
I'm not far away from you, especially to start. Like maybe as things continue to go
early on,
you'll get. And I think that they'll rotate a decent amount as well, as we've seen. We've seen that already happen with those guys. But I've really appreciated what Hutchinson has brought. Have not appreciated what the Astros have been on recently. Another stinker of an outing yesterday, 10-0 loss to the Tigers, and another Spencer Urrugheti rough one. Like, where are you now, John Lopez, with Spencer Urrugheti?
Well, look, a lot of people were saying, he looked all right early, and then the wheels kind of came off. I don't think he looked that good. And in fact, Jeff Blum kind of said what I said last week, along the lines of, it's one thing to miss outside the zone, but when you miss inside the zone, you get rocked. And he was missing his spots inside. He hasn't found his control yet in 3 starts.
Right.
He hasn't found it yet. This easily could have been a 14 or 15-0 loss. It was 10-0, and it was close until the 5-run third or fourth, I guess it was. But they easily could have had 1 or 2 runs in the first inning, the Tigers. Easily should have, if not for Carlos Correa making an amazing play at third base.
Yes.
Had another couple of runs.
The unassisted double play there?
Yeah, another couple of runs in the third inning. So he just is not finding any success with his control right now.
And maybe worse than that is offensively, nothing. Mm-hmm. Just nothing is happening. 5 hits, but it ultimately didn't lead to what you needed. 2 of 7 and with runners in scoring position. It just, offense needs to get better, point blank, period. And it's not going to get any easier for them as 5:40 tonight. You'll face off against one of, if not the best pitchers in all the American League, in Tarek Skubal. Mm-hmm. I mean, he's probably the leader in the clubhouse for Cy Young this year, and he's not going to make it any easier. Thankfully, you do have Hunter Brown on the mound, but what does he look like, and does he get any run support? That is the question that will be answered, that will need to be answered tonight in this going. And hopefully, we do not see any more on the mound of Chaz McCormick, because that would be the bellwether of just a terrible, terrible outing.
He's going to end up with Tommy John surgery at some point if we're not careful.
He only needs 17 more innings pitched to be designated a two-way player.
Oh, well, at least do that at some point. Hopefully not. I'm kidding. But no, look, right now we've been arguing, okay, bullpen. Boy, they really need to bolster the bullpen. They brought up Logan Van Vey today. He's just mixing and matching, trying to pluck some fresh arm out of the minor leagues to maybe bolster the bullpen. And then we've been saying, nah, it's really the hitting. Dude, right now, it's everything. Right now, except the defense. The defense has been pretty decent here and there. But it is the hitting. They are lifeless. They have not scored a run in 15 innings. But the pitching right now, outside of Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez, and Framber's lost at least 3 in a row of his starts, maybe 4, your bullpen is taxed. You don't have any fresh arms. It's both. It's both right now.
Is there any way that you can take some inspiration from Craig Counsell of the Cubs? Apparently, because Cal Tucker, a former Astro, he's heading into free agency, which I imagine does not feel very good considering what he's been doing right now. He is in the nastiest.
He's a funk
of slumps.
Yeah.
Well, what did you see that categorized this slump here, Lopez?
Oh, did you see him not run out the grounder yesterday?
I missed that.
He got booed. He got booed at home.
That'll happen.
Booed at home. He overall, if you look at his numbers, you're thinking, all right, he's having a pretty decent year because he was killing it early.
He sure was.
Since over the last 37 games, he's batting 195 with 1 home run. And I think Kyle Tucker's biggest problem, and it'll never change because it's just the way he's wired, he just kind of looks like laissez-faire, lackadaisical, kind of disinterested, sort of, picking the grass in the outfield and all that stuff.
Yeah, and it's people will let you just go bad, but it looks like you trying.
Yeah.
If it looks like you don't care, even if he does.
When he's tearing the cover off the ball, he looks like he's not really into it.
Right.
And body language matters in baseball, man. And he's never had it.
Well, it matters. Yeah. It matters when you're like, we're selling this to people.
Yeah.
Or we're selling the fact that, hey, we are out here playing for you with the city's name across our chest. And so when it looks like you're playing for me, but you playing half-assed and you're not playing well, it doesn't go over well. And maybe that is what led Craig Counsell to this. Apparently, quote, we're going to have to take a little step back here for sure and just give him some days off to rest. Yes, he's getting benched for a mental reset.
Mental health days. Mental health days. I mean, it's a real thing, but
especially in baseball, such a cerebral game.
But it's not something fans want to see, especially when you didn't run out a grounder. And I think that is a factor in the old mental health days that he's getting. The Cubs could not have liked it, but it's just the way he's wired. Now he does run out grounders by and large, but he didn't, and he got booed. But he's just sort of, remember the commercials? Remember the Kyle Tucker commercial that we used to play, where he's just milquetoast, dry, no energy. I think that does not help him in this case.
Fair enough. Brent in the Heights, has the Tucker trade currently gone to win to now being a lose-lose? I wouldn't say that. I think there's still a win, but it's very much a lowercase W as opposed to an uppercase W at this moment. With Isaac Paredes likely lost to the season, Hayden Wesneski definitely lost to the season, and Cam Smith, looking looking a little rough around the edges at this point, with the bat not really going in a big way. But you still have him for next year. You still have additional control for Isaac Paredes. Like, I think that those ultimately still hold up. They're going to be saying bye to Kyle Tucker unless they give him a big old check. So I imagine that's one of the things that hurts them.
When I step into the box, I have to be ready for anything.
That's right. Right now, he doesn't look ready for very much.
He does not look ready
With
for
coverage like this, you'll never get stranded on third.
Mr. Excitement right there. Mr. Excitement.
All right, this question comes in. If a genie gave you one wish, would you pick consistent pitching, hitting, or a new medical staff for the Astros?
Oh, wow. I'm going to say hitting, even though the medical staff certainly is bad.
Over the medical staff?
Is that wrong?
Man, look who's on the IL.
Yeah. Well, that's true.
Like, because again, I don't think that you're immediately fixing that. I think the more immediate answer is probably hitting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Some other things that are happening. This is actually just coming in. Apparently, according to DJ Bieniemy, Nick Caley, offensive coordinator of your Texas, says that he will indeed stay on the sideline for calling plays for the remainder. Yeah, it makes sense. It felt different.
Felt right, didn't it?
It did feel right. And maybe this is just, playing too much of the results, especially against a Panthers team. But it felt like the plays got in at the right time. It felt like he had a good feel of it. Now, again, it might just be that the ones were actually, they looked really good. That might be what it is. But if he feels good, I'm willing to roll with it. And I'm sure that it'll ultimately go well.
It doesn't really matter to me, whatever they're comfortable with, but it just looked as if everything was a lot smoother, a lot more comfortable, and you can't beat the result. I mean, they just look better.
No, you can't. A couple more things. Actually, I'll let one of these slide. We'll get to them in our lunchtime confessions. However, did you see that the new partnership that the NFL has?
And that is?
With Crocs.
I did see this.
The brands announced a multi-year agreement with 14 teams, team versions rather, including your Houston Texans. They're Houston Texans Crocs.
I'm not a big classic Crocs guy. I use the Crocs loafer. I wear the Crocs loafer, like
fishing, right?
Like this one here, yeah, for fishing. But the classic, is it plastic? Whatever it is, with the holes in it. I'm not a big fan of that. But I'll bet you this is going to be a slam dunk, home run, mixed metaphor type success because players in the locker room, they don't want to be wearing their shoes.
Oh, you think the players are going to be wearing
Yes. Yes, I think there's going to be a lot of good product placement.
I think you're about to be walking around Houston seeing a whole bunch of these in HEB and stuff. What do they call
that too?
What do they call the little joints that they put in the little holes? The word that comes to mind is giblets, and I know that's not the name. That's the only word that comes. The little trinkets that they put on them.
I don't like them. I don't like the way they look, but they are comfortable.
I think you're going to see them around the stadium as far as like fans and stuff.
Too.
I think just because it's Houston Texans too, I think they're going to be comfortable rocking those.
But, rocking out on the sideline, comfortable shoes and their Crocs, I could see it absolutely happen. This is great product placement.
I do appreciate that what they did. Basically, it's a deep steel blue clog. They have the white stripe down the middle, and then half of it is kind of red with the logo, almost akin to what you would see. But the little strap that you can either put in sport mode or whatever the other mode is, I forget. It has little horns on either side of it as well.
All right.
So it does. It gives a little bit of an additional flair. I do appreciate it. I still hate the way the claws look, but they're not for me. For the people that they're for,
right?
They go up. So
how much are they?
I actually have no idea how much they're going to be. I actually don't even really know when they're going to be released, but I did see that this is happening.
Vicky, you have some Crocs, don't you? The classic ones?
Yeah, so I had some when I was working at, I want to say I was working at Starbucks, and I had to have like a shoe like that. So that was the only reason I was
wearing use that as your non-slip shoe?
Yeah, because I ain't had no other ones. So now I just kind of use them to go outside or, if I'm in the yard or something like that, I slip them on.
But yeah, be on the lookout for that. I don't have a actual date. At some point during the season, those 14 teams will have their releases, but keep an eye on. Maybe we'll check out for that in case you are a Croc person and looking for somebody say if your feet stink, don't wear no Crocs. Yeah, because you out here airing these things out, which that could be problematic. But we'll just hope and believe that everybody that does get them, make sure they wash their feet real good. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, Nick Caserio jump on with Payne and Pendergast, and he had a few things that were really interesting, including some talk about the running back and the tackles. I mean, let's dive into this next.
How's this for a... KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Another day of work for the Texans out there at the Houston Methodist Training Center. What did you just say before we came back from break?
Jalen Petrie playing some safety next to
I was about to say, that's a very different. The idea of,
we are in trouble.
Yeah, I was like,
center back.
D'Amico said, all right, we'll move guys around. We're comfortable. I didn't think he meant that.
No. Jalen Petrie playing safety next to Kalen Bullock during drills right now.
That's such an interesting proposition.
Yeah. They're mixing and matching,
giving them an opportunity to move around. All right, so if you had to guess, do you think this is more of a we feel like this is something that we're going to use, or a in case of emergency?
I think this is in a pinch practice.
Okay, so get him back up to speed with what we're doing on the back end, even though he's been kind of playing that nickel role. Because if you did that, what would be the ramifications for you? You're then playing Miles
Bryant at nickel?
Yeah. Because Arthur Millette, we were just talking about this. He was brought in our imaginations to kind of try and be the understudy to that role, and he hasn't taken a step to step above what Miles Bryant has typically done.
And if we don't get C.J. Gardner-Johnson, who, if you weren't listening earlier, was on the sideline actually doing a little work today, so that is a big step in the right direction. But remember when C.J. Gardner-Johnson went down, one of the things that bothered me the most about that injury, outside of the obvious, is I could really see D'Amico and Matt Burke working with their blitz packages with Petrie at nickel and C.J. Gardner-Johnson, who can really bring it and is a big-time tackler and is going to be sort of free reign, so to speak, with this defense. That bothered me that you took away that option. I do wonder how much that is taken away, because you looking at that game versus the Panthers, they felt comfortable asking M.J. Stewart to step up and blitz. Yeah, but it's not C.J. Gardner-Johnson or Petrie. And so I think that's a big loss in terms of what they can, even just what they show opposing quarterbacks. But now maybe you can mix in Petrie at safety with M.J. Stewart at the nickel and still have a little bit of that. But really, what you want is Gardner-Johnson and Petrie in that situation. Yeah, and I can feel the people listening in their cars or wherever they're listening on the YouTube or the Odyssey app, wherever, thinking to themselves, Petrie in coverage that often? Do you want it? Right, but look,
they tried that before. I mean, not this in the coaching staff, but they kind of tried it his rookie year, right?
Mm-hmm. They did. He's grown as a player. Well, only God knows what it looks like, but I think it's fair to get a little bit of, as you mentioned, some in case of emergency, which is clear that that's been some of the cross training that they've done as well, as given some emergency coverage. Hopefully that's more of what it is, because I really like him in the role that he has, and I have questions as to what it would look like in that more of a real strong safety role as opposed to kind of this nickelback role that he has existed in. All right, shout out to Payne and Pendergast. Yet another instance sitting down with the executive vice president and general manager of your Houston Texans, Nick Caserio, this morning. Another fine sit down. There was a few things that jumped out as we were listening to it. One of those being about the running back room. We're still very intrigued as to what it looks like. First and foremost, can you give me cut 18 here, Figgy? Cacerio was asked straight up, because we haven't heard anything about Joe Mixon to this point. This was Cacerio giving his answer as to if there is any update on Joe Mixon's injury.
Yeah, no change. I mean, Joe's kind of, working through it. He's still on the NFI list or PUP, whatever list that he's on. So kind of take it one day at a time. And, once we get a little bit closer, probably have a little better idea where he's going to be. But Joe's working hard, trying to get himself back ready to go. So whenever that is, we'll take it as it comes.
Did this hit you as a positive report or or lean towards more positive, more negative, or are you just kind of entirely in that middle where you're like, it doesn't matter?
Boy, that's a good question. I don't think it made me necessarily lean each way, but I'm kind of where I was. Like, I don't know. I don't know if he's going to be available for week one or practice, before week one. And how about him saying, whatever list he's on?
Yeah, that one was weird to me, because I was like, aren't you the list man? Like, you the list man. If D'Amico said that, I'd be like, all right, cool. Yeah. You the list man. You work with the league on lists. You put him on. But I mean, that's not to make too big of a deal. But that did hit me that way. Funny. But I think it is fair to ask, because I mean, we're getting to. I was looking at average draft position for fantasy football of players, which is weird because I'm not playing this year, but I still ended up.
That is weird.
Very
I'm
weird.
not playing fantasy football, but boy, am I digging in.
You know, it's numbers. It's numbers. Sometimes I start itching. I just need to give myself some numbers, no matter what they are. And Joe Mixon, pretty, low regarded draft wise, and I imagine that's because of the injury kind of the obscuring of what's going to happen with him. Now, I still think that he should probably, be a guy that you draft because how many games would he have to miss for him to be not useful in fantasy football for you as lead back for a team that's going to be decently good?
Joe Mixon, to me, is a story that's just kind of simmering.
Yes.
It's just a simmering story because you're thinking, at least I am, I don't know when he's going to be ready, but I'm guessing he's going to be ready relatively early. Total guess. But if he's not.
How do you feel? That's exactly where I was going to go. How do you feel? Especially Nick Chubb looks pretty solid in this game, but how do you feel if Joe Mixon isn't ready to go? Because, again, you would hope to maybe get some clarity, and you still have a couple of weeks till the start of the season there in Inglewood. But if not, like how do you feel what the running back room is looking like?
I mean, you're clearly not as well, not as good, but I do have confidence in Chubb. Beyond that, I think Dare Gumbawale is going to be what he has been, and that is, Gumbawale's on the field. He's either going to pass block or go catch a pass. Not necessarily a real, although he's gotten more carries, this preseason. And then beyond that, hey, come on down, Woody Marks. That big game that he had Saturday could be crucial. For what they try to do early in the season.
I see you on the YouTube page, Scott, saying that Nick Caserio doesn't want the Rams to know. I don't think Nick Caserio actually operates in that way because one of the things he was asked about was the Matt Stafford thing is he practiced yesterday. However, I don't know what that is actually going to say. Jimmy Garoppolo has yet to play in a preseason game, which feels like treating him with the care that you would of a starting quarterback. Like, I think that there's a lot more concern about Matt Stafford playing over there than we were being led on, but when asked about that, Nick Caserio was basically like, no, it doesn't matter whether or not we believe what's happening there. We're going to prepare as if everybody's there. And I think that Nick Caserio would also believe that of the Rams, that they're going to prepare if Joe Mixon is there and if Joe Mixon isn't. So I don't know that he'd be playing that game. I think sincerely, we're in a place where Joe Mixon is where he is. And whether or not he is ready to play is still to be determined as we go along the next few weeks.
Yeah, and of course the entire NFL knows who's all on these lists. It's not a secret. It's out there for everybody. And so I think the Rams are in the same place as the Texans with Stafford. You're going to assume he's going to play, but keep an eye on those lists and practice.
But yeah. I'm so intrigued because like we said, it's kind of simmering there. And I think I got a little bit more comfortable with the idea of Nick Chubb having to carry a decent amount of load, and especially Woody Marks helps a lot. Him showing that not only is he capable of running the ball, which he did in this past preseason game, but the preseason game before, feels like he's good to, pass protect. That feels like you could run him out there for, the fullness of three downs in a 4-down set, and he can handle all of those, as opposed to when we came in where we weren't sure of that. So I think that those give you a little bit more assurance if Joe Mixon isn't ready. Another guy, though, who is the kind of wild card in this running back room remains Dameon Pierce, who got out there today. This was Nick Caserio talking about how you assess Dameon Pierce in such a competitive room this year.
You're really trying to look at everything comprehensively. So, I mean, a player's history, that's a part of it. Also, you're focused on the present time, like what have they done, currently in a present year. So I'd say DP he practiced last week, certainly made some progress, probably going to practice this week. Whether or not we play him in the game or not, we'll see how that goes and then try to make a decision. I mean, sometimes those are the players in situations where you have to figure out, all right, you have to put the whole picture together, not maybe make a decision based on something isolated. So, I mean, it'll be part of the discourse and dialogue here as we go. But Dameon has shown that he's a good football player. He's helped us win football games. So what does that look like when it comes to the end? That's part of the puzzle as we piece this all together.
Dameon Pierce is just, if he plays Saturday, he is on the bubble big time.
And look, I'm willing to rock with Nick Caserio on a lot of things. I don't get how you go, we're not sure if we're going to play him in the game or not, which I'm sure is fair. Like, there might be health considerations, whatever. I don't know how you get there and then on the other side say we're not going to judge him on just one thing. If you don't play him in the game, you're just judging him on what you've seen in practice, are you not? Like, that is doing what you're saying. That's doing what you're saying you're not going to do. Like, he has to get all of the reps that are possible as soon as he's healthy, and it seems like now is that time, right?
Yeah. Look, he probably wants to play on Saturday to be able to show something, and certainly wants to play in the joint practice. But if he does play Saturday, they are waffling in terms of what position he has on this squad. But you're right. I think they're basing a lot of it on they like Dameon Pierce, D'Amico especially, and what he's done in the past. But what he's done in the past under this regime has not been a lot,
Yeah,
and he hasn't practiced a lot.
And it's tough because you wouldn't want to let a guy go just because he hasn't practiced. But it's especially in a competitive room like this right now, he has to be the odd man out right now, right?
It has to be. He has to be, and a lot of it depends on Joe Mixon.
And I feel bad that we're in this place again because we were doing this last year, but the circumstances aligned in such a way where it's really, really uncool. And I know people go, well, if Joe Mixon is starting injured or whatever, that might give him a burn. You still have to get Joe Mixon on that initial 53. That cut down is still going to happen. Now, maybe they do some wink, wink, nod, nod things that ultimately get him back. But it still feels like ultimately there's bodies that you have to account for that are going to make it tough for Dameon Pierce if we're not seeing him out there and delivering in this system the way that you want him to.
Nick Chubb, this is assuming no Joe Mixon on week 1. Nick Chubb, Woody Marks, Dare Gumbawale. There's 3 for sure. Jawar Jordan is here for a reason and has played pretty well. And then Dameon Pierce still has to show something. It's going to be a little dicey.
All right, so assuming you're counting Jakob Johnson in the tight end numbers or whatever, it's more just about grouping and less about what that actually means. But if you're going running back wise, how many do you think you keep?
Well, obviously special teams comes into play.
Right.
So
and Dameon Pierce, interesting.
Dare and Dameon. But Dameon is a one-trick pony in special teams. He's a returner.
That was exactly the point I was going to make.
Yeah.
He can't
That's an important one.
But you've got some return guys. You've got some guys that you feel comfortable getting out there returning right now. I don't know that he gets a check mark on his pro-con list because of that.
Yeah.
And so I think that also makes it really tough, especially because the positions and the roles are falling into place before he's even gotten an opportunity to jump in here.
And as you mentioned, Joe Mixon is on the 53, one way or another. And then Chubb, that's 2. Marks 3, Dare 4.
You carrying 5? And if you're carrying 5, is Jawar Jordan, has he not done, especially as he continues to bust off good runs? He might have the most explosive runs of any of the running backs who have actually gotten time in training camp to this point.
Yeah, he might. Woody Marks did a lot for himself in the game and has been okay. We'll see. I mean, Dameon Pierce is certainly in a place right now where he's got a lot to prove.
He sure does.
Yeah.
There was a lot that Nick Caserio talked about. Real quick, I do want to talk about this. John Mechy, obviously he was traded yesterday, and I did find what Caserio said about the way that the John Mechy deal came together to be interesting. What made wide receiver John Mechy the logical player to trade at this point in that wide receiver room, Nick?
Yeah, there's never one particular factor that, forces you to make a decision. I would say that position is probably as deep as any position on a team. You're going to end up keeping however many receivers you're going to keep. And as it pertains to Mech, D'Amico was asked about it yesterday. I feel the same way that D'Amico does. Love everything about John. Everybody knows his story, what he's been through to get to this point. He's a good football player. He's meant a lot to this program. He's done a lot for this program. And I think in that particular situation, it's a good opportunity for him in Philadelphia where he probably has a chance to maybe have a bigger role than he potentially could have had here, just given our depth currently on the roster. Now, could that change in the blink of an eye? For sure. So there's a calculus that goes into it. I'd say that was a situation where Howie and I had some discussions, and then we were able to come to a resolution. And I think we've done, 7 or 8 trades with Philadelphia. I think Howie and I respect the way Howie goes about his business, and I think there's a mutual respect and understanding there. Honestly, giving them a chance to go to a situation where he has a pretty good opportunity, we felt like it was the right thing by John as well. And just given, our situation, could he have helped us? Yeah, absolutely. He has helped us over the course of his career. But these are decisions that we all have, that we have to make. And, we make the decision that we feel is best for the team, and we kind of keep moving forward.
I think Mechy has to be thrilled. Obviously you hate to get traded if by the team that drafted you, and I'm sure he would have wanted to do more here and been able to be available more here. There were obviously some pretty significant extenuating circumstances. But in terms of opportunity, he's got to be thrilled that he's going to Philadelphia.
100%.
Yeah.
I did find it interesting, him mentioning the number of deals that they've done with Howie. Howie Roseman, the executive that is over there for personnel. with the Eagles, and believe it or not, that response was actually trimmed for time. And some of the stuff that was trimmed was him kind of establishing the ways in which, they're scouting all these different training camps to see what's happening there. And just to paraphrase, it did seem like, and correct me if I'm wrong, because you also listened to this live. It did sound like he had said, we'll listen to everything, as if to imply that the Eagles started up the conversations on this particular trade as opposed to the Texans looking for a home for Mechy.
Yes, I did. And stay tuned Thursday when we get to buy or sell.
I'm excited for that. I am excited for that. Does that feel notable at all to you that this this did come about where Harry Roseman was like, hey, let me get Mechy, as opposed to we're doing the math on these numbers, you might not make it, so let's find a place to get some value?
I think somebody has to pick up the phone first. And I think they have a very good relationship. He mentioned the number of calls that they made. But it is, Mechy would be one that they have not just talked to Philadelphia about. I'll put it that way. I can almost guarantee you there were a number of teams that they were either reaching out to or heard from.
Yeah. So shout out to the fellas of Payne and Pendergast having Nick Caserio on. You can catch that in full on the Odyssey app, the Payne and Pendergast podcast. We'll revisit some of that. There was a lot of things that Cacerio had where he talked about in that conversation. So I did appreciate that. Somebody said Mechy will get one practice in 70 to 80 degrees and he'll be fine. Quite possibly. It'll be frustrating, but I also think that – actually, I do wonder, and this is just from my own personal situations, do you guys feel like if Mechy goes out there and plays really well with the Eagles, do you feel like you'd be disappointed, or are you just in a place where that probably was not going to happen here? Because I feel like we're probably in that place with Kenyon Green where, it just wasn't going to happen here. Are you in the same spot with Mechy?
I'm kind of in that spot where it wasn't going to happen here. They drafted 2 receivers. It's just, to me, I just didn't see, unless he balled crazy in training camp, I just didn't see a way where he will make this squad or have a chance on this squad to make plays.
To me, the answer is yes and yes. I would feel a little bit like, damn.
Marconi-nominated sports leader is Sports Radio 610. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Normally, I'm not like, I got to see that when it's like a reunion type performance on an old show or something. Some of them are more interesting than others. But I was really disappointed. I totally missed it. I've seen just a couple of clips. I was so looking forward to seeing Rich Eisen on SportsCenter again. And I don't really watch SportsCenter a lot anymore, other than maybe after a game or something, or whatever, tournament time, stuff like that. I totally forgot about Rich Eisen, and it makes me feel even worse because apparently it was a pretty damn impressive show.
Buddy.
Yeah. Did you watch it, Figgy?
I didn't watch it. I totally forgot.
I was trying to make an appointment, and I did.
I watched it, and as someone who was not like a SportsCenter kid when I was a kid, I picked it up a little bit later. I watched it and I was like, oh, okay, I feel the difference. One, Rich Eisen is so good at this. Like the last time he did it was 2003. He jumped, and of course, like he's done NFL Network, so he's done a lot of TV things and things that I imagine are somewhat similar. But actually doing SportsCenter again, he jumped in, he started doing the recaps, and I was, like the highlights, and I was like, oh, this feels
smooth, man.
Incredible. It was a great hour of programming. I mean, you see the difference in where ESPN has been at the very least with the SportsCenter franchise and where it is now. You're like, oh, this is night and day. There's a reason.
That's what I was going to ask.
It's clear.
Did it make it very clear, like how good it used to be and how bad it is now?
Real clear.
Yeah.
Real clear. And I mean, just with the personality that jumps out, I mentioned the highlights, the personality that jumps out with the highlights. With all due respect to the number of people who are SportsCenter anchors now, it doesn't come across the same way. You don't have the same larger-than-life personalities that imbue your favorite sports with a different level of energy and excitement. And some of that is just ESPN, I imagine, not developing their talent and maybe not putting as much effort into finding talent there. They're putting talent on talk shows and stuff as opposed to putting it on SportsCenter. But it does harken back to a time when they did make sure that the talent was there.
That was the show.
Eisen.
Yeah, you wanted to see those anchors.
That was like, I am going to watch SportsCenter tonight with whomever it might have been.
Lisa Cone.
They had an assortment.
Yeah. You want to see
it was
like that.
That's why I wanted to watch it, to kind of see if that was the vibe. Dude. And then there was also a good tribute apparently to
incredible
Stuart
tribute.
Scott. Yeah.
In some of his highlights, he used some of the Stuart Scott-isms, but then also just set aside, I think, 2.5 minutes to talk about Stuart. And they played some of the old This Is SportsCenter commercials with Stuart and Rich.
Oh, nice.
No, it was a great hour. If you like nostalgia, if you kind of lament what ESPN was at one time, that'll get you a little hit of nostalgia that you wanted. I thoroughly enjoyed it. And I was literally on the phone texting with one of my friends who was giddy about it, and I was just as giddy with him.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
So I spent a couple hours yesterday just
fantasy football, even though you're not playing.
Wasting time. So yes, that. But then also, just going back through Twitter, random tweets. I was looking for something in particular, which, mind you, I did not find. But it got me searching for all sorts of things. And I found a take that a friend of mine gave that, as I think about it, he's probably right, but I've been trying so hard for him to not be right, which is, if you were on a desert island and you could only watch one show, what would you watch? And he has an answer that he says, this is the only right answer. And I've been trying.
I hate when people do that.
But I think he might be right.
And I've done it.
And the answer is The Simpsons.
Because of different episodes?
A lot of different episodes. There's fun. There's a little serious in there. It takes you a lot of different places. And I was like, is there another answer?
There is. Because mine is very similar.
Like, don't Prestige TV. And you know how much I love Prestige TV. I love The Wire. But those are not going to hit you anytime with they're not just going to be a comfort show at some times and then stimulate you mentally at different times. The Simpsons will.
I think there's two very similar to The Simpsons that would give you entertainment but also keep you up to date in what's happening in the world. Family Guy.
I think The Simpsons,
South Park,
craps all over Family Guy.
No, but like
I think Family Guy is a lesser version
Family
of
Guy
The Simpsons.
Is awesome. Family Guy, and it also keeps you up to date. Like because it always stays up to date with current affairs. You know what I mean? And so you kind of know what's happening in the world and also be entertained. I like Family Guy. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure you like it. I think The Simpsons. Somebody said Simpsons gives you 34 years of options.
That's 100%. The thing that it has going for it.
And I mean, there's not many shows that have a stronger 9-year run than the first 9 years of The Simpsons.
Mm-hmm.
Hold up to this day. I mean, obviously the animation style a little bit different.
Yeah.
But does hold up. I really was trying to be like, all right, can I get to SpongeBob has a lot of quotables, but I don't think you get the current events thing that you were talking about that happens with The Simpsons.
I think it's underrated with the quotables, by the way.
SpongeBob?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Mm-hmm. So bringing this back to sports, I think it was the Buffalo Bills had one of their defensive linemen. It wasn't Greg Rousseau because Greg Rousseau was being shown at various points, but they had one of their defensive linemen that was mic'd up, and they literally put together one of those mic'd up clips of like a minute or two of just them quoting The Simpsons on the practice field. Somebody said South Park kills both. I am not sure.
I understand. I like South. Both of mine would be either Family Guy or South Park.
South Park is South Park hits for a lot of people. Mm-hmm. I think The Simpsons has a wider berth, but I could be wrong. Let me know how you feel about that. But yeah, that one really got me thinking as I was procrastinating for a couple hours yesterday.
These are my confessions.
I gotta confess, I think I've been using this I guess lie or small talk lie way too much. And I did it when we was tailgating. So somebody came up to me, hey Figgy, how you doing? Hey, here's my daughter so-and-so. And I said, hey, what's going on? Yeah, your mom talk about you all the time.
Oh God.
You sounded like somebody's uncle,
person.
huh?
Yeah. I heard so much. She talks about you all the time. I heard so much about you. And she was like, really?
And
she
you
was
didn't hear a damn thing.
Yeah. I couldn't remember if it was she was talking about the daughter all the time or a son.
Yeah. Or the dog.
Yeah. But I think I do that all the time, and it almost got me in trouble one time.
Really? All right, story time.
Yeah, so this was back when I was working at the radio station up in Cleveland. We had some type of event downtown, and one of the hosts for the morning show, for the music station morning show, he showed up, and he had his wife, and he was just like, yeah, that's my wife right there, and he was just going on. And I was like, hey, how you know, I was happy because I heard a couple stories about her, but not that many. But I was like, hey, how you doing? I'm like, yeah, he talks about you all the time. Like, really? She looked legit. Yeah, she was like, real to the point. I'm like, I don't even know if they together for real. They might not be together. But she was just really confused. Like, really?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm like, yeah. So after a while, I thought about that. I'm like, man, I don't know if they together.
That's hilarious.
And then the more I started listening to them, I'm like, yeah,
so they're not together.
Yeah, maybe they just together for the kid or something.
Can I steal the next confession? Because I think it's tied to yours.
These are my confessions.
So obviously the Texans hosted the Panthers for the preseason game on Saturday, and you talked about like feeling like somebody's uncle or something. I very much had that moment in my head because one of the Panthers draft picks, Princely Unami Mielen, I think I got that right. I might have gotten it wrong, but I actually used to go to church with him.
Really?
When he was young, maybe when he was like 10 in the Austin area. And I was like, that kind of makes me want to go down to locker room and go say hello.
You should. Absolutely.
But I was like, I don't know if you remember me. And I don't want to be that guy that goes up to the kid. Hey, you remember me? You remember me when you were younger? You remember me? And I was like, oh, I don't want to be like somebody's uncle. So I didn't. But for a moment in the press box, I was like, I should go say hello. And I was like, there's no way he remembers.
You should have, man.
I wish you
had. That was your one opportunity to do it, man.
That's one of those few things where it is something of a risk, but you got to take it. Because you absolutely got to take it.
There's no fallback, mind you. I don't know nobody else in that Panthers locker room. I would just be going to say hello. And if he's like, okay, who is this guy? Then I'm just standing in the Panthers locker room looking crazy.
No, it kind of get like that too, especially if you meet a celebrity. Let's localize it. You meeting a Houston celebrity around here. Let's say you meet Bun B.
Yeah.
And you have a good conversation with him. And then months later, you see him, hey, what's up? You remember? And he's like, hey. He don't remember you.
No, a lot of times they don't.
I felt like that with Paul Wall because I met Paul Wall a lot of times. And then it was the last time I think I ran into him. And he actually remembered me. He
Okay.
was like, "What's up, Fig?" I'm like, "Oh, okay, you remember?" I didn't want to do the whole, "Hey, remember me? We was at the Houston Sports Awards at one time," and I didn't want to do all that. But I felt better that he actually called me out by name.
We've all done that a little bit, and you always kind of get the vibe of, is he lying? Is he just saying he remembers me? You know that. But I bet you they would have, and you should have taken that.
Yeah, you should have
risk.
went, man.
Taken that risk.
Too late. I wouldn't do that. Somebody says 713. I feel like that when I see any of y'all in public. I don't want to speak for them. For me, if you see me in public, come say what's up.
Yeah.
That makes my day every time.
It always does. Always does.
These are my confessions.
All right, so today, 1 year ago today, the year was 2024.
That is how years work.
Okay. What was we doing 1 year ago today?
One Reginald Atatula came in and joined this show. Yada, yada,
downhill
yada.
ever since.
Yada, yada, yada. We've been nominated for a Marconi.
Yeah, there's a lot of happening in that yada 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 that I don't think we're skipping
Blase skip.
But this is my confession. Figgy, I want to get your opinion on this. I think, and this is, I think Reggie has really evolved in terms of things that he's willing to share about himself in the last year. Remember the first month or two? He'd be like, I don't know if I should say, not in a bad way. He was just very straightforward, sports.
Get back to sports, guys.
Nuts and bolts, stats, numbers. And this is not to pat on ourselves on the back. I think the station has helped him. Would you agree with that? Like, this is a different dude now.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that.
Yeah.
I think Reggie, at certain points, he's still a little tight where you're like, man.
We're working on it.
Yeah, but no,
you can't know too much.
By the way, for the mixtape, I got the first segment.
Oh, really?
I'm going to play the very first segment, how we started the show 1 year ago today. And I just want to, I ain't going to ask Reggie because I know he going to hate it.
Yeah.
But I want me and John to actually grade it. Just
But
kind of
that'll be a good litmus test. Like, for about several
Why is
months.
Tyler excited about that? Oh, my God.
For several months, it was like, and I would actually have, pull the curtain back. I would have discussions, with Reggie. In fact, one day I remember telling him, dude, talk to me on the air the way you talk to me off the air. Because you can really be transparent. You can really, let your personality shine if you just talk to me on the air like you do off the air. And I thought, what really gave me this confession? Would there have been any scenario over the first, let's say, 2 or 3 months of our show in which Reggie would have brought smelling salts into the show and said, hey, let's have some fun? I would have been like, who are you? But he's evolving.
By the way, how your sinuses right now?
Actually, they're clean as a whistle.
You're welcome. So that means we might need to do that again then, huh?
Yeah.
All right, very good. Those are our confessions here on a Tuesday here in the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. All right, coming up next, a couple of things. Let's get to college football on a Tuesday. Yes, college football on a Tuesday, because coming this weekend, we got college football games, so we're going to get you ready for that. But then also, a University of Houston ticket giveaway, 4 tickets to the UH Stephen F. Austin game on the 28th will be on the line. So you want to keep it locked, and we'll do that next.
All right, let's get you in your new vehicle, man.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Let's get to some college football on a Tuesday. It's been a minute since we've had an opportunity to do this. College football season, we are on the heels of it. I'm so excited, especially because my team gets to be front and center on
Iowa
week
State,
0.
right?
K-State versus Iowa State.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Playing Iowa State.
It'd be like, oh, yeah, man, your school, Texas, right? You went to Texas, right? Is that the...
God almighty.
Lopez down with Texas.
Yeah, no. But, yeah, big-time week when it comes to at least the Ireland game that they have every year. But, yeah, wanted to get going with some college football on a Tuesday. Make sure to keep it locked, though, because at the end of this segment, we will be giving away a 4-pass of tickets to see the University of Houston Cougars go ahead and get their season going with Stephen F. Austin on August 28th. So keep it locked. But first and foremost, there's a few things that I wanted to get to in a college football on a Tuesday, including, did you see that what the Big Ten is doing? Mm-hmm. College football playoff expansion has been a constant conversation, and the Big Ten is taking it to a whole new level, apparently having a conversation to see if maybe, just maybe, they can expand. They would facilitate an expansion to 24 or 28 teams for a college football playoff.
I say this all the time. Every time this comes up, it is happening. It will happen. There will be 1 or 2 conferences, probably 2. Really already there's basically 4, right? And that's it.
The Power 4 conferences.
The Power 4. I think it's just going to become an AFC and NFC thing.
My thing about this, though, because again, people have tried to push the 12-team playoff further. Mm-hmm. And 24 to 28, just how long are you planning on playing playoff football is the question I have to ask.
Well, but it's going to be like the AFC and NFC split up, and then you play each other, and then you go on to the playoff or just go via rankings or whatever it might be. It's not necessarily none of us are accustomed to it. Trust me less than anyone, because I grew up and went to college when there was 10 or 12 legitimate college football conferences of like 6 teams, or 8 teams or whatever. So I'm not used to it, but it's where it's coming, and I actually kind of like it.
I think I'm going to be curmudgeonly about this. However, look, we're not actually in that end game yet. I just found it interesting that this is the Big Ten operating of their own volition to kind of have these conversations, and they haven't even brought it to the rest of the Power 4 conferences. So you have individual conferences plotting on the ways to make this happen. And so I think, to your point, it does feel like there are many different actors in this in the arena here that want to get to that place where they expand the playoff. Eventually, it just takes the right organization to do it.
I'm just excited about talking college football again.
And let's talk about it in this way. A couple of things. One of them being that the Associated Press, who obviously does the rankings up until the college playoff committee starts their rankings late in the season. What is that, like October when they start putting their rank? Or is it?
I think it's October.
Yeah, it's October.
Yeah.
Up until that point, we're all rolling off of the AP's top 25, and also the All-American list that the AP puts together is a big-time accolade for college football players. Well, a lot of different places have been doing, especially in 2025, a quarter century since the turn of the millennium, have been doing like lists that hearken to that. And the AP seemingly did something kind of about that in putting together their all-time All-American team list. So I kind of wanted to throw some things out to you and see if any of these hit you where you lived. With the offense, the quarterback of the All-American team offense being Tim Tebow.
Sure. Here's where.
So you disagree?
I think he's definitely on as a college football quarterback.
You think he's the answer? Because I actually disagree with this one.
I do too, and that's why when I saw this list, it's as if they said, well, we got to have some old school guys here. So they went into the 50s and 60s and plucked a couple of players.
Shout out to Chuck Bednarik, who is the center from the 47-48 Penn teams.
Lord. Yeah, and then so they either I want to get some of these names because they're like, we got to have some old guys. Let's do some research. Let's see what AI tells us.
I mean, we do have awards named after Chuck Bednarik, right?
Yeah,
so I think that might be fair.
But here's what they did. They went into the 50s and 60s and then the 90s and 2000s. They like skipped 4 or 5 decades in the middle. Because there are players in the 70s and 80s that I can tell you deserve to be on this list.
Well, I mean, Dave Remington got his honor. Jack in here as well.
Yeah, that was late 80s.
A little bit of Bruce Smith in here, you know what I mean? Like they put some, but those are second team guys that we're talking about here. No, it's fair.
Yeah.
Like the second team offense has a John Smith from Notre Dame. Do you know who this gentleman is?
I don't remember John.
Of course you don't, because he played in 1927.
Okay, I don't remember John.
That generic ass name.
That's right.
John
That's right.
Smith.
No, but the big thing that I saw that kind of threw me off, but outside of Martin Gramatica, shout out to the Kansas State legend, being the second team kicker, was your quarterbacks are Tim Tebow on the first team and Vince Young on the second team. And I'm like, how in the hell is Cam Newton not one of these quarterbacks?
Cam Newton is this exact name I was coming up with. Cam Newton basically went there, won him a national championship, and left. Won at least two, more than that, more than likely, like completely on his shoulders, come from behind wins. And Auburn had never really done a whole lot since the Bo Jackson era, and they didn't win a national championship there with Bo Jackson, his last year. So no, I am 100% with you that Cam Newton should be it.
All right, so the remainder of the skill players offensively for the first team, Barry Sanders and Herschel Walker hold down your running back core. I don't think there's going to be very much complaints about that, unless you looking at
those are my two.
A couple of USC running backs,
Gale
or anything
Sayers,
like that.
Although I know he's a Kansas guy.
Yeah.
Gale Sayers would have been my other choice.
I won't hold that against him in this instance.
Yeah. To me, he was and then you can go into, the Earl Campbells of the world and the Marcus Duprees, if we're just talking about 1 year, Joe Washington at Oklahoma. Those would be guys at running back that I would put up there.
Wide receivers, and this gets interesting because I think these guys both showed out at a high level at the pro level. I do wonder if that factored in a little bit. Randy Moss from Marshall in 97, Larry Fitzgerald from Pittsburgh in 03.
Jerry Rice, anyone?
You know what I mean?
Jerry Rice.
But also college then puts this in an interesting space because there were some dudes that were great in college, ultimately didn't materialize in the NFL, and I do wonder if they kind of leaned a little bit too far that way.
Just look at Jerry Rice's college numbers. Just his
shout out to Mississippi Valley State.
Yes, just his college numbers. Probably Randy Moss and Larry Fitzgerald, their final year combined, wouldn't stack up with him.
So yeah, I thought that they missed some in some of these places, and I think they might have leaned a little bit too much on guys that did well in the NFL. But one where I vividly remember, I have the benefit of, obviously being relatively young, but I can vividly remember this dude was an all-world type player that I was happy to see on here, although he comes in on the this is first-team defense. Defensive tackle, Ndamukong Suh, Nebraska. I remember him being. Yeah. Is there a player for you like that was like, I remember him being a world beater, and I'm glad, or he should absolutely be on here?
Orlando Pace.
And Orlando Pace is indeed
Ohio State. I've talked about it on this show. I've never seen an offensive tackle dominate a game, like to the point where your eyes are drawn to the tackle. Like, look at this guy just throw guys around like rag dolls. He's an OH guy.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, and I remember covering him. I'm like, this guy is. It was like he was just grabbing him and saying, "Okay, get rid of you.
Yeah, we should not make these.
Get rid of you. Get rid of you. Come on." Run this one,
A couple more things as we go on through college football on a Tuesday. Mentioning Cam Newton, Auburn is retiring Cam Newton's number, that number 2 that he wore at Auburn with that fateful season. And the only question I had is, what took y'all so long?
I thought it was.
What took you so long?
That could have been a confession. I thought it was retired.
Yeah. That year is still phenomenal to me. It's insane that he's not on the AP All-American all-time list because that team, literally, he took a team that was not good the year before and was not good the year after, and he carried a whole bunch of dudes that did not make the NFL to a national championship handily. It was very clear they were going to win the national championship all damn year long. And that's with respect to Vince Young, who won the greatest the national championship in my lifetime, I think. But even with all of that, I don't think that he was doing it nearly the same that Cam Newton just literally put that team on his back.
Cam Newton is the answer. By the way, Jerry Rice's final 2 seasons.
Oh, yes.
2 seasons at Mississippi Valley State. 205 catches, 3,108 yards.
That's great.
3,100 yards in 2 seasons.
It's truly, really and truly unfair. A couple more things. All right, I want you to rate the petty here on these two different or actually this one is just the petty here. The Big 12 has decided that they will issue 2 warnings before they give a penalty for this particular infraction. What infraction is that, you ask? Throwing objects onto the playing surface. So the commissioner kind of solidified this game management policy, and it was clamored for from some of the programs in the conference. I think the vote was actually 15-1 winning teams in the conference. Can you guess what the one team was that did not vote for rules against throwing things onto the surface?
I would have to say a certain school in Lubbock, Texas.
That's right. Texas. This is the rest of the Big 12 being petty to Texas Tech. If you're unfamiliar, they have a tradition where they throw tortillas onto the field, and the Big 12 will now make that a problem if they do it more than twice in a situation.
Okay, first game.
Do
they
you
get a
like
penalty?
this?
I do like it, but not for the tortilla aspect. Just throwing stuff is, you should be thrown out, and obviously we all know how dangerous it is, etc. But tortillas is not necessarily going to hurt. I guess you could take an eye out. No, not necessarily going to hurt.
With the tortilla? We might need to work on your tortilla making if you take an eyes out.
Not necessarily going to hurt anyone. I think the first game they're going to get a penalty, right?
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah, because I think that we know college kids. When you're a college kid, you might not do the smartest things. And they're like, oh, you don't want us to throw things on the surface? Well, I got something for that.
Yeah.
Boom, onto the surface. And then finally, I wanted to hit you with this. So Oklahoma fans, would you pay for this? They can now pay a pretty high price tag for the great honor of doing what, a lot of journalists get an opportunity to do, which is being in the post-game press conference. So there's packages for the first 3 games that are listed with the price range between $461 all the way up to $692, where you get exclusive post-game media access for you and one guest to see what real-time reactions unfold. You don't get to ask no questions.
Thank you.
You just get to sit there and watch the post-game presser. That eventually, most times, is streamed, or at least you will get some level of context of. Why would you pay for this?
They want to be down there.
They
want to be down there.
This is how big college football is.
In the mix. They want to be in the mix. I don't mind it, as long as they can't ask any questions. We don't. What was that girl's name?
Melissa,
the Easterbury girl.
Yeah, Melissa.
What if they do?
Hi, Melissa.
So you think that if they do get that, but they raise their hand, you think that they might be able to sneak one in?
Just sneak. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I probably.
Or just come in with a suit and tie. Try to blend in a little bit.
I can't imagine loving my college team so much that I pay an exorbitant amount of money just to sit there and look at them and answer their questions.
That's how those stadiums are built.
That's right. And we get that feeling going with, the only real game of note for
the Aer Lingus Classic.
Exactly, in week 0.
You like playing in the Aer Lingus Classic?
No, I do not. I'm not happy. Well, actually, I'm okay with it if it wasn't this rivalry game between number 17 Kansas State and number 22 Iowa State. On this Saturday, August 23rd at 11 a.m., you get your big noon kickoff with a Dublin game between the Big 12 division rivals. So that's the big game that you have coming up this weekend. Excited for it. And in week 1, actual week 1, not week 0, you'll get UH versus SFA, and you can be there by being caller number 10 right now to 713-572-4610. Win a 4-pack of tickets to see the Cougars start off their season with Willie Fritz's Cougars get going versus SFA. 713-572-4610, caller number 10 right now. A little bit of college football on a Tuesday. How does that feel?
It feels so good.
I can wait.
Made my day.
Excited for that. And it'll be even more fun next Tuesday when we have some games and some things to react to as we go. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's circle back around to the Texans. Nick Caley talked a little bit after practice. Let's get a little feel for what the coordinator was feeling about his team, and we'll do that next.
All right, fellas, if you've been tired, ready to do something about getting your energy back, you know what I'm talking about. That low T gets you. Most men, a lot of men,
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us. Texans still at work, hard at work, in fact, to get themselves ready for yet another football season. Of course, moving and shaking happening as they signed a couple of wide receivers, let Xavier Johnson go due to injury, and J.J. Taylor. I think, is it weird that that's the most notable of the moves of that particular subset of moves?
It's
J.J.
comforting.
Taylor. Is it?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Because that's depth chart stuff. I mean, that's stuff that is not going to be necessarily moving the needle on a grand scale, you know.
But yeah, getting a feel for what your 53 is going to look like. A couple of moves this week to kind of, this week to kind of get you close as Mechy gets traded, and then you release J.J. Taylor. Those are guys that you might have seen on the either periphery or on the edges of your 53 man that now are no longer in that same field of view. So we get a little bit of a better feel of what the 53 looks like, but I think we got a good feel or a better feel of what the offense looks like for your Texans in preseason game number 2, the home opener at NRG Stadium, where you got to see the ones run out there, and you got to see Nick Caley call plays at home, and what seems like is going to be in his home for calling plays, which is on the sideline, because he did start his presser by saying that is, that's where he's going to call from now on. Obviously, week 1 he called from the booth. Saturday he called from the sideline. That seems like where he's going to go, but I did want to talk, or rather hear from Nick Caley about some of the things that clearly matter a great deal to this offense, including the offensive line that had a fantastic outing on Saturday. And so with that, Nick Caley, is the offensive line's physicality the equalizer versus defenses?
Oh, sure. I mean, I think, look, I don't believe in being anything other than the most physical team we can possibly be. I think it allows you to control the line of scrimmage. It carves out, actually takes a 2 or 3 yard gain in the run game to a 4 or 5 or 6 yard gain. It wears on people in the fourth quarter, and it's a matter of mental and physical conditioning for us just to continue to push through that. But yeah, I believe in a physical football team, and I think our guys have answered the bell, and they're working to be the most physical version of themselves every single day.
This has been
somebody speed it up. That brother was talking 90 miles an hour.
Okay, I'm glad you said that.
Did Seth get his hands on this? Because he did that. Isn't he the one that sped up the Will Anderson Jr. cuts?
Yeah. I'm glad you said that, though, because as I'm listening to that, first of all, this has been the theme since the day he arrived. And actually before he arrived from D'Amico, physical, same type swarm mentality. But as I'm listening to it, remember when we had him visit us live off the field after they got
Buddy was hot.
The bleep kicked out
Buddy
of him?
Was hot.
The difference between then and now, it was like pulling teeth, man. And he's a talker.
And with due respect to him, I think he was still courteous in answering our questions. But
sure.
you could tell the difference between a man who's frustrated
it
with
wasn't
his
this.
team.
It wasn't this.
But yeah, this was not a man who's frustrated with his team. But still, even within that answer we just heard, the patient is clear.
Yeah.
That we require physicality, and it's necessary, especially I've done a lot of talking about like the talent level of the offensive line and how it, with the additions that they made, I wasn't sure where it landed. But you're right. Like ultimately blocking and tackling, if you could just out physical somebody, I mean, bleep whatever talent we're talking about. And if you can make sure that you do the things that you're supposed to do, the techniques, getting your leverage right, that's the biggest thing in this. If you get leverage and you are physical and you are able to overpower folks, you can get to where you need to go. And we saw that in that game. It's just, he's right. You have to do that consistently. And I think that this is where it gets interesting, the tips that have been given to Ariante, both D'Amico talking about it, and then also Daniil Hunter telling him that the best players are able to do it when they're tired. I think that's where it comes into play, is that physicality is absolute paramount to what they want to do.
Yeah, and he's talking about the fourth quarter there, but it is night and day, and I think it's a very good sort of indicator of this offensive line's progress. Just that one answer right there.
100%.
Yeah.
No, 100%. And he went further. He was asked about kind of solidifying the offensive line, because as much as, hey, they went and played well, it's been this five that we've seen recently where Ariante Ursari's on the left tackle, Laken Tomlinson at left guard, Jake Andrews holding down the center spot pretty consistently now, Ed Ingram sliding up and playing right guard, and then Titus Howard playing at the right tackle. Does it feel like we're solidifying this offensive line here, Nick Caley?
I think every rep counts, to your point. So, there's not one practice I don't think that's any more important than the others. I think it's a cumulative effect, and it all counts for something. So we'll watch this film, we'll have every practice, and we'll assess it from there. But, yeah, it all counts.
That's kind of saying that it is solidified without saying it, right?
Is that how you heard it? Because I heard it as I'm still trying to keep this thing open and, getting guys in here and how they practice as we continue to go will still factor in to the decision ultimately.
Yeah, in terms of like outside of the first group. But, I think what it illustrates is, and you've heard me say this ad nauseum, I mean, there are not a lot of reps to be had out there anymore, like the old days. And so the fact that they are all together and every rep counts, I think it says a lot about, sort of their sort of forming their first offensive line, even though the guys behind them still might have some shots.
Yeah. I don't know. It's against what we've seen continually happen, and then the effectiveness that we saw from the ones on the offensive line. Mm-hmm. I think Thursday will still be telling, but I think you're probably right. We are more leaning towards this being what we have as the offensive line. And something that Nick Caserio said, and I need to find the audio and actually play it, about when they're kind of going to find themselves fully as a team, leaves it open to the idea that just because you run somebody out there as your starting five in week one does not mean that can't have some maneuverability as the season continues.
Yeah.
But one of the things, so offensive line is boom. I think that's where Nick Caley was on offensive line. Running backs is still another interesting portion of this. And so Damian Pierce is a guy that we just saw got out there today and actually got into team drills. Nick Caley, is it important for Damian Pierce to get in-game action as we were talking about earlier?
Yeah, I would say this. Damian's played a good amount of football. He's a physical, violent runner. You get to see him out here. It's not like this is an unknown commodity. So whatever we feel is best for the reps, that'll be it. But, I've watched Damian. I've had an appreciation for him for a while. And, I think he wants to go out there and just be at his best every single day. And I'm excited to get him back out here with us.
Now,
what does that mean?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to ask you, because there's a lot of belief given into what we have seen from Damian previously. Do you feel that as a good thing or a bad thing, or especially for Damian? Is that good or bad for his chances of ultimately making this roster?
It's a thing. It's a thing. There are so many ways you can sort of go with this Damian Pierce discussion. Foremost, he wasn't very effective, last year. Was it the offense? Was it him? Was it a fit? Et cetera.
How would you compare last year's production from him, obviously with significantly limited?
And even the year before.
Compared to the year before. 2023 versus 2024 Damian Pierce. Which of those is better for you?
And that's why I'm saying there's so many different directions you can go with it, because I don't think they have a good feel. They know what he was as a rookie, and it was impressive. But I don't think they have a real good feel for what they have in him still yet. Obviously he's changed offenses, and he hadn't been out on the field very much. With this offense, other than maybe, some minicamp stuff and some spots here and there.
What's funny is the way that they've talked, both Nick Caserio, who we heard talk about this earlier today, 7:30 on Payne and Pendergast, but then also Nick Caley there, both of them seem to give an air of he's fine, we know that he's capable of playing running back in this league, but also what they're saying almost translates, it almost hits my ear as, worry about it, dog. Like, there's probably not a good opportunity for you to, with the runway that we have here, for you to get to a place that you overturn the apple cart that's kind of already going with this running back room.
I totally agree, because I think 2023 might have been even more important for how they're looking at him now than 2024. 2024, you can maybe blame the offense, and he's not a zone read guy and all this other stuff. 2023, what was the reasoning there? That he was a straightforward type runner. I know it was a bad staff or whatever.
And that's when Singletary basically takes his job,
and
right?
Singletary took his job, and so I don't know. I wouldn't say it looks great for Damian Pierce right now, and I'm so proud of myself that here we are in day 20-something of training camp and the Texans reporting and all that stuff. Actually, I think it's day 31. Didn't they start on July 19th? I think they did. So here we are, a month in, and I'm so proud that I've never said this, but I'm going to say it right now. You can't make the club from the tub. Can't make the club from the tub. And I think he's sort of the epitome of that.
Here he go.
I think he's sort of the epitome
Here he go,
of that.
Jinxon.
He is.
All right, I'm going to run down the street and give me another bottle of this smelling sauce. We might have to get it out of him again. The tough part about it is, I think with all the logic that we're trying to work, I feel very much like a year ago in the same way that you do. Or I mean, not in the same way that you do, but thinking about where we were last year, we're like, I don't know, Damian Pierce, and ultimately he's still on this roster, and he ends up being somewhat useful to you. The numbers don't seem to add up. But again, the words that we're getting from this organization feel similar to the way that they're like, we know that he's playing this league.
Yeah.
And that's ultimately what led to him being on this roster last year. And it feels weird to have the same kind of words coming at you, but it feels like there's a different result on the other end of this one.
We know he can play in this league, but to what level for this squad? It just the production just hasn't been there. And again, I know they love him as a guy. They love him as a worker and all that. That they're in a different category now.
Also, the question I ask myself is, what level of player does he have to be in order to make a note? Because we've seen Nick Chubb be very, very serviceable in reading his blocks, hitting his holes the way that he wants to be, being efficient running the football in that way.
Mm-hmm.
Woody Marks has looked very good in, handling pass protection, handling the opportunity to run the ball when he's had to, being decently efficient there as well. Jawar Jordan has been fairly explosive, but I don't know how much his explosion then hits in a different way as if Dameon Pierce has been explosive. And Dameon Pierce has explosion in him, but the 281 says he has more explosive plays than any running back, I imagine, on this roster that they're healthy right now.
When were they?
But when were there's a question, but also how explosive does he have to be to unseat again the pecking order that seems like it's already been somewhat established, where Joe Mixon is kind of the guy that you lean on to be closer to the bell cow and more of the explosive back, and then you have Nick Chubb being consistent, and then you have Woody Mark, who's the nice young cat who can handle some. Where does he then fit in unless he is? I am high level explosive, maybe running back one type player.
The other thing that I think is maybe it's working for him, but I'm not sure, is he's been a terrific kick returner. But is that working for him anymore when you've brought in Braxton Berrios, when you drafted Jalen Noah? I don't know if he's going to do kicks, but but who knows with punt and all that. But kickoffs is what he does, and it was pretty much exclusively kickoffs is where he had success. Is that working in his favor anymore?
I don't think it's the big plus. I think it might shade. It might be like a little bit of a small plus as opposed to the big plus that it was prior. But yeah, I don't know that that's going to be enough for him at this point. But again, this organization has got me on the okie doke once before, and maybe I okie doked myself going with what I was seeing as opposed to what I felt like I was seeing versus what they were telling us, which again feels similar. From the 281, they would love to see him in a fullback role, James Casey-esque Swiss Army knife. But the problem with that is you have gone back to the situation of actually having a real fullback. And we see the benefit of it. In fact, last year you saw the benefit of it. I don't know that I saw this offense be as effective as when Andrew Beck came back, and then week 16, before you end up having the Tank Dell injury and things kind of falling off. Andrew Beck is out here opening up stuff because you have a real fullback who has the physicality that honestly you lacked in some places. I think that Jakob Johnson has handled up his business to be that kind of fullback for you this year. I don't know that you want to try and fit Dameon Pierce into that mold necessarily.
It's going to be a very interesting Thursday and Saturday for Dameon Pierce.
You can say that again. And then when it comes down to running backs, I did want to get Kaylee's perspective on this. They asked him from an offensive coordinator perspective, would you want to go by running back committee, or how much would you want to go to like the hot hand at any given point during the season?
Yeah, I think, we have a very versatile group of guys as it is right now, as you guys can see. So I think that's a week-to-week deal, a field deal, but we have a lot of trust in whoever's out there. I think you see with that group, they've taken care of the football in their opportunities. They've been stout in blitz pickup. I've been very impressed with that group in terms of how they fit the window, get pads under pads, protect inside out. The core axioms that we're asking, they've showcased, and I think that, they understand the intent of what we're doing. So I've been happy with all of them.
Core axioms. I like that.
I'm sorry. That's a good word.
Yeah, the core.
Figure, don't hit that on me. I'm gonna start using core axioms.
It wasn't Reggie, but he will use it, and you can use it again.
I got to figure out what that means first.
That to me was more of a generic, because he's talking about the group, and the group has done that. But we were talking about Dameon Pierce. He can do that a little bit. But is that going to be one of the things that really tips the scales in his favor?
Is it weird, though, that it does kind of feel like they have a whole bunch of guys that are kind of similar that they can just run out at any given point to do the same thing?
Well, it's their design.
Like copies of the same guy?
Don't lose yardage. Go straight forward. Fall forward. Get extra yardage. That's their whole MO.
Or maybe not copies of the same guy, but guys that can all do that same thing.
Yeah.
Right? You would think of sometimes in running backs that diversity of having specialization, where this guy is the small back and this guy is the power back. It feels like they kind of have more situated themselves as at any given time we can get to most of the things in our playbook with any of these running backs on the field, which works, but I think that also might hurt Dameon Pierce to some degree as well. He could fit in as one of those guys, or maybe it doesn't. He fits in as another one of those guys, and they just pick their favorites of the guys that remain on the roster. I don't know. I've talked around this and ended up in a place where I'm more confused than ever because they love that cat. They have not seen him this year, but I don't know how much that matters because they tell us that it doesn't. They know who he is. So I'm very intrigued. As you mentioned, Thursday I think will tell a lot of tales when it comes to Dameon Pierce, the running back core in general for this offense. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's hand things off to Figgy Fig for Figgy's mixtape. What you got for us?
Yeah, man. So we mentioned it earlier. It's the anniversary of Reggie being here for 1 year. So in honor of that, we're going to listen to the very first episode when he cracked that mic for the very first time. Plus, who don't love a crazy ex-girlfriend story?
I love them.
I got one.
Oddly enough, not looking forward to this one, but we'll do it anyways. Next.
How's this? sports leader is Sports Radio 610.
Occasionally there was a happy end.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Fig's in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the mixtape in the loop. Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to everyone out there. Happy anniversary, Reggie.
How about
Thanks,
that?
man.
Yeah, happy anniversary. Actually, happy anniversary to this segment. This is also.
Oh, that's right.
Unlike, this was Reggie's first show.
Yeah.
This is also my first time doing this segment, and I was didn't know what to do because I'm like, man, a whole segment.
And now look at it.
Yeah, man. So it's pretty cool.
It's
now.
a segment of the show.
I'm still getting a little comfortable. But speaking of comfortable, I wanna play an old the very first segment Reggie did, how he opened the show.
10 a.m.
Yeah, 10 a.m.
August 19th, 2024.
Yeah, we debuted the new intro.
All right.
Salute the Fat Pat?
Yeah, top strap.
Yeah, rest in peace to Fat Pat.
This is not. I don't think this is bad, but I also don't think it's
I want you to Reggie is very hard on himself.
Yes,
That's if you don't know this.
I hadn't noticed.
Yeah, but I want us to really be honest.
Okay.
Wait, before we get to the old segment, this is how he started the show off today.
Oh, no.
So just kind of want to get a feel for how far he came.
Happy Tuesday to you. You are in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I'm sorry. The idea of I can add up to 21 just is reminiscent of
Don't ask me to add up to 22.
when kids
sound pretty comfortable,
like, hey,
right?
You want to see me count to 100, and you're like, damn it, I gotta say yes, but no, I don't want to see that.
You sound pretty comfortable, right?
Very much so.
Yeah. So let's go back in time a year ago today.
No. This setup is saying everything.
I'm just enjoying how uncomfortable you're making now.
Yeah, I know. That's why I wish we could have said happy anniversary every single segment, so we could just make them more uncomfortable.
Yeah.
But this is the very first segment. This is how we started the show, and Reggie was the first one to speak to introduce a new era in the loop, and this is how it sounded.
Yes, indeed, you're in the loop. That's John Lopez. I am Reginald Attula. Of course, Figgy Fig in the producer room, feeling comfortable.
I'm back.
You back where you supposed to be. You back home.
I'm back home, man.
And I'm back home, man. It's good to be here, H-Town. How you living? How you doing?
Fantastic. What a weekend to be alive. That's for dang sure.
Good weekend. And look, man, excited to be in the loop with you fine fellas and all the 610 listeners. And look, man, I'm excited for the new look of this program, but we're gonna keep it. We're gonna have fun with it.
We'll get to that.
Okay.
We'll get to that real soon here.
All right, excellent.
Next 3 minutes, 5 minutes, something like that.
Lopez sound like he up to something.
Oh,
man.
we are. We're ready.
He's scheming already.
We're ready.
We stay scheming here. And look, get involved with the program. That's always one thing I want to ask for.
Mm-hmm.
So get involved with the program. You can do that a few ways. Catch us on YouTube, Sports Radio 610, twitch.tv/Sports Radio 610, or the text line 713-572-4610. And let's start with, look, big time weekend because you had a Texans dress rehearsal, not just a preseason game, dress rehearsal. You got to see a lot of starters in there. Obviously, C.J. Stroud sounds doing pretty his similar thing for an entire quarter. Talking very fast. Would it be fair to say that the standout, the dude who you could say had the podium game of sorts, would be John Mechy?
John
this is the
Mechy.
setup.
Oh, man.
He loved Mechy since day one. He's a day oneer.
Yes.
He's
the podium game.
He's a day oneer.
He was good.
Yeah. I got to tell you, it didn't sound bad. Didn't sound too bad. Now, you could maybe, if you really listened hard, pick like he was trying to make sure, to get nerves or whatever, just to get going. But it sounded pretty dang good, I got to say.
Yeah. I guess now that I know Reggie pretty well and we've been doing the show for so long, he did sound a little bit nervous.
A little bit, if you listen hard.
A tiny bit nervous.
Yeah.
But, I think Parker told us, he was like, man, I know Reggie.
Yeah.
So once he start getting it together, then he gonna be just fine.
I'm concerned that sounded like me now.
That was good. How about that? Smooth as silk.
Yeah, I wouldn't say all that, but not bad. I was bracing for a car accident, and it wasn't that. So awesome.
Nah, I left the other stuff out.
Oh, thanks.
I ain't want to really embarrass you or nothing like that.
Thanks, man.
But happy anniversary. And I should have played a little Tony. just to kind of celebrate it. But I won't do that. It ain't that type of anniversary.
I would have loved that, but yeah, that would have been very awkward, to be fair.
Yeah, playing that in front of 3 dudes.
Someone did say that on the text line that I'm definitely involved, especially with no longer having accidental slips of calling the Texans the Cowboys.
Yes.
That's definitely much better.
Yeah. It's the Mid Been the Loop Sports Radio 610. So who don't love a story about a crazy ex-girlfriend?
How those so good.
Yeah,
Except when they're really bad.
Yeah.
Glad I don't have any of those.
Yeah, I'll bet.
Yeah.
So I ran across this headline, and I'm going to read it to y'all. And it was a very disturbing part in this headline for me, and I'll get to that in a minute. But I read this. Kentucky woman arrested for totaling her ex car by putting salt in the engine. And this is not the part that bothered me. This is the part that bothered me. Glitter in the AC.
See, that's real hater behavior.
You put some glitter in the AC?
Yeah.
So it was a young lady by the name of Stephanie, who is 31 years old, has been arrested for allegedly pouring salt into the ex-boyfriend's car engine and sprinkling glitter in the air conditioning vents, among other acts of vandalism, according to the Richmond Police Department.
What's funny to me is...
That was here?
No.
Kentucky.
Kentucky said.
Yeah.
Yes. Yep.
What's funny is the part that's clearly the worst is putting stuff in the engine, like you're ruining the car. The part that upset me the most is the glitter, though.
Yeah.
The thing about glitter is it never goes away. It's just everywhere. It's the worst thing in the world.
Yeah. Just imagine. Like, I don't even like to hug people who have like a glitter shirt or anything because that stay on you for a couple years.
And that's probably what she was trying to do. She was like, "You'll never get this glitter out of this
just
car."
imagine him getting in the car. The car probably didn't start, first of all.
Yeah.
But just imagine if it did start and
I just thought about it. You try to get your car to start, it don't. You spend a good hour and a half getting it to work. Fine. Whew. And it's just glitter in your face. I do bad things.
Yeah,
I would do bad things.
That's a damn Home Alone prank right there, man. Just get in the car and just...
You know what's a little unnerving to me? The pictures there. She looks a lot like Jesse Watt.
Wow, she does. But the thing that I noticed...
I was thinking the same thing.
Wait, hold on.
Where's Jesse here?
Is she over there?
She's not here today.
She's happily married now, but does she have a crazy ex-girlfriend?
But she could probably still have a little beef with her ex.
Yeah.
Right. So I think Jesse's a phenomenal person getting to meet her
Except
and know,
when she's
and know her
putting glitter in an AC.
The question I have, though, for you fine fellas, is not if she did right now, but she seems like she has the energy that she would have if she
seemed like it.
I'll put it this way.
She seemed like she is the girl that other girls call if they want to do something like this. She'd be down for it.
I'll put it this way because she is sweet, and I don't think she would ever do this. I think she's capable.
Yeah, that's the point. That's what I was trying to get to.
I think she's capable of, because what are some of the other things that she did? I was reading it.
Yeah, so apparently this vehicle was towed to a Goodyear shop in Richmond, and it was deemed a total. So it got totaled, and the estimate damages were $12,464.96.
Slashed a tire.
She smashed the stereo system inside. And during her police interview, I guess she admitted to putting the glitter in the AC and damaging the windshield, but she claimed her ex was overdue for issues like oil and motor work.
Get out of here.
I actually
needed to change the oil anyway.
I 100% believe her because she was like, I'll cop to all the stuff that I did, no problem. But I just want you to know, car was not going to work anyways. He had not taken... And the reason why I believe this, in addition to the fact that she was like, no, I'll take responsibility for all my problems, is something that Lopez, you just noticed. You know the crazy ones in their mugshot? They're smiling.
Yeah.
She is happy to be there.
Yeah, she is happy to be there.
I was kind of thinking about this too. Who at Sports Radio 610, if they was to get arrested, would be the one smiling in the mugshot?
Ooh, okay, smiling in the mugshot. I thought you were going to say who would have the crazy ex that would do
No, who is somebody if they got arrested for
Ron
whatever?
Hughley?
Yes.
You can see him smiling.
Ron is smiling in a mugshot. Ron is smiling in a mugshot.
I was racking my brain. That's it. That is the correct answer.
Depending on the
That's
act.
not what they're doing, John.
Depending on the act, Seth is also smiling in the mugshot. Depending
I can see Seth. But
Yeah.
straight up Ron. I can see Ron like, I didn't do anything wrong. You got the wrong guy.
Man, by the way, she also cracked the windshield, broke the rearview mirror. She is out there. Jessie Watt is out there.
She went the extra mile because once you put the salt in the gas tank, we weren't gonna get
you're
far.
pretty done.
You ruined the car.
Now she did message the ex-boyfriend on Instagram, apologizing and said she was stressed due to her pregnancy.
Crazy.
So she get a pass, right?
That's the craziest part.
That's the craziest
I'm
part.
so sorry. Will you take me back?
Hold on. 281 said Sean is also smiling in the. I don't think.
I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah.
Some people also believe T Mill is the one smiling. Are we just a whole bunch of degenerates? Everybody's like, all y'all smiling in the photo.
I would like to see who would be the one to smile, though. I think it's Ron. I agree with you. I think he's going to do a little smirk. It ain't going to be a full smile like Jessie Watt on here, but I think it'd be a nice little smirk.
Yeah. Jessie's going to fight us for constantly comparing her to this one.
All right, it's the Mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 610. So remember, I want to say it was last week or a couple weeks ago, myself, John, you asked if the Browns would keep 4 quarterbacks on the roster.
Yeah.
And I kind of went out on a whim and said, I buy it.
Yeah.
I'm like, you know what? I buy stock in that because, first of all, it's the Browns.
Yep.
And two, I feel like they are stuck in a way where they probably have to keep 4 quarterbacks just for the simple fact that they drafted 2 of them.
Sure.
They drafted 2 of them just this draft, and you got a 40-year-old Joe Flacco. So here is Adam Schefter. Pretty much, I guess I think he want to buy into what you was selling too.
And the last thing I want to mention is, even though they named their starter today, we don't know the backup. I expect the Cleveland Browns to carry 4 quarterbacks.
So they will do that.
4 quarterbacks on their final 53-man roster. I expect they'll have 4 there. They're going to keep both rookies. They're going to keep Flacco. So we're really talking about Kenny Pickett.
What about Pickett?
And I expect he makes the roster because quarterbacks are currently.
What's the windy? When Adam says they expect somebody call.
Or maybe the Cowboys trade for Kenny Pickett.
Or maybe somebody calls about one of the rookie quarterbacks.
This is insanity.
And the crazy thing is, I think they shot themselves in the foot by drafting 2 quarterbacks in the draft.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to cut one of them. I don't think you're going to trade one of them. And you got a 52-year-old Joe Flacco playing, man. And that I don't know if he's going to be good enough to play all the games this year.
I think you did a great job establishing the ones that you can't get rid of. Can you give me the reason why you can't get rid of Kenny Pickett? I thought Kenny Pickett means he has to be
just in case the rookies. It might be they might
like if Flacco goes down and the rookies aren't ready. Or,
if those rookies ain't ready, who else do you got?
Just re-sign him. Ain't nobody gonna sign him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Somebody sign him up to be their like 3rd or practice squad emergency quarterback or something.
Yeah, but this is wild, man. And we ain't even talking about the other 2 quarterbacks they actually have under contract.
Well, yeah, the other 2 don't really matter because ain't nobody actually putting Deshaun Watson out here.
You don't working out, man.
You don't want to guarantee that for injury.
But it kind of do. That's 6 roster spots.
Well,
man.
the thing about it is
for the one position,
Snoop Huntley is just here because they needed arms. Like he is camp arm at this point because they needed arms with all the injuries.
We talking about We ain't talking about running back. We ain't talking about receiver where you need multiple. We talking about one position.
Yeah, and you know the roster spots.
Yeah,
you know? There's no way you should keep 4 quarterbacks.
No way.
Especially if
you should.
None of them. You're writing home to moms about none of them.
There might be teams that keep 2.
Yeah,
you know.
I mean, this team is keeping 2. What you mean?
Yeah.
And some teams had like barely 2. They had one franchise quarterback, and the other one is like, I hope this quarterback don't go down.
Yeah.
Because otherwise our season is over.
Yeah.
Bad type of quarterback. So, man, I don't know what they do.
What a silly organization.
Silly.
Every time that we do this, and I understand it might get annoying every time that one of these things happens to bring it back home, but damn, it feels good to not have to be in that space.
It's so good.
What?
Yes.
Yeah, nah, it's kind of sad a little bit, but yep, I don't care.
Yep.
All right, I'll get you guys out of here on this. We talked about Rich Eisen hosting Sports Center last night for the first time since 2002. 2003.
22 years, man.
Yeah. Nah, I can't believe that was that long ago. I kind of remember him being on there with Stuart Scott and all that stuff. That was kind of my introduction to Sports Center.
You know what's funny? I don't, because I think he looks so much different without hair.
Yeah.
Like him with hair and him without hair just feels so very different.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But here is his tribute to Stuart Scott. Right after they played the commercials of Stuart Scott and all that stuff. That this is Sports Center type of thing they was doing, and here is his tribute to Stuart Scott. And hopefully nobody cutting no onions around here.
Yeah, I hope that you can drive nice and clear, because
it has been a blast being here tonight. But listen, we all know there should be someone else right here in this chair next to me, right there. As he was for my 7 years in the role he referred to as my TV wife. And that's my dear late friend, Stuart Scott, who is indeed looking over my shoulder tonight. I frequently think of Stuart a lot, and what he might think of the sports headlines of the day, like, say, Bill Belichick being the head football coach at his beloved school. We used to host sports centers after LeBron's high school games, so what would Stuart think of James still playing at age 40 with 40,000 points? And with all these new crossing of sports TV streams, like, say, ESPN buying NFL Network and partnering up with my daily show, what would it look like if Stuart sat in with, say, Ernie, Shaq, Kenny, and Charles when Inside the NBA comes here to ESPN this fall? I could go on and on, because I miss Stuart so very much. He should be in that chair with me, with us tonight.
That was tough. And I got to be completely honest. I said earlier I was kicking myself for missing it, and I seen that he did a tribute, but I hadn't heard it. That's the first time I heard it.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. When he mentioned Bill Belichick, I thought he was gonna mention the young girlfriend. What would he think if Bill Belichick had a 23-year-old girlfriend?
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah, the moment was too sentimental to drop that joke, I think.
Yeah.
But it was fantastic vibes. I thought Mina Kimes did a good job sitting in with Rich as well.
Mm-hmm.
It was cool seeing Rich just kind of handle it, solo. Not to say, obviously he does the Rich Eisen show all the time, and that was one of the things they were hyping up. Apparently, with Rich Eisen and the ESPN kind of merging with or not merging, but having some now association with the NFL Network. His show is going to be daily on ESPN Radio, I believe, and Disney Plus. So you're going to be able to have that, but it was cool seeing him on the Sports Center set and seeing him kind of operate almost like Scott Van Pelt does. Those are really kind of the cool guys, the guys that we know that can carry Sports Center by themselves, having that room to flesh out and really do what they wanted to do. It was really, really cool, man.
It was.
It kind of got me thinking, who else would you like to see come back to Sports Center and do something like what he did?
Well, Dan Patrick and
I was thinking about Dan Patrick, but I don't know, like maybe Dan Patrick coming back would really, invigorate it. I just, for some reason, my brain can't see it, but also I didn't understand exactly what it was going to be like with Rich Eisen, and it was fantastic. So yeah, go ahead and sign me up for that. Give me nostalgia Sports Center, because it's not like there's something specific about the modern Sports Centers that makes it so that I can't do without this,
It seems like they trying to do. It seems like everybody trying to do that. To be honest, trying to bring it back. NBA on NBC and the theme. So it seemed like everybody trying to go back to that time. They capture that great time in sports.
Keith and Patrick were outstanding.
Overman's had some.
Well, he's had a few twists in his story.
That's right.
But if they just do Sports Center, Keith Olbermann and Dan Patrick, to me, were about the best there was. Yeah, by the way, if you want to update on the Japan-Mexico Little League World Series, I think Lance McCullers is going to pitch for Mexico next inning.
Goodness gracious,
that's where it's going right now. Yeah.
Did you have to do that?
No, that's what's happening, though.
I thought Chaz McCormick was going to pitch.
Yeah.
All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That's Figgy's Mixtape, 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610. Somebody said, I know he started with NFL Network and is a CBS guy now. Nate Burleson. I don't know. Nate Burleson is cool. I don't know how much I think he flourishes
he's not
more.
Nostalgic as much.
Also, I think he flourishes more in just like more of a conversational perspective than, I guess Sports Center having to kind of do the more buttoned up TV stuff. But I don't know.
Yeah.
And real quick before we go, you can sell me on just bringing back all of the Sports Center like music and stuff. The Miami Heat or Miami Vice kind of type of vibes of the intro is so much better than the modern Sports Center.
I used to love the college basketball theme, the music they used to play for the highlights for college basketball. I used to love it.
I was like, you could take me all the way back there, but that's neither here nor there. At the Figgy Fig on social media, if you see something mixtape worthy that you want to share. But coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the drive. Did Ron make it out of what, Turks and Caicos? We'll find that out, and we'll talk a little bit about this. How much do you believe when Jordan returns that this Astros offense is going to turn up? About next.
That's not what they're doing, John.
CJ Stroud. Lawyer Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, been a good Tuesday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you guys rocking with us, as you always do, on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Getting ready to hand things off to the drive. Let's see if Ron was able to make it back to the great city of Houston, or if he is still traversing the airways between Turks and Caicos and Houston, Texas. Before we get there, I did want to ask this because you Lopez, have been really big on the hitting not coming through for the Astros. That obviously with the number of zeros that they've put up over the last 5 days, that's clearly been an issue in these games. Yordan Alvarez having his rehab start or rehab opportunity out there in or with the AA Corpus Christi Hooks. How confident are you in this offense once Yordan returns?
Look, Yordan is going to change everything in terms of the opposing pitchers and managers' approach. I don't care if he's just coming back or not. Well, Yordan is not going to solve everything. I mean, it's just not. I mean, big moments, if you get there, you want Yordan to be a threat either in the hole or on deck or, best of all, at the plate. Because, he's done it so many times. He's such a threat. He's going to just affect how they manage, how they pitch, et cetera. But right now, this is a lot more than, hey, get Yordan back. It's a lot more than that. I mean, let's just go through it. Clearly, Jose Altuve is going to do Altuve things eventually, but there's going to be some times when he's not hitting, and right now nobody is getting it done. Like no one. 15 straight innings without scoring a run. Let's start there, boys. Let's try to score a run, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, I mean. At this point, I don't know how much I can look to individuals. It just feels like as a squad, everybody needs kind of a reset, and I don't know how you accomplish that at this point.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. So maybe it is just the ways in which Yordan returning will fully help solidify the lineup, because I feel like Joe Espada, and there's varying degrees of either blame or credit that have been given to him at points in the season. He has moved around the lineup quite a bit. And, of course, at times he had to when you just did not have very much when it comes to hitters. But now as you do have it, it feels like you want to settle in a little bit. There's still been a little bit of maneuvering. Hopefully a Yordan returning to the middle of that lineup helps kind of put people in places where they can stay and get a little bit more comfortable, and hopefully that helps as well.
Well, that's going to help. But again, ultimately you're going to have to start putting some rallies together and swinging the bat better and on top of that, not only are you going to have to swing the bat better, but you're going to have to be able to protect that lead with the bullpen. I mean, we said earlier, I've been talking about the hitting is, to me, the biggest issue, and it still is. But, boy, it's both of them right now as well, because, they're trying to just mix and match and find any fresh arm they can, whether they call them up or whatever it might be. But they need to break out of this big time, and tonight this evening would be a really, really good time to do it, to get to Tarek Skubal, to have Hunter Brown.
If this is the breakout, what do we make of that? I'm really going to believe in the Jinx and the
just get him out.
I'm going to believe a lot in the Jinx and the smelly salts if all of a sudden the offense comes to life against literally probably the best pitcher in all of American League after putting up some stinkers against the Baltimore Orioles, who have not been particularly good, and then looking how you did yesterday.
Well, the other thing is just hang in there enough to get him out of a chance to attack their bullpen. For a change, and just, I'm not saying put up 7 runs on him, but, make him work, maybe have a 3-2 lead or something, and he has to get out of there in the 6th or 7th inning because of pitches, and then get to work. But that's a big ask right now with this team.
Yeah, this was Joe Espada yesterday being asked about if Hunter Brown going today and Yordan around the corner gives him more positives to look forward to.
Yes, it's positive, but I like to think about the present, and I like to be, where my feet are at. And right now, we just got to be better. We got to take care of tomorrow's game first before we think that far down the road. Those guys will make us, Yordan will make us better having Hunter Brown tomorrow. It's something to be optimistic, and it's look forward to it. But we have to, be better at doing the small stuff. We are a better club than what we have shown the last couple of games.
They put some sloppy. Sunday was one of the sloppiest games the Astros have played in a long time. Yesterday, some good flashes of defense, which probably saved it from being an even more embarrassing run. The one danger that a sports danger that's lingering out there for the Astros is thinking, hey, Hunter Brown, Fromber, they'll get us right. That's not true anymore.
Well, that's been the way that this organization, all the way from the very top, has operated since the trade. Well, we'll get these guys in there, help the offense, and then the pitchers will come back and it'll make it better. Even though, and I think we might have talked about this, it's kind of unreasonable to ask guys coming off the injured list to come back and make the impact. It has to start with the guys.
That's my point. Here. Hunter Brown and Fromber, you might win the next 2 games, and they might pitch great. They only each have like 5 or 6 starts, period, left in the season at the most. So if you think, okay, Hunter Brown and Fromber Valdez, that's great. Who's your number 3 guy? Who's your number 4? Who's your number 5? What kind of confidence do you have in them? How have they pitched lately? It's about much more than that. You're just going to have to find ways beyond those 2 guys.
Yeah, and I think the thing he said in there very quietly, Espada, the little things, I think that's it. I mean, you talked about the fact that, they seem like they were just kind of not in it mentally. I think that they've got to lock back in, and I don't know what it takes, and that's where Joe Espada as a manager has to find something that inspires his club. Lock back in on the little things, because the little things are slipping. I mean, you're seeing Jose Altuve over the last week, bat sub 200. You're seeing so many of the guys that you depend on. And we talked about Jesus Sanchez, who is just 0 for a whole hell of a lot of at-bats. They need to lock in on the little things to get themselves back to playing better baseball, because that's what they did very well that got them through the stretches of being down with, when they started getting injuries. It was doing the little things really well. That's clearly what's got to happen. And it's going to happen tonight in one of the most adverse circumstances, which is on the road against one of the better teams in the AL and probably the presumptive Cy Young winner. Now, one of the things that I wanted to say for the very end, as hopefully something to cheer up the spirits a little bit. You still got that 1.5 lead. Like somehow, some way, the Mariners have decided that they also don't want to play baseball. Appreciate y'all doing that at the right time.
They were down 5-0 when the Astros were down 5-0 yesterday.
I appreciate the AL West solidarity that they were putting up there. Like, don't worry about that, guys. Go ahead and figure yourselves out, and we will start the race when we're both ready. No need to take advantage of the opportunities that are here. Sometimes baseball can be hilarious like that. Appreciation to D&M Auto Leaks for the opportunity to chat with the fellas of the drive. And no, the man has not made it back from his vacation. So it is indeed Clint and more Luke Morrow, baby. What's happening, fellas?
What's good, fellas? What's good? Yeah, he's in the air, though, man. I'm going to tell you, some of them videos Ron done sent me from the airport. I don't know if I'd be getting on one. Be honest with you, man. Hell, that's
little puddle hoppers.
Yeah, well, I don't know what the plane looks like, but I know what that wind is looking like, bending them damn palm trees over. And I'm like, your ass is at the airport.
Yeah.
Do you think that a plane going through turbulence, you would feel any better if Seth Payne was your airline or your
flight attendant?
Because our question of the day today, inspired by Chaz McCormick being an impromptu pitcher.
Going on with Chaz, man. This is embarrassing.
What is a job that you think you could do outside of your realm of experience? And Seth Payne said that he thinks he could be a flight attendant. I feel like that would be something that would be deeply unsettling.
No, I would actually feel good in today's world. I'd feel pretty good about Seth being the flight attendant. Did you see that? I don't know if they saw the video, but some fool on a plane was acting up, drunk.
Oh yeah,
racial slurs. Right. Well, some old boy that looked kind of like Seth, a little darker skin, but looked like Seth. Went up there, wrapped his ass up, and sat him. He said, and literally sat him in his chair and said, "Sit your ass," and until they could land in Colorado. So yeah, I'd like to have Seth.
That is a good point. Hey, Seth would keep that plane together.
Hey man, these fools nowadays, man, I don't want. That's the one thing that I fear flying. Like obviously, I don't fear much at all flying because it's safer than being in traffic. And I do it every day in Houston, but. Man, you get up there nowadays with one of them fools, and then I'm usually one of the bigger or more fit guys on it. So I'm gonna be everybody's gonna look at me like, hey man, you gonna do something? So I'm like, I really don't want to be put in that spot, man. But I will choke a mug out on a plane if you start acting a fool. Now that would
you'll be on video all over.
That's okay. That's okay. I mean, hell, we can use a viral moment. Maybe we'll win that Marconi if I choke somebody out on a plane.
Sports Radio 610's Clint Stoerner.
Man. Hey. Would there have nothing worse up in the air like that?
Oh, yeah.
And some fool's yanking on the exit door or something.
That's it. That's the worst part.
Yeah, nothing will get me up into action quicker. Like, you're not taking us all down with you.
Yeah, no, that ain't happening.
Sit that down. We'll get the air marshal out here, and they can handle you, but you're not taking me with you.
Man. But yeah, so Seth would be all right with me. He can. Now he's going to have to be easy with them hips when he's walking down that aisle. And I'm trying to sleep, man. There ain't nothing. Boy, you get one of them.
You get your elbow out.
Oh, you get one of them old well-built flight attendants, and you appreciate her when you're awake, but then you fall asleep, and all of a sudden that hip hits you every time she walks by with that card. I'm like, gosh.
I don't know how well built they are.
Wow.
Well, I mean, it depends on what your preference is over there, Luke. But your little narrow ass. I mean, I don't know.
Waking me up.
Hey, Clint, have you appreciated the phenomenon that I have just taken to calling hating ass Luke? Because Luke is such a fantastic hater.
I haven't since I haven't. I guess I don't know if I've been around enough, or maybe he just doesn't open. I talk too much. Probably I don't give him much of a chance. But I hadn't experienced the hater side of it, man. I tell you, there's the between. I don't know if it's advanced stats or it's the phrasing, some of the different phrases that I'm assuming maybe in pop culture are real popular, but I've never heard of.
Oh, he's good for pop culture.
I mean, man, I really like it. And then he takes the, this, what pitcher was it that said 10-10-10?
Oh, Kurt Schilling?
Kurt Schilling said back in the day, starting pitchers, you're going to have 30 starts. Your 10 starts, you're going to have your best stuff. 10 starts, you're not going to have anything at all. You're not going to have a chance. It's all about them middle 10 starts. I like that. I really, and you know me, J-Lo, like I have a real hard time appreciating like advanced stats, like because I just don't know how they get to
right.
I don't know how you get from point A to point B, and advanced statisticians do it different. And I don't know how to believe in it. Well, Luke makes me a believer now.
There you go.
Look at that.
Luke makes me lean into some stuff now.
How about that?
So.
Now, Luke, I will say, make sure that you don't hide none of that hating ass Luke. I want you to share that with the Drive family well. Because you do a good job sharing that with the In the Loop family. I want you to make sure that everybody gets
I don't believe it,
hating ass Luke.
I don't believe it, Luke.
Gladly. All right, maybe I'll show you today.
T-Mill, you seen hating ass Luke, ain't you?
Oh, yeah. Live. Yeah. Absolutely.
Don't hide it.
I love it.
Hey, we ain't 5 minutes into the show yet. Y'all get off my guy, man.
Fair enough.
Let him earn it. Let him earn it, you son
Real
bucks.
quick before I go, I just want to offer, anybody want a sniff of these smelling salts before I go?
No? I'm going to let you have it.
Beware.
I watched that reaction online. Yeah.
Why does that not surprise me?
I know. I thought you were supposed to waft it up.
Yeah, let me get another hit before you get out of here.
Tyler wants to get a hit at 6:10 when he leaves the building before he heads to the Heights.
I bet he does. Of course, the only smelling sauce you need is listening to the best damn afternoon drive show in all of Houston, Texas. It's Clint, it's Luke Morrow, it's T-Mill. Y'all fellas have a fantastic show. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM, HD2 Houston. And right now, the drive is live.
Yeah, it is. Ron, the show, Hughley, is in the air as we speak. And I told Ron, I said, hey, man. He texted and said, hey, look, we got on a flight. We got on an earlier flight than we expected. We also got on an earlier connecting flight, so we're not going to get home at midnight. We'll get home a little bit earlier. I said, hey, brother, see, everything's working out for you. And now I'm assuming that plane got up out of that hurricane weather over in Turks and Caicos. I mean, but it sounds like everything is working out for Ron and Courtney. All joking aside, man, prayers up. That is some rough. I mean, it ain't nothing scarier in traveling than getting on a damn steel bird and flying into a hurricane. So I hope they
hold on, so.
Yeah, I know. I hope they get. I think they're going through Atlanta. Delta took care of them. Delta, appreciate you taking care of my co-host. They're going to get them to Atlanta, and then they're going to jump on a plane and come to Houston. So Ron, the show, Hughley, is out, but last I heard, he is alive, and he is in the air. Luke Morrow is in. You know Luke. He sits in all the time, all across the lineup here on Sports Radio 610. He's been in here several days with me over the last 4 or 5 work days anyway. Luke, good to have you once again, man. Is everything all right? Everything all right with you on your end?
Yeah. I mean, hey, it sounds like obviously it could be a lot worse. Nice to be sitting here in a studio instead of up in that plane dealing with whatever sort of turbulence they're dealing with, but glad they're able to get back here safely. So, no, everything's good over here on my end for sure.
Hey, I'm not going to let them hit you with that hating-ass Luke stuff, man. We can't start the show like that, man. I don't appreciate it.
But he brings the fire.
I'm just letting you know I don't appreciate it. I mean, for what it's worth to you, I just don't appreciate them sticking that on you at 2:04. I don't appreciate it.
I appreciate that. A lot of times people label you as a hater just when you speak the truth or when you're opinionated. So I think that's what happens a lot of times. But I don't mind the label.
Can I be honest? This is no jab at Reginald Atatula because he was one that just used it. But and I know that was just tongue in cheek. But the real hater attack and like people using that, like when you're when you say, hey, I don't like something or I don't like this. Like when somebody's dead serious, I'm not about joking stuff, but when somebody's dead serious about that guy's just a hater. No, I just don't. Somebody just doesn't like it, man.
Exactly.
Somebody just doesn't have the same opinions you got, and it ain't gonna do. I mean, I've let somebody use the term hater in a conversation with me, and not even necessarily about me, but just in conversation. Hey, make me hotter than a firecracker. Well, I'm like
Team Macho.
I don't know why, but that one right there.
I'm with you.
That one right there rubs me the wrong way. I tell you what else rubs me the wrong damn way. Not Lopez and his Team Macho stuff. All of a sudden he likes quarterback crying. But the Astros, and
this is not good.
What they've put on the field recently will make you cry. It'll piss you smooth off. The Astros, for the first time since 2005. First time the Astros have been shut out in 3 or 4 games since 2005. Happened in April of 2005. Now, it can't be too terribly bad because that team did end up in the World Series, as Tyler let me know. I did not recall the results. Tyler did. It broke his heart. They got swept by the White Sox in the World Series. But they did go to a World Series. So the sky is not falling. However, Luke, this is ugly. Lost to the Orioles 7-0. I was at that game, I believe. I think that was the one I was at, wasn't it, Tyler?
Yes, that was the one you took your mother to.
Was a hell of a deal. What's the way to get Linda back? Beat the Orioles 5-4 in extras, 12 innings the next night. And then they lost to the Orioles 12-0. And then last night, they lost to the Tigers 10-0.
Too many damn zeros, bro. Like, for real. Like what the hell?
Yeah, it's rough. It's a hard watch.
Oh.
It's a hard watch as it's going on as well. The one thing I did not do is catch much of Spencer Arrighetti last night. 5 innings pitched, 7 hits, 5 runs, 5 earned runs, by the way, 4 walks, 3 strikeouts, and he gave up 2 bombs. I know, Luke, that Spencer Arrighetti, somebody that we're all watching, but I know it's somebody that you've coined as one of the most, if not the most important guy returning off of injury from a starting pitcher perspective. Your thoughts on Spencer Arrighetti's 3rd outing since returning?
Yeah, it wasn't good. I mean, still didn't have his command. The fastball was right over the plate, and his sweeper was sweeping out of the strike zone and non-competitive. Arrighetti is, I still believe, the most important of the returnees, but I never said this was going to work out, and it's why, leading up to the trade deadline, I spent all of July pleading for the Astros to add pitching because I think it's a fool's errand to count on these guys to come back, even Arrighetti, who made 2 starts and then missed 4 months, and expect him to give you big starts down the stretch, and expect Javier to come back after 16 months, and Luis Garcia after 27 months, and JP France after 15 months, and McCullers after all this stuff in the last 3 years, and expect them to give you good starts in some of the biggest games of the year. I think it's silly. They tried it with Verlander last year. It didn't work. The Dodgers tried it with Walker Buehler last year. It was a disaster. They moved on from him. Dustin May this year for the Dodgers. There's plenty of examples of expecting guys to come back from these injuries after long layoffs. It takes them a little while. So, no, Arrighetti was still not good last night. I still keep my fingers crossed that he will have the smoothest transition at some point than these other pitchers because it's the shortest amount of time on the shelf. But even at his ceiling for 2025, I don't know if that will still be good enough or competitive enough for the Astros to rely on these arms to try to go win October.
Well, look, I agree wholeheartedly with you. I mean, when you flush it out and you talk about, there are several names, the Christian Javiers, hell, the Luis Garcias, the Lance, hell, are all the guys that are returning from a starting pitching perspective have a better resume than Spencer Arrighetti. But what we've seen recently from Spencer Arrighetti, the track he was on last year, how relatively speaking he was out minimal time compared to those guys. Yeah, I think it's probably a pretty popular opinion that, hey, Spencer Arrighetti is the one that we can expect to make the smoothest transition if anybody's going to make one. And if you look back, I don't know, maybe I'm crazy, and Luke, you'd be the one that I'd probably take a little criticism from on this front because you know what the hell's going on. I've watched Spencer Arrighetti in the Astros uniform, and I've been jacked. Maybe I'm wrong, but I've thought, hey, this guy's got a future here.
Yeah.
This guy's got staying power. This guy's got a chance to be not Hunter Brown and not Fromber, obviously, And hell, let's be honest, maybe not even a healthy Christian Javier with that nasty stuff he's got, but he's a guy that I always looked at as, this is a quality 3 or 4 starter in a rotation. At the very least, it's that. You know what I mean? And he's kind of trending. He was trending upwards. So, yeah, I mean, all of it put together, like Christian, I don't think it's crazy to think that, again, once you flush it out, that Spencer Arrighetti would be the guy that you would expect to contribute here down the stretch alongside Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez. But here we are, 3 starts into it, and it's been rough. Like we said yesterday, I think at some point in time we're going to have to turn the page and go, okay, now you've ramped up. All right, you've been back for 3 weeks, been back for a month. Right. Okay, now we need you to turn the corner. Now, the other part of that is, and I think this is the more important part of what we're watching right now, we can understand why the starting pitching, like even Arrighetti and Christian Javier and these guys that are coming back, we can understand why the starting rotation, although it was really good in the first half of the season, with a bunch of guys that I'd never heard of, maybe you have, but I'd never heard of that were pitching for him. We can understand as these guys return, there's going to be some lagging, there's going to be some disappointing times, there's going to be some inconsistency. These bats, I know we've had some injuries in this lineup too. We're missing Yordan Alvarez, and I get that. But hey, man, when you get shut out 3 of your last 4 games, and you can argue at a time, guys, when you need it the most. The Mariners, you still got a game and a half lead in the division on the Mariners, but the Mariners' schedule ticked up, your schedule ticked down. This was an opportunity for you to make a move, and somehow you've gone out and got swept 3 of the 4 games that you played. So
I'm sure they vomited in the stands.
The bats are a major issue right now with the Astros. You look up, Correa had a hit last night, Urias had a hit, Altuve had a hit, and then Walker had 2. There was 5 total hits in the game. And if it wasn't on the heels of a 12-0 loss, shutout loss to the Orioles to wrap up that homestand, then it may not be a big deal. But this is becoming a problem.
It sure is. I mean, this is just a bad team right now. In the month of August, they're bottom 8 in the league in batting average and ERA. They're 14-21 in their last 35 games. And in this last week, I mean, this is worse than like we've seen from the Rockies this year. I think the Rockies haven't had as uncompetitive of a stretch as the Astros. This is worse than the White Sox. Pick your worst teams in the league this year. I don't know if they've had a stretch like this. This lineup hasn't scored now in 15 innings. I mean, we could go on and on with all the ugly numbers.
We suck.
That's the easier way to sum it up than anything I could tell you. And Joe Espada, by the way, was on the flagship today, and he said something about when they asked him, he just said, to paraphrase, that's baseball. He said something about some people want it more. The comments he made was almost like these guys have just checked out for the time being. And I know earlier Lopez was saying, watching them last night, it looked like just like mentally they just weren't in it. And that might be the most concerning part is, look, it's baseball, it's a long season, everyone goes through slumps, and everyone gets blown out and has bad games or bad weeks. But if it's that willy-nilly, like, they just don't seem to care, or the other team is more interested, especially when you talk about a first-place Tigers team last night, that's the more concerning part than just waiting for some of those bats to get hot again.
Well, look, I hate the excuse, and I don't like the manager. I don't like the manager saying that. But I will say this. For me, there's when you've got a whole lineup and you've got all your dudes, it's a long season. Now, all of a sudden, when you're having to depend on 3 of your 5 pitchers in the starter are guys that should never be starting a game for you this season in 2020, or you didn't expect to start a game in 2025. Mm-hmm. When half of your lineup at times was Space Cowboys,
it's not ideal.
And you find a way to win. You get guys back in the lineup. Boom, somebody goes out of the line. This has been a long ass season already for this Astros team. Now that's not. I mean, I hate to even bring that up because I'm not making excuses, but the reality is what he said, this has been a longer than normal season. There's a reason why Joe Espada's up for Manager of the Year, or at least was. It was because the Astros and what they've had to deal with has been second to none when it comes to adversity and weathering a bad storm and taxing on the manager and everybody involved. And so I could see where these guys at this point are like, whew, damn, it's been a long season. But if you're gonna be a team that can be a serious player in October, then you've got to weather this storm and they got to get this thing back right. The Astros have had a hell of a rough stretch here of late with the bats and the bullpen, and then the obvious hiccups with the starting rotation as well. Anytime Chaz McCormick is on the bump in back-to-back games, and what is that? Is that 3 times in the last 7? Or is that 3 times in the last 6?
He's becoming a regular out of the back end of the bullpen.
Yeah, we're gonna get to that. I half-heartedly was joking about that yesterday, but this is getting plumb-ass ridiculous. The Astros, see if they can't get this thing back on the right page. The bad news is Game 2 against Detroit. They get Greek Skubal, which is, I mean, he is the best pitcher in baseball, the best pitcher in the American League right now.
You want to know what the over-under is tonight for the Astros team total? It's a number I've never seen for them in this golden era run before. True statement.
2.5.
2.5.
Yeah, that would have been my guess.
And the odds aren't crazy.
I think the total for the actual game has been bet up, though. Just, I mean, it's still low. It's like 7.5, whatever. So I don't know. Maybe I think the Tigers are going to score some runs, I guess, tonight. You know, that's the thing. You have Hunter Brown on the mound tonight, who's supposed to be your stopper. He's your ace, but then you look on the other side. It's like, oh, that's the one guy with the better ERA.
This is what the hell it's all about, Astros fans. I mean, look, I can put to bed. I can put to bed what I've been watching in one outing tonight with Hunter Brown. This is what the hell you got a Hunter Brown for. This is what, to me, regular season baseball, it doesn't get any bigger than this. Again, you want to put all of the issues that you've had to bed, the rest of the starting rotation, the bullpen, the bats over the last however long you said it was, Luke. You want to put it to bed. Hunter Brown goes out there and throws a gem, and the Astros find a way in a nail-biter to beat the best pitcher in the American League. That would be absolutely huge. When you look at their numbers, I mean, I know Hunter Brown had a rough stretch, but Hunter Brown is neck and neck with this cat numbers-wise. This should be an absolute, I mean, appointment television, must-see TV. And this, to me, this is one of those defining moments for Hunter Brown. This is when Hunter Brown, and no offense, but like if this were Framber Valdez, I would expect the same things, but I wouldn't be as excited to watch it. Because I've seen it from Framber, but maybe because Framber just goes about his business different. This is the Hunter Brown. There's no doubt about it. He will be absolutely jacked out of his gourd from the Detroit area, right? Grew up watching this squad, and now you're up against one of the best that the American League can throw at you, and your team has been on a skid. This is why Hunter Brown, or this is when Hunter Brown, for me, is must-see TV. I am absolutely stoked about catching this game. Now, I hope to catch a little bit of it here. It's a 5:40 first pitch, right, Tyler?
That is correct.
So we'll get some of those best bets. Don't let me slide over them tonight now, damn it.
Okay, I got you.
We'll get some of those knocked out earlier in the show so that we can make sure and get some Astros bets in there. We'll circle back to the Astros. Plenty today. What's going on over there? My damn Chaz McCormick, man. I can't. It's painful to watch. It's painful to watch. I'm to start a GoFundMe or something for Chaz's to get Chaz to leave the ball on the rubber next time they put him out there. All right, the Texans, they were on the field today for one of 2 practices before they head to Detroit for a joint practice and a preseason game. This is a monster week for the Texans. A lot of decisions will be made. We got guys that we haven't seen on the field back on the field today. How did the offensive coordinator, how did he adjust that starting rotation on that offensive line? What did Damian Pierce look like? We'll cuss and discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Academy Sports and Outdoors. Y'all, some things, they just go better together, baby. I love that song, by the way. Me and the wife love it. Burgers and fries, Friday nights in football.
Houston sports leader, but one of the best stations in all of the country. Houston's Marconi-nominated sports leader is Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
You know, Tyler made a great point right as we're coming into this break here. I didn't hear Nick Caserio talk about. I think we got a good congratulations from the general manager on that Marconi nomination. It's big time in our world.
Well, Payne and Pendergast did.
Oh yeah, that's right. Wait, what do you mean they did?
No. I'm just kidding. GM Nick Caserio, he congratulated the whole station.
Oh. Okay. I got you.
It felt a little focused on his.
Well, that's okay. I mean, hell, it's the way it's supposed to be when that's your boys.
They start us every day.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
We're riding the coattails, man. We're just riding the coattails, and I appreciate them sturdy coattails because my ass is heavy. But Tyler made a point, Nick. I mean, you congratulated the station, man, and you didn't even mention the face. You didn't even mention the face of Sports Radio 610, Tyler Milner, man. I just...
if you're on YouTube or Twitch, you're looking at it.
Yeah, I mean, Nick, I just feel like you missed an opportunity there, bro. I mean, you're not a guy that misses too many opportunities, man. T-Mill, real deal.
I mean, I didn't even ask for this, but it is what it is, and you probably should have thrown out a thank you, Nick.
It was thrust upon you, man. They didn't even ask for the rights, did they?
No.
You may be able to sue them, by the way. I think you may be able to sue them.
I was going to say, if we win the award, you change it from Marconi to Milner.
Yeah, that's right. That Marconi Milner, the Marconi Milner that the Sports Radio 610 won back in 2025, y'all.
That's right.
Hell yeah.
But no, Nick was on with Seth and Sean this morning, and once again, I always say this, real talk, genuine and sincere. There is, it's one thing to have a head coach or a player or general manager or a president. It's one thing to have those guys on. It's another thing when you've built rapport with somebody of that position, and then that guy is more of himself on the airwaves. That guy is more open with his answers. He's more comfortable. He trusts that those guys, and they've done a tremendous job getting to that point. And every time Nick Caserio comes on Payne and Pendergast, it is must-listen radio, no doubt about it. So, again, if you do have the Odyssey app, AUDACY, if you don't, download the damn thing. I've been telling you for a week. But if you do, you can use that rewind feature to go back and listen to Nick Caserio on Payne and Pendergast. I believe it was 7:30 this morning. So, but the Texans, they did take the field today. Monster week for the Texans here in training camp. Cut down date is August 26th, which is a week from today. It's next Tuesday. You had today's practice. You got Wednesday's practice, which will be a little bit lighter, I heard Nick Caserio say. And then, I think it's pretty much on to travel day on Thursday, little joint practice. No, travel day Wednesday, joint practice. Thursday, rest day Friday, game Saturday. So, nonetheless, the point is these are the last few reps that guys are going to get back from injury, to get back on the field and get some really good work. These are the last reps that some of these guys are going to get before the team makes a decision on whether they make the team or not. And this is a big week for the Texans. A couple of things that I've seen reported here on the Texans practice today. Cam Robinson, the big left tackle, $12 to $14 million man. He was signed to replace Laramie Tunsil in that left tackle position. He has been out for an extended period of time. He was back at practice today. And I think a lot of the questions were, when Cam Robinson comes back, the veteran that was signed to be your left tackle, that was paid to be your left tackle, what happens when he comes back and Ariante Ursery, the big rookie left tackle that has been playing really, really good of late, that has been, I would say he has been the one guy not the one guy, but one of a couple of guys that you could watch play. And does he get beat? Sure. But if you watch him play, he is exactly what Nick Caserio, D'Amico Ryans, the O-line coach, the offensive coordinator, he is exactly what he wants this offensive line's mentality to be. So Cam Robinson comes back. What do they do with Ariante Ursery at left tackle? Right?
He's big as hell.
Well, the reports that I'm seeing Ariante Ursery stayed at left tackle with the ones. Titus Howard stayed at right tackle with the ones. And then on the inside, it was Laken Tomlinson, Jake Andrews at center. And that right guard position is the one that's still up in the air. You got Ed Ingram, who was a free agent sign this off, or was he a trade? Was he a trade or a free agent sign?
Signing.
Free agent signing because he came from Minnesota, right?
Yeah.
He was a free agent that they brought in this season. And then also Juice Scruggs, who was a former second-round pick that was expected to be the center that bounced around, plays all three interior positions. So it looks like you've got a good, solid, healthy competition going at that right guard position. I imagine this joint practice that's right around the corner is going to be big for those guys. It's also, I would imagine, with this level of player, Ed Ingram and Juice Scruggs, I would imagine that this this final preseason game, they will probably get some run. They're not going to get the C.J. Stroud treatment, I wouldn't think, unless they're just convinced all out that Ed Ingram is the guy. I would imagine they would get some runs. Keep an eye on the right guard position with the Texans offensive line. Ed Ingram, Juice Scruggs. Those two guys right there are going to decide whether they can leave Titus Howard at right tackle or not. And then also keep an eye on what's going on at level. You got, again, a veteran, former first-round pick, guy with high expectations, Cam Robinson, that looks to be on the heels of the rookie Ariante Ursery at this point. Could change at any point. They've been rotating like crazy, but that's the way I see this offensive line right there, Luke, after the reports that are coming out of camp today.
Yeah, I don't want to read too much into today, but I did find it interesting that Cam Robinson didn't jump right back in. And, earlier we were talking about the reputation of being a hater, and someone on the text line said that Ron knows of my hating capabilities, but I recall when Trent Brown was brought in, I was in with Ron that day, and I'm not a Cam Robinson guy whatsoever. And I said, much to Ron's surprise, I'd rather have Trent Brown than Cam Robinson. So all of this is to say, I'm not that surprised if Cam Robinson gets beat out even by a rookie at that left tackle position and he becomes the swing tackle, because I don't think Cam Robinson's a great option for you to be your every week left tackle. I think part of it is what you've seen from the tackles, but like you said, a big part of it is the success that Ed Ingram has had, which has allowed you to slide Titus Howard back to right tackle, leave Ingram at guard. So it's just that combination. We've heard the message about this offensive line, just kind of find the five best, right? They shed some talent on the offensive line this offseason. Now it's about finding the best group of five. And so in that sense, maybe Cam Robinson got Wally pipped a little bit, that as he stepped away and they had to alter this offensive line, they found another five that right now is working pretty well, and they don't want to disrupt that just because Cam Robinson's back at practice.
Well, to hear Nick Caserio tell it, they've got five tackles, including Trent Brown, Blake Fisher, Titus Howard, Cam Robinson, and Ariante Ursery. And when I look at this best case scenario for me, is there a chance to move Cam Robinson if he can't supplant Ariante Ursery for the starting left tackle position? Then is there a chance to potentially move him? I have no idea, but as we talk about this week for the Texans before cutdown week, there are some potential trades out there. Is Cam Robinson potentially one of those guys? Also, back just to be clear, too, appreciate Sean Pendergast. Ingram was actually a trade for a 6th-round pick from Minnesota. So that was actually a trade, not free agent.
Yeah, he was like the Mechy guy, right? He was going to get cut anyways,
right,
so just get something for him.
Damian Pierce was back at practice today, had a couple of runs, had a catch in today's practice, and so it was good to see him back out there. We'll dig a little bit more into that later on in the show. Right now, Nick Caserio, I just said he joined Payne and Pendergast. He gave us a little peek into what the identity of this team is going to be. I actually love it. I think a lot of y'all are going to probably turn your nose up at it, but we'll have some audio and we'll cuss and discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, I can tell you about Serta Pro Painters, man. Look, here's the deal. I called Serta Pro Painters. I got a little flip house. I called Serta Pro Painters, and I need a quote.
To get started. That's REXMD.com.
Well, you guys talk about them all the time.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron, the show Hughley is out. Luke Morrow is in. You are definitely listening to Houston's sports leader, Nick Caserio, Texans general manager. He was on Payne and Pendergast this morning and had a lot of nuggets, man. I didn't get the final timestamp, but he usually spends 30 to 40 minutes on that damn Payne and Pendergast at once. So it is an extended conversation. If you want to hear it all, again, download the Odyssey app, AUDACY, and you got it right there at your fingertips. You can go back to use the rewind feature and go back and listen to every bit of Nick Caserio. But for right now, I took a couple of audio pieces of audio here that I think were noteworthy. I think a lot of the conversation or the unknown, I guess, with this year's Texans team, right, is offensively, what are they going to look like? I think we've probably heard enough guys to where, and I say heard enough from Nick Caserio and Nick Caley and D'Amico Ryans. There's been a huge shift in terminology, and I think even some of the scheme into what the Patriots were doing when Brady was winning Super Bowls and winning and playing the position at a high level and winning at a serious clip. But what does that mean? I mean, what does that really mean? I know the terminology and maybe some of the concepts are going to be similar, but what do they really want this offense to look like? I think Nick Caserio gave us a little peek behind the curtain. Here's Nick Caserio talking about where this offense is. This is a 2025 offense, where this offense can improve the most.
And I'd say overall offensively, the biggest area that we can improve that's going to help us during the course of the year is taking care of the football. Like, we obviously have a defense where the ball is of the utmost importance. We have a number of guys that can take the ball away. You know, we've thrown it to the defense offensively a number of different times. So if we can mitigate that and eliminate that, I mean, D'Amico put a stat up there to the team last week. If you don't, and I've talked about this, if you don't do anything other than take care of the ball and have 0 turnovers, it correlates to 80% wins. So I think as an offense, the more we can comprehend and understand that, the better off we're going to be. So just relative to your question, relative to CJ's development, I would say grasping and ownership and understanding the offense, and then just understanding, just make the right play on a consistent basis. That's what good offensive football is all about.
Take care of the football, don't turn the damn thing over, and you're going to win at an 80% clip is what I heard right there. We got a great defense that's going to turn it over for us. We have an advantage in a sense of winning the turnover battle. We should do it damn near every week, if not every week for 17 straight weeks, or 17 of 18 weeks, if you will. That's what I hear Nick Caserio saying right there. Here is Nick going a little bit further on protecting the ball and limiting the obvious long yardage, tough situations that some offenses put themselves in.
Long yardage situations are always hard to overcome, and I don't know what the percentages are, but we've looked at this too. Like, if you have a negative play on first down, or just how it impacts the drive, I mean, it certainly makes a difference. So, I mean, offensive football, not only for us, it's just about positive plays, moving the ball forward, and in situational execution. So if we can be good in those areas, you know, we probably have a shot to be decent, not only offensively, but as a team overall.
Two things I love about this, y'all. One, they clearly know what they want to do offensively. There is no five-headed monsters and this aggressive stretch in the field, vertical attack kind of conversation going on. It is clear that Nick Caserio from top, and I think D'Amico Ryans is. I think before maybe he was a little more worried about the defense and letting the offense do the offense thing. Maybe you know, C.J. Stroud has a great rookie season. Nico Collins turns a corner. Maybe you go sign some guys. Maybe we got a little bit out over our skis with the aggressive stuff and all the different weapons instead of focusing on being physical, taking care of the football, staying ahead of the chains. But it is clear right now to me, hearing Nick Caserio, that right there, along with some of the things that we've heard coming out of that organization over the last month, Luke, it's clear to me what the offensive identity is going to be. Offensively, they want to play to the strengths of their defense. We're going to run the football. We're going to protect the football. We're going to stay ahead of the chains, and we're going to win the turnover battle. That ultimately is what I hear Nick saying. And I'm going to tell you, given how good we know this defense is, I love this approach from D'Amico and Nick Caserio. I love this approach in a sense of an identity as it fits with the whole team. And I'm going to tell you what else, Luke. I love this approach with C.J. Stroud. There's a lot of people out there, man, and I understand it because C.J. can do it. There's no doubt about it. There's a lot of people out there that want C.J. to be in this, hey, man, let's stretch the field, man. Let's just put it all on C.J.'s back, man. Let's spin it all over the park. Let C.J. cook, all that kind of job. And again, I get it. If that were the approach, I think CJ, if you could block for him, like couldn't do last year, CJ has the ability to do those things. But I believe the best version of CJ Stroud, and I believe the best version of the Texans offense as it pertains to winning Super Bowls and winning in the playoffs is exactly what Nick Caserio is talking about. I mean, that is the luxury of C.J. Stroud, I want to see it about 4 times this year. You know what I mean? I want to see games when they do when the game dictates, hey, man, C.J., you're going to throw it 40 times today. Hey, C.J., we're going to stretch the field a little bit. Hey, C.J., we need a 2-minute drive here at the end of the first half or at the end of the game or both to win this thing. Put it in C.J.'s lap. You got C.J. Stroud. That's why he's here. It's what he's all about. But 75% of the time, hey, man, let's just stay ahead of the chains. Let's just protect the football. Let's just be smart. Let's process at a high level and take calculated risk instead of deciding we're going to take a risk before we ever break the damn huddle. I love what I'm hearing from Nick Caserio as it pertains to the offensive unit and the overall team as well as the quarterback, Luke.
Yeah, it's almost like, our defense is really good, so let's just not screw things up on the offensive side of the football. But I think from a fan perspective, they might look at this offense and find it to be kind of boring, but a lot of times boring is what wins, and being efficient can be boring, especially on the offensive side of the football. But this is the MO of defensive head coaches, is they want to play good defense. They don't want to turn the football over on offense. They want to play a ground game and clock control and play keep away a little bit offensively, and they don't need the big plays downfield. And so that's what we were talking about yesterday. I don't know, the explosiveness will come over the course of the year, but I don't know how much explosiveness you're going to get from this offense, and it's going to be what we've seen in the preseason with a lot of these quicker passes and then trying to stay ahead of the chains with just guys like Nick Chubb plowing forward and not getting necessarily these huge busting runs, but just being consistently picking up a few yards, falling forward, and staying ahead of the chains. But, like the Vikings with a defensive head coach, a really good defense, they made it to a NFC title game with Case Keenum, just simply because they're like, hey, you know what, we're going to make it easy on you, just don't screw things up. There's been other examples, too. I had another one that I just forgot. Oh, Mike Vrabel, defensive coach of the Titans, and they had Ryan Tannehill. They were the number 1 seed in the AFC. It's just like, we're going to keep it simple for you on the quarterback. You don't need to throw it downfield. You're going to limit your interceptions. We're going to play good defense, take care of the football, win a lot of games. And so I'd imagine you'd see C.J. Stroud get back towards that historically low interception rate from his rookie year compared to last year where he had quite a few more turnovers because it'll just be a little more simpler and efficient on the offensive side of the football.
Well, you stay upright. You don't take as many hits. You're not as frustrated. The pressure that's on you is significantly less. And let's be honest, when you do, a lot of times if you're good at doing what Nick Caserio just said, a lot of times the shots, the big plays, they just present themselves and hit you right in the face. Instead of going out there and having to force it and trying to get it and looking for it and holding the ball and doing this and doing that and trying to design everything for it, play a certain brand of quarterback and a certain brand of offense, and then Nico's going to bust one. Nico's going to hit a crease. Nico's going to get over the top. They're going to start paying attention, and they're going to sense the game getting away from them, so they're going to start squeezing down on some of the underneath stuff or trying to stop the run game. They're going to put Nico on an island one-on-one with a corner, and then you have the ability to go eat. It becomes very, very simple. At least, theoretically, that's the game. We'll see if they can get it accomplished. It looks like D'Amico and Nick have a very good idea of what they want this offensive unit to look like beyond just New England and this and that. I mean, it looks like there is a method to the madness, and I, for one, greatly appreciate it. All right, football talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can dang sure count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus. All season long, visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Now, there's we talked a little bit about the O-line shuffle going on. And I don't think that we realize how important Ed Ingram is to this mix. How important, I never thought it was going to be this. I never thought it was going to be like this. But Ed Ingram holds the keys to the Texans being able to correct their protection problems from 2024. Who would have thunk it? That's next. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about advanced hair, y'all. Look, I know there's a lot of you fellas out there that are struggling with some kind of hair loss issue that's, heck, maybe it's got you feeling like your identity's lost.
HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Pound Town, baby.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley is out. Luke Morrow is in. The Texans are they're off the practice field now, but they practiced this morning. Training camp, it's all coming to a head, man. They got a week. A week from today is final cut down date. Everybody out there talking about how difficult it is. If you are an established player and you're going to make the team, boy, you better not get too close to some of them youngsters because they'll be up out of here, kind of like John Mechy was traded yesterday. Also, D'Amico Ryans talking about, which I believe this, by the way. I think Nick Caserio's got some thick skin when it comes to cutting guys. I think in a weird way, I think Nick probably enjoys it a little bit. D'Amico, I think, is a guy that it hurts his damn feelings to have some of the conversations that he has with these guys. But the Texans are at practice, and some of the news coming out of practice this morning, one of the big nuggets here is Cam Robinson, $12 to $14 million left tackle, signed to replace Laramie Tunsil. I would have thought he would be a lock left tackle no matter what they did elsewhere. He has been injured for an extended period of time. He came back today and was on the practice field. Now, in his absence, again, it was an extended period of time, Ariante Ursery, the rookie that they drafted this year, rookie tackle that they drafted this year out of Minnesota, who was getting a lot of run at right tackle, he bumped over to left tackle, and he has impressed. He has impressed in Cam Robinson's absence. And so the thought was, when Cam Robinson comes back, what happens? Well, take it for what it's worth. They have been juggling the starting offensive line, but today, Ariante Ursery was with the ones at left tackle. Titus Howard stayed at right tackle with the ones. And then on the inside, you had Laken Tomlinson at left guard, Jake Andrews at center, and a competition is going on at that right guard position. It's Ed Ingram and Juice Scruggs. And now we know Juice Scruggs' value to me, guys, is the fact that he can play all three interior positions. You know, it's kind of like Titus Howard. I think Titus Howard is worth his contract at right tackle if they would leave him there. But the part of paying Titus Howard that makes me really comfortable is, well, Titus Howard can play left tackle, left guard, right tackle. So you've got a guy that literally can play, and he's proven he can go from right tackle to left guard, which it doesn't get any more difficult, right? You switch hands. You go from playing right-handed to left-handed. You go from outside to inside. I mean, it doesn't get any harder. The only thing you can do to make his career more difficult right now is ask him to play center, on the whim, right? So you've got some guys in there that the value is you can play multiple positions. Here's what I said coming into this, Luke. I think Ed Ingram holds the keys, if you will, to the Texans' ability to fix their O-line issues. And here's why. We've already seen it come to fruition to a certain degree, right? Because Juice Scruggs wasn't giving anybody any confidence this far in camp. I mean, is he a good depth player that can play multiple positions? Yes. I think they'd be uncomfortable as hell if they were having to rely on Juice Scruggs right now on either guard or center or the center position. I think they, for one reason or another, whether it's the physical technique mechanics that he lacks or it's the inability to communicate or whatever it was keeping him from playing center last year when it didn't seem like anybody wanted a job, right? I think this is an Ed Ingram conversation for me. If what we saw on Saturday night with Ed Ingram, in a sense of bringing the physicality, literally appearing to be cut from the cloth of what D'Amico Ryans wants this offensive line unit to look like, if that is who Ed Ingram is, one, it's going to go a long way because, again, that's what the mentality that they want to overtake this offensive line room, no doubt about it, okay? But here's where the Ed Ingram part of this thing is significantly more important than we're giving it credit for. If Ed Ingram can play right guard, if he can play right guard, if he is your right guard, there's no, if he can play your right guard with this, and that happen. No. If Ed Ingram can prove that he is a right guard that you can go to battle with and you feel like you improve your overall offensive line with, the ripple effect is tremendous for the Houston Texans.
Yes!
Titus Howard plays right tackle. The only way Titus Howard plays right tackle is if somebody can prove that they can handle the right guard duties. If Ed Ingram can handle the right guard duties, then Titus Howard can play right tackle. And guess what? If Titus Howard can play right tackle, your second-round tackle that you drafted this year that clearly embodies everything that DeMeco Ryans wants this offensive unit, their mindset to be, and has the ability to go out there and do it, Ariante Ursery, guess what that means? He can play left tackle. So guess what that means?
Versatility.
Well, there's some versatility there, but that means you got some decisions to make on whether you want to keep Cam Robinson around here, right? Let's say this. I don't know what's best or worst, to be honest with you, but the scenarios that you have, scenario A, Cam Robinson, $12 to $14 million is a swing tackle for you, or he's a backup tackle for you. And you got Trent Brown waiting if he ever decides he's going to play football and is healthy, right? And you got Blake Fisher, who played better last week and may be turning the corner. According to Nick Caserio, he's made some good progress in the last week, right? Or you've got Cam Robinson at left tackle and your rookie's not quite ready yet. He got beat a couple of times at practice on sacks, so he may not be ready. But he's not ready yet, and he can be your swing tackle, and you go Cam Robinson and Titus Howard. The point is, my overall point in this, Luke, is that without that right guard position, Ed Ingram right now appears to be the one that is taking the bull by the horns there. Without somebody stepping up and proving they can play right guard, I don't know that any of this is possible. You're stuck in a position where Titus has to play right guard. You're stuck in a position where Ariante Ursery or Blake Fisher have to play right tackle, and Cam Robinson has to stay healthy and has to be your left tackle, right? The Ed Ingram piece here, the right guard piece here, is absolutely paramount when it comes to having options, having flexibility, and literally being able to put your best, maybe your best tackle in Ariante Ursery at that left tackle position.
I'm with you. You took the words out of my mouth there at the end because I was going to say the alternative would be forcing Blake Fisher in there, and I don't think people feel great about that idea right now. So Ed Ingram, to me, has been the biggest surprise on this offensive line, and maybe biggest surprise with this whole offense because, as I said yesterday, or maybe last week, whenever, I grew up a Vikings fan, so I still watch them every week along with the Texans and the rest of the league. And I watched all of Ed Ingram. He was bad. I mean, there was a reason why they were moving on from him, a second-round pick, after just a couple years. He got benched last year for Dalton Reisner coming off of a back injury who had to change positions just to replace him. That's how desperate they were. And yet, he's looked really good to the point where, as you laid out, I mean, he's working his way into this starting lineup at the right guard, so much so that the Texans, at least for the time being, feel comfortable to slide Titus Howard back to a tackle position and have a rookie starting at left tackle because that's their best iteration of this offensive line. He's been the biggest surprise. Maybe you'd say Andrews, but Andrews is still unproven in that he was injured last year, hasn't really been given an opportunity like he has now. We had seen Ingram as a starter, and he just couldn't cut it. So to see this growth, and maybe I'm overreacting to just training camp and preseason, but he looks vastly improved now than even a year ago when he lost his starting job. So not only is he the key, I'm with you, he's the linchpin, but I think he's just the biggest surprise, which has led to all of this. And then it would lead, for me, to not a very big surprise if Cam Robinson lost out on a spot and if they were to move on from him. I mean, there's a reason why he signed a one-year contract. We spent all offseason talking about the teams desperate for offensive line help. The Vikings remade their offensive line and moved on from him. The Bears didn't give him a sniff. You know, the Jaguars added some offensive linemen, didn't bring back Cam Robinson. Doug Marrone, his former coach in Cleveland, said no thanks. And he only signed a one-year contract, this guy who's, been a veteran and a left tackle. So he was bottom 15 last year in sacks allowed and penalties for a tackle, similar to Larry Tunsil with the penalties. But I just don't think Cam Robinson, I've been saying it all summer since they signed him, I don't think he's a good option to be your starting left tackle. I'd rather roll with Ursery and Titus Howard at right tackle, and now at this point, Ed Ingram at right guard. But I think this is the best version to this point that we've seen of this offensive line, and it doesn't include Cam Robinson. If you could get something for him before the start of the season, that'd be great. If you keep him for depth, that could be good too, because obviously, as we know, you need a lot of offensive linemen typically to get through a season. But yeah, I do agree with your overall point of Ed Ingram being that linchpin, and for me being the biggest surprise.
Yeah, look, Nick Caserio today talking about the having 5 tackles. We're not having that conversation if Ed Ingram
Right.
And Jake Andrews, that interior offensive line isn't playing better. So, look, I don't know if the Ed Ingram thing's going to hold up. I have no clue. I don't know if second-round Juice Scruggs is going to come to some development or some level where they can trust him to play that guard position. My point is simple. The right guard position is the key to being able to have all of this flexibility at the tackle position, right? And clearly the priority is going to be Ariante Ursery, who has, again, the potential there. The other part of Ariante Ursery that's really fascinating to me is if D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caley can make him work at left tackle. And it may not be difficult. Hell, it may be easy. Maybe what we're watching. Now, again, he got beat a couple of times in practice today on pass rush stuff. Hopefully Nick Caley schematically can help that and keep that from being a major problem if he does end up being the left tackle. But what's at stake here for me, man, is if we're reading this thing right, and this kid starts at left tackle from jump, you not only have, when you end up having to pay C.J. Stroud $60 million a year, you've now got a left tackle for the next 4 years. I guess after you pay C.J., it'll be the next 3 years.
God bless, brother.
On a rookie contract. But more importantly, you've got the guy in the driver's seat, the player, because I think when you look at Cole Popovich, I think he's got control of that O-line mentality and room. I don't think he's a guy that's going to let the standard slip and kind of let guys fall by the wayside. But from a player perspective, you've got Ariante Ursery in there who now can take this bull by the horns, right? It's hard. I don't care how much of an alpha a guy is, especially at that position. I don't care how good he is, potentially. We may say, oh, boy, this is our future left tackle, and or boy, he's really wired the right way. It's just going to take some time for it to come out. Like Ariante Ursery playing left tackle and playing a physical brand of it is going to put him in a position to where he can literally take over the offensive line room and the mentality in that room. So we'll see. We'll see what happens there. Again, going back to it, the overall point there is that right guard position is key. If they can't find a right guard, they're going to be strapped at tackle. Titus is going to have to go back. Ursery's going to have to go back to right tackle. Fisher's going to have to be at right tackle, whichever one of those can pan out. Cam Robinson's going to have to be your left tackle. We'll see what happens. I just think that is something fascinating. Keep an eye on it. And a time when we know they're going to have to fix the offensive line, to think that Ed Ingram could be the key to making it all make sense. And really, you go from having some – Luke, I'll be honest with you. You go from having some concerns. If you got Titus at right guard, which I think he's a better guard than people give him credit for, right? But if I've got Titus at right guard and I've got Fisher or Ariante Ursery, a rookie that couldn't work out at left tackle, battling at that right tackle position, you got to be concerned about that. Right?
Yeah, right.
If this works out, I mean, I shouldn't say little. I guess you still got a little bit of concern inside with Laken Tomlinson and Jake Andrews and Ed Ingram or Juice Scruggs, whoever it would be. Boy, but I just, for whatever reason, I feel a lot more comfortable with that lineup right there. Ed Ingram, all eyes are on you, my man.
Yeah, I think this is the best five right now that you compare on that offensive line. And again, don't want to overreact to preseason, but it looked pretty good. I mean, Blake Fisher was out there Saturday, but it looked a pretty good unit on Saturday, being able to get some push in the run game and allowing zero pressures in the passing game, at least according to Pro Football Focus. So the line looks good with this five. I also like the idea, as you mentioned with Titus Howard, I like the idea of just keeping guys where they are. I remember it was a similar conversation we were having at the start of the Astros, and it's like, well, why move this guy here if it's going to force another guy to move? It's easier to just keep people in their positions instead of making multiple moves, having to move two guys.
Yeah.
So I do like that idea of if Ed Ingram, who is a guard, can just be guard, and then Titus Howard can stay at a tackle, and you're not making all these different adjustments to guys on the offensive line. It's just simpler when you can keep them still in their same core position.
I'm with you 100% on that, Luke. I'll be honest with you. I struggle with the best five that we hear D'Amico and Nick talk about constantly. Like the thought of just, hey man, the best five offensive linemen, we're almost positionless. Like to me, I've always struggled with that terminology and that approach to offensive line. It's a lot easier for me, especially when you look at kind of how these guys are built. I mean, it's clearly tackles 99.9% of the time are built different than guards, right? And centers have a certain mentality. They can afford to be a little light in the ass as long as they can communicate. You know, that they're all different. So this best five thing and rotating everybody through, I've always struggled with. To your point of, man, one injury and all of a sudden you're moving 2-3 guys kind of deal. That's compounding the issue as well. I've never been comfortable with that. So that's a good point. Titus Howard at right tackle, and then let guards play guards, let center play center, and let's see how this thing works out. So we'll see. Keep an eye on this week, because I do think the right guard situation with Juice Scruggs and Ingram, those guys aren't getting the Will Anderson, C.J. Stroud, Nico Collins treatment. I would think that those guys are probably going to get some significant run in the joint practice as well, obviously, as in the Detroit game. We'll see Saturday. So that is going to be one, I think, storyline tied to starting football, the starting rotation offensively. That's going to be one watch this week. All right, we've got some teams that are coming out and naming their starting quarterback. Let's take a look at the starting quarterbacks in this division. The Indianapolis Colts have named a starting quarterback. Let's play a little, I'll tell you who that is, and we'll play a little Would You Rather next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, you talk about playing a little game, huh? How about Coshada Casino Resort, huh? They got big news over at Coshada Casino Resort. It's been a long time coming, man, but the Big Sky Steakhouse is finally open after a complete renovation, y'all. I like the old place, to be completely honest with you. It was big time. The vibe was fun. The wine was good. The grub was good, whether you're eating them Cajun specialties or you're
leader is Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Here we go with Jones under center here for the New York Giants, who are on the move with the first down at the Houston 45-yard line. And Jones back to pass, guns it long down the left side, and caught inside the 5. Good reception down to the 1-yard line. That's Darius Slayton with the catch, and Jones finally connects on a big play. First and goal at the 1.
The voice of Vandy. Boy, he's good, man. That man got some pipes, don't he? Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones has been named the starter for Week 1 for your Indianapolis Colts, ladies and gentlemen. He'll start Week 1. I believe it's against the Miami Dolphins. September the 7th is the regular season opener. The starting quarterbacks in the division now, obviously alongside C.J. Stroud. Daniel Jones for the Indianapolis Colts. There you go. Trevor Lawrence for the Jacksonville Jaguars. And then Cam Ward with the Tennessee Titans. Nothing for Cam Ward?
Not yet. I'm sure something will come around. Them fake-ass Oilers up in Nashville always acting like asshats.
I mean, he is. I'm telling you, Cam Ward is that. Oh, you're looking for something that's fun.
Anything will work.
There was something from the beginning. The first time he talked to the media, I think he said something about going out there and slinging the S out of the ball or something like that.
Yeah, I like that quote.
Yeah, he's good. He's a Texas kid, man. You can lean in. He's
when you got the Jaguars laying out things like Duval and you got the Colts laying out that Nay thing, it's hard to compete with, you know?
Fair, very, very fair. But Daniel Jones is the starting quarterback for the Indianapolis Colts. Luke, is this something you saw coming? Is this something that you're okay with? Or is this one of those would you rather Daniel Jones or Anthony Richardson be the starting quarterback?
Yeah, I did anticipate this because I think Daniel Jones is just much better than Anthony Richardson at this point. Richardson, of quarterback, since he's entered the league, I mean, he's dead last in accuracy and completion percentage. It's hard to be a starting quarterback in the NFL when you're completing half your passes. You know, it didn't work for Tim Tebow either. So, no, I think this is the right move. I worry in the sense from a Texans perspective. I mean, they were nearly a playoff team with Gardner Minshew 2 years ago, and I do think Daniel Jones does have some ability with the right coaching or the right system. So this certainly makes the Colts, in my opinion, could make them more dangerous. But, yeah, I think this is the way to go. It's hard to run Anthony Richardson back out there. Plus, he can't stay healthy. He was injured this offseason as well. I figured Daniel Jones would get the nod, and I think it is the good move, the right move to start the year with him if you're the Colts.
Yeah, look, here's the thing is I think Shane Steichen was in a situation where he's on the verge of losing a team. I think that's where Anthony Richardson, the place where Anthony Richardson, we can soft shoe this and talk about Anthony Richardson hadn't had reps, and here's the reality of the situation. Shane Steichen is in a situation where he's got to win football games. And number two, he's in a situation where he can't afford his team, his receivers, his pass catchers to quit on him, right? And you've got a guy, Anthony Richardson, that, as you said, is injury prone. Anthony Richardson has quit on the team, and Anthony Richardson is not wide receiver friendly. In other words, wide receivers, might they catch one for 80 yards just thrown over the top? Yeah, maybe. But in scheme, on time, on schedule, when guys are running slant routes or drag routes and for sure completions, is the ball hitting them in a friendly place where they can catch and run? And the reality of it is that Anthony Richardson doesn't bring that to the table.
He can't play dead in a horror movie.
And when it's all said and done, Shane Steichen, if he runs Anthony Richardson out there again, just because Anthony Richardson was drafted early in the first round, then all of a sudden you're telling your team that you're making a decision based on a draft pick instead of the guy that actually helps you win ball games, a guy that actually helps them, make money ultimately. And now what's happened is you got a guy in there, and look, Daniel Jones didn't hang the moon. I mean, at the end of the day, Daniel Jones has got his warts as well.
Mm-hmm.
But Daniel Jones, from what I'm hearing coming out of the Colts locker room, is Daniel Jones, He works extremely hard. You don't have to worry about him quitting on you. In terms of getting the ball out on time, in rhythm, things of that nature, throwing a catchable football that these guys can catch and run after the catch, he's doing those kind of things. And, I just think Shane Steichen's in a spot where he's got to win. He needs his team on board. I think Anthony Richardson still do. You saw it in the first preseason game, not identifying a very vanilla blitz and getting injured and turning the ball over at the same time. Those are things that even the players, I think, at some point get the feel for. So Daniel Jones being named the starter in Indy, it doesn't surprise me one bit. I'm an Anthony Richardson fan. I would like to see him have turned the corner and been able to either, one, stay healthy and play that brand of football, that more physical Josh Allen brand of football, or develop and be better from the pocket. And just neither has happened. So Daniel Jones, I'll be honest with you, as a Texans fan, Daniel Jones scares me. Daniel Jones scares me more than Anthony Richardson does. If we're just talking about one drive, one play, then yeah, Anthony scares the hell out of him because he can hit his head on the goalpost with his arm or his legs. But playing them 2 games in the season, 8 quarters worth of football, Daniel Jones concerns me significantly more, if I'm being honest, than Anthony Richardson.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Daniel Jones, he's won a playoff game before, at least, on the road nonetheless, where Anthony Richardson is just trying to – we saw him come in here last year and go 10 of 32 throwing the football. So, for sure. I mean, the Colts almost won the division, like I said, with Gardner Minshew. And Daniel Jones, I think, could have a higher ceiling than Minshew in that same system. And to your point, with the Colts, I mean, with the ownership change because of the passing, unfortunately, of Jim Irsay, you never know how that impacts things, too, with his daughters taking over. Maybe they're not Shane Steichen people, or they're not Anthony Richardson or Chris Ballard, the GM. I think anytime you have the ownership change, even though it's within the family, everyone suddenly, their seat gets a little hotter because when a new boss comes in, they usually want to make their own decisions or bring in their own people. So, if Jim Irsay was still there, would Anthony Richardson be starting week 1? Maybe, but now you're a little tighter walking around that facility knowing your job's probably a little more on the line, and Daniel Jones certainly gives you the better opportunity to win.
Them daughters walked in there and they're putting their foot down, huh?
Maybe.
They're putting their
foot
down.
You
never know. C.J. Stroud, Daniel Jones, Trevor Lawrence, Cam Ward are your 4 in-division quarterbacks. Tyler, which one scares you the most? Obviously not C.J. Stroud. We don't have to play against him. The 3 quarterbacks.
I mean, if honest to God, right now I was just thinking of this, Clint. I was going to ask you particularly your thoughts on old Sunshine over there in Duval, and we'll get to that. But, man, I think I go with the rookie. I really do right now. And part of that being the sense of unknown with Cam and the Titans, and you just never know what you're going to get in a rookie. I mean, we saw it here with C.J. Stroud, Rookie of the Year. But I think I got to go with the quarterback in Tennessee right now.
I like Cam a lot. Don't get me wrong. I like Cam a lot. I'm a bigger believer in Daniel Jones. Just surviving the New York crap is admirable in itself. I've got to go with Trevor Lawrence right now, T. I mean, look, I see and sense everything you're talking about there. Now, my confidence level in Trevor Lawrence is not through the roof, but just talent alone, experience alone. You're talking about another guy that has weathered some crazy situations.
That's true.
In that organization, I would still go with Trevor Lawrence, but I really do like Cam Ward, and I think he is going to have an absolute killer season. I don't know that he's going to flirt with a C.J. Stroud type rookie year or a what's my man in Washington,
Jaden Daniels
type of year, but I do think he's going to have a hell of a year. We'll see. C.J. Stroud, Daniel Jones, Trevor Lawrence, Cam Ward. If you're just tuning in, the news is Daniel Jones has been named the starter in Indy. Shane Steichen and the Colts decided to go with Daniel Jones over what was AR-15? Was he 4th overall pick? 3rd or 4th overall pick? Anyway, former
Somewhere
first round.
All I know is he could hit the roof with that ball, man. It was wild.
He can spin it. There ain't no doubt. Just not real sure where it's going half the time. But fourth overall. That's right. 4th overall pick. Daniel Jones is the guy. All right. Today the Texans did practice today, and one thing I love is after practice, the coaches, players, head coach, coordinators, they all speak at one time or another. Well, we heard from one of the most interesting guys over there, fascinating guys over there, Nick Caley, the offensive coordinator. He spoke today after practice. We will have Nick Caley, Texans offensive coordinator. We will have him in full next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Orchard, y'all. Look, if you are selling your home, looking to build that dream home, looking to move into that dream home, the one thing you just simply cannot afford to do is settle for less money. And the good thing is, I'm here to tell you that if you lock arms with Orchard, that will never happen, right? Atlanta's East Coast, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's like 5 o'clock here. Hell, you'll be back. You'll be in Houston by 7, 8 o'clock. Man, you'll be able to get you a nice little bite to eat if you want. We're going home and relieving the in-laws. You think Ron will stop and get him a nice grub and a nice drink before he relieves them in-laws? You think he'll get on home and get them kids?
As long as he's ready for Monday's weigh-in.
I was going to say, you going to make him weigh in tomorrow, or are you waiting till Monday?
That'd be hateful.
We'll wait on Monday.
Okay.
It sounds like he's been a bit stressed.
That's fair. That's fair. Ain't no doubt about it. He's been stressed. There is no doubt about that.
The showman.
All right, we've got that's Ron, the Hughley update. And good to hear that they're safe. We've got Astros updates as well. We got some good news on the Astros front. But before the Texans, they practice today. Big week for the Texans in preparation for the 2025 season and training camp. This is a big week for them. Next Tuesday is cut-down date. Got a joint practice with the Detroit Lions. Got a preseason game with the Detroit Lions, and it'll be here pretty quick. It'll be time to cut this roster down and get right and just ride with the guys that make the squad. The offensive coordinator, Nick Caley, Texans' new offensive coordinator, he spoke today after practice. Here is Nick Caley in full.
Made a decision where you're going to call games during the regular season?
Yeah, I'll be down on the field. Feel good about it. Feel good about both, but I'll be down on the field moving forward.
A little harder to bring the juice to the game from upstairs?
No, communication's good either way. I just like to be able to look guys in the eyes and be able to walk over immediately and talk to guys, make adjustments with the coaches, and be able to look guys in the eyes when I communicate with them. Just a little bit more efficient, and I can cut a few steps out that way.
Coach, what was your assessment about seeing your offense, your play calling with the starters on Saturday?
Yeah, no, I thought they went out and competed. They tried to do exactly what we wanted to do. I thought we were fairly efficient, physical, took care of the football, protected well. I was happy with that. I think it's something to build off of, and we just got to keep moving it from here.
When it comes to the offensive line, would physicality be kind of like an equalizer between the two groups?
Oh, sure. I think, look, I don't believe in being anything other than the most physical team we can possibly be. I think it allows you to control the line of scrimmage. It carves out, actually takes a 2 or 3 yard gain in the run game to a 4 or 5 or 6 yard gain. It wears on people in the fourth quarter, and it's a matter of mental and physical conditioning for us just to continue to push through that. But yeah, I believe in a physical football team, and I think our guys have answered the bell, and they're working to be the most physical version of themselves every single day.
How much will the work this week getting into the joint practice into the final preseason game help solidify that offensive line, who's going to be starting, who's going to be back?
I think every rep counts, to your point. So, there's not one practice I don't think that's any more important than the others. I think it's a cumulative effect, and it all counts for something. So we'll watch this film like we have every other practice, and we'll assess it from there. But, yeah, it all counts.
How do you like Nick Chubb has grown over time?
Yeah, he's as consistent of a human being in terms of his approach. And I feel like he's continuing to get better and better and better. And we only had him for a short time in the spring. We got him here in training camp, and he's continued to grow every single day that he's been out here. He's a really patient runner, has a good feel for pressing landmarks and tracks, and he's just got a really good instinct about running the football.
Is it important for Damian to get in-game action before you trust him in a game in your system?
Yeah, I would say this. Damian's played a good amount of football. He's a physical, violent runner. You get to see him out here. It's not like this is an unknown commodity. So whatever we feel is best for the reps, that'll be it. But, I've watched Damian. I've had an appreciation for him for a while. And, I think he wants to go out there and just be at his best every single day. And I'm excited to get him back out here with us.
What goes into, from an OC perspective, kind of filling out the running back position and going by committee or by odd man? Is that just something that happens in game? You go into a game saying, we want this guy to do this and that guy to do that?
Yeah, I think, we have a very versatile group of guys as it is right now, as you guys can see. So I think that's a week-to-week deal, a field deal, but we have a lot of trust in whoever's out there. I think you see with that group, they've all, they've taken care of the football in their opportunities. They've been stout in blitz pickup. I've been very impressed with that group in terms of how they fit the window, get pads under pads, protect inside out. The things, the core axioms that we're asking, they've showcased, and I think that they understand the intent of what we're doing. So I've been happy with all of them.
Taking it back to your former profession as a tight end coach, what did you see in Harrison Bryant that made you all want to go out and get him? And what did you see from after meeting him and talking to him?
Yeah, well, Harrison's smart. He's a savvy player. I actually, not dissimilar to Aziz, I was at Florida Atlantic, and Chris Hurd had recruited him on our staff down there. I had left, never got a chance to coach him on that staff. and I was on defense at the time. But so I've kind of known about Harrison for a while, appreciated his game. He's a savvy player. Everybody you talk to talks about the work ethic, the intangibles, and he's had production in the league. So he's got some experience, and he's versatile, and we'll see how it goes. Been there a couple days, and keep on evaluating him.
What's your relationship like with Yaakov Johnson stepping back to the New England days? How can he kind of help this offense?
Yeah, I mean, he's as hard of a working human being as I've ever been around. He studies, he cares, he's got all the traits that you covet in terms of toughness, being an unselfish human being. He's strong, he's tough, he's a great teammate, and I think that you can't put a premium on guys like that. So I have a lot of respect for him. I obviously have history for him, but he's blended in very, very well since he's been here with Jake's group, and he's a very versatile guy. We play all those guys, whether it's Y or F, they all are interchangeable, and I'm happy he's here with us.
What have you liked about Jake Andrews also?
Tough and gritty, loves football, works at it. Always up in the office watching tape. He's a ball guy, so been happy with that.
That's Nick Caley, Texans offensive coordinator, in full. It's quick. He talks fast. Got that juice. A couple things that I can take away from that right now. One is Dameon Pierce. Dameon Pierce is back on the practice field today. We'll talk a little bit more about that in depth moving forward with our Texans practice report. But Dameon Pierce back at practice. Look, I think and I don't know, I do not know the fate of Dameon Pierce. I have no idea what the future holds. I don't know if he is playing to put film out there so that they can potentially trade him. I don't know if he's tradable. I don't know if this is a guy that doesn't make the team and he ends up signing with somebody, or if given Joe Mixon's situation, this is a guy that they feel like that they absolutely have to have on the roster in Joe Mixon's absence. Again, given that we've already seen Nick Chubb miss time in training camp. I'd be honest with you, I have no idea how they're going to play their cards at the depth running back position. I think if you look at Jawar Jordan, I think they really like him. I know they like Dare Ogunbowale. They're extremely comfortable with playing Dare Ogunbowale. There's obviously Woody Marks is coming. I really like Woody Marks and what he brings to the table, but I am aware that he is a rookie, and a lot of times, you get enthralled with the abilities, the skills, the youth, and then you realize, man, there's a lot more to the game at that position than just being able to tote the rock and catch the rock. And so I don't know where he stands, but bottom line is this is a very, 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 very important week for Dameon Pierce. He is back on the practice field again, had a couple of runs today. I believe he had a catch as well out of the backfield, a little check down. Another thing, I think number 2 for me, Nick Caley saying he is going to be on the sideline, not in the booth. I never thought about it this way until I just heard whoever was asking that question, their follow-up question or remarks about his juice and the vibe and the energy, right? All that we've heard about Nick Caley, the most consistent and the most passionate opinions are all about energy and vibe and juice and all this. It would have been crying shame if you'd locked that guy up in the press box.
It's true.
That guy's got to be on the sideline, man.
That's a great point. I hadn't thought about that at all.
If it's that important and if it's that big of a deal and that big of a part of what he is, he's got to be on the sideline. But I agree with him overall, all joking aside. Like the ability to walk over, particularly CJ, I'm sure he's talking to anybody. I think the value of him on the sideline is he can go over and correct the tight ends and work with the tight ends, as well as obviously
Schultz.
Yeah, obviously manage his staff. But I think it's a CJ play, man. I couldn't imagine calling plays for a guy and not being able to look that guy in the eye and that guy go like, hey coach, man, I don't like that play. Man, stay away from that one. Or me be able to see, like, in the moment, is he overwhelmed? Does he need me to settle things down a little bit for him? Is he ready to be all gas, no brakes? What are his emotions like? I couldn't imagine calling plays and not having personally that experience and relying on somebody else to give that to me. Number 3, I think there was 2 different answers there on the new tight end, Harrison Bryant. I think he's got some experience there with him in the past and seems to be pretty high on Harrison Bryant's ability to come in here and fit in, be interchangeable at that tight end position for the Texans. So that's a big move there. And then lastly, the emphasis on the physicality of the offensive line Boy, he laid that out there. He said that a few times, hadn't he?
Yeah.
He laid that out there nicely.
I think that's the big thing, though, after what happened with this offense last year, and now D'Amico Ryans maybe taking more ownership of the offense and wanting it to be more of his style or what he expects. You obviously, with that hire, make sure that you bring in a guy that is going to fit that profile. So I'm sure Nick Caley has the same thought process as D'Amico and loves that physicality from his offense and hopes to see it. Yeah, for me, I mean, Dameon Pierce, agreed, was the big one. I think Thursday, that joint practice with the Lions, which is a good defense and a physical defense, physical team, I think that will be a huge day for Dameon Pierce. I've made it very clear many times I am a Dameon Pierce guy. I hope he still makes it onto the roster, and I do expect that he will. But this is a big opportunity for him this week to actually be out there and try to showcase what he can still bring to the table, because he just hasn't had the ability to do so. I mean, Lopez said earlier today, you can't make the club in the tub, and that's, Dameon Pierce has just not been out there. So it'll be good to actually see him get some run this week with the guys against somebody other than, fellow Texans.
Yeah, it will. If they didn't feel so strongly about Dare Ogunbowale, then I could see probably, I could lean into Dameon Pierce 100% being on this roster. I'm having a hard time reading the team.
They do love Dare.
Bro, I mean, think about the dynamic early in camp. You're early in camp. You're 5+ weeks away from a game, right? Your top 2 running backs are out, or Joe Mixon is out, and Chubb is really trying to learn the offense, and he's a veteran-proven guy. That seems to be a scenario where you get Woody Marks, who you just drafted, Jawar Jordan. You get these young guys and see which one can really play this position, which one can retain and apply an offense. Which one of these? But instead, they're throwing Dare Ogunbowale out there getting the bulk of the work. That is an interesting dynamic to me that I think changes the Dameon Pierce thing. Do they know that Joe Mixon, he's injured right now. It's a little bit more serious than we thought, but he's going to be fine. It's going to take a little bit longer. And they're potentially willing to go Nick Chubb, Dare Ogunbowale, Woody Marks kind of rotation? Or is the Joe Mixon thing significantly worse than they thought? They don't want to use Dare Ogunbowale in that role, and Dameon Pierce is a lock to be I don't know. I have no idea.
I love Joe.
I have no idea. I think they can sit in a coach's room, lock the door, and justify going either direction. I really do. I believe that.
Yeah, I think the Mixon thing obviously plays a big role, and assuming he's not going to be available for a while, then that makes it easier to keep Dameon Pierce, and he'd be one of the 4 running backs. But I also think that depth is important at the running back position, and they'll have a few guys on practice squad, of course. But because you're relying on 2 running backs who are almost 30 and both dealing with injuries here in the last 12 months, and if one of them were to go down, or God forbid both, I think Dameon Pierce is the one that slots in the easiest compared to Woody Marks, who is a rookie and has some things to figure out, and Dare, who's more of that specialty back than maybe a true starting running back. So I think that's where the benefit of having a Dameon Pierce could come into play if you ever find that scenario. But just having that depth in case there are more injuries for Mixon or Chubb throughout this year, because Mixon's already dealing with something, Chubb's coming back from an injury. Both are a little bit older, and we'll see if they can make it through the entire year.
That's Luke Morrow. He is in for Ron the Show Hughley. We got updates. We got big-time updates on the Astros, and I don't know. You may like them. You may not. We got those updates, and I'm telling you, the matchup tonight on the bump for the Astros and the Tigers, it is it's made for TV, y'all. We'll talk about that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, I got to tell you about Generator Supercenter, y'all.
It smells amazing.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Tell Ron he's not here, so he doesn't get input.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily. Presented by Mokaram Injury Lawyers.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers, baby. Hard as hell to say, easy to dial. 281-222-2222. If you or a loved one is ever injured in an accident, you know exactly who you need to call. It's Mokaram Injury Lawyers. We greatly appreciate everybody out there that's listening and listens on the daily. Or if you're just now tuning in, we appreciate you. Good to have you. Stick around for a while. If you listen on the AM, FM dial, we greatly appreciate you. I always tell folks I'm an HD2. I'm an FM HD2 guy. I also have downloaded the Odyssey app. I keep the Odyssey app on my hip. I take it everywhere I go. Yesterday, I had me a good little 45-minute jog. The jog walk, if I'm being honest. But I had the boys playing and the Luke playing, and then I came in here and got to put in the loop in the crosshairs, if you know what I mean, for what that's worth. But it was
always good raw dog in the drive.
I hear you. Hell, a lot of folks are. But point being, what I want to highly recommend everybody out there do, download the Odyssey app, AUDACY. If you do have that Odyssey app, feel free to use that rewind feature. We had Houston Texans general manager on this morning with Payne and Pendergast live at 7:30. And we also just played in full the Texans offensive coordinator at 3:40 here on the drive, in full, his time spent with the media after practice today. So again, the point being, Odyssey app, baby, AUDACY. Download that sucker and keep it on your hip. All right, we got some updates, if you will, on the Astros front. Some of y'all may be a fan, some of y'all may not. I think some people are probably starting to fatigue on the Lance McCullers stuff. But I'll be honest with you, I don't know. I mean, Lance cannot feel good about the fact that a blister on his hand has kept him out for however long it's been. But Lance McCullers is back. Lance McCullers is back, and he will start Friday in Baltimore, right? What do we got? Tuesday, Thursday, is game 2 and game 3 of this Tigers series, and then they go to Baltimore. So the opener in the 4-game set versus the Baltimore Orioles will be Lance McCullers coming back off of the blister. Lance McCullers, I mean, it's good. Again, it's an arm. I don't know what to expect from Lance. I am a Lance fan, so my expectations and my hopes are probably a little bit lofty, to be completely honest, given what Lance has been through. But it is an arm. Whether he is a guy that's slated in the starting rotation, which he's going to be here, I don't know what he's going to be down the stretch, but it's another arm, and we need help on all fronts, whether it's that starting rotation or the bullpen. Lance McCullers starting Friday versus Baltimore, Luke.
Yeah, so today was the 1-month anniversary of him going down with that blister. So by the time he comes back, it'll be about 5 weeks out with the blister for Lance McCullers. We'll see what he brings to the table this weekend against the Orioles. To me, the biggest takeaway, though, from at least the timing aspect, is that would be Christian Javier's slot in the rotation. So if nothing else, they're just pushing him back an extra day, which is probably a good move when you have these guys coming back from these arm injuries, to give them extra time when possible. And maybe Javier will pitch on Saturday. But, of course, you know, your antennas go up because he just left his last start early, and now he did travel with the team on this road trip, and they said it was just an illness, but velocity was down, had to come out after 3 innings. So I am curious to see the full pitching probables for this weekend series in Baltimore. Is Javier just going to go Saturday and, you know, everything else is fine, and they're going to go to a 6-man rotation for the time being? And if so, you know, that could work. But then I've been against 6-man rotations throughout the year because it just limits the amount of times you get a Hunter Brown or you get a Fromber, and those are your strength of your pitching staff right now, and you're going to get fewer appearances from them, instead giving time to McCullers coming off the IL and Arrighetti trying to figure it out, and Javier. So To me, that's the biggest takeaway, I guess, from this whole from this portion of the news is just what does this mean for Javier? Is he just going to slot in Saturday and everything else is status quo? I'm curious to see what they do this weekend with their pitching plans.
Yeah, a 6-man rotation seems counterintuitive to what they need, right? I mean, like you said, at this point in time, you're in a dogfight with the Mariners down the stretch here for the division, and fewer starts for Framber Valdez and Hunter Brown do not sound like an ideal formula to win this battle. And adding arms to a starting rotation when you clearly need more arms in the bullpen doesn't seem like a winning proposition or best case scenario proposition for the Astros. Now, again, I don't know who's better suited for the bullpen. I think all of these guys have stuff that could play in the bullpen, whether it's McCullers, Javier, or Luis Garcia. They've all got bullpen stuff that I think would play there. I don't know how their injuries play into the decision of whether they're starters or their bullpen pieces. But either way it goes, it seems like last case scenario is six-man rotation. That seems like the last thing the Astros want to do now. But we'll see. We'll see because they're getting some guys healthy. Luis Garcia, speaking of, Luis Garcia will make another rehab start tonight in Corpus Christi. I tell you, the folks down in Corpus Christi, man, you're getting treated here. Luis Garcia is going to make another rehab start down there tonight, as well as Yordan Alvarez will DH tonight in Corpus Christi. He'll rest tomorrow, and then he will play Thursday and Friday in Corpus Christi as well before determining when he's going to come back up to the big leagues. But Luis Garcia, let's start with Luis Garcia on just in terms of him coming back. That's going to be a big shot in the arm for the Astros as well.
It could be. That's the most interesting one to me is just because it's been so long. I mean, it's been 27 months. So we saw what happened with McCullers coming back after a couple of years, and it hasn't been great this year. There were some okay outings, but mostly just kind of lackluster appearances from McCullers. So now it'll be somewhat similar for Garcia after all this time off to see what he can bring to the table and even how long you feel comfortable stretching him out and pushing him here late in this season. So, and then also just the numbers game, what we were just talking about. I mean, you throw McCullers back in on Friday. If you keep Javier in the rotation, that's already 6 guys, unless they bump Jason Alexander, but he's been your best starting pitcher this month. And then you get Garcia back next week. Now you have 7 starting pitchers, so who's going to go to the bullpen? That's what I'm curious about, is just the logistics of all this. How are they going to sort out what will become 7 starting pitchers next week, and what are the expectations for these guys? Does Garcia just become a reliever or an opener type of guy, and you only get a couple innings out of him? Same with McCullers. What are they going to do with these arms? That's the most fascinating part.
Well, we've got 2 issues with the Astros right now. They've been shut out in 3 of the last 4 games. So there's obviously a bat issue, a production issue at the plate, as well as starting rotation as well as the bullpen. So 2 arms look like one arm's back Friday. Lance McCullers, Luis Garcia looks like he's getting closer, and Yordan Alvarez, obviously a monster bat being added to this lineup at some point in the near future, barring some kind of inflammation on that hand, that right hand that was I guess fractured at some point.
Yeah,
cracked
right,
at some point. So hopefully,
you probably know better than the training staff.
Right. Well, hopefully that goes according to plan, and we at least get somewhat whole from a lineup perspective. Boy, you talk about you get Correa plugged in there, you get Pena back after that little bit of an injury stint there. Altuve has been swinging it well. Man, you plug Yordan Alvarez in there. That could be it will be big. All right, let's. It's hard to not stay in the rearview mirror with how bad the Astros have been across the board. Last night was bad. I mean, hell, Chaz McCormick has been on the damn mound in consecutive games, y'all. And he's been on the mound 3 times in the last 6 or 7 games.
Yeah,
well, this is not good. So it's been bad. But y'all, tonight's matchup is made for TV. Brown versus Skubal is I mean, I don't know the entire league. Maybe you can help me with this. I mean, how many pitchers in the American League are in the same category right now with Skubal?
Yeah, good question. I mean, these are the two guys with the best ERA in the AL.
Right. I mean, these two guys have been in the Cy Young race all year long, and I know Hunter struggled a little bit there for a 2 or 3 start stance, but run. But he now appears to be back to form. But this is what it's all about for me. I get jacked up just talking about it, man. This is what to me makes Hunter Brown special. Is what I believe is going to happen tonight. I believe he's going to be jacked up. I mean, absolutely jacked for tonight's start. It's in his hometown, Detroit, and it's against one of, if not the best pitcher right now in the American League and in baseball. And that seems like a situation where somebody's going to have to keep Hunter Brown a little bit calm down a little bit, which I love when somebody brings that level of intensity and that level of energy and that level of dog to a game. And he's got it when he's on the bump. And tonight is must-see TV for me, Luke. I mean, the Hunter Brown Tariq Skubal matchup is as good as it's going to get in Major League Baseball.
Yeah, it sure is. To answer your question, I think the only other guy I would put in their class in the American League is Garrett Crochet for the Red Sox, who the Astros actually just beat last week. The one win, funny enough. Well, they won 2 games in that series, but one of their few wins here the past week. But yeah, this is a premier matchup. It's on TBS as well, tonight's game, so it is going to be like a national game because of this great matchup. And this is why you have someone like Hunter Brown. I mean, you can't be playing any worse than you are right now, and you have to turn to your ace to be your stopper and to try to get you a win tonight. And it won't be easy on the road against a first-place Tigers team and against one of the few pitchers that's been having a better year than you. But this is why you have Hunter. And look, Skubal's been great this year, but in the month of August, maybe he's slowing down a little bit. He has an ERA of almost 5 this month, so we'll see if the Astros bats can wake up a little bit, exceed that 2.5 run total set in Vegas. But this is a big spot tonight for Hunter Brown to try to put the team on his back and get them back on track after what has just been an incredibly embarrassing couple of days for a first-place team.
Yeah, I mean, they have somehow that 6-game home stretch won 3 of 6, so they went 3-3, but it was not. I mean, they could not have felt good coming out on the back end of that 6-game home stretch, and then last night, obviously, 10-0 to Detroit. Now, I mean, look, the Astros this season have been tremendous against division leaders. I don't know, you had those numbers earlier. I don't know do you remember those numbers?
Yeah, 12-4 against first-place teams.
12-4 against first-place teams, division leaders. I mean, they've typically played their best baseball when they are playing really good baseball teams. And so I don't know. Hopefully last night was not an indication that tide has turned. Hopefully tonight they can right the ship and make that stat stand true against Detroit, because they do lead their division, as well as the Astros are still a game and a half up in this division. Now, the starting lineup for the Astros is out tonight. Jeremy Pena playing shortstop is leading off. Carlos Correa is in the 2-hole playing third base. Jose Altuve, he's the DH tonight, batting third. Christian Walker is back in that 4-hole playing first base. Yainer Diaz is catching. He's batting fifth. Ramon Urias is batting sixth, playing second base. Mauricio Dubon is in left field, batting seventh. Cam Smith, right field, batting eighth. And I'll be damned. I will be damned, y'all. Chaz McCormick. Tyler. Tyler, don't get me excited now.
Give him a damn chance, man. Give this man a damn chance. He's not a reliever. Get him some banana pudding in that clubhouse tonight. Get out there, Chazzy.
Yeah, I'm going to ride with it, T. I'm going to ride. I mean, he needs it, man. It ain't about whether he deserves it or if he's earned it or not, man. I mean, he needs it.
He needs it worse than any dry spell any three of us have ever gone through in the sack.
He's at an all-time low, man. He's got to be rock bottom, guys. He has pitched. Although he's pitched better than the actual bullpen, He has pitched in back-to-back games. And last night, I'm sitting out there watching him. He hits a guy on the damn knee. And he has got to be rolling his eyes of like, what in the hell is going on? I mean, what was it, 2 years ago? Was it 2 seasons ago?
The catch on the warning track?
I mean, yes.
Yep.
I mean, 2 seasons ago, this guy was a tremendous center fielder.
Forever etched in Astros folklore.
And statistically one of the best in the league that year. And I'll be honest, was doing things that we hadn't seen a center fielder do. I mean, I guess Jake did it for a part of the season this year.
Came around this year, yeah.
But, I mean, he is somehow – I mean, my man has somehow been.
I need this, man. I need him. I need 2 base hits minimum from Chazzy Fizz tonight.
I mean, am I the only one, guys? My heart broke for Buddy last night.
Oh yeah, dude. It's a nut kick.
The game was out of control by the time I turned it on. And again, I'm watching. You gotta understand, I'm watching a lot of this with volume down because I'm putting babies to bed and I'm trying to get them to wind down. And Mama's reading books in my ear, kind of thing. I mean, I looked up, and honest to God, I looked up there, guys, and my heart broke when I saw Chaz McCormick on the mound again.
For sure. It's an awful situation. 713-572-4610. Hit the text line. I need to know which spot in the city of Houston has the absolute, hands-down best banana pudding you've ever put in your mouth. Please let me know right now because I'm door dashing this sucker over to the ballpark. I don't care if it's up in Detroit.
Ain't that well done? Get that man some banana pudding for damn sure.
Right now!
Oh man, it's got. I'm telling you, man, it just is. It's painful to watch, man. I'm beyond the point of ever expecting this song to be a mainstay on this show ever again. And like I'm at a point where I just wish they'd move on from it. I just wish they'd move on from Chaz because you clearly not. I mean, you're just disrespecting him with this Melton kid and Trammell and these guys in the outfield over him.
I kept it real as a true professional myself.
It's just plum ass disrespect. What is Melton hitting, about $170?
Yeah,
at best.
I mean, what are we doing, man? And with no resume to show that he can ever do it, instead of playing a guy that you know at least has done it before. I mean, it is. Wow.
I got a good feeling, man.
Legit. I don't go the heartbreak route very often, but mine is definitely broke. All right, the Texans, they practice today. Big week in training camp for the Houston Texans. Takeaways from today's practice. Who's back? Who's not? What went down? We'll let you know next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, I got to tell you about Coshada Casino Resort, y'all. Look, it's been a long time coming, but they done renovated that old steakhouse at Coshada Casino Resort. The Big Sky Steakhouse is finally open after a complete renovation. I'll be honest with you, me and my bride, we go over there, we stay the weekend, we hang out in the pool, we play golf. The Big Sky Steakhouse was always a mainstay for us. We always had to slide through there, but they have taken it to a whole nother level. There's a bar there at the Big Sky Steakhouse that is absolutely, it was tremendous, but now reported.
Tony-nominated sports leader is Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ryan Hughley is out. Luke Morrow is in, but as I reported last segment, that the Hughleys, Ron and his beautiful bride, Courtney, they have hit the ground in Atlanta. They are safe. They have escaped the hurricane that was in Turks and Caicos. Big shout out to Delta Airlines. That is why they are in Atlanta. Not only that, did they escape it, but things are looking up. Looks like they're going to get back to Houston before midnight tonight. So the Hughley family must be living right. Ron must be on good terms with his bride. He must be on good terms with his bride up there.
He said that's the first time he's ever flown Delta. Is there, for you guys?
I've never flown Delta.
Really? I was going to ask if there's ever been a well-known airline you have never been on yet. Because I was surprised by that. I think I'm sure I've flown them all. I'm not partial to a certain airline. I fly whatever the cheapest flight is, or the best time.
I'm a United guy through and through.
Okay.
I've flown enough to where, being in Houston, all things considered, United is hands down the best.
Agreed.
And
I live like 15 minutes from Bush.
The one-way flights, the assigned seats, I think the space in terms of like on the plane, I think it's actually nicer.
I am actually flying Southwest this week, though, which will be my third time ever.
Yeah, and I've done a lot of Southwest. I've flown Southwest quite a bit. I've flown American a little bit. I've only been on a Delta flight once. Only been on a Delta flight once. Yep. I think that has more to do with the hub is in Atlanta, so the flights are just not as convenient as the ones here with United and Southwest. I think both being Texas.
It's true.
Texas-based companies. So so I don't know. But Delta did us a solid and got the Hughley family back in the States safely and out of the hurricane's way, and hopefully they'll get them here to Houston. And everything will be right. Not that I'm not enjoying my time with you, Luke Morrow, but
no.
Getting the band back together here, especially after a hurricane.
Can I say what we're all thinking, though?
What's that?
How damn surprising is it that Ron isn't flying Frontier?
No, Courtney ain't having that. I'm gonna tell you right now. If it were up to Ron, he damn sure would. He'd be on Apple Airlines. There ain't no doubt.
He'd be looking for.
Oh, there ain't no
Spirit?
doubt. He'd be willing to deal with them.
That's what I meant.
Tell you what,
Spirit, yeah.
Courtney,
both of them, they're the same.
Nah, Courtney Hughley ain't. She ain't flying no second-rate airline, and she damn sure ain't staying in no second-rate hotel. So
Hold on, so.
Ron had to bite that bullet right there. All right, the Texans, they did have practice today. We're in the meat of camp, really towards the backside of camp, where every practice. This is where I can speak from experience. This is where, as a player. Of this ilk, of the bottom half of the roster, if you will. This is where instead of, practice is long and, man, I'm tired. This is where you look up and you're like, hey, man, in a week, they finna start handing out pink slips. We got a week to do everything that we possibly can to make this team. So there's a lot of competition, a lot of decisions that are going to have to be made at the bottom of this roster. And one of the reports today, I think, could possibly have something to do with a decision that's got to be made in the next week. But I think the big takeaway from today's practice is Cam Robinson was back at practice. And I think the question here was with Ariante Ursery playing so well at left tackle and Titus Howard playing well at right tackle, what was going to go on with Cam Robinson, right? And at least for a day, it looks like things stayed status quo. Ariante Ursery, the rookie, was with the first team today, and Titus Howard was your right tackle with the ones today. Cam Robinson was there rotating through, to my understanding, but Ursery and Titus Howard remained with the ones. We will see if that kind of how that plays out and if that holds true. I don't know. I don't know that I expected this team to have so many options at tackle. I mean, this team, Nick Caserio is literally today talking about having 5 tackles. And if you look at it, you got Trent Brown, you got Blake Fisher, you got Titus Howard, you got Ariante Ursery, and you got Cam Robinson. They are tackle heavy at this point in time, which is going to allow them a lot of freedom to make a decision of what they want to do with all 5 of those tackles. Cam Robinson being back at practice, not with the ones. Luke, does that surprise you?
No, it doesn't. No, I guess it shouldn't surprise me because I've been really low on Cam Robinson this entire offseason and the idea of bringing him in to be your left tackle. So, no, I wouldn't say it surprised me or maybe pleasantly surprised because I didn't know if the Texans would actually stick with that plan. Almost like that spot is his. Whenever he comes back, Cam Robinson's going to go right back to our left tackle. That probably would have been my expectation, but pleasantly surprised because I think this is the right move to keep Cam Robinson out because I think the 5 that they're running with right now is your better 5 with Ursery and Titus Howard as your 2 tackles instead of including Cam Robinson and then Titus to a guard and all that sort of stuff. I like Ed Ingram at the right guard right now. I like those 2 tackles. I like Cam Robinson on the sideline with the ones for the time being because I don't think Cam Robinson is your best option or one of your best 2 options at the tackle position. I do think the 2 guys you're using right now are better at those positions. I also like the idea that if you do have a guard in Ed Ingram, it just allows Titus Howard to remain at a tackle position instead of shuffling a bunch of people around. So maybe somewhat surprised, but pleasantly surprised because I do think this is the right move. This 5 looked good or has looked good since Cam's been out, including in Saturday's preseason game, albeit with Blake Fisher filling in at that time at right tackle. But just that idea of, let's not disrupt the apple cart because these guys have been gelling a little bit lately, and just because Cam Robinson's healthy, let's not thrust him back in there. We have found a good mix of these 5 that have worked well in his absence, so let's keep rolling with that. And we'll see what it means for Cam if they shuffle him back in here the rest of this week. But I think this 5 is the best 5 you could put together, and that does not include Cam Robinson. And I've felt that way really since they brought him in. So from that perspective, not surprised.
Cam Robinson, $12 to $14 million man, brought in, signed anyway, to theoretically replace Laramie Tunsil, and has missed a lot of practice. Ariante Ursery, the rookie that that everybody is just ranting and raving about, has been playing left tackle in Cam's absence, and Ariante Ursery is playing really well, and looks like today, at least with Cam Robinson back, that Ariante Ursery has played well enough that they don't want to interrupt it. They want to leave him at left tackle and leave Titus at right tackle and see what happens there. We'll keep you up on what happens tomorrow, kind of what that rotation looks like, what it looks like in the joint practice, and then obviously potentially, I don't know if a Cam Robinson type of player typically would not play in your last preseason game, but given that he's missed so much action, maybe he gets some reps. Given that the competition is so fierce at that tackle position, maybe he gets some reps. We will see. Also at practice today, Dameon Pierce. Dameon Pierce is back at practice today. Had a couple of runs, had a catch in today's little check down catch, I think, in a team drill. Dameon Pierce back out there, and I don't know what Dameon Pierce is playing for. I will be completely honest with you. I can't get a read on any of it. I know it's important reps that he's getting. I know it's important that he gets back healthy. Whether you look at this thing at the running back room and say, well, Joe Mixon is out, so they're going to need Dameon Pierce, or you look at this running back room and you say, hey, they really like Dare Agumbawale and they really like Woody Marks, so Dameon Pierce could be traded or Dameon Pierce could be cut and they could move on from Dameon Pierce. I don't know what he's playing for. I'll be completely honest with you. I think all of the above are possibilities. But bottom of the line is Dameon Pierce being back at practice is big for him, and it potentially could be big for the Texans if he is in their future plans.
Yeah, it's certainly huge for him. You just have to be out there to try to even be able to make the team. And so we're going to try to see get a good run of him this week, and no pun intended, and especially with the joint practice with the Lions. So you have that Thursday. Probably we'll see him in the game over the weekend and see what he can do against a pretty good defense too. But I still think he has something to bring to this offense for the Texans, especially if Joe Mixon's going to be out for a little while. Because, Woody Marks, at least to begin the year, of course, is a rookie, and he's looked good, and I like him, but still somewhat raw and has some things to learn at this level. And then Dare is more of that specialty back. So if you're without Mixon, I think you can lean more on Chubb and Pierce as those quasi-starters. And then, God forbid, over the course of a long season, you have two older running backs with a little injury history, and you never know when you might need that other guy, and Dameon Pierce has been that number one tailback running for 1,000 yards before in his career. So I still think he can provide some value to this offense, but obviously he just has to actually be out there and physically capable of doing it and showing what he can do now in this Nick Caley offense.
All right, there's something that I'm hearing coming out of practice today, just reports of something that may appear to be small, but to me it is absolutely big time, and it takes his defense to another level. I will tell you what that is, and we will discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610. All right, y'all, look, there's nothing more frightening than suffering an accident at work or on the road, man. You don't know who.
Today.
Bite a kneecap off.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley is out. Luke Morrow is in. And, yeah, that's Tyler Milton on them ones and twos, keeping it loose in the building. I know y'all hear him and feel him, even though you can't see him, baby. And I'm talking about on the radio, Tyler. I'm talking about on the radio. You didn't turn the lights out on somebody. Yeah, I knew. I'm beat you to the punch, didn't I? I'm going to beat you to the punch. All right, I told y'all. I'm hearing a little something, a little report from Jonathan Alexander today. And may not have meant much to many people. It was just kind of a short little tweet. But for me, it moves me. And I'm going to start by setting the table with this. I want you to hear former Texas A&M Aggie. Hell, he's my teammate at one point in time, Dan Campbell. I was probably more his teammate than he was mine, but actually played with him in Dallas a little bit. On the football team, that was, by the way. But Dan Campbell is the head coach of the Lions, and that's who the Texans are joint practicing with and going to play the preseason game, their final preseason game 3 of 2025. That's who they're that's where they got to go this weekend, Saturday. And here is Dan Campbell, the Lions head coach, talking about D'Amico's Texans defense.
I'm really fired up that we're going to get Houston to come in here. It's only for one practice, but I mean those guys are, what D'Amico's done out there has been really impressive, and I know this defense is they're the real deal. The way they play, the way they practice, go about their business. They got weaponry on offense. Quarterback's a good little player. You can go across the board. My point, I can't wait. That's perfect. So that keeps me from jumping too far ahead. So we've got this little batch left. I can't wait to get Houston here because it'll be great for us. We need the work, and it'll make us better. I just know it will. So that's where we're at now. But I'm trying to keep my eyes there because I do want to look over the hill. Okay, keep going.
Boy, Dan just lost the sensitive CJ crowd, didn't he? Yeah. I mean, that boy, I tell you what.
They just exited stage right.
Oh, that Dan Campbell guy. Hate that guy. He talks about eating kneecaps and biting kneecaps and stuff. Hate him.
Team Macho.
Yeah, there you go.
Welcome to the team, Danny.
Look, I think Dan Campbell there is when he's talking about the defense, I think he's spot on. I mean, D'Amico has done an unbelievable job building this defense. I think they're as advertised guys. Be honest with you, in the preseason before camp started, we were talking about the defense overall, and I was, God, I don't want to go overboard, right? Now the secondary, I was ready to jump in and just go. I mean, because you get C.J. Gardner-Johnson at the time. This is before Jimmy Ward got into trouble. You got Kalen Bullock at safety. You got, I mean, man, they are. I mean, they're still loaded, stacked. Even with a couple of injuries, but are some problems there at safety. But still, this secondary is absolutely nasty. And there's one thing, guys, that I've been fascinated with on and off, right? The Kamari Lassiter situation. I'll be completely honest. I'm going to say this every time we have a Kamari Lassiter specific conversation. I was dead ass wrong on Kamari Lassiter. He is an outside corner. If there is some kind of speed and twitch problem, stiffness issue, he overcomes it and has played the position at an unbelievably high level. And I got to tip the cap. It is what it is. We're talking about one of the best cornerback combinations in all of football. Top 3, top 4 in all of football. Any way you slice it. And so Kamari Lassiter is a big-time outside corner. Now, with that said, I have been intrigued and fascinated last season when D'Amico got creative with his scheme and we saw Kamari Lassiter slide inside to that nickel defender position. I I watch it, and his instincts and his physicality stand out significantly more there than they do at corner, obviously, because you're playing the run, you're rushing the passer, you're doing different things in there, right? And I said then, I don't know, I mean, it depends on the personnel, but I don't know that Kamari Lassiter doesn't impact games at a bigger, more frequent level if he's able to do those kind of things consistently. Right now, you get Jalen Petrie back, it's a moot point. Jalen Petrie's a starting nickel defender. Now what I do is I look at the Kamari Lassiter situation as a weapon in D'Amico Ryan's toolbox, if you will. I've said it many times. If you come out and for some reason, I think who we saw last year, was it was it Christian Kirk? Somebody came out and Jalen Petrie was, maybe it wasn't Jalen Petrie. Anyway, point being is if an offense comes out in the first half and is having success against our nickel defenders, and we're having to play a bunch of zone because our backers and our nickel defenders aren't ideally aren't made for man coverage, and you're getting, the offense is attacking that area of the field and they're moving the football. For D'Amico Ryans to be able to go in and the adjustment be, we're going to come out, we're going to slide Kamari Lassiter into the nickel defender position, and now we don't lose anything from instincts, run defense, pressure in the passer, speed off the edge. You still get all of that equal to what you get from Jalen Petrie. But now what you have is a player that can cover man, and so schematically you can throw different things out there at an offense. And so just as a weapon, I love the fact, the report was Kamari Lassiter was spotted playing the nickel position some today. I just think this is a big-time adjustment weapon for D'Amico Ryans to have. And you want to talk about this defense being even getting better than what we could have thought? Let one of these corners, probably Jalen Smith, the third-round pick out of USC, but I don't know who it may be. Let one of these corners play well enough that D'Amico Ryans gets confidence in them to do what I just talked about and freely move Kamari Lassiter around and freely move Kamari, maybe even have Kamari Lassiter and Jalen Petrie on the field at the same time, bump Jalen Petrie back to where C.J. Gardner-Johnson was going to be, and let Kamari Lassiter play some of that nickel defender, and let Jalen Smith or whoever that corner is that D'Amico believes in play some outside corner. Let that become something that D'Amico Ryans feels comfortable doing, and this defense even gets better. This defense even gets significantly better and more difficult. You may get them once or twice, but getting them and beating them the same way for 4 quarters is not going to happen, and this would make it significantly more difficult. Kamari Lassiter being spotted at camp, playing a little bit of nickel, that having that ability really turns me on, Luke.
Well, that was going to be my follow-up question, was what you kind of touched on there at the end of if you were to move Kamari. We talk so much about the depth in that secondary. Do you think there is somebody who can then slot in for him at the cornerback?
I think it's Jalen Smith would be my guess. I think Jalen Smith is a guy that, and look, I don't want to put the cart before the horse. We watched him do it with Kamari and Bullock last year, and all of a sudden we think that every DB he drafts is going to be able to just jump in and start and play. But I do think that there is, when you look at D'Amico has done more with less when it comes to secondary issues. They've had a lot of injuries, and somehow, some way, he still put a competitive defense out there with a bunch of guys that I didn't even know were on the roster to start the season. Hell, may not have been. And so when you look at, I think Kamari's great. Again, I'm not minimizing Kamari by any means, but I think D'Amico Ryans knew he had a rookie corner last year opposite Derek Stingley and did some things schematically to help him out, whether that's alignment. And we're playing more soft instead of press and keeping everything in front of us and coming down and tackling. I think D'Amico Ryans with a young, inexperienced corner, or safety for that matter, but corner, doesn't concern me at all. I think that's something D'Amico's really, really comfortable with, especially when the moves that you're making and the adjustments that you're making are specifically, they're very intentional, they're for a reason, and I think D'Amico is, I think he's elite at protecting his players. You hear a lot of coaches talk about, well, I'm going to put my guys in position to play their best football and that they play to their strengths and not their weaknesses. D'Amico Ryans has done that, particularly with the secondary, and particularly when guys have been injured and it's backups that have weaknesses. He's schemed and called defenses to keep that from just being an absolute crushing issue. He's done a good job with it. So I wouldn't be afraid to if it were the rookie out of USC, or hell, I mean, the one thing about D'Amico and some of the risks that he's taken is, I mean, guys get out there, and if they get picked on and get beat, he moves, he gets them the hell out of the game. So he makes quick moves. So yeah, I'm not saying I would do it an extended period of time, but just to have that feather in your cap, to have that in your, that ability at any time to do it, boy, I think that's. I think that is extremely, extremely valuable. I'm telling you, man, Kamari Lassiter. I like Jalen Petrie down there around that ball, around the line of scrimmage. But you do get a little bit concerned about the inability to cover at a high level. And Kamari just does. He gives you the ability to cover down there, man. So yeah, Luke, I like it, man. I mean, I like it as a weapon. I like it as a changeup.
Yeah, and I like that breakdown, because I was going to say the biggest takeaway for me that stood out from the live tweeting was Jalen Petrie playing deep safety at times for that defense today, which I didn't necessarily like. So I found it interesting with the Lassiter breakdown of moving him to nickel and the way you just laid that out now, and how that could make this defense even better.
Yeah, I expect it. I mean, Jalen Petrie is a valuable piece to this. He's got to be on the field. It's how do they overcome the safety issue they have right now, and who's best to fit that. I think Jalen can do it all. Is he best suited around the line of scrimmage? Absolutely. Mm-hmm. But I think Petrie can do it all. I think Kamari can do a lot of it, So we'll see. It's going to be fun to watch this secondary play behind that pass rush that is absolutely nasty. All right, the Astros lineup is out, and somebody, somehow, some way, has got a little banana pudding coming their way. 5 o'clock fire, y'all. That's next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about them cold Coors Light. It's 5 o'clock on a Tuesday, y'all.
it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Ask me about my dick.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
And it is
Lawfer.
And it is hot in here. Yes. I guess. I mean, hell, you pull it off a live ad. I guess it's all right. If they can sell it, we can say it. I mean, I guess that's the is that the line? Oh boy, I don't know if that's a good idea right there, T. But we'll find out. I'm sure we will. Find out.
Clients always come first.
Yeah, that too. I mean, you just gonna keep digging or what? You just gonna keep digging on in there?
Oh, yeah, it's a tremendous ad.
That's great. All right, it's 5 o'clock fire, baby, and the Astros. Game 2, looking to turn the tide here. It's been ugly, y'all. It has been ugly. They've been shut out 3 of the last 4 games. The only game they weren't shut out, it took them 12 innings to beat the Baltimore Orioles. But we're going to get out of the rearview mirror, baby. We're going to get out of the rearview mirror, and we're going to keep this thing pointed north. The lineup tonight for the Astros: Jeremy Pena is in the leadoff spot. Carlos Correa is hitting 2, playing third. Jose Altuve is batting third in the DH. Christian Walker's batting fourth, playing first base. Yainer Diaz is catching, batting fifth. Ramon Urias is at second base, batting sixth. Mauricio Dubon is in left field, batting seventh. Cam Smith batting eighth in right field. And I'll be damned, y'all, we got Chaz McCormick, a relief pitcher, playing center field, batting ninth.
First, it was Altuve making the giant move from second base his whole Hall of Fame career out to left field. Now, we have white boy Chaz, the back end of the bullpen fella, going to figure it out in the outfield. Let's go, Chaz.
The closer, Chaz McCormick, is somehow in the lineup, y'all. I'll be honest with y'all, I'm dead serious, man. My heart broke last night when I saw him on the pitcher's mound again, having to finish a game. Surely, this is when I question the kind of human being that people are. Like, I'm dead serious, y'all. I know this is fire, and I'm supposed to be locked and loaded on this, and I just said stay out of the rearview mirror. Hey, I question the kind of man Joe Espada is.
Ooh.
I mean, you know how many guys there are over there on the bench that you could throw in there and do
I'm trying to do the best I can.
The Chaz McCormick. I mean, you can move some guys around and put somebody else in there's not Chaz McCormick multiple nights in a row. You have to have zero awareness about he has got to be in an unbelievably bad spot mentally and physically, and you put him in there again. But nonetheless, he should be in a better spot today because, one, he's in the lineup, and number two, Tyler Milner. Tyler Milner has done a little bit of research here, y'all.
That's me.
He submitted the order, and he's had it delivered to the stadium.
Visiting team clubhouse. It's in there.
Gotta go into the clubhouse, man.
Apparently,
for that visiting squad.
Who was that, Sally? Was that Sally that gave you the tip right there, Luke?
Sally gave one, but I think you picked a different one.
Oh, yeah.
Sally gave you a 5-star rating, and you picked a different place?
Well, I didn't see him on DoorDash.
Oh.
So
what Tyler's done is Tyler has DoorDashed yummy, berry yummy treats, which is one order of banana pudding to Chaz McCormick, and he's having it delivered to...
I'm dead ass serious, people.
I mean, I don't know if he hit confirm order or not, but...
I'm looking at it, traveling Chaz's way to the ballpark right now, bro.
Tigers Visiting Team Clubhouse, 2100 Woodward Avenue, Detroit, Michigan, 48201. Are you kidding? That's a legit address. Where'd you find the address?
Oh, I got my ways, bro. I used to be a recruiter.
Wow.
You figure out how to find information you want when you're a recruiter. But no, I got the address in there for DoorDash up there in Detroit. Head to the visiting clubhouse for one Chaz McCormick and the Houston Astros. Big old order of banana pudding to get my guy feeling right. And it should be arriving well before first pitch. I'm actually watching my phone, waiting for this DoorDasher to call me.
What are we going to do if this somehow gets to the – literally gets to
That would be amazing. This DoorDasher is going to be so confused when they arrive there, and then it's going to be like a security issue where.
Well, no, my plan's going to be they're going to call me. Hey, sir, I'm here with your banana pudding order, DoorDash. I'm outside the visiting, the address you gave me, and I'm going to say, hey, look. Yes, thank you. I work with the team. I work with the Houston Astros over there, and I monitor these things. But I'm going to need you to find my guy, Chaz McCormick. He's in the visiting clubhouse. I'm busy, but I need you to get that pudding to him. We'll see what happens.
Hey, just say, hey, man, hey, can you see the clubhouse? And if he says yes, hey, that door right there, just knock on that door.
Yes.
And I'm right inside that door. Knock on that door and give it to me.
They're not going to get anywhere close. And hopefully
you don't think they're going to get close?
No. The security's going to be like,
what? I got the right address. I'm just telling you.
Security's going to be like, okay, let us go check with the Astros the clubbies to see who ordered the banana pudding.
Oh, this is for that guy they keep putting out on the mound?
Look, I'm going to tell you right now.
All right, we got you.
If they do come in contact with a clubby for the Astros and they don't immediately know, what's going on with Chaz McCormick, two, that banana pudding is for his ass, then they need to be fired. Their awareness is awful. So
also, I hope the DoorDasher is a sports fan and not like a single mom who's like, "What the heck? Where's the visiting clubhouse?"
Tyler,
just circling the stadium.
Let's be honest. Tyler will tip her better if she's a single mom.
I tip well. I always tip well.
Yeah, it's there ain't no doubt about that. You tip well. You just tip better if she's female. All right, we'll see if Chaz gets his banana pudding. Already went through the lineup tonight. The big part of tonight, the must-see part of
all the best.
The must-see. The must-see TV in terms of the Astros tonight is about this pitching matchup. You got two of Luke did the research here. You got two of the top three pitchers in the AL going head-to-head. Two Cy Young candidates. You got Hunter Brown, Detroit native.
Yeah.
Numbers are tremendous. He's an absolute bulldog. He is on the bump versus Tariq Skubal, the best pitcher in the American League, at least this year, right? I think that's fair to say. Yep. And Cy Young favorite. And so we'll see. This is the kind of matchup for me that I just expect to see a different level of intensity, I guess, out of Hunter Brown. He is definitely the type of athlete that doesn't overlook these kind of opportunities. You go out there and you pitch really, really well. You out-duel Tariq Skubal, then all of a sudden the conversation could change in your favor as they are had around this year's Cy Young. But Hunter Brown, Tariq Skubal tonight, Astros, Detroit Tigers. The Astros have been absolutely tremendous, 12-4 versus division-leading teams this year, and the Detroit Tigers are a division-leading team. So hopefully Hunter Brown tonight can turn the tide for the Astros, Luke.
Yeah, he's going to need to. This is a earning your stripes type of game if he hasn't already done that, but a chance to try to put the team on his back and get a win against the best pitcher in the American League on the road, first-place team. This is a big spot. This is why you have an ace like Hunter Brown, and we'll see if he can deliver. We'll see if the offense can give him some help, too. There's going to be even more pressure on him as a pitcher when the offense isn't scoring any runs. By the way, just to provide some context on how bad things have gone, I know that stat's been floating around. First time in 20 years they've been shut out in 3 of the last 4 games. But if you go back to 2005 when that happened in April, those losses were 1-0, 2-0, and 2-0. They were all competitive games. One of the losses was in extra innings. Whereas here, not only are they getting shut out, but they're getting blown out. So this is a stretch we have not seen from the Astros in more than 2 decades. I don't know how far back you have to go to find a time where they've been outscored by 28 runs over a 4-game stretch. But Hunter Brown needs to be the stopper tonight to get things back on track and get a big win in Detroit. You get a win like this, you beat the best pitcher in the American League and a first-place team on the road, and you get some hits and some runs tonight. It's like a 3-point shooter just waiting to see that one shot go through the net to get them going. Like, you just need this one win tonight, and then maybe that can snowball and get you back on track.
5:40 first pitch. We will do Tyler's best bets a segment early. We'll do it the next segment because there are some Astros bets in there. Surprise, surprise. That's up next.
And enjoy that pudding, McCormick. Let's go, buddy.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the Astros, staying on that Astros front. Couple of injury updates here. Lance McCullers will start Friday in Baltimore. Game 1 of a 4-game set up in Baltimore versus the Orioles. Lance McCullers coming back with that awful blister that kept him on the IL for a few weeks. Luis Garcia will make another rehab start tonight in Corpus Christi. And Yordan Alvarez will DH tonight in Corpus Christi. He will rest tomorrow, and then he will play a back-to-back Thursday and Friday night in Corpus Christi. And as we reported yesterday, the hopes are that he could be in Baltimore Sunday, I believe, is the thought there, potentially. Or the Colorado Rockies series back at home following that Baltimore 4-game series. There's your Astros injury updates, the important ones. There's other action going on because their injury list is about 25 long, but those are the ones that I think stood out the most and are closest to coming back and being in a big league uniform.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the Texans were on the practice field today. We're in that week of training camp where, man, you got limited reps remaining for guys that could potentially be on the bubble for any kind of competition that's going on the depth chart. You've got, I think you got, I'd say two practices, including one of those being a joint practice and a game, a Saturday game, preseason game. I think that's gonna round out the action, the opportunity for these guys to make this team. The August the 26th, next Tuesday, is the cut down date for the Texans. And today, there's two things I think to note from today's practice. Left tackle, veteran left tackle, $12 to $14 million left tackle. Cam Robinson has missed a good chunk of camp. He returned to practice today, and Cam Robinson was back at practice, but the starting unit remained the same. Ariante Ursery was your left tackle. Titus Howard was your right tackle. We'll see how they work Cam Robinson back into the mix. We'll see if it affects the rookie Ariante Ursery at all. Does he swing back to right tackle? Does Titus Howard bump back in to guard? We'll see how the Texans respond to Cam Robinson being healthy. I would imagine he's going to get a lot of run in the joint practice as well as the game. I don't know. I don't know if Cam Robinson, being the veteran that he is, you would think no-go in preseason game 3, but the fact that he's missed a big chunk of camp could mean that he's going to get reps in preseason 3. We'll see it. Also today back at practice, Dameon Pierce, running back Dameon Pierce, back at practice. No Joe Mixon, and there's been no Dameon Pierce, so it's been, there's a lot of backup running backs, including Nick Chubb in the mix, but Dameon Pierce was back today. So Cam Robinson, Dameon Pierce, good to see those guys back. Not sure what the future looks like for either of those guys, to be honest with you, but they're both back at practice, healthy, and getting after it.
Yeah, that's obviously important. You want everyone out there. This is a huge week for Dameon Pierce, specifically Thursday and Saturday. And for Cam Robinson, I think the team's better with him on the sidelines from an offensive line perspective. So I'm curious to see how they do approach it moving forward. And to your point about Saturday's game, yeah, typically you would say no, but not only the time missed, if he is right now considered part of the second unit, you need a certain amount of offensive linemen to get through that game on Saturday. If you're going to sit all of your starters, let's say, how many of the quote-unquote backups, which Cam Robinson would be on Saturday, can you sit as well? So curious to see what they do with him this weekend, too, and how he slots in. But as I've made it clear throughout this afternoon and really for a week since they brought him in, I think they're better off with other options at those tackle positions than Cam Robinson. So I am fascinated to see how they approach the next week or even 2 weeks before the start of the season with the offensive line, and if they, ease him back in or if this is the 5 they roll with.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, in-division opponent, some believe the rival of the Houston Texans, the Indianapolis Colts. They've named a starting quarterback. Daniel Jones has been named the starting quarterback in Indianapolis. He's been named the starting quarterback over Anthony Richardson, the 4th overall draft pick a couple of years back out of Florida. Super athletic, monster arm. But when it comes to processing at a high level, accurately distributing the football on time and on schedule, playing within the system, identifying pressures and getting yourself out of trouble, Anthony Richardson just hadn't gotten it done. So much so to the point that Daniel Jones, who really I think the biggest part of his career is that he somehow survived the mess that was the New York Giants, where the owner actually came out and said, we've done everything we could to keep Daniel Jones from having success. He's moved on. Where did he go? What did he go through? Minnesota? No, Minnesota. He went through. He was in Minnesota as a backup, and then he landed this year in Indianapolis, and he wins the starting job over Anthony Richardson. I'm not surprised at all that Daniel Jones is a starting quarterback, but admittedly, I'm a little bit higher on Daniel Jones than most are, and I'm probably a little more realistic on Anthony Richardson than most are. I'd like to see him win. I'd like to see him have success. Hell, I'm fascinated with watching him play, but man, he just hadn't been able to get the job done at the NFL level.
No, he hasn't. The numbers are pretty crazy. I mean, of all quarterbacks that have played since he's entered the league, he's last in accuracy and completion percentage. In terms of throws downfield, he is last in the league in completion percentage. In terms of a bit of a newer analytic, completion percentage compared to expected, he's last in the league. If you were to just look at quarterbacks in their first 2 years in the league since 2000, he ranks 103rd out of 103rd in accuracy amongst those. So anyways, I could keep going. Point being, he's historically inaccurate, or has been at the NFL level, Anthony Richardson. And I think, look, he was a project when they drafted him, even though he was 4th overall. For me, at the time, I said at the time, so it's not, hindsight being 2020, I didn't think they should have thrown him out there week 1 of his rookie season. I thought they should have given him some time to develop before they threw him out on the field. And it's just been ups and downs, mostly downs ever since. Daniel Jones certainly gives them the better opportunity to win. And we'll see what sort of version we get of Daniel Jones, because you think of like Baker Mayfield spent some time with Sean McVay in L.A., and that turned his career around. Daniel Jones was a playoff quarterback a couple years ago, as you mentioned, gets that time with Kevin O'Connell in Minnesota where he could be on the sidelines just learning. And I'm curious to see if that helps him improve now in Indianapolis as the starter. But he's certainly the better option for the Colts.
We shall see. We got the Astros and the Tigers first pitch at 5:40. We got T-Mill's best bets. We'll give you plenty of time.
Note for you real quick, just seconds ago, the game is under delay for the Astros up in Detroit.
Okay.
We can get into that.
We're going to stay according to plan here. T-Mill's best bets a little earlier than normal. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, I got to tell you about Low T Center, y'all. Look, Low T Center, Centergenics, they've been changing the lives of many.
Crafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life. Your favorite Houston sports station is a Marconi finalist. For the first time, the National Association of Broadcasters selected Sports Radio 610 as one of 5 nominees for Sports Station of the Year. And we couldn't do it without you. Thanks for listening. Thanks for interacting. Thanks for making us not just Houston sports leader, but one of the best stations in all of the country. Houston's Marconi-nominated sports leader is Sports Radio 610.
This DoorDasher is going to be so confused when they arrive there.
I bring a banana pudding.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ryan Hughley is out. Luke Morrow is in. T. Meal is on the ones and twos behind the glass, and you're listening to Houston's leader, sports leader, Sports Radio 610. And since the Astros' first pitch is at 5:40, I understand, Tyler, they've been delayed a bit, which is going to allow me to get home and watch. But nonetheless, let's go ahead and just stay according to plan here, stay on track. Let's go ahead and knock these T. Meal's best bets out. Because, look, if you are a betting man or woman, even though there is a little bit of delay, you want to go ahead and get them in because you never know when they're going to crank up action. So, T. Meal's best bets, a little early action today. T. Meal's best bets, what you got, brother?
Yeah, just like me, man. You never know when they're going to crank that action up. That's absolutely right. Always ready. That's the secret. Everybody in that clubhouse knows. Here are your best bets for tonight. Our Monday night, last night. Those 5 MLB wagers I gave you, well, they sucked. So, we're going to rebound tonight. 3 of these 6 bets I got for you are Astros related.
Well, never backs down, does he? He doesn't back down.
Scared money don't make no money. Here we go. Twins. Formerly the squad you found Los Correa on, no longer. Twins money line at -130 tonight. They're hosting the piss poor Athletics on the diamond. Twins money line locked that one in. Guardians at Diamondbacks in Arizona. Over 8.5 runs in that one tonight. Another over up next for you. Orioles at the Boston Red Sox. Over 9. So no hook in that one. Over 9 at -125. And then here are your 3 Astros bets. It's a very low number. For both of the next 2, I am going to read. This is embarrassing. Change it. No more goose eggs. Use the bat that you put in your hands before you walk to the plate in Detroit tonight. I'm on over 7 between the Astros and Tigers. I don't know who's going to get over that 7. It could just be the Tigers by themselves at this point. I'm so pissed off.
100 Browns on the bump. It ain't happening, baby.
But it sure as hell better not just be the Tigers, because your next bet is the Astros team total over 2.5. I literally, no exaggeration, in all my debaucherous betting days the last few years, during this golden era of baseball for the Astros, I have never seen it set at 2.5 runs. Again, embarrassing. Over 2.5 runs, sure as heck better be doable. And then lastly, I got a player prop for you. The Diesel. No more unleaded, sir. Over 5.5 strikeouts for Hunter Brown tonight in Detroit against the Tigers. And I lied to you, because I got one more bet for you.
Come on, what is it? It's not on the graphic.
He's somewhere in Detroit right now. Well, probably the visiting clubhouse. He's eating some banana pudding. The drive just sent his way all the way from Houston, Texans via DoorDash. Thank you, you beautiful people. Chaz McCormick's in the lineup. He's not coming out of the pen. The back-end relief is out in the outfield. Chaz McCormick. This is my lock of the day, night, and month. White boy Chaz to get a base hit. That's it. Chaz is going to get that done easy.
Hey, he needs it, man. Hey, Ron's going to be so mad for us playing this music, but you know what? We're beyond him deserving it.
Should have checked your weather, bro.
Yeah, you should have been back and checked your weather, huh? Here's the deal. Damn it, he needs it. Just like he needs that banana pudding that you ordered. And I don't know that Chaz has ever needed a hit more. I mean, tonight, a hit would go a really long way. An RBI, when this lineup They've been picking guys over him in left field, right field, and center field. This lineup has been shut out 3 of the last 4 games. If White Boy Chaz has ever had a White Boy Chaz, let me phrase that. If Chaz McCormick has ever had a White Boy Chaz night, this is it.
Hell yeah, bro.
He needs it.
Hell yeah.
I got 100. I'm in there with you.
Let's go, White
Luke,
Boy.
you in on this or no?
No.
Damn it, Luke. Son of a...
I'm in.
I'm in on McCormick on Chaz over 0.5 strikeouts on the mound.
Hey, I am in on the Chaz McCormick bet, and I'll tell you what. What did you put I'm just tying a couple of things together here from a wager perspective. Astros Tigers over, Astros team total over. You brought something to the air a little earlier, Luke, on Tariq Skubal, that like recently, his recent run has not been as impressive. Talk to me. Is that an August thing?
Yeah, 4.82 ERA in August. So he hasn't been that sharp. It's been about 3 straight outings. He hasn't been as good as he was the rest of the season.
So, Tyler, you may be onto something there.
Let's go, baby.
You may be onto something there. I hope we're onto something with this Chaz McCormick thing. My heart broke for him last night when I saw he was on the mound again. So, damn it, I'm gonna go ahead and put 100 on it. I'm gonna go ahead and
I love that out of you because scared money don't make money. In the drive right here on these airwaves, we're doing all we freaking can to get Chaz and the bats going. We got pudding at the clubhouse.
We got a big
Let's
bet.
go.
We got pudding at the clubhouse. We got the music back. And by the way, if you didn't hear all those bets and you are interested, you can always look back at T-Mill Real Deal on Twitter. And by the way, what I'm looking at is I'm seeing reported. I don't know how official it is. I'm assuming it's official because Chandler Rome is retweeting it. A 6:15 first pitch. First pitch is now set for 6:15 our time, 7:15 p.m. Eastern.
Even more in time to enjoy that pudding.
Yes, give him plenty for it to settle in his tummy right before he.
Exactly.
Well, hell, I mean.
You don't want to get a sugar high right before you run out there in the field,
Let's be honest. It's going to be 6:30. It's going to be 6:30-ish, I mean, at best, because he's batting ninth. It's not like they're going to get to him in the first inning. So he's going to get a little extra rest there. But
let me tell you, too, Clint.
What?
I appreciate your brother shouting out the Twitter just in, at T-Mill Real Deal. Mm-hmm. If Chaz does something real crazy, like if he decides to just erase all the bad 4-letter words that have been in my head regarding the Astros the last, 3-4 days, and he hits a homer or something, I'm going to take a video of my reaction because I might lose my mind. I'm going to freak out.
How amazing would it be if he goes down like Javier, where they announce in the 3rd inning Chaz has to come out because of food poisoning? Stomach problems.
He got this bug.
Well,
that would be
because of the banana.
Why would
because you're a banana
I'm
pudding.
over here vibing, Luke.
Imagine if he has to. Imagine you're watching the game tonight.
Is this the hater that Reggie was talking about?
Yes, this is Luke Morrow, the hater.
My man is buying. He is buying banana pudding for Chaz McCormick to hopefully get back to White Boy Chaz, and you're putting food poisoning mojo on it. Huh?
That would be such an amazing story. And then that'd be the bigger story, really.
I started the show defending you, and at 5:35, you're going to push me into Luke as a hater.
Son of a bitch.
Luke is a hater role here.
You're watching the game tonight, and you get breaking news. Chaz has been scratched, stomach not feeling well.
Oh, that is
Stop it!
And you would know what it was from.
That is awful.
That would be.
You'll come at me about White Boy Chaz. All right, we got the Texans were on the practice field today. We got a tackle back in action. We seem to all of a sudden have a stable of tackles over here with the Texans. Is that an advantage? Is it not? I think it has to do with one guy that's playing really good football inside. I'll tell you the key to all of the shuffling around that the Texans potentially could do to solve their offensive line problems. I think it rests on one guy, and it's not a tackle. I'll give you that. I'll tell you who that is. We'll catch you up on this Astros game tonight. It's must-see TV. It's what it's all about. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, I got to tell you about Low T Center and Synergenics, y'all. Look, they've been changing the lives of men across the country for over a decade now. Hell, I've been with Low T Center for about 7 years in 2 different states, several different offices, right? It's not just talk, y'all. It's true. What Low T and Synergenics and TRT can do for you is amazing, man. It can completely change every aspect of your life. And if you've been thinking about testosterone replacement,
WebNow 1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Get a free estimate from Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac dealer. GeneratorSupercenter.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ryan Hughley is out. He's safe in Atlanta. He will be back in Houston tonight. And we will back full go tomorrow with the whole crew. But for now, Luke Morrow is in for Ron the Show Hughley. And it's been a killer few days working with Luke Morrow. T-Mill is behind the glass over here. So we are rocking and rolling. Good to have Ron Hughley and his beautiful bride back in the state safely. I don't know about y'all, but we've joked a lot about the whole being stuck in Turks and Caicos and how nice it would be. Hey, man, being out of the country, needing to get on a flight, and there's a hurricane all around the place, that's scary business right there, man. So good to have them back safe in the States. We'll see. Hopefully they get from Atlanta to Houston here before too long. But one of the biggest questions, y'all, I think the biggest question, the most important Texans question this entire offseason is, can the Texans fix their O-line issues, taking the approach that Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans decided to take? They took low budget, if you will. I think they took a low budget route. They took we're going to change the mentality. We're going to hire a new coach. They took the route of not spending a ton of money, but more placing more importance on getting out guys that didn't have a certain mindset, the Laramie Tunsels of the world, didn't have a certain mindset, and bringing in guys that did have the mindset, the physicality, the accountability, the setting the standard, the showing up every day in the offseason, spending time together, placing a significant level of importance on, being together in chemistry and things of that nature. Will it work? I don't know. We shall see. Here's what's going on with the Texans offensive line. They did sign this offseason $12 million up to $14 million for Cam Robinson, one-year deal, left tackle. He has missed a chunk of camp, and today the reports are he returned to camp today. Now, the deal there is Ariante Ursery, the rookie that the Texans drafted this year in the second round, has been playing really, really, really good left tackle and has impressed since he put on the pads in Houston, but definitely at that left tackle position. Make of it what you will. It's training camp. It's a short period of time, but they really like Ariante Ursery at left tackle. Titus Howard has moved from right guard to right tackle, and the response that I've heard from people is the last joint practice, the pressure was down significantly. Actually, it was before the last joint practice, because I remember the significance was they bumped Titus out, and all of a sudden Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter quit having their way with the right tackles ultimately, and the quarterback appeared to have a little bit of time and room to work. So the point is the question, can the Texans fix their O-line issues, is where do they end up playing Titus Howard? Where do they end up playing Ariante Ursery? And as I said coming into this segment, I think there's one guy that's going to allow this thing to happen in a way in which the Texans have options, right? And that is the right guard position. Bear with me here, right? You got two centers. I think Jake Andrews is the guy. Jarrett Patterson is the backup. You got a left guard in Laken Tomlinson. All right, the right guard position is where we need to focus here. I think Ed Ingram is a guy that they traded for, a sixth-round pick for. Former first-round pick in Minnesota, just never worked out in Minnesota. He is a true guard, and he's been getting run at starting right guard here for, let's call it, a week, and really, really performed well in this last preseason game. I think he had some really good moments in the joint practice that they had last week with Carolina. And Ed Ingram is the guy. Now, Juice Scruggs today was getting a little run there at that right guard position. Bottom line is those two guys, I think it's more Ed Ingram's to lose, and Juice Scruggs is more of good quality depth at all three of those inside positions. But Ed Ingram at the right guard position. Of course, it's important if the guy can play let's just say, an average NFL right guard. But the significance here in Houston is if Ed Ingram can play right guard, then that allows you to do whatever you want with Titus Howard, which in this instance, he's playing right tackle, right? Which then that allows you to do whatever you want with Ariante Ursery. Ariante Ursery can play left or right tackle. And now it gives you the opportunity to decide, is Cam Robinson, can he stay healthy? Is Cam Robinson the right fit for this team at the left tackle position? Is he better off as a swing tackle? Is he a guy that maybe you shop and you can trade over the next week? You got a surplus of tackles. You've got 5 tackles. Nick Caserio was on Payne and Pendergast this morning talking about they've got 5 legit tackles on this team. You're tackle heavy. What do you do with all the tackles that you have, right? If Ed Ingram at right guard plays well enough and convinces them that he's the best right guard on this team, then all of a sudden the flexibility at tackle is endless, really. I mean, you can move guys around because Blake Fisher has even played better reportedly. I've not seen any film to say so, and I missed practice this morning, but reportedly Blake Fisher is playing better this past week in the preseason game as well as at practice. And so you've got a surplus of tackles, and if Ed Ingram can play good guard, then it's going to be a good problem to have.
It sure is going to be. And Ed Ingram's a good fit for this team because of the style of offense they're going to try to run this year. And
yeah,
look, that was always his strength in Minnesota, where he was better in the run than blocking for the pass. And this year, this summer, again, small sample size, take it with a big grain of salt. It's preseason, but he's been rated as the 4th best lineman in run blocking so far through preseason action, at least by Pro Football Focus. So he's done a good job this year. He's fit in well, and because of that, it's allowed them to keep Titus Howard, at least for the time being, at tackle, which then gives them more of that depth you mentioned at the tackle position. So Ed Ingram's been the biggest surprise for me. I do think he's the linchpin on this whole thing, and hopefully he can keep this up and not only be efficient or proficient in the run blocking, but also to protect the C.J. Stroud when he drops back as well. But with all that said, and look, I'm not a Cam Robinson guy. I don't think I would miss him from the roster. But do you feel that good about the tackle depth? Because you just ran through it. Like Blake Fisher, do we feel great about Blake Fisher being one of those options? Trent Brown is coming back from an injury. Probably won't be ready for a few weeks into the season. You know, is it the kind of thing that we might look a few weeks into the season and be like, oh, thank goodness they still have that guy, whether that's Cam Robinson or somebody else? I feel like they're going to need a few bodies to get through the year.
Yeah, look, you always, I mean, especially with tackles. I mean, the more the merrier. They're not as interchangeable as your interior offensive line typically is. So I don't know that you need 5 of them. I don't know if they can afford to keep 5 of them, but maybe so. Look, I mean, here's the deal. Again, I'm leaning heavily into C.J. Stroud playing a different brand of quarterback and Nick Caley taking into account that he may have to help these guys and him having the ability to do it. I think his scheme, allowing these guys to communicate at the line of scrimmage, is going to be significantly better than, from a protection standpoint, than what we've seen in the past. And so I don't look at this thing through the lens of like, boy, one guy is just getting his ass whooped consistently. Like at the tackle position in particular, I'm worried about that in the interior offensive line. That's where you can't help guys. I am not worried about I'm not worried about Ariante Ursery being a rookie at left tackle. I mean, if he is so bad that you can't even put a running back or a tight end over there and help him and still get the job done, then he don't need to play, right? I mean, and look, I think in that case, Cam Robinson will get it done. I like Titus Howard at tackle. Do I think you're going to put him on an island versus the best in the league and be okay? No. Do I think you're going to have to help him some? Yeah, absolutely. They don't have any Laramie Tunsil's where you're just going to put them on an island and say, to hell with it, let's ride. I mean, those days are over. if you get into the injury aspect of this thing, Titus has had some injury problems. Cam Robinson has had some injury problems. Obviously, Trent Brown is still out, so you've got some guys there that injuries may be an issue. But yeah, I don't worry too much about the depth. I mean, I think you're going to be fine across the board. The key, as I mentioned coming in, and my whole point here in the segment is getting guard right. I mean, that is the scariest part of this offensive line overhaul for me is Ed Ingram, hell, and Laken Tomlinson. I mean, the advanced stats would tell you that they really struggled as much, if not more, than most guards that played any amount of time last year in pass protection, right? And so that's the part that, man, there's just no way to help that. You can slide protect, you can do, but you become very predictable. That is a very difficult fix. I can help tackles.
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, there's things as an offensive play caller I can do to help tackle. So I'm not worried about our tackles. I'm not worried if they're – I be honest with you. Look, Blake Fisher got his ass whooped in the first preseason game. But Davis Mills got the ball out so quick nobody's talking about it.
We don't like that.
I mean, of course we do because we come in here and we're like, man, did you see Blake Fisher get beat? Yeah. But like it didn't affect the game at all. Right? And so if your quarterback plays on schedule and has that mentality of get the football out, like we've heard C.J. Stroud say already, I've got to help those guys. We've got to help those guys up front. If they have that mentality, then those guys are going to make mistakes, and they're not going to be game drive killing types of plays. No, the ball's going to be out. They're going to get a negative on their grade, yeah. But it's not going to be, all right, we'll line up at 2nd and 16 because there was a sack, right? I mean, there's so many ways to minimize the effect that a tackle that just is not Laramie Tunsil impacts the game.
Yeah, that's fair. I would say I think that circles back to the Ed Ingram. I mean, all but one of Stroud's passes on Saturday was under 2.5 seconds. So if you have a guy who's good against the run and then you help him in the pass by getting rid of the football so quick, that's the opposite of, Kevin O'Connell with Sam Darnold in Minnesota was holding on to a lot of the football.